Thank you for watching and supporting our channel. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you enjoy any of the comics, feel free to let us know in the comments. After hearing the Grand Elder's words, Little Black nodded his head seriously. Before his voice sounded inside Shenlong's mind in the next moment, Master. Such a scene is actually uncommon even in the immortal dimension. Even if an expert who has comprehended a supreme Tao perishes during his breakthrough, it's actually quite rare for such a place to be formed. It seems that when that person failed his heavenly tribulation, the laws inside that king's palace were most likely affected, allowing cultivators to sense the existence of the Daos in that place with more ease. If Master went to that place, Master would probably be able to sense the existence of the Tao of time and the Tao of space in this mortal plane more easily. Although the Grand Elder and even the top experts of the cultivation world didn't know the reason behind the changes in the king's palace, how could someone like Little Black, who had spent tens of thousands of years in the immortal dimension, not understand what was going on? Little Black felt excited in his heart that Shenlong would be able to enter such a place that was considered to be rare even in the immortal dimension, nodding his head. Shenlong felt silent for a moment as he sunk in his thoughts. Before he asked Little Black a moment later, Little Black, do you have any immortal grade cultivation techniques that are suitable for the Grand Elder, like that tree of immortality? Little Black sneered before he said in a disdainful tone, Master, how could those techniques be considered immortal techniques? In the immortal dimension, only the poorest of people will cultivate using those techniques. Of course, I know quite a few ice element techniques that would be suitable for this old man. Little Black then closed his eyes, before he sent a stream of information towards Shenlong's mind. At the same time, Shenlong didn't say anything about this to the Grand Elder right away. And after a moment of serious thought he then asked, then Senior, what about the City of Immortals? Although Shenlong was more interested in the king's palace that could allow him and Lu Mei and the rest to potentially break through to the Tao King realm. Considering how much importance the Grand Elder and the powerful ancient clans like the Bai clan attached to the City of Immortals, Shenlong understood that that place was most likely just as important as the king's palace itself. However, the Grand Elder simply shook his head and said in an uncertain tone, even I don't know too much about that place. Actually, the City of Immortals is an extremely mysterious city that appeared in our central region countless years ago. But it has only opened twice in the past. It's a place that is filled with countless mysteries, along with extremely valuable treasures and dangers. The previous 2 times that the City of Immortals opened was countless years ago, and it remained open for 10 years before it closed. Nobody knows what those people experienced inside, but supposedly, one of the experts who entered inside the last time managed to find a treasure that allowed him to break through to the sovereign realm from the peak of the Tao King realm in less than 100 years. The Grand Elder's voice was filled with jealousy when he said the words sovereign realm, while Shenlong and the others were all filled with shock as well. Breaking through to the sovereign realm from the peak of the Tao King in 100 years was practically unheard of. The Grand Elder himself had spent nearly 100.000 stuck at the peak of the Tao Emperor realm and had yet to succeed. But someone had reached the sovereign realm in just 100 years instead. It was obvious that that person had consumed an extremely rare and valuable treasure. After a moment of serious thought, a smile was soon formed on Shenlong's face as Shenlong looked at the Grand Elder and said, Senior, do you want an immortal grade cultivation technique? The courtyard instantly descended into silence while the previously calm and composed Grand Elder stared at Shenlong with wide open eyes. It wasn't just the Grand Elder. Even Jiang Chen, Xing Yi, and Bai Longshan were all staring at Shenlong with disbelieving eyes. Shenlong actually had an immortal grade cultivation technique and he was willing to give it to someone else. Although Jiang Chen had originally assumed that Shenlong may have ties to a powerful force from the immortal dimension that could even be similar to his mother Zhu family, Jiang Chen still believed that immortal grade cultivation techniques were something that Shenlong wouldn't be able to pass to anyone else, even if he had one of them. And yet, he had just offered to give one to the Grand Elder. Actually, Shenlong had already asked Little Black for cultivation techniques for Jiang Chen, Xing Yi, and Bai Longshan as well. He just had yet to give it to them and was planning to do so after the Martial Roll of Honor tournament. The Grand Elder looked at Shenlong with a disbelieving look on his face. A moment later, the powerful Peak Dao Emperor took a deep breath and asked solemnly, are you serious? Shenlong nodded his head. Before he took out an empty piece of paper from the stone of time and started writing down something a few moments later. A detailed cultivation technique had appeared on the previously empty scroll. Shenlong rolled the cultivation technique and showed half of it to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's body instantly trembled when he read the first part of the cultivation technique. While his eyes stared fervently at the name of the cultivation technique at the top of the scroll. Almost as if he was looking at a priceless treasure that he had been searching for. For his entire life, immortal grade cultivation technique. Ice Kingdom. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, the Grand Elder barely managed to suppress some of his excitement before he looked at Shenlong's deep black eyes and asked solemnly, "Kid, tell me, what do you want in exchange for this?" Even though the Grand Elder tried to calm himself down, he still couldn't stop the trembling in his voice from coming out as he said the last words. While his eyes were fervently staring at the scroll in Shenlong's hands, the Grand Elder knew that since Shenlong had taken out this cultivation technique, it was very likely that he was willing to trade it with something elder no matter what he wanted. The Grand Elder was willing to give it to Shenlong in exchange for this cultivation technique. After all, the Grand Elder had been searching for an immortal grade cultivation technique for far too long. And this Lee Kingdom was even an ice element cultivation technique. Shenlong smiled as he looked at the Grand Elder and said calmly, "In that case, I hope that Senior can help me with a few things. First, I hope that Senior can allow Lu Mei, Shi Xingyi, Bai Longshan, and Jiang Chen to the King's Palace along with us a year from now. Secondly, I am in need of high-grade spirit stones. The more the better. I hope that these two requirements aren't too hard for Senior." The Grand Elder looked at Shenlong and nodded his head without any hesitation. As he waved his hand and said hurriedly, "The first requirement of yours is easy. Even if these kids haven't reached the peak of rank 9 of the nascent soul by then, I will still bring them along to the King's Palace. As for the second one..." A somewhat troubled expression appeared on the Grand Elder's face in the next moment. Before he took out a spatial ring from his white robes and handed it to Shenlong, as he then said, "I only have 200.000 high-grade spirit stones. Although this may not be enough to trade for this immortal grade cultivation technique of yours, you can consider it as me, Kang Wen, owing you a favor in the future." Kang Wen stared at Shenlong solemnly as he said the last sentence, while in his heart, he was afraid that Shenlong would decline. Which was why he added in the last thing in his offer. A favor from a Peak Dao Emperor realm expert who was on the cusp of breaking through to the sovereign realm was no small thing. Experts at the Grand Elder's level of cultivation would very rarely owe someone else a favor, let alone someone much younger and weaker than they were. Even if Shenlong asked the Grand Elder something absurd, such as the eradication of the powerful family in the Holy Sect's territory, or have the Grand Elder kill another Dao Emperor for him, as long as it wasn't something that would harm the Holy Sect or it would bring certain death to the Grand Elder, then the Grand Elder would do his best to satisfy Shenlong's requirement. After all, the Grand Elder knew that a normal immortal low-grade cultivation technique could easily fetch 1 million high-grade spirit stones if it was sold in a high-grade auction in the central region where many peak powers would fervently compete for it. But the Grand Elder only had 200.000 high-grade spirit stones on him. Of course, the Holy Sect could take out 1 million high-grade spirit stones from its treasury under normal situations. But this time it was different. The Grand Elder had already gone all out previously, handing out 1.500.000 high-grade spirit stones in total to the disciples in the top 1,000 in the Martial Roll of Honor, to help them increase their strength before the City of Immortals opened. Thus, the Grand Elder knew that the finances of the Holy Sect would be strained if he took out another 1 million high-grade spirit stones in such a short amount of time. Besides, this was a cultivation technique that the Grand Elder was planning to keep for himself. Which was why the 200.000 spirit stones that he gave to Shenlong was what he had left in his possession right now. Of course, earning high-grade spirit stones wasn't too hard for a Peak Dao Emperor like the Grand Elder. But 200.000 high-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum even to him. Shenlong thought seriously for a while, before a smile appeared on his face as he nodded his head towards the Grand Elder, who heaved a sigh of relief. 200.000 high-grade spirit stones were equal to more than 200.000.000 middle-grade spirit stones. Right now, Shenlong only had a little more than 2 million middle-grade spirit stones inside the Stone of Time. And he was uncertain if it would be enough until he reached the absolute peak of the nascent soul stage. After all, not only did he have to reach the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul, but Shenlong also knew that he would be spending an enormous amount of spirit stones to purify all 81 of his balls. Relieved, the Grand Elder handed Shenlong the spatial ring in his hands that was filled with 200.000 high-grade spirit stones. Before he received the scroll with the immortal grade cultivation technique, the Ice Kingdom, Lu Mei and the others saw the Grand Elder tremble with excitement as he unfurled the scroll in his hands and took a look at the cultivation technique in front of him. The more he read, the more excited the Grand Elder seemed to become, to the point that he could no longer sit still. Turning his eyes away from the scroll, Kang Wen looked at Shenlong and said hurriedly, "Kid, I will take my leave now. Remember that if you want to find me, you can use my personal token to come to the inner court. As long as you inject your chi inside it, you can come straight to my courtyard." Waving his hand, the Grand Elder then opened a space tier, before he entered inside and disappeared from Shenlong's courtyard. Shaking his head, Shenlong didn't pay any more attention to the Grand Elder who had already left his courtyard. As he turned around and looked at Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Longshan, and said, "Jiang Chen, now it's your turn." Jiang Chen looked at Shenlong confused, but Shenlong simply closed his eyes. A moment later, Jiang Chen's expression changed as he sensed a stream of information entering his mind. He knew that Shenlong was using his chi to transmit a cultivation technique to him which left him momentarily bewildered. Before a crazy thought appeared in his mind a moment later, "Don't tell me that he has another immortal grade cultivation technique." Indeed, this was the technique that Shenlong had asked Little Black to give him. One that was suited for Jiang Chen. Shenlong didn't write things down on a scroll this time, but instead, he sent the cultivation technique directly into Jiang Chen's mind through his soul sense. Shenlong knew that this cultivation technique that Little Black had chosen for Jiang Chen was named Darkness Veil. This cultivation technique was countless times more complicated than the immortal grade cultivation technique that Shenlong had given to the Grand Elder. These two techniques couldn't even be considered to be on the same level with each other, as the Darkness Veil was leagues above the Grand Elder's Ice Kingdom. This was why Shenlong didn't write it down on a scroll, and instead, he chose to pass it mentally to Jiang Chen. Even if he ignored how complicated this cultivation technique was, Shenlong knew that it would take far too long to record this cultivation technique down, and it would need more than a few dozen scrolls to do so. The always impassive look on Jiang Chen's face had turned into a look of astonishment and disbelief as he learned more about this cultivation technique that Shenlong handed to him. He could sense that not only was this Darkness Veil a cultivation technique that was suited towards his Tao of Darkness and his Etemal Darkness unique physique extremely well, but Jiang Chen could even sense hints of the demonic Tao coming from it as well. This was a perfect cultivation technique for him, and its level was countless times higher than the Saint middle grade cultivation technique that he was training in. Suppressing his astonishment, Jiang Chen looked at Shenlong and said in a solemn tone that was filled with gratitude, "Brother, thank you. There is no need for thanks between us." Shenlong simply smiled and waved his hand before he turned his gaze towards Bai Longshan. Bai Longshan could also guess what was going. Indeed, a moment after recollecting himself, Shenlong closed his eyes before he sent his soul sense towards Bai Longshan's mind. Naturally, Bai Longshan didn't put up any resistance either, allowing Shenlong's soul sense to enter his spiritual sea. This was something extremely dangerous that most cultivators would never do. Only those who trusted another person fully in their hearts would allow that person to enter their spiritual sea without any resistance. After all, someone who had entered another person's spiritual sea could easily destroy one's soul if that person didn't have his soul defense up. Bai Longshan had closed his eyes just like Shenlong, but the look on his face was no different from the one that Jiang Chen had just now. He could sense that the cultivation technique that Shenlong was transmitting to him through his soul sense was extremely profound, and was one that was perfectly suited towards him. Shanlong knew that the name of this cultivation technique was Buddha's Light. Little Black had already told him that this cultivation technique was perfect for cultivators who trained in the Tao of the Buddha. While those who had comprehended the Tao of Light were also suited to train in this cultivation technique. For Bai Longshan, who also possessed the Golden Buddha unique physique, it was almost as if this cultivation technique was tailor-made for him. Shanlong opened his eyes and looked at Bai Longshan. But a wave of exhaustion filled him a moment later. While even his face had turned slightly pale. Transmitting two extremely high-grade cultivation techniques like this in a row was simply too taxing to Shanlong. While more than half of his spiritual strength had already been depleted. Considering that Shanlong's spiritual strength was at the same level, or it had even slightly exceeded the spiritual strength of peak Tao Kings, one could guess how difficult of a task this was. After taking a deep breath, Shanlong looked at Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan and said seriously, Jiang Chen, Longshan, don't let anyone know anything about these cultivation techniques. Shanlong's tone was solemn as he said this. After all, he had already heard from Little Black that these cultivation techniques were considered top grade even in the immortal dimension, and were only slightly inferior to Lu Mei's blood absorption art. Even powerful clans in the immortal dimension would do anything to get their hands on such cultivation techniques, let alone the powers from the cultivation world. Bai Longshan and Jiang Chen both nodded seriously. They both understood how extraordinary these cultivation techniques were. But Shanlong's warning wasn't needed to begin with. After all, none of them was planning to divulge this secret in the first place. Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan both decided to leave a few moments later. To give Shanlong some time with Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi. Everyone already knew how Xingyi had felt for Shanlong. And even Shanlong seemed to have accepted her. But due to the martial roll of honor tournament, they never had any time for themselves. None of the two girls spoke, as they allowed Shanlong to sit cross-legged on the ground, as he replenished his spiritual strength. An hour later, Shanlong opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the beautiful blonde-haired young woman with the bright emerald eyes in front of him and said, Xingyi, it's your turn. Without waiting for Xingyi to speak, Shanlong closed his eyes and sent his soul sense inside her spiritual sea. Xingyi was stunned. But she still allowed Shanlong's soul sense to enter her spiritual space. A moment later, an extremely powerful cultivation technique that was no weaker than that of Jiang Chen's and Bai Longshan's appeared inside Xingyi's mind as well, causing her stunningly beautiful face to be filled with surprise and shock. The name of this technique was Hidden Shadows. And Xingyi could easily tell that this was a cultivation technique that far exceeded anything she had ever seen before. Even the Saint low-grade cultivation techniques in the barrier of knowledge inside the holy sect couldn't be compared with this technique at all. A few moments later, Xingyi closed her eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground as well. As she started to absorb the knowledge of this cultivation technique, she could clearly feel that this cultivation technique that Shanlong had just given her was perfectly suited for her Tao of Shadows and her Vanishing Shadows unique physique. Shanlong closed his eyes and sat on the ground as well, as he replenished his spiritual strength. Half an hour later, Xingyi opened her eyes and looked at Shanlong. Before she said in a grateful and even somewhat shy voice, Brother Long, thank you. Shanlong opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful blonde-haired young woman in front of him. Before he shook his head, and said smilingly, Xingyi, just like Jiang Chen and Longshan, you don't have to thank me. Besides, I have already told you that you are my woman now. So how could I go back on my word? Shi Xingyi blushed as she lowered her head slightly, while her stunning emerald eyes held a myriad of emotions inside them. As she darted them around, involuntarily avoiding Shanlong's gaze, her eyes were filled with joy, surprise, panic, fear, excitement, anticipation, and love. It was the bashful eyes of a kingdom-toppling beauty who was in love after all. Which woman didn't want to hear such words from the person she was in love with? Xingyi blushed and looked at Lu Mei from the corner of her eyes. Before she said hesitantly, Mei Xingyi had always been on good terms with Lu Mei from the very beginning. But she didn't know how to face her right now. And yet, as she turned around to look at Lu Mei, Xingyi was suddenly stunned while even her own gaze froze for a moment. When she saw the brilliant smile on Lu Mei's face, it was the same soul-stirring smile that Lu Mei always had when she was alone with Shanlong. But this time, Lu Mei was looking at Xing Yi instead, taking a step forward. Lu Mei appeared in front of Xing Yi and looked her in the eyes without speaking. Before she said calmly with that same soul-stirring smile on her face a moment later, Xing Yi, I wouldn't share Long Ji with anyone else. But if it's with you, then I think it should be fine. Xing Yi looked at Lu Mei stunned for a few moments, before an equally beautiful smile blossomed on her face as well as she whispered softly, May, thank you. Shanlong's lips curved up as he stepped forward and placing his arm around Lu Mei's small waist, pulling her into a hug. Surprisingly, Lu Mei wasn't ashamed that Xing Yi was right in front of them, as she gave Shanlong a kiss that was full of love, making Xing Yi's ears heat up and turn red. Shanlong was surprised, but tasting the sweet scent coming from Lu Mei's mouth made his body heat up even more, as he placed his right hand on Lu Mei's butt and his left hand on her right breast. At that moment, even Lu Mei herself felt somewhat abashed, as she took a step backward while panting for breath, looking at Shanlong with her starry-like black eyes. Lu Mei first calmed herself down before she darted a glance at Xing Yi, who was standing next to her, and said a moment later, at that moment, Xing Yi raised her head to look at Lu Mei and then Shanlong, who was right in front of her, before her face that had already Long Ji should take Xing Yi first. Since it's Xing Yi's first time with you, I will wait here this time. Started to blush, previously turned even redder. She understood what Lu Mei meant, and although she was already prepared mentally, she couldn't help but feel her heart speeding up, as it started to beat more wildly. Turning around, Shanlong didn't notice Xing Yi's ever-increasing heartbeat, but he could see the look in her eyes that was filled with love, fear, and some anticipation. Taking a step forward, Shanlong tasted the sweet scent from Lu Mei's rosy red lips once again, before he looked at Xing Yi, who had her head lowered, and grabbed her hand, as he whispered in her ear, Xing Yi, are you ready? Xing Yi raised her head and looked at Shanlong with her reddened face, before she nodded slightly as she let out a muffled sound of acknowledgement. Shanlong smiled as he swept her off her feet and flew towards the main room. Inside the room, Shanlong placed Xing Yi on the bed, before he lowered himself to have a taste of her lips as well. He could sense that Xing Yi's lips had a different taste from Lu Mei's, and yet their sweet scent was just as intoxicating as Lu Mei's. Shanlong could feel that Xing Yi had no prior experience with this, as her mouth was closed tightly in the beginning. But as he led her around using his tongue, Xing Yi began to respond to him soon after. Shanlong could see that Xing Yi's enchanting green eyes seemed to have been spellbound at this moment, as an expression of unrestrained love and ecstasy filled her face. With his own chest pressing on hers, Shanlong could clearly feel Xing Yi's beating heart that was beating even faster than his own, stretching out both of his hands. Shanlong parted Xing Yi's robes open, revealing her flawless body, before he placed his right hand on her left breast and her pink-colored nipple that was already hard. Xing Yi's entire body suddenly shivered, while an indescribable sensation that she had never felt before filled her body from head to toe. It was almost as if Shanlong's touch was electrifying. And yet not only did Shanlong not stop, but his right hand even started to fondle her breast as he kept tasting the sweet nectar from her mouth, while his left hand slowly moved downwards towards her undergarment. As soon as his hand reached inside her undergarment and touched Xing Yi's private place, Shanlong could feel a wet sensation on his fingers, while Xing Yi opened her mouth as she let out a gasp. Shanlong could feel her irregular, hot breath, while her entire body was trembling from his touch. His hand touched her secret place for a few moments before his finger entered inside Xing Yi's body. A wet and yet tight sensation gripped Shanlong's finger, while the sound of water drops splashing could be heard throughout the entire room. Soon, it wasn't just Xing Yi, but Shanlong who could no longer restrain himself either. Removing his robes and throwing them to the side, Shanlong placed his hard and erect dragon that was on the verge of exploding right in front of Xing Yi's entrance, slowly pushing it inside. Shanlong's body soon connected with Xing Yi's. At this moment, Shanlong could feel a gripping sensation on his lower body as well, while the expression on Xing Yi's face was filled with love and satisfaction, as she looked at him with her stunning emerald eyes. A few moments later, Shanlong, after he made sure that Xing Yi was all right, Shanlong no longer held back as he moved his body back and forth without stop, Shenlong's ragged breaths and Xingyi's moans filled the room in the next few moments, along with the sound of Shenlong's body connecting with Xingyi's own over and over again. During this time, Xingyi could also feel a nourishing energy coming from Shenlong's body and enter inside her. While Shenlong could also feel the same. This was the dual cultivation technique that Shenlong had gotten from Kui Guoliang's treasury. Back in the Vermilion realm, although Shenlong understood by now that this was only a common dual cultivation technique, this cultivation technique could also benefit Xingyi as well. It was only 3 hours later that the sounds of moans and hard breaths coming from the room finally stopped. As Xingyi's body collapsed on Shenlong's while gasping for breath herself, Shenlong could see the love-struck look on Xingyi's face that was filled with tenderness and affection, even though her energy was spent and she was all out of breath. A few moments later, a peerlessly beautiful yellow-robed young woman entered the room as well, her stunning black eyes staring at Shenlong and Xingyi, before Lu Mei stepped towards the bed. Soon, a year had gone by since the day the Martial Roll of Honor tournament had ended. Author's note: mass release tomorrow. At the west of the Holy Sect was a large number of courtyards that weren't protected by any defensive formations that most courtyards in the Holy Sect had. It almost looked like any outer disciple could just barge in and claim one of these courtyards for themselves if they wanted to. Additionally, the chi inside each of these courtyards was much purer than the chi inside the normal courtyards of the Holy Sect. And yet, no normal outer disciple would dare to enter those courtyards without permission. After all, this was the place where the top 100 factions of the Holy Sect fought. Every single one of the top 100 factions owned one of these courtyards that spanned for more than a mile in radius, and considered it their own territory. If a faction below the top 100 wanted to stay in one of the courtyards, they could only do so by challenging one of the top 100 factions for their territory. In the end, this challenge was nothing more than simply attacking that faction. Whether they sneak attacked the top 100 faction when night had fallen or not, it didn't matter. As long as the enemy faction leader was captured or he was forced to retreat from his territory, then that was when the faction war ended. Once the attacking faction won, they could replace the enemy faction in the top 100 rankings, and even obtain their territory. After all, the battles between the top 100 factions took place inside their own territories. Naturally, the battles between the top 100 factions were much crueler than the normal, predetermined battles inside the arena. The top 100 factions needed to have one eye open at all times, to be wary of an enemy faction's sneak attack. Inside one of these courtyards, in a building that had more than 10 large rooms, Xingyi was sitting cross-legged on a meditative cushion with her eyes closed, while shadows had sprung from the ground and had nearly covered her entire body. It was almost as if those shadows were madly absorbing the chi in the air around her, sending it straight towards her dantian. A few moments later, Xingyi let out a breath that was filled with foul chi, while the shadows around her soon dispersed into nothingness before she slowly opened her eyes. Surprisingly, the aura around Xingyi seemed to have reached the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul already. Opening her eyes, Xingyi looked at Lu Mei, who was sitting on the bed with her eyes closed, while a dense medicinal fragrance was coming from her body. Almost as if sensing Xingyi's gaze land on her, Lu Mei opened her eyes, before she asked with a smile on her face, "Xingyi, you reached the peak of rank 9. Nodding her head, Xingyi smiled somewhat proudly as she answered him. "It's impossible for me to absorb any more chi in my dantian right now. Unless I break through into the Tao King realm, it will be impossible for me to do so." "Mei, what about you?" Lu Mei shook her head as she looked at Xingyi and replied, "Although my cultivation is already at the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul, my soul still needs a few more days to reach that level as well. I wonder if Long Ji is done by now." As she finished speaking, Lu Mei's eyes darted towards a certain meditative cushion that was now empty. Xingyi turned to look at the cushion as well, before she said somewhat worriedly, "There is less than a week left until we leave for the king's palace." In the past year, Xingyi and Lim Met had become even closer than real sisters. Naturally, Xingyi had also learned about Shenlong disappearing every time he entered seclusion to cultivate. However, there was now less than a week left until the time that the Grand Elder had set for Shenlong and the rest to prepare themselves for the king's palace. In this past year, It wasn't just Xingyi and Lu Mei who had reached the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul. But Jiang Chen and by Longshan as well. Lu Mei was actually the first one. While Xingyi was actually the slowest, Jiang Chen had entered the peak of the nascent soul a month ago, while by Longshan reached it just 2 weeks ago. Of course, under normal circumstances, it was impossible to reach the peak of the nascent soul in just a year. Even the Grand Elder didn't favor Lu Mei's and the rest's chances to reach the peak of the nascent soul so quickly, unless they happened to consume some kind of miraculous pill. After all, the later stages of the nascent soul were much more difficult to reach than the early stages. In the Grand Elder's eyes, it was one thing for one of them to find some kind of miraculous pill that could boost them all the way to the peak of the nascent soul within a year. But could all 5 of them do so? He knew that the chances of something like that happening were extremely unlikely. And yet, the Grand Elder didn't completely dismiss this possibility either. Whether it was the immortal grade cultivation technique or the heavenly wine that he had gotten from Shenlong, the Grand Elder had come to understand that Shenlong had many secrets of his own. Even if he had 5 pills that could allow him, and Lu Mei and the rest, to all reach the peak of the nascent soul, the Grand Elder could still accept it in his heart. However, although Shenlong did indeed have the ability to refine another pill that could forcefully bring his cultivation, as well as Jiang Chen's and the rest's, all the way to the peak of the nascent soul, he didn't refine that pill. After all, Shenlong understood that since both he and Lu Mei had already consumed a top-grade rank 5 barrier-piercing pill to break through to the late stages of the nascent soul, while Xingyi, Bai Longshan, and Jiang Chen had consumed 2 of them, if they didn't increase their cultivation narrowly this time and increased it forcefully through the consumption of pills, they could have latent problems in the future in their cultivation. Besides, Shenlong knew that there was no reason for him to refine that pill in the first place. After all, there was another way for Bai Longshan and the rest to reach the peak of the nascent soul within a year. And it was a way that no other faction in the entirety of the holy sect could do. Shenlong's way involved the immortal grade cultivation techniques that Shenlong had given to Bai Longshan and the rest. Of course, Lu Mei herself had no need to absorb qi, and she could naturally reach the peak of the nascent soul just by killing other cultivators and absorbing their energy. However, Lu Mei had also found out that she couldn't do that too recklessly, or the negative effects of the blood absorption art would probably start affecting her. Thankfully, Shenlong was already prepared about this and wasn't planning to let Lu Mei be affected by the blood absorption art. The melodious sound of a guqin would often fill the room, immediately expelling any negative emotions that tried to bubble inside Lu Mei, along with the blood energy that she had absorbed, and slowly influence her personality with Shenlong's guqin. And as long as Lu Mei didn't go overboard, the blood absorption art was a miraculous cultivation technique with no drawbacks. As for Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Longshan, now that they all had unique immortal grade cultivation techniques as well, reaching the peak of the nascent soul within a single year wasn't an issue for them. But Shenlong knew that just that by itself wasn't going to be enough. He knew that even if he and Jiang Chen and the rest all reached the peak of the nascent soul within the next year, they would still be unable to break through to the Tao King realm even if they went to the king's palace with the Grand Elder. After all, there were 3 things that one had to fulfill before even thinking of breaking through to become a Tao King. Not only did a person's cultivation needed to reach the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul, but their comprehension of their Tao as well, along with the quality of their soul, had to have reached that level. Shenlong knew that even if they all reached the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul within a year, in reality, they had simply been cultivating for far too short of a duration. There was no way that the quality of their souls would reach the peak of the nascent soul within a single year. Compared to the other outer court disciples of the holy sect, Shenlong, Jiang Chen, and the rest were all simply too young. Even if they were given 10 years, it would still be unlikely that they would reach that level by themselves. However, Shenlong knew that there was a way to solve this issue. There was a specific rank 5 medicinal herb that he needed to refine a rare rank 5 pill, called the Soul Purifying Flower. Although Shenlong had plenty of rank 5 medicinal herbs inside his herb garden, he had yet to find even a single rank 5 soul purifying flower that he needed in order to refine the soul purifying pill. He knew that practically every rank 5 medicinal herb that could affect a cultivator's soul was considered extremely rare even in the central region, and would be sought after by other nascent soul stage cultivators even if a soul-purifying flower appeared. It would only be found in a few auctions throughout the Holy Sect's territory, and other nascent soul stage cultivators would do anything they could to get their hands on it, even if it meant paying exorbitant prices for it. Although Shenlong was confident that he could easily win an auction to obtain the flower, since he didn't lack spirit stones at this point. The issue was that even if he attended an auction, it would be up to luck whether he could really find a soul-purifying flower. As for the Night Star continent, he was uncertain if any soul-purifying flowers even existed in that place. But there was one place that Shenlong knew that he could probably find the soul-purifying flower in: the Golden Treasures Hall. Since the Holy Sect was the overlord of the region it governed, it was extremely likely that it would have at least one soul-purifying flower inside the Golden Treasures Hall. After all, it was just a rank 5 medicinal herb. Dao Kings had no use for such a medicinal herb. Of course, although the soul-purifying flower was just a rank 5 medicinal herb, it was still considered to be an extremely rare rank 5 herb that even exceeded some rank 6 medicinal herbs in rarity alone. Even if the Holy Sect had any soul-purifying flowers, they wouldn't put them on the first floor of the Golden Treasures Hall, but on the second floor instead. Previously, Shenlong couldn't enter the second floor since he wasn't ranked in the top 1000 of the Martial Roll of Honor, nor did he belong to any of the top 100 factions. But after entering the top 600 in the Martial Roll of Honor, he had naturally gained access to the second floor and could purchase the items there. Indeed, on the second floor of the Golden Treasures Hall there was a pair of soul-purifying flowers that outer court disciples could exchange their sect points for. But a single flower costed 50.000 sect points. And yet, Shenlong still bought it without any hesitation. This price was almost as much as Shenlong's silverbark Kukin, and it had already exceeded even the price of some rank 6 medicinal herbs. To others, a single rank 5 soul-purifying flower may not have been worth the price of 50.000 sect points. Aside from those few outer court disciples who had already reached the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul but were still slightly lacking in the purity of their soul, but to Shenlong, this flower was extremely important. Besides, this was only the first part of Shenlong's plan. After using his sect points to exchange for a soul-purifying flower, Shenlong left the Golden Treasures Hall. As he headed straight towards the west of the Holy Sect, towards a certain courtyard that belonged to one of the top 100 factions after the Martial Roll of Honor tournament ended, Shenlong was confident that his faction could easily replace one of the top 100 factions. After all, most of the faction leaders of the factions that were ranked in the lower half of the top 100 were either middle rank 9 or peak rank 91 nascent soul stage cultivators at best. With Shenlong's own strength, only the top nascent soul stage outer disciples that were just half a step away from breaking through to the Dao King realm could pose some trouble to him. Indeed, after challenging the faction that was ranked 80th, Shenlong and the rest took over their territory quite easily. Becoming one of the top 100 factions was the final thing that Shenlong needed for his plan. Naturally, Shenlong had a reason for choosing to occupy the territory of one of the top 100 factions. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have bothered with something like this, especially when the top 100 factions could be challenged by other factions at any time, which could interrupt Lu Mei's and the rest's cultivation. After all, it wasn't uncommon for other factions to sneak attack the top factions during night in order to gain an advantage. However, Shenlong still decided to do so despite these drawbacks. And the reason behind that were the formations that were engraved within the top 100 courtyards. Every courtyard in the Holy Sect contained certain formations that could absorb spirit stones and extract their energy. Before they filled the air in the courtyard with pure chi, Shenlong knew that this function of those formations was similar to the way his heaven-swallowing vine worked. But naturally, the effect of those formations couldn't compare to the effect of the vine at all. Still, this was much more efficient than cultivating by one's own self. As for the courtyards that the top 100 factions occupied, they were rumored to have much better formations compared to the normal courtyards like the one that Shenlong stayed in. These top 100 courtyards were said to be at the same level as the courtyards of the inner court elders. Shenlong knew that in his own courtyard, if he wished to do so, he could add more middle-grade spirit stones into the refining formation so that the qi in the air around his courtyard would be even denser. But it was impossible to add any high-grade spirit stones. The refining formation of the normal courtyards wasn't strong enough to refine any high-grade spirit stones, but the courtyards of the top 100 factions were different. They could easily refine hundreds of high-grade spirit stones in a single day and increase the cultivation speed of those disciples. If one had had enough high-grade spirit stones, they could even cultivate like the inner court elders did. After obtaining 200,000 high-grade spirit stones from the Grand Elder, Shenlong had more than enough spirit stones for his own cultivation and could easily afford to fuel an entire courtyard with high-grade spirit stones. Thus, Shenlong had already decided to let everyone cultivate inside this courtyard, while consuming soul-purifying pills that would bring the purity of their soul to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Although soul-purifying pills were considered to be extremely rare rank 5 pills, Shenlong knew that it wasn't too hard to concoct them. The most difficult part was finding the soul-purifying flowers themselves, which wasn't an issue for Shenlong with the godlike abilities of his herb garden. Of course, there was only a year left until the opening of the king's palace, and Shenlong knew that even with the soul-purifying pills, if Xingyi and the rest had to split their focus and try to reach the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul in both their cultivation bases and the purity of their souls, 1 year wouldn't have been enough under normal circumstances. However, if their courtyard was filled with the pure qi from the high-grade spirit stones, then things would be completely different. Cultivating inside this courtyard was even better than cultivating inside the courtyards of the inner court elders. After all, although the inner court elders would often allow their disciples to cultivate inside their courtyards, in reality, the elders themselves would absorb more than 90% of the qi in their courtyards, leaving only the rest for their disciples. This was only natural since Tao emperors needed much more qi for their own cultivation, and there couldn't possibly be enough for their own disciples as well. But the courtyards of the top 100 factions were different. Cultivating inside these courtyards and absorbing the qi from the high-grade spirit stones directly was much faster than cultivating inside the courtyard of an inner court elder. Like this, a year had passed. And indeed, after consuming hundreds of top-grade rank 5 soul-purifying pills, Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Longshan had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage in terms of their quality of the soul, while their cultivation bases had also reached the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul. As for Lu Mei, she still needed a few more days until her soul reached the peak of the nascent soul stage as well. Time continued to pass, and 3 days later, Lao Mei's soul finally reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage as well. But Shenlong had yet to return to the room. Inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Shenlong was still sitting cross-legged on his usual seat with his eyes closed, looking like he had completely forgotten about the passage of time, as he kept absorbing the pure qi around him to purify his qi balls. 81 silver-colored balls of qi were hovering in the air above his head, like the stars that illuminated the night sky. Most of the qi balls were shining with the same bright silver light, but some of them were slightly dimmer than the others, showing that they hadn't been completely purified. An enormous vine was eating the small mound of high-grade spirit stones that were placed in front of Shenlong without any signs of stopping, turning it into pure qi that filled Shenlong's surroundings. The heaven-swallowing vine had been doing this for almost 10 years, consuming tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. And by now, its surface seemed to have changed slightly as well. More month passed like this, before Shenlong's eyes finally opened. As he opened his eyes, Shenlong looked at the 81 silver-colored qi balls that were hovering above his head, all of which were shining with the same silver light. Before he exhaled out a breath of foul qi at this moment, Shenlong had not only reached the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul, but he had also purified all 81 of his qi balls, while the quality of his soul had also reached the absolute peak of the nascent soul stage as well. During this time, a full year had passed in the outside world, but almost 10 years had gone by inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. In these past 10 years that he had spent in seclusion, Shenlong had not only reached the peak of the nascent soul in just his qi cultivation, But he had also consumed nearly 1,000 top-grade dragon blood tempering pills before he reached the peak of the 5th stage in his monarch's eternal body, although he had yet to test out his strength. Shenlong believed that even an early rank 6 magic beast wouldn't be a match for him right now. Long closed his eyes as he imagined himself leaving the foggy space in the Stone of Time. In these past 10 years, Shenlong very rarely left his own room. While he didn't step out of the holy sect even once, taking a look at the Black Dragon, who was joyfully drinking an entire barrel of wine, as well as Little Silver, who was sleeping soundly. The only times he left his room were only when he had to visit the Golden Treasures Hall to buy some things. The same element as Little Silver a year ago. Shenlong had purchased the magic beast cores of a few peak rank 6 wind element magic beasts from the Golden Treasures Hall. After letting Little Silver consume a handful of those beast cores, Shenlong saw the Black Panther that had been stuck in the middle of rank 6 finally break through once again. And a month later, it had become a peak rank 6 magic beast. This was the only way that Little Silver could break through even further and surpass its natural limits to consume the beast cores of even stronger magic beasts of the same element a moment later. Shenlong's surroundings changed as he appeared back in his room. Before Lu Mei's and Xingyi's voices entered his ears in the next moment, Long Zhou brother Long Shenlong had a warm look in his eyes as he looked at the joyful and relieved looks on the Lu Mei's and Xingyi's faces, before he pulled them into a hug. It wasn't surprising that the two girls would be relieved once they saw Shenlong after all. There was less than a day left until the elders of the holy sect left for the king's palace, although the Grand Elder had promised that he would take Shenlong and the others to the king's palace. If Shenlong didn't show up in time, the Grand Elder would come searching for him. Seeing that both Lu Mei and Xingyi had reached the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul in both their chi cultivation and the quality of their soul, Shenlong's lips curved up as he led the two girls out of the room. Shenlong had actually formed the 81st ball of chi and had reached the peak of the nascent soul just 4 months after the Martial Roll of Honor tournament ended. Of course, these 4 months were equivalent to nearly 4 years inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. However, teaching the peak of the nascent soul in terms of the quality of his soul was almost just as hard, if not even harder. Shenlong had to refine thousands of top-grade soul-purifying pills to bring his soul to the peak of the nascent soul as well. This process by itself took 5 full years. The easiest part was actually purifying his chi balls, and bringing all of them at the same level as the 81st ball of chi. But even then, Shenlong had spent another year and had only finished just now. However, at this moment, with his 81 purified balls of chi, his peak 5th stage monarch's eternal body, and the quality of his soul that was at the peak of the nascent soul, Shenlong was confident that his strength had reached the absolute pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Normal rank 1 Dao Kings couldn't possibly stand in front of him, while even rank 2 Dao Kings would be defeated almost effortlessly, even if he had to take on another blow from Dong Er's elder brother, Dong Cheng, who was ranked 6th in the Martial Roll of Honor. It wasn't certain if Shenlong would be the one on the losing side this time, since there was less than a day left until the appointed time with the Grand Elder. Shenlong left his room with Lu Mei and Xingyi in tow, to meet up with Bai Longshan and Jiang Chen as well. Jiang Chen had reached the peak of the nascent soul a month ago, in both his chi cultivation and his body refinement. The only way to become stronger was to increase his comprehension in his demonic Dao or his Dao of darkness even further, and break through to become a Dao King. However, it wasn't that easy to become a Dao King aside from Yang Hui and Chao Min, who were ranked 1st and 2nd in the Martial Roll of Honor respectively, and had both reached the Dao King realm before the age of 100. Practically every single other outer court disciple in the holy sect that had reached the Dao King realm had taken at least 150 years to do so. Even Yang Hui had only managed to reach the Dao King realm after he had received the full support of his Yang family and he had entered the king's palace himself nearly 10 years ago. As for Chao Min, it was only thanks to her Blackwater unique physique that had let her reach the Dao King realm so quickly. However, although others didn't know about it, Shenlong already knew that Chao Min's unique physique would only allow her to reach the Dao King realm. Her cultivation speed would no longer be as fast as it was in the past. Whether she could break through to the Dao Emperor realm, that would be up to her. Bai Longshan and Jiang Chen were both waiting in the courtyard outside for Shenlong to finish his seclusion. Bai Longshan was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, while a golden light had covered his entire body. while Jiang Chen's body was emitting a dark, demonic aura that he didn't bother suppressing. Bai Longshan had also reached the peak rank 9 in the nascent soul as well, while his body refinement cultivation had also reached the peak of the 5th stage after consuming nearly 300 top-grade dragon blood tempering pills. It wasn't hard for Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan to break through again in their body refinement at the same time that Shenlong opened the door of his room. Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan both opened their eyes and stopped their cultivation. Before Bai Longshan said warmly, "Brother Shen, it seems you have finished your seclusion as well." Since Shenlong wasn't hiding his aura, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan could also sense, just like Lu Mei and Xing Yi did, that Shenlong had already reached the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul as well, nodding his head. Shenlong looked at Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan and said, "Since everyone is ready, let's go to the inner court." Taking out the Grand Elder's golden-colored token, Shenlong injected his qi inside it, before he led Lu Mei and the rest towards the inner court. A thin, invisible line of qi appeared from the Grand Elder's token the moment that Shenlong sent his QT inside it, showing the way to the Grand Elder's residence directly. The enforcement hall disciples in front of the inner court's entrance recognized the token in Shenlong's hands and didn't bar him from entering inside it, of course. Even if they didn't recognize the Grand Elder's token, there were very few outer court disciples who wouldn't recognize Shenlong within the holy sect any longer. In the last year, after the martial roll of honor tournament ended, even the powerful families and clans around the holy sect's territory had started to pay attention to Shenlong, a genius who had comprehended 2 supreme Daos and was even rumored to have an immortal grade bloodline. Such a person even had the potential to surpass even Yang Hui, the person ranked first in the martial roll of honor, the greatest genius of the Yang clan who was born with the fire Qilin's eyes. After word got out, many of the patriarchs and the clan leaders of the powerful families and clans had decided to do everything in their power to rope Shenlong into their clans, even the patriarchs of the 2 strongest clans within the holy sect's territory. The Yang and the Chao clans were no different, as they ordered their disciples and their descendants to covey their goodwill and invite Shenlong for a meeting. Unfortunately for them, Shenlong was in seclusion, and Jiang Chen and the rest would mercilessly refuse anyone who wanted to meet Shenlong, no matter who it was. Even when the person ranked second in the martial roll of honor, the blue-haired goddess Xiaomin herself arrived to have a chat with Shenlong a month ago, she was mercilessly rejected by Jiang Chen without a second thought. Although dissatisfied, Xiaomin still left without raising a fuss. After all, she had here to invite Shenlong, not to stir up trouble because she wasn't given any face. Surprisingly, it wasn't just Shenlong himself who received offers from those powerful clans, but Bai Longshan and the rest as well. In the beginning, Bai Longshan and the others who had come from the Night Star continent were considered to be nothing more than country bumpkins. However, after the martial roll of honor, nobody dared to belittle them anymore. Even those powerful families and clans decided to extend an invitation to them. Everyone understood that it was only a matter of time before Shenlong's faction rose to the very top of the entire outer sect. Some people even believed that by the time that Shenlong broke through to become an early rank 1 Dao King, he would even be able to enter the top 10 in the martial roll of honor directly. Although many people snorted when they heard this, while some even scorned the people who had made those claims. In the past 1 year, Shenlong's fame had even surpassed that of Chao Min's in the outer court of the holy sect, and was only below Yang Hui's since Yang Hui left the holy sect to follow the princess of the Bai clan inside the City of Immortals. Many people claimed that it was only a matter of time until he became a sovereign realm expert. Although the holy sect was either excited or worried about the emergence of a possible sovereign realm expert, and the Yang clan's rise, Shenlong and the rest hadn't been paying any attention to any of that. After entering the inner court, Shenlong and the rest walked for almost an hour before they arrived in front of a large courtyard that had its gates wide open. Seeing that this was the Grand Elder's residence according to the golden-colored token in his hands, Shenlong's group walked past the enormous wooden gates as they entered the courtyard. As soon as they stepped foot inside the courtyard, Shenlong, Jiang Chen and the rest could all feel the tens of gazes that were focused on them. Almost as if they had become the center of attention, 10 outer court disciples dressed in yellow robes could be seen sitting on the ground, all of them turning their attention towards this group of newcomers with shock in their eyes at the same time. A group of disciples that were dressed in blue robes seemed to have been surprised as well as they turned to look at Shenlong's group with questioning gazes. It was common knowledge that only 10 outer court disciples and 10 inner court disciples would enter the king's palace every time it opened. And there had never been any exceptions. "Let's go." Shenlong ignored the curious gazes of the disciples around him, as he led Lu Mei and the rest to sit towards an empty spot in the courtyard. No matter what, since the Grand Elder had promised that he would take them to the king's palace, this was something for the Grand Elder himself to solve. Of course, only the 10 strongest outer court disciples who had yet to break through to the Tao King realm would be allowed to enter the king's palace in the past. But this didn't matter to Shenlong. The Grand Elder had already promised that he would let them all enter the king's palace. But even if that couldn't be done, Shenlong was still confident that everyone from his group could easily enter the top 10 among the other outer court disciples. At the same time, as he looked around him, Shenlong could see the wariness and shock in the eyes of some of the 10 yellow-robed outer court disciples. After all, everyone could now sense that Shenlong and the rest had already reached the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul. How is this possible? Weren't they all just rank 7 nascent soul rookies just a year ago? How can they reach the peak of rank 9 in just 1 year? As long as they are not here for the king's palace, it will be fine. Many of those disciples didn't hide their hostility as they stared at Shenlong and his group. Naturally, none of them was willing to give up their spot to enter the king's palace. And yet, although they were clearly hostile, all 10 of them were somewhat wary of the young man who was leading this group. They all knew that a year ago, Shenlong was already strong enough to defeat Chu Yun, who was a peak rank 9 nascent soul stage beast tamer. While Shenlong's own cultivation was only at the middle of rank 7 in the nascent soul back then, now that he had broken through to the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul, none of them knew how strong Shenlong really was. But none of them felt confident fighting against him. Even Jiang Chen and the others were monsters of their own. I wonder if those brats will have to compete with each other for these 10 spots. This will be interesting. One of the blue-robed young men said as he looked at the scene in front of him with an amused look on his face at the same time. Shenlong also looked at those 10 blue-robed young men and women. In the holy sect, only the inner court disciples would wear blue-colored sect robes. It was unknown if it was intentional or not. But barely half an hour had passed since Shenlong's group had arrived, before a group of 10 white-robed elders appeared in the sky above the Grand Elder's courtyard. Every single one of these white-robed elders was emitting the aura of a Tao Emperor, making it obvious that they were all inner court elders. At the same time that those elders arrived, a gigantic bird that resembled an eagle blotted out the sky above the courtyard. As it attracted everyone's attention, Shenlong could see an old man with long white hair standing on the eagle's back, looking at the disciples in the courtyard below him with an amiable smile on his face. "Greetings to the Grand Elder." The 10 blue-robed inner the giant eagle's back court disciples called out simultaneously. As they bowed towards the Grand Elder, the Grand Elder waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for them to stand on ceremony. As the giant bird descended on the courtyard below with just a glance, Shenlong could immediately recognize the magic beast that the Grand Elder was riding on. It was an early rank 7 darkness eagle. It was a relatively powerful flying magic beast that very few other early rank 7 magic beasts could harm. After all, the darkness eagle's defense was ranked at the top among early rank 7 magic beasts, while its flying speed was even comparable to some of the weaker middle rank 7 magic beasts, although it wasn't comparable to a peak rank 7 magic beast like the Hellfire Crow which Bai Luxian had been riding on when she came to the Holy Sect a year ago. It was still a rare early rank 7 magic beast that could easily kill most early stage Tao Emperors without much trouble. The Grand Elder's eyes scanned the disciples around him. Before his gaze landed on Shenlong's group, the shocked expression on his face soon turned into a brilliant smile as he said in a voice full of praise, "Brats. You really managed to reach the peak of the nascent soul in just a year. Ha ha ha. This old man is really surprised." Shenlong smiled as he looked at the Grand Elder, but he didn't offer any explanation. He knew that the Grand Elder would most likely come to the conclusion that they had consumed some rare pills to do so. But Shenlong didn't mind. It was only natural to come to this conclusion, since, Even with an immortal-grade cultivation technique like the Ice Kingdom that Shenlong had given to the Grand Elder, it would still be impossible to advance so rapidly in just a single year. As the Darkness Eagle landed on the courtyard, the Grand Elder looked around him. Before his gaze landed on the 10 inner court elders in the sky, as he said calmly, "Since everyone is here, let's leave now. There isn't much time until the opening of the king's palace." As he finished speaking, the Grand Elder patted the Darkness Eagle's back, making the enormous magic beast spread its wings. The eagle's size was more than enough for 50 people to sit comfortably on it. And yet, the inner court elders in the sky seemed somewhat hesitant as they looked at Shenlong's group. Before one of them looked at the Grand Elder and said, "Grand Elder, this. Come." The Grand Elder frowned as he looked at the old man who had just spoken. Before he seemed to have realized what was going on, waving his hand, the Grand Elder then answered, "Don't worry. I personally invited those kids. Each of you will take care of a single outer court disciple and one inner court disciple." As for those, the old man who had just spoken was shocked when he heard this, as he looked at the Grand Elder and asked in a voice filled with surprise, "5. I will take care of them myself." "What? Grand Elder? You are also coming with us?" Among the elders in the sky, this old man was among the highest in seniority, only second to Xingvi's master, Mao Jing. However, Mao Jing wouldn't question why Shenlong's group was here in the first place. Any hatred that she had for Shenlong for beating up her personal disciple outside of the refinement hall had long since vanished the moment she learned that the Grand Elder intended to take Shenlong as his personal disciple. Mao Jing had seen the Grand Elder handing his personal token to Shenlong and understood immediately that Shenlong was being viewed extremely favorably by the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded his head in response. Before the inner court elders all sat on the Darkness Eagle's back one by one, no longer questioning the Grand Elder's decision. The Grand Elder patted the spot next to him and looked at Shenlong and the rest, indicating for them to come sit next to him. Looks of jealousy could be seen on the faces of the inner court disciples as they stared at Shenlong's group, before they sat on top of the eagle as well. A few moments later, once everyone had sat on the Darkness Eagle's back, a yellow-robed young woman asked in a curious voice, "Grand Elder, are we going to fly all the way to the king's palace? I heard that the king's palace is close to the center of the central region." The Grand Elder smiled and shook his head, before he answered with a slight smile, "Fly there. Even with this Darkness Eagle, it would still take more than a year for us to reach the king's palace this way." As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, his entire courtyard started to tremble, almost as if an earthquake had suddenly hit it, before countless runes and patterns started to emerge from the ground beneath the Darkness Eagle's feet. In the blink of an eye, those runes and patterns had covered the entire courtyard, making the courtyard resemble a single, enormous formation. A moment later, Shenlong's body suddenly shuddered as he could sense the space in front of him ripple violently, looking like it was about to be torn apart. At the same time, the power from the mysterious formation below the Darkness Eagle seemed to have come together, tearing open a gigantic space tier more than 300 meters long. The enormous space tier appeared right in front of the Darkness Eagle, instantly swallowing the early rank 7 magic beast whole. In the next moment, Shenlong could feel the familiar feeling of spatial fluctuations enveloping his body. Before his figure disappeared from the Grand Elder's courtyard, Shenlong could feel that he was traveling inside the space tier for more than an hour, covering an immense distance in the process. Before his blurry surroundings finally started to turn clear, the courtyard of the Grand Elder had completely vanished, as the disciples of the holy sect found themselves in the midst of a huge forest, with what towering in the skies being present everywhere around them. Massive trees that as soon as it left the space tier, the Darkness Eagle raised its head proudly towards the sky, and let out a deafening screech that completely terrified the surrounding magic beasts inside the forest. The entire forest seemed to have fallen silent, as the aura of the early rank 7 Darkness Eagle made the magic beasts around it instantly shiver in fear. However, this silence only lasted for a few moments, before another terrifying roar erupted from the depths of the forest in the next moment, as an aura that was even more powerful than that of the Darkness Eagles came along with it. The Grand Elder's expression immediately changed when he sensed this overpowering aura, as a serious expression appeared on his face. The Darkness Eagle could feel that this aura was hundreds of times stronger than its own, causing its natural instincts to quickly kick in. Flapping its wings, the Darkness Eagle immediately took to the sky, transforming its body into a mass of darkness as it tried to leave the forest as quickly as possible. Shenlong knew that this was the natural ability of the Darkness Eagle. It allowed the eagle to increase its defense and speed to the level of a middle rank 7 magic beast for a short duration of time. As a magic beast, the Darkness Eagle's senses far exceeded that of a human's. It knew which enemies it could fight against, and it could clearly sense that the entity in the depths of this forest was extremely terrifying, and was far beyond the level of what it could handle. However, the Darkness Eagle had only managed to fly for 1,000 meters in the sky, before a wind blade that was more than 100 meters long suddenly emerged from the depths of the forest, flying towards the eagle at an unbelievable speed. The Darkness Eagle screeched for the second time as it tried to increase its speed and get out of the range of this wind blade. The enormous wind blade managed to effortlessly chop all of the gigantic trees that blocked its way in half. As it appeared right behind the Darkness Eagle, it could clearly feel the sensation of death that it hadn't felt for countless years boring down on its neck. It wasn't just the Darkness Eagle itself, but the outer court disciples and even the inner court disciples who were sitting on its back that could also feel this sensation. At the same time, the look inside Shenlong's eyes turned serious as he prepared to summon Little Black from the Stone of Time, to take him, along with Lim Mei and the rest, away from this place. Shenlong could feel that the aura coming from this attack was so much stronger than the Darkness Eagle's, that it had probably even exceeded the standard of a middle rank 7 magic beast and had most likely reached the peak of rank 7, if not even the early rank 8. This meant that this attack was equivalent to the full-powered blow of either a peak stage Dao Emperor, or even a sovereign realm experts. Even the pendant that Lin Mei had received from Elder Xuan most likely wouldn't be enough to protect her from such an attack at that moment. However, the Grand Elder's body suddenly disappeared from Shenlong's side, appearing right behind the Darkness Eagle, and in front of the gigantic wind blade. Get lost! The Grand Elder roared angrily, as he took out a small, wooden-like shield from his spatial ring and raised it in front of him. The Grand Elder's shield looked old and damaged, but at that moment, the countless runes and patterns on the shield's surface lit up one after the other, before the terrifying aura of a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor erupted from the Grand Elder's body and entered the shield. The wooden shield immediately expanded, covering an area of more than 100 meters that made it look like it could easily block the enormous wind blade. Indeed, although the Grand Elder was pushed back for a few dozen steps, he had actually managed to block the 100-meter-long wind blade. And yet, just as the disciples and the few inner court elders on the Darkness Eagle's back were about to rejoice, expressions of terror covered their faces. In the next moment, another wind blade that was similar to the first one appeared from the depths of the forest, heading towards the Darkness Eagle as well. By now, the Darkness Eagle had already managed to cross a distance of more than 1,000 miles and was close to the forest's exit. But it still wouldn't make it in time if it wanted to leave the forest. The Grand Elder's face turned extremely serious, as he raised his shield with a grave expression and moved forward to block the second wind blade. Although this shield in the Grand Elder's hands looked old and half-broken, it was actually the Grand Elder's strongest weapon. A 2-star shield. 2-star weapons could only be made by formation masters whose cultivation had reached the sovereign realm, and their might was simply incomparable to 1-star weapons. Infusing his chi inside his shield for the second time, the Grand Elder roared once again. As his shield collided with the gigantic wind blade, expressions of horror appeared on the faces of the disciples and even the inner court elders who were sitting on the Darkness Eagle's back when they saw the following scene. The projection of the Grand Elder's shield instantly shattered, as the Grand Elder was sent flying backward like a meteor. Before the wind blade kept heading towards the Darkness Eagle, Shenlong saw that the eagle barely had enough time to turn its body to the side slightly, before the wind blade landed on its back, causing a fountain of blood to spurt through the air. As the enormous trees below it were dyed a bright crimson color, the Darkness Eagle let out a painful screech as it tried to keep itself in the sky and fly forward, while a huge gash could be seen on its back near its left wing. The wound was actually so deep that even the eagle's bones could be seen clearly, and if the eagle hadn't moved to the side in the final moment, its heart would also have been slashed by the wind blade. However, the eagle knew that if it stopped even for a moment, the monster inside this forest would send out another wind blade. And the eagle definitely wouldn't be able to survive a second attack. The darkness eagle's intelligence wasn't any lower than that of a human's. It already knew that the only reason it had managed to survive the first wind blade was thanks to the Grand Elder's shield that had blocked more than 90% of the power behind the attack. And yet, that weakened wind blade had still been enough to pierce through the eagle's defenses. Even after it had activated its natural ability that it had raised its defense to the level of a middle rank 7 magic beast. Indeed, there wasn't enough time for the entity inside the forest to send out another attack. Before the darkness eagle flew past the forest's entrance at full speed. It was only then that the inner court elders and the disciples on the eagle's back finally heaved out a sigh of relief. A few moments later, the Grand Elder's figure could be seen flying out of the forest as well. As it appeared on the darkness eagle's back as well. The Grand Elder sat right next to Shenlong. And although there weren't any wounds on his body, from his pale face one could easily guess that blocking those 2 wind blades wasn't easy even for someone like him. If he didn't have his wooden shield, the Grand Elder wasn't confident in blocking even a single one of those wind blades. Despite the fact that he was a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor. From this, one could guess how terrifying the strength of the entity inside that forest really was. Turning around, the Grand Elder took a look at the forest behind him that was turning smaller and smaller in his eyes. Before he said in a complaining and vet-relieved tone, "We were really unlucky this time. I was hoping we would have teleported closer to the Northern Sovereign's city. But we ended up in the Wind Dragon's forest instead." As he finished speaking, the Grand Elder took a look at the old wooden shield in his hand, before he stored it back inside his spatial ring. Although the projection of the shield had shattered after taking on the second wind blade, the wooden shield itself wasn't damaged in the slightest by the attack. It was only its projection that was created by the Grand Elder's own chi that had been shattered from that second wind blade. "Wind Dragon?" Shenlong asked in surprise as he looked at the Grand Elder. Shenlong had clearly noticed the fear inside the Grand Elder's eyes as he looked at that forest. But his mind instantly focused on the words Wind Dragon. Nodding seriously, the Grand Elder kept staring at the forest in the distance before he explained in a serious voice, "Indeed. Inside that forest is a wind dragon. No, it is more accurate to say that it's not really a true dragon but a windworm instead. However, even though it's not a true dragon, its strength is too terrifying, and has reached the peak of rank 7 long ago. Although it's just a peak rank 7 magic beast, there are extremely few magic beasts who can fight against it on the same level. As for Dao Emperors, even a peak Dao Emperor won't be able to take more than few blows from that windworm without a star rank weapon." The Grand Elder's voice was solemn as he explained this, while Shenlong nodded his head in understanding. If there was a true dragon in the central region, most likely every peak power in this region would have done its best to hunt it down. Dragons were exalted magic beasts. But even in the immortal dimension, only those dragons who came from the dragon realm or those who were protected by members of their senior generation would dare to stroll freely around the world. Those few dragons who happened to be born without any protection, like Little Black, would either be hunted down and be enslaved, or they would be killed for their precious body parts. As for those dragon subspecies like a windworm, Shenlong knew that although they were considered to be rare magic beasts as well, their strength or the preciousness of their bodies were nowhere close to that of a real dragon's. Of course, that was only when the worms were compared to actual legendary rank magic beasts like real dragons. In reality, even by Luxian's peak rank 7 Hellfire Crow would only be at the same level as a windworm at the same time. Shenlong also understood why the Grand Elder seemed to have struggled so hard. That he was only able to take on 2 attacks from the windworm. No matter how thin the worm's bloodline was, it still contained small hints of the bloodline of a real dragon. Most likely, this windworm that was already at the peak of rank 7 had enough strength to fight off even an early rank 1 sovereign realm expert. The Grand Elder then took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his spatial ring. Before he tossed a handful of pills inside the Darkness Eagle's mouth, although these pills weren't enough to fully heal the Darkness Eagle's injuries, they were still enough to stop its bleeding and allow the eagle to keep flying forward. A moment later, As Shenlong kept staring at the huge forest behind him that had turned into a small dot that had almost disappeared into the distance. Little Black's calm voice sounded inside his mind. Master, the beast core of the windworm is probably the only thing that can allow that panther to reach the rank 7. Shenlong was stunned for a second, before he nodded his head calmly a moment later. At the same thought had appeared in his mind as Little Black's when the Grand Elder said that a windworm was living inside that forest. Shenlong knew that to the current Little Black, the beast core of a peak rank 7 magic beast was useless. Even if it was the beast core of a peak rank 7 windworm, the difference was practically non-existent. However, to Little Silver, this was probably its only chance if it wanted to reach the rank 7 in its life. Reaching the early rank 6 was already the limit of what a silver-winged panther king could normally reach. Even though the current Little Silver was a peak rank 6 magic beast and had already surpassed its normal limits, reaching the rank 7 was going to be nearly impossible. After all, what Little Silver needed to break through even further was the beast core of a powerful rank 7 magic beast of the wind element with a powerful bloodline. The beast cores of most other magic beasts, even those of most peak rank 7 magic beasts, wouldn't be enough to allow Little Silver to break through to the rank 7. Only the beast cores from magic beasts that had the potential to reach the early rank 8 or above, like the windworm, could possibly allow Little Silver to reach the rank 7 in its life. After all, the ancestor of the windworm was most likely a wind dragon, allowing the windworm to have some of the bloodline of the wind dragons inside it. Even if its bloodline was extremely thin, the windworm could reach at least the early rank 8 in the future. However, even if Shenlong wanted to obtain the windworm's beast core right now, he knew that it was nothing more than a fool's dream. The windworm had already reached the peak of rank 7 and had even managed to send the Grand Elder flying with just 2 attacks. Unless Little Black broke through to the peak of rank 7, there was no way to deal with a magic beast that was even stronger than peak Dao Emperors and had the strength of an early rank 1 sovereign realm expert. Shenlong decided to put the matter of the windworm's beast core to the back of his mind for now, and wait until Little Black reached the peak of rank 7 as well. By then, killing a peak rank 7 magic beast would be extremely easy. The Darkness Eagle continued to fly forward, covering a large amount of distance with every flap of its wings. And finally, 3 hours later, the outline of an enormous city could be seen in the distance. The Grand Elder smiled lightly as he looked at the huge city ahead of them, before he turned to look at Shenlong and said calmly, "This is the Northern Sovereign's city, the biggest and most influential city in the north of the central region. This city can be said to be the true cornerstone of the northern region, and is the place where the Northern Sovereign usually lives as well. Originally, this is where the teleportation formation was supposed to take us. But unfortunately, the location where we appear will always change every time we use the formation. Thankfully, that location will never be more than 100.000 miles away from the city. Unfortunately, this time we landed in the midst of the Dragon Wind's forest." At that moment, everyone understood why their situation ended up being so dire after using the teleportation formation. No wonder they appeared inside the Dragon Wind's forest. So the place where they were teleported to was up to luck. Looking at the Grand Elder, Wai Longshan asked curiously, "Senior, who is the Northern Sovereign?" Everyone had the same question in their minds as they had never heard anything about the Northern Sovereign's city before. Lu Mei and the others looked at the Grand Elder as well. The Northern Sovereign. She is the strongest person in the entire northern part of the central region. In reality, the central region itself is simply too enormous, and is actually split into 5 parts. The northern part, the eastern part, the southern part, the western part, and finally, the central part. Those 5 parts together make the whole of the central region. The powers living in the center of the central region are usually the strongest powers in the entire region. Ancient and powerful clans like the Bai clan also have their base in the central part of the central region. As for the other 4 parts, among all the powers in the northern part of the central region, for example, the strongest power would definitely be the Northern Sovereign's city. The Northern Sovereign's city is also the city that's closest to the King's Palace. As the Grand Elder finished speaking, the Darkness Eagle changed its course slightly, flying towards the south of the Northern Sovereign's city. Shenlong stared at the outline of the enormous city in the distance with a somewhat curious look. He was indeed interested in taking a look at this northern sovereign's city where countless experts would most likely gather there. But the opening of the king's palace was the most important thing right now. Indeed, the Grand Elder didn't look like he had any intention to stop at the northern sovereign's city. As the Darkness Eagle kept flying forward, an entire day had passed as Shenlong's group traveled on the Darkness Eagle's back. Before everyone's eyes seemed to have lit up simultaneously, Shenlong and the rest didn't need the Grand Elder to tell them that they had arrived in their destination. As everyone stared at the unique scene ahead with wide-open eyes, everyone could feel their heartbeats that had started to rise uncontrollably. As their gazes all landed on the pitch-black thunderclouds that had blotted out the sky in the distance in front of them. Purple sparks of lightning were crackling around the black thunderclouds, while thousands of lightning bolts seemed to be descending from the sky every few seconds, all of them landing on the dilapidated black palace below them that seemed on the verge of collapse. The black thunderclouds had blotted out the sky as they covered a distance of more than 1,000 miles around the black palace. The unending thunderstorm. And yet, despite being struck by the purple bolts of lightning over and over again, the half-destroyed black palace still stood tall in the midst of it. Was a bizarre sight that Shenlong and the rest had never seen before. The lightning didn't seem to let up for even a moment, looking as if it was determined to destroy the palace. The Darkness Eagle hesitated for a moment, but it still moved forward as it flew towards the black palace soon after. Of course, that was mostly because the purple lightning seemed to be concentrated towards the depths of the palace. Otherwise, the eagle wouldn't dare approach this region even if it was a peak rank 7 magic beast. The Grand Elder sighed as he looked at the black palace ahead of them. Before he said in a low voice, "It looks like it will still take a few more days until the lightning around the entrance of the king's palace fully weakens. The other powers should have already arrived by now, while we are probably among the last ones to get here." The Darkness Eagle seemed to have received an order from the Grand Elder as it suddenly increased its speed, entering the region of the black thunderclouds without any hesitation. Shenlong and the others could see the terrifying purple lightning bolts that descended from the sky as they landed on the ground around them. Each lightning bolt was thicker than an adult human's thigh, while their destructive power had left the ground charred. And yet, none of those lightning bolts managed to hit the Darkness Eagle, as the gigantic eagle agilely avoided them all and kept flying towards the king's palace. Less than a minute had passed before the eagle had already crossed the distance, and had arrived just 300 meters away from the Black Palace's entrance. However, as it reached this area, the Darkness Eagle abruptly stopped, as it didn't dare to move forward any longer, although the distance between the Holy Sects group and the Black Palace was just 300 meters. These 300 meters couldn't even be passed by peak rank 7 magic beasts, let alone the Darkness Eagle. The purple lightning bolts that were raining down from the sky had completely sealed off the area around the king's palace. Grand Elder, it looks like the lightning bolts here have yet to weaken. This is probably the deepest part that anyone can reach right now. The white-robed old woman, Elder Mao Jing, looked at the Grand Elder and said in a solemn voice. The Grand Elder nodded his head seriously as he stared at the area in front of him for a few moments. But just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, as he quickly narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze towards the west. The figure of an old man dressed in black clothes could be seen streaking through the sky, as he headed towards the Holy Sects group at an unbelievable speed. It was obvious that this old man's speed had far exceeded the speed of the Darkness Eagle, and was more than just a single level above it. Even when the Darkness Eagle had used its innate technique to escape from the Windworm's attacks earlier, its speed was many times lower than this old man's. In the next moment, everyone from the Holy Sects group could clearly see the figure of the black-robed old man standing in the sky above them. As he stopped just a few meters away from the Darkness Eagle, it was a bald old man whose height had exceeded 2 meters, 6.5 feet, and was even taller than the Grand Elder himself. This black-robed old man who had no hair on his head stood in the sky and examined the Holy Sects group calmly. Everyone could sense a terrifying aura coming from this person's body that made even the Darkness Eagle unwilling to fight him. The old man's eyes scanned the Holy Sects group, and a moment later, his gaze landed on the Grand Elder before a stunned look appeared on his face. The old man suddenly laughed as he looked at the Grand Elder, before he called out in a voice full of joy, "Ha ha ha! Kang Wen? It's really you? You old fart. You finally decided to come out from your seclusion. The Grand Elder looked at the black-robed old man in front of him, and his expression finally relaxed as he nodded his head and said, Hansu, I haven't seen you in a while. It seems that you have managed to reach the peak of the Tao Emperor realm as well in these past 20,000 years. The black-robed old man named Hansu smiled and nodded his head proudly as he said, indeed. Among the Tao Emperors in the northern part of the central region, I can now claim to be among the top 5 in terms of strength. Shenlong and the rest of the outer court disciples and even the inner court disciples had no idea who the person in front of them was. But the inner court elder of the holy sect who was sitting on the darkness eagle's back all recognized this black-robed old man and stood up to pay their respects. After all, this old man in front of them was even stronger than their head elder, Sun Wen, and was now at the same level as the Grand Elder. Looking at Hansu, the Grand Elder asked curiously, Hansu, what are you doing here? Shaking his head, Hansu looked at the Grand Elder and said calmly, haha. I sensed the aura of an early rank 7 magic beast approaching. So I came here to check which sect had arrived. Hansu then pointed towards the direction he had just come from and continued, Kang Wen, the Northern Sovereign, and the other seniors all waiting over there. It's probably best if you go and greet them as well. After all, we will all enter the king's palace together and there are many seniors present here this time. The Grand Elder thought seriously for a moment, before he nodded his head and said, all right. Hansu, you lead the way? Hansu's lips twitched slightly, but he still nodded his head, as he led the way for the Grand Elder's group. While the Darkness Eagle followed behind him, although Hansu believed himself to be one of the top 5 Tao Emperors in the northern part of the central region, he still had a lot of respect for the Grand Elder. After all, the Grand Elder of the Holy Sect had made his name in the central region thousands of years ago, and was considered to be among the top 3 Tao Emperors in the northern part of the central region. A few moments later, Hansu had led the Grand Elder's group to an area around 500 meters away from the entrance of the Black Palace. After they arrived here, a huge group of people dressed in different clothes appeared in Shenlong's and the rest's eyes, as most of them were either sitting on the ground, cultivating with their eyes closed, or they were talking to each other. Of course, although this seemed to be one large group of more than 3,000 people, in reality, the people in this place were split into many different groups as well. It was just like how the members of the Holy Sect sitting on the Darkness Eagle's back were considered to be one group. But they were also split into outer court disciples, inner court disciples, and the inner court elders. Even the outer court and the inner court disciples of the Holy Sect were split into their own groups. Let alone this group of people that all came from different sects and powers throughout the central region. Kang Wen, Senior Northern Sovereign, and the others are all here. Come with me, Hansu said as he turned around and looked at the Grand Elder. Before he pointed his hand towards a certain group of people far ahead, it was a large group of more than 10 people that no one dared to approach carelessly. Nodding his head, the Grand Elder first had the Darkness Eagle land on the ground in a large, empty space on the ground, before he turned around and looked at the outer court and the inner court disciples on the eagle's back and said seriously, you are free to do whatever you want for the next few days. But remember to avoid offending others for no reason. This isn't our Holy Sect's territory any longer, although our Holy Sect isn't afraid of trouble. There are many people who come to the King's Palace, not just from the northern part of the central region, but from the powerful forces throughout the entire central region as well. The outer court and the inner court disciples nodded their heads seriously as they got down from the Darkness Eagle's back. And most of them sat on the ground to cultivate. The Grand Elder then threw one look at Shenlong and said smilingly, brat, don't create too much trouble while I'm gone. I will come find you in a while and tell you a few more things that you need to know about the King's Palace. Wait for me to go and greet Senior Northern Sovereign first. As he finished speaking, the Grand Elder looked at Hansu and said, Hansu, let's go. Hansu was surprised as he looked at the Grand Elder, before a deep look appeared in his eyes as he stared at Shenlong curiously. Is this kid Kang Wen's personal disciple? I should pay more attention to him then. As this thought appeared in his mind, Hansu took one last look at Shenlong, before he nodded his head and turned around. As he led the Grand Elder towards a certain group in the distance, Shenlong Lu Mei, and the rest stared at their surroundings curiously as they got down from the Darkness Eagle's back. Before Xingyi looked at Shan Long and asked curiously a moment later, Brother Long, where should we go? Shan Long smiled as he looked at Xingyi and the others and said, let's enjoy ourselves a bit until the king's palace opens. Shan Long didn't pay any attention to the elders or the disciples of the holy sect around him, as he led Lu Mei and the others towards an empty spot not far away from the Darkness Eagle. Waving his hand, 5 small meditative cushions appeared in front of him, along with 5 small wooden jugs of wine. Lu Mei, Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan all sat down on the meditative cushions around Shan Long and took a jar of wine each, without any hesitation. After spending nearly 2 years within the holy sect's territory, Jiang Chen and the rest all knew by now that Shan Long's wine was indeed the best wine in the entire holy sect. Thus, every time they had a chance to drink together, they would always be looking forward to drink Shan Long's wine. In reality, nobody knew that to create a single barrel of wine, Shan Long needed to use dozens of rank 6, as well as more than 100 rank 5 and rank 4 medicinal herbs and blend them together. Before he left the wine inside his herb garden for more than 500 years, every single medicinal herb had been blended together seamlessly, drawing out their most fragrant and potent qualities. Of course, neither of those conditions were hard for Shan Long, but it would be impossible for anyone else to replicate this. Even if someone knew the medicinal herbs required to make this wine, it would still be impossible to create it unless their level of understanding in alchemy had exceeded Shan Long's own indeed. As soon as the lids from the 5 wooden jars were removed, an intoxicating fragrance spread out from the jars, assaulting Lu Mei's and the others' senses. At the same time that Shan Long and the rest started to drink, the Darkness Eagle that was sitting on the ground with its eyes closed seemed to have sensed something. As it turned its attention towards Shan Long's group, normal eagles had an almost non-existent sense of smell. But how could the senses of an early rank 7 Darkness Eagle be compared to that of normal animals? The eagle stood up and started to walk towards Shan Long's group a moment later, attracting the attention of the inner court elders and the disciples who were sitting a few meters away from it. What is the Darkness Eagle doing? It looks like it's heading towards Shan Long's group. Could it be that the Grand Elder sent an order to it? The eagle arrived in front of Shan Long and the others in the blink of an eye, and stared at the wine jars in their hands as if it was looking at a treasure that it had never seen before. Its eyes glimmered for a few seconds before it turned its gaze towards Shan Long. And surprisingly, the early rank 7 magic beast suddenly let out a pleading whimper. Lu Mei, Xingyi, Bai Longshan, and Jiang Chen were all surprised when they saw this scene. An early rank 7 magic beast was pleading right in front of them. Magic beasts were famed for their cruel and bloodthirsty natures. So how could the Darkness Eagle act like a puppy in front of them? However, although Lu Mei and the others were all surprised, the inner court elders felt as if an explosion was taking place inside their minds at that moment. They knew that the Grand Elder's Darkness Eagle was an extremely arrogant magic beast that didn't even look at early-stage Dao Emperors as its equals. It didn't even respect middle-stage Dao Emperors whence it could escape from them at any time using its innate technique. If it wasn't because of the Grand Elder, a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor, taming it, the Darkness Eagle wouldn't have even allowed the elders of the holy sect to sit on its back while they traveled. And yet, this very same Darkness Eagle was pleading an outer court disciple for the wine in his hands. At the same time, inside the Stone of Time, Little Black opened his bright blue eyes and stared at the eagle with a cold look of displeasure. If the eagle could see the look inside the eyes of the black dragon, it would be unknown if it would have collapsed on the ground trembling in fear, or if it would have directly lost consciousness. Nodding his head, Shan Long patted the eagle's beak and said with a calm look, "All right. Consider it as thanks for letting us travel on your back then." Another jar of wine appeared in Shan Long's hands in the next moment. Before Shan Long placed it in front of the gigantic eagle, the eagle immediately lowered its head and stretched out its tongue, allowing it to bathe inside the jar and taste the bright red wine inside, before letting out a cry of pleasure. This time, it wasn't just the elders and the disciples of the holy sect who were startled by this, but even some of the surrounding powers not far away from the holy sect once they heard the excited cry of an early rank 7 magic beast. At the same time, The old man who was second in seniority from the inner court elders present opened his eyes and looked at the Darkness Eagle. Before he asked in a low voice, "Is that kid's wine really that good? Even the holy city's best wine? The 100 herbs wine isn't that alluring to magic beasts of the 5th rank, let alone rank 7 magic beasts." While the inner court elders and the outer court disciples who had yet to smell this fragrance had started to question what was going on with the Darkness Eagle. Xingyi's master. Elder Mao Jing let out a regretful sigh in her heart as she looked at Shunlong. Indeed, he had more of that wine. And not only was he drinking it along with Xingyi and the others, but he even gave a jar to the Grand Elder's magic beast. Elder Mao Jing had smelled the fragrance of this wine before, from that wooden barrel that Shunlong had given to the Grand Elder as a gift when they were all back in her room inside the refinement hall. And just the fragrance of the wine alone had even made a peak rank 6 Dao Emperor like her swallow her saliva. Mao Jing wanted to desperately taste that wine. But after taking a single sip from the barrel, the Grand Elder had refused to give her even a single drop. Of course, Mao Jing knew that she could ask for a jar of wine from Shunlong, but she didn't have the face to do that. She knew that Shunlong most likely hated her after how she had treated him that day in her room. And it wouldn't be surprising if he refused to give her even a single jar. A few hours had passed, and Shunlong and the rest had emptied more than a couple jars of wine as they waited for the king's palace to open. During these past few hours, a few of the inner court elders wanted to approach Shunlong and ask for a jar of wine. But the murderous look they received from the Darkness Eagle gave those elders second thoughts. The truth was that the holy sect had more than 20 inner court elders, which meant at least 20 Dao emperors. However, from the elders who had tagged along this time, aside from the Grand Elder, the strongest one of them was Mao Jing, while the other powerful elders like the head elder, Sun Wen, or Lu Mei's master Xuan Zhao, as well as Jiang Chen's and Bai Longshan's masters, they had all stayed back in the holy sect since the Grand Elder was going to leave the holy sect to visit the king's palace. The rest of the powerful elders needed to be present in case anything important happened back in the sect. Thus, from the elders who had come to the king's palace with the Grand Elder this time, most of them were just early-stage Dao emperors, and they were actually afraid of an early rank 7 magic beast like the Grand Elder's Darkness Eagle, although the eagle wouldn't really kill any of them since it was the Grand Elder's magic beast. None of them wanted to risk losing face by irritating it and getting beat up in front of everyone else present. At the same time, in these past few hours, a few lightning bolts had also landed in this safe area, causing the inner court elders of the holy sect to take action quite a few times, saving the outer court and the inner court disciples by dragging them away from the area where the lightning was about to strike. Only the inner court elders were fast enough to react and protect anyone from those purple lightning bolts, even those blue-robed inner court disciples of the holy sect who had reached the peak of the Dao King realm would have probably died if it wasn't for the inner court elders saving them just in time. Thankfully, none of the lightning bolts landed near Shunlong's group, allowing them to keep enjoying the wine in the midst of the never-stopping flashes of purple lightning around them. Of course, if a bolt of lightning really threatened Shunlong's group, the Darkness Eagle would be more than enough to protect them. Fully, just as night was about to fall, the Grand Elder's figure could be seen flying from the distance, as he headed towards Shunlong's group with a proud smile plastered on his face. Surprisingly, next to the Grand Elder, the figure of an extremely beautiful woman in silver robes could also be seen, as she calmly flew towards Shunlong's direction as well. A moment later, the Grand Elder and the silver-robed woman had already appeared in the sky above Shunlong's group. Before the Grand Elder looked at Shunlong and laughed loudly, as he said with a smile on his face, "You little brats. It seems that you were enjoying yourselves while this old man was gone." The Grand Elder had caught a whiff of the wine's scent coming from the wooden jars as soon as he arrived, and immediately understood that this was the same wine that he had gotten from Shunlong as well. Although the Grand Elder was joking when he spoke just now, he truly felt a little bit of envy in his heart towards Jiang Chen and the others, for being able to enjoy the wine like that. After tasting Shunlong's wine that night inside the refinement hall, the Grand Elder couldn't bear to drink the rest of it, despite having an entire barrel of it. After all, to an expert like the Grand Elder who could enter seclusion for a few thousand years in one go, A single barrel of wine wasn't going to be enough to last him even for 1,000 years. Even if he drank it sparingly. However, before the Grand Elder could speak again, the silver-robed woman by his side took a look at the group of 5 outer disciples in front of her. Her gaze eventually landing on Shenlong. As she then asked, curiously, Kang Wen, is this the genius of your holy sect who has comprehended 2 supreme Daos? The stunning silver-robed woman had naturally noticed the changes in the Grand Elder's expression when he had spoken just now. She could easily notice that although the Grand Elder seemed to be speaking to the entire group of 5 in front of him, his eyes would always end up focusing on the short-haired young man in the middle at the very end. The Grand Elder was quickly brought back to his senses once he heard the silver-robed woman's voice. As he looked at her and nodded his head seriously, before he answered in a somewhat proud voice, Senior Northern Sovereign is right. This kid is the biggest genius that my holy sect has seen in the last 100,000 years. In terms of potential, I am certain that even Chen Kang can't compare with him. Oh! The Northern Sovereign exclaimed in surprise as she looked at Shenlong with a renewed look of curiosity. Although she didn't know much about the disciples of the holy sect, the Northern Sovereign knew of Chen Kang's name. After all, Chen Kang wasn't a nobody, but an extreme genius who had already reached the Dao Emperor realm a while ago. Within the northern part of the central region, Chen Kang had already made a name for himself. And he was even rumored to have inherited an immortal-grade cultivation technique that suited him greatly. Although others weren't clear whether that was just a rumor or not, the Northern Sovereign knew that it was the truth. Many Dao Emperors and even some Sovereign Realm experts from the northern part of the central region also believed that with an immortal-grade cultivation technique in the Supreme Dao he had comprehended, as long as he didn't perish, Chen Kang would definitely become one of the strongest Sovereign Realm experts in the northern part of the central region in the future. Perhaps he could become even stronger than the sect master of the holy sect himself. Even the greatest genius of the Yang clan, Yang Hui, who was ranked first in the martial roll of honor, took Chen Kang to be his only opponent within the holy sect. In Yang Hui's eyes, only someone like Chen Kang would be strong enough to fight him in the future. Unfortunately, Yang Hui didn't have a chance to spar with this greatest genius of the holy sect just yet. Since Chen Kang was already a core disciple whose status was even higher than that of most inner court elders. Naturally, Yang Hui, who was just an outer court disciple, couldn't compare with him. Besides, Yang Hui himself was just an early rank 4 Dao King. However, Yang Hui believed that after obtaining an immortal-grade cultivation technique from Bailuxian, things would be completely different after breaking through to the Dao Emperor realm himself. Yang Hui was confident that even Chen Kang wouldn't be strong enough to defeat him. The Northern Sovereign already had a general idea of the geniuses in the holy sect, which was why her interest was so piqued after hearing the Grand Elder compare Shenlong to Chen Kang. In reality, the holy sect could only be considered a medium-sized sect within the northern part of the central region. And it wasn't a power that would normally warrant the attention of a powerful figure such as the Northern Sovereigns. However, the Northern Sovereign had known the Grand Elder for more than 100,000 years, which was why she was familiar with the inner workings of the sect. After hearing that a genius who had comprehended 2 supreme Daos had appeared in the holy sect, the Northern Sovereign had decided to come and take a look personally. Shenlong and the rest were also surprised when they heard that the silver-robed woman next to the Grand Elder was actually the Northern Sovereign. They had all heard from the Grand Elder about the Northern Sovereign and understood that this beautiful silver-robed woman in front of them was truly considered to be the overlord of the northern part of the central region. Of course, Shenlong wasn't surprised that the Grand Elder admitted so readily that Shenlong had comprehended 2 supreme Daos. Shenlong was already prepared for it. After revealing his Dao of Time in the martial roll of honor tournament, he knew that sooner or later, people would find out about him. And something like that was effortless for a figure like the Northern Sovereign. The Northern Sovereign had a profound look in her eyes as she looked at Shenlong, Lu Mei, and the rest, as she suddenly said a moment later, I heard from Kang Wen that you are planning to enter the City of Immortals after breaking through to the Dao King realm. Shenlong looked at the Northern Sovereign and nodded his head calmly, before he cupped his hands and answered, Senior is right. We are indeed planning to enter the City of Immortals after we finish our breakthroughs. At that moment, the Northern Sovereign took a step forward and appeared in front of Shenlong so fast that it looked like she was even faster than Shenlong's blink. Before she said in an extremely grave voice, "Talented. You will even have a chance to become a Tao Emperor without too much trouble. Forget about the City of Immortals. Stay inside your holy sect and cultivate for a few thousand years. By then? As long as you are sufficiently, I can guarantee you that. If you enter the City of Immortals before reaching at least the late stages of the Tao King realm, it won't matter if you have comprehended two Supreme Deos or not. You will definitely die before even reaching the immortal trials." The Northern Sovereign's words made everyone around her descend into silence. Senior the Grand Elder looked at the Northern Sovereign with a somewhat troubled gaze. But the Northern Sovereign simply waved her hand and said dismissingly, "I won't say anything more. Whether these kids really want to enter the City of Immortals or not is up to them. I will naturally not hinder them if they want to die. This was merely a warning due to my relationship with your holy sect. What you choose to do from now on is none of my business. However, Kang Wen, you should also have a certain degree of understanding over the dangers inside that place. Anyone below the late stage Tao King realm is simply an ant there. While only peak stage Tao Kings will have a chance of surviving in the depths of the City of Immortals." The Grand Elder nodded his head solemnly without speaking. Just like the Northern Sovereign had just said. The Grand Elder indeed knew a few things about the dangers inside the City of Immortals. However, he wasn't planning on saying anything to Shenlong and the others about it. Before they finished their breakthroughs to reach the Tao King realm besides. The Grand Elder himself was also a bit scared in his heart whether Shenlong could really succeed in his breakthrough. Having comprehended two Supreme Deos was indeed enough to allow Shenlong to be called a monster. But the Grand Elder knew that the heavens were always fair. The higher one's talent was, the harsher the heavens would be on them. Every single one of those monsters who had appeared throughout the central region, and had comprehended two Supreme Deos in the past, were said to have faced terrifying heavenly tribulations. The Grand Elder only knew of a single genius who had comprehended two Supreme Deos, and had survived his heavenly tribulation. Whether Shenlong could really achieve the same feat was actually uncertain. The Northern Sovereign threw one last look at Shenlong and the others, before she waved her hand and said, "I have other matters to attend, so I will leave you to it. Kang Wen? I will see you inside the King's palace." The Northern Sovereign's silver robes fluttered with the wind. And without another word, her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot she was standing on. Almost as if she had never been there in the first place. After a few moments of silence, the Grand Elder finally regained his senses. As he stared at the Northern Sovereign's figure that had already disappeared and said in a low voice, "Perhaps she is right. Perhaps the City of Immortals is indeed too dangerous." Shaking his head, the Grand Elder turned his eyes towards Shenlong and the rest. And his expression quickly returned to normal as he said to himself, "It doesn't matter. Let's focus on the King's palace for now. The matters of the City of Immortals will come later. Although it is a good opportunity, it is not worth dying for it." Waving his hand, the Grand Elder then took out a small meditative cushion from his spatial ring and said on it, before he said to Shenlong and the rest, "You brats, sit down. I will explain to you how the King's palace works." After Shenlong and the others all sat down on their meditative cushions, the Grand Elder took a deep breath and said, "Just like I told you the last time. The King's palace is a miraculous place that allows one to sense the existence of the Deos even clearer compared to the outside world. Forget about nascent soul stage cultivators like you. Even Tao Kings and Tao Emperors, and even Sovereign Realm experts can benefit after training inside this place. Once you enter the palace, you will immediately be able to sense the existence of the countless Deos around you. Additionally, the deeper inside the palace you manage to get, you will be able to sense the existence of the Deos around you even more clearly than before. However, no matter what you do, don't get too close to the depths of the King's palace. The closer you get to the core of the palace, the more concentrated the purple lightning bolts will become in that place. It's not uncommon for even Tao Emperors to die after being struck by those lightning bolts, and have their souls disperse. Additionally, there is one more important thing that you have to take note of. This time, a few powerful geniuses from the central part of the central region will also enter the King's palace. Along with everyone else among them is a certain young lady, whose status even exceeds that of the Northern Sovereigns in the past few hours. I saw that even the Northern Sovereign herself was acting respectful to that young woman, and didn't want to displease her after asking Senior Northern Sovereign. She told me that that young lady is the personal disciple of an old monster who has exceeded the sovereign realm, and is only a step away from becoming a true immortal. That person is a true expert who stands at the peak of the Central Region, and the cultivation world. Even the Northern Sovereign is wary of that senior and doesn't want to offend his personal disciples. No matter what you do, you must not offend that young lady or even I will be unable to protect you. The look inside the Grand Elder's eyes was extremely grave as he said the last sentence, almost as if he was cautioning and pleading Shenlong at the same time. After a few moments of silence, Shenlong cupped his hands and bowed slightly towards the Grand Elder, as he said in a sincere voice, "Thank you, Senior." No matter what, Shenlong had an extremely favorable impression of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder had done everything he could to keep Shenlong and the rest safe. Nodding his head, the Grand Elder didn't say anything else, as he sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed, as he waited next to Shenlong and the rest for the king's palace to open finally. 5 days later, the lightning around the palace's entrance seemed to have thinned out so much that the king's palace could finally be seen clearly as the bolts of purple lightning around the entrance of the king's palace disappeared. The figure of a beautiful woman dressed in silver robes appeared in the sky above everyone else. Before the Northern Sovereign's cold voice entered everyone's ears in the next moment, the king's palace is now open. Since all of you are already familiar with the rules, I won't explain anything this time. Remember that you only have 1 year to stay inside the palace. Let's go. The surrounding experts from the many powers throughout the Central Region all nodded gravely when they heard the Northern Sovereign's warning. They all knew that a year after the opening of the king's palace, they had to leave the palace whether they were in the middle of a breakthrough or not, or their lives would be in danger. The lightning around the king's palace would definitely reach its peak state a year after the opening of the palace. And by then, even experts who were just a step away from becoming true immortals could lose their lives if they forcefully stayed inside the palace instead of leaving. Even the Northern Sovereign, who was a peak-level sovereign realm expert, didn't have any confidence in surviving these bolts of purple lightning. Shenlong and the rest of the disciples of the Holy Sect had already heard about this matter from the Grand Elder, and knew that they could only spend a year inside the king's palace. As soon as she finished speaking, the Northern Sovereign threw one last look at the experts below her, before her figure shot towards the entrance of the king's palace at an astonishing speed. However, to the experts below her, it was clear that this wasn't the Northern Sovereign's full speed, as she was still wary of the random lightning bolts that would descend from the sky every now and then and strike the area around the palace. Although the king's palace would no longer be considered a sealed region for the next 1 year that would follow, the danger of the purple lightning bolts wasn't any lower than before and was still enough to instantly kill even sovereign realm experts, forcing even the Northern Sovereign to tread carefully. After all, it was only because of the lowered intensity of the purple lightning bolts that the many powers throughout the Central Region dared to step foot inside the king's palace and even bring their disciples and descendants along with them. The Grand Elder turned to look at the outer court and the inner court disciples of the Holy Sect behind him, before he said in a serious and somewhat solemn tone, "The elders will protect you all until we enter the king's palace. But after that, you will have to rely on yourselves. If your luck isn't good enough and you end up being struck by the purple bolts of lightning, you can only blame yourselves." The outer court and the inner court disciples all nodded gravely in response, while a serious look had appeared on Shenlong's face as he looked at the Grand Elder. Everyone understood that the inner court elders wouldn't stay by their sides to protect them after they entered the king's palace. If someone was unlucky enough to get struck by one of the purple lightning bolts, then that person would surely die without question. Even the inner court disciples who were already at the peak of the Tao King realm weren't exceptions to this rule, since they wouldn't be able to react in time and protect themselves. Only Tao Emperor realm experts like the inner court elders could possibly save them from those purple lightning bolts. However, the inner court elders needed to comprehend their own chaos as well after entering the king's palace. How could they find the time to babysit these outer court and inner court disciples? After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder suddenly threw a glance at Shenlong, who was standing next to him, before he continued, "There are no specific rules that you need to follow after entering the king's palace. Whether you want to stay in the outer region or try to approach the inner region, it is up to you. Of course, The deeper inside the palace you head, the better you will be able to sense the existence of the Deos around you. There is only one thing that you need to take note of after entering that place, no matter what. Don't try to reach the core region of the palace. Shenlong and the rest, as well as the other outer court disciples around them, were all stunned when they heard the Grand Elder's solemn warning. While the inner court disciples and the elders of the holy sect all nodded their heads seriously as they looked at the Grand Elder. For those inner court disciples who had been to the king's palace in the past, as well as the inner court elders, this was already common knowledge. Even the inner court elders wouldn't dare to approach the core region of the king's palace, and they would only stay in the inner region instead along with the inner court disciples. Seeing that everyone had heard his warning, the Grand Elder nodded and looked at the inner court elders behind him before he said calmly, "Since everyone is ready, follow me." Without saying another word, the Grand Elder then shot to the sky before he waved his hand, causing a wave of his chi to surround Shenlong's body, as well as Lu Mer's, Xingyi's, Jiang Chen's, and Bai Longshan's bodies. Before the five of them started to fly towards him uncontrollably without any hesitation, the Grand Elder carried the five of them. As he flew towards the dilapidated Black Palace in the distance, author's note, apologies. I have been very sick the past few days, which was why there were no chapters. I will make it up to you guys with a few mass releases very soon. The elders of the holy sect all nodded their heads, as each of them carried an outer court and inner court disciple with them before they followed after the Grand Elder. As for the early rank 7 Darkness Eagle, the Grand Elder had ordered it to stay behind and not approach any closer to the king's palace. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the purple bolts of lightning descending from the sky entered everyone's ears, as the group of elders from the holy sect approached closer and closer to the entrance of the king's palace. It was only at this moment that the outer court disciples of the sect understood why Dao emperors were the only ones who could approach the Black Palace in front of them. The closer they got to the entrance of the palace, the more concentrated the purple lightning bolts around them seemed to become. The moment that the Grand Elder had arrived just 100 meters away from the entrance of the king's palace, Shenlong and the others all saw more than a dozen of purple lightning bolts striking down towards them from every direction, whether one wanted to advance or retreat. The purple lightning bolts seemed to have blocked off every direction. The group of inner court elders behind the Grand Elder were already struggling to protect the 2 outer court and inner court disciples that they were carrying with them, as they did their best to hurriedly dodge the purple lightning bolts that were coming in their direction while slowly advancing forward. However, the Grand Elder didn't seem to be having too much trouble, as he easily protected Shenlong's group of 5. And a few moments later, he had already arrived in front of the gates of the dilapidated Black Palace. The entrance of the king's palace had clearly been bombarded by the purple lightning bolts for countless years and had already been destroyed, allowing anyone to enter inside as they pleased. A few moments later, once they entered inside the palace, stunned looks appeared on the faces of the 10 outer court disciples who were calmed by the 10 inner court elders, while even Shenlong and the rest were all rooted in place as they stared at their surroundings in complete silence. The interior of the king's palace was in an even worse situation than its exterior, as the walls of the palace looked to be on the verge of collapse. And yet, nobody paid any attention to this. The moment that the Grand Elder had carried them past the entrance of the king's palace, Shenlong and the rest could sense as if they had entered a completely new world. Shenlong could feel that his surroundings were completely different from the outside world. And without even meditating, he could still sense the countless Deos that were present everywhere around him. This was a natural feeling that he had never felt before, one that filled his heart with excitement. The Grand Elder nodded his head with a smile on his face when he saw Shenlong's and the others' reactions, before he said in a calm voice a moment later, "This place can be considered the outermost region of the king's palace. Whether you want to stay and cultivate here or head deeper inside the palace, that's up to you." As the Grand Elder finished speaking, he threw one last look at the outer court and inner court disciples in front of him, before his body turned into a blur as he headed deep inside the king's palace. The inner court elders looked at each other and nodded their heads before they followed after the Grand Elder, leaving the outer court and the inner court disciples behind. The truth was that in this outermost region of the king's palace, the purple lightning bolts that could be seen everywhere previously were now almost non-existent. Aside from a few sparse lightning bolts that would rain down from the sky every now and then, this area was indeed much safer than the area outside of the king's palace. The inner court disciples nodded their heads soon after the elders had left. Before they too headed deeper inside the king's palace. This wasn't the first time for these inner court disciples inside the king's palace, as each of them already knew their way around the place. These inner court disciples clearly understood that staying in the outer region of the king's palace wouldn't be enough for them if they wanted to break through to the Tao Emperor realm. Soon, only Shenlong's group of 5, as well as the rest of the outer court disciples of the holy sect, were left behind. And yet, even though the elders and the inner court disciples had already left, Shenlong wasn't in a hurry to make a move just yet. As he observed his surroundings calmly without speaking. Just like the elders of the holy sect, there were many other Tao emperors from the various powers of the central region, who had left their descendants or disciples in the outer region of the king's palace, while they themselves headed deeper inside. After a few moments of silence, Shenlong turned his gaze towards Lu Mei and the rest and said with a smile on his face, "Let's go. Since we are already here, we should have a look at the inner region of the king's palace as well." As soon as he finished speaking, Shenlong immediately circulated his monarch's hourglass without any hesitation, causing his eyes to instantly turn golden. This action startled the few outer court disciples around him who had yet to leave. But Shenlong didn't pay any attention to them, as he led Lu Mei and the others deeper inside the king's palace. Although most other nascent soul cultivators, and even Tao King realm experts, wouldn't be able to react to the bolts of purple lightning that would attack them from the sky in time. Sneak attacks like that were the last thing that Shenlong feared. With his golden eyes, Shenlong had enough confidence to walk inside the king's palace unhindered. Almost as if he was taking a stroll in his own garden. Author's note: 2 chapters tomorrow. And mass release coming the day after tomorrow. Hey! Look at those people. Have they gone mad? Which power do they come from? Don't tell me they aren't afraid of the lightning here. Ignore them. If they have a death wish, leave them be. Shenlong's group attracted quite a bit of attention as they headed deeper inside the king's palace. This was only natural, since most groups would walk slowly, and would stare at the sky above them in trepidation, afraid that the purple lightning bolts would annihilate them at any moment. Even the groups of peak Tao Kings, like the inner court disciples of the holy sect, would have to be careful of the purple lightning. But Shenlong didn't seem to care about that at all. As he led by Longshan and the others deeper inside the palace, Shenlong could sense that the deeper inside the king's palace he entered, the clearer he could now sense the myriad of Daos around him. However, Shenlong had also noticed that with each step he was taking towards the depths of the palace, he could also feel a faint invisible pressure that was coming from his surroundings as it bore down on his body. This natural pressure was extremely bizarre, and it seemed to have originated from the very Daos themselves, hindering anyone from walking any further naturally. It wasn't just Shenlong who was feeling this pressure, but everyone else who had entered inside the king's palace as well. With every step that they took towards the depths of the palace, Jiang Chen and the rest could all feel the ever-increasing pressure that was blocking their way, slowly becoming even stronger. However, it still wasn't enough to stop Shenlong's group. After all, even normal peak nascent soul cultivators would be able to resist this level of pressure easily, let alone Xingyi and the rest. Just an hour had passed from the time that Shenlong's group had entered the king's palace, before Lu Mei's body suddenly trembled, as she abruptly stopped in her tracks. Xingyi and the others all noticed this sudden change as well. As everyone else halted their steps and turned their attention towards Lu Mei, Shenlong was the first one to move, as his body immediately vanished, appearing right next to Lu Mei almost instantly. However, just as he was about to touch Lu Mei's body, a sense of lethal danger filled Shenlong's heart, as he quickly retracted his hand without any hesitation. At the same time, a pitch-black aura erupted from Lu Mei in the next moment, instantly stunning Xingyi and the others. "Brother Shen? Don't tell me that." Bai Longshan's words were stuck in his throat as he looked at Lu Mei with a look of clear disbelief in his eyes. Jiang Chen and Xingyi were equally shocked when they saw this scene in front of them, while Shenlong nodded his head before he answered, "Right. Maya is breaking through." Lu Mei's condition attracted quite a few envious looks from the nearby disciples who were walking close to Shenlong's group and were also heading towards the depths of the palace. Everyone who saw this scene could easily guess that Lu Mei had suddenly gained insights and was already breaking through to the Tao King realm. For someone to have a breakthrough just an hour after the opening of the king's palace, it was only natural that it would attract the envy of the people around them. Master. This isn't surprising. Cultivators of the Tao of Death don't struggle too much in their Tao comprehension. The real question is whether she can survive the heavenly tribulation or not. Little Black's voice had turned somewhat serious as he stared at Lu Mei from the foggy space inside the Stone of Time. Although Shenlong was slightly surprised by the sudden changes around Lu Mei, he knew that Little Black was right since Lu Mei's cultivation, the purity of her soul, and her Tao comprehension had all reached the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul. She wouldn't have too much trouble taking the final step to begin her breakthrough to the Tao King realm. After all, the Tao of Death was different from most other Daos, and was rather special in terms of its Tao comprehension. For Lu Mei to gain insights into the Tao of Death, all she needed to do was absorb the death aura around her. Although there was no dense aura of death in this outer region of the king's palace, Lu Mei, who was already half a step away from breaking through, had managed to obtain a spark of insight and had now reached for the door of the Tao King realm. No matter whether she wanted to or not, her breakthrough was about to begin. Seeing Lu Mei unconsciously move her body and sit on the ground with her eyes closed, Shenlong didn't hesitate as he sat down in front of her and waved his hand. As he took out a wooden, silver-colored guqin from the Stone of Time and held it with a serious look in his eyes, Shenlong knew that Lu Mei's breakthrough to the Tao King realm wouldn't just involve the heavenly tribulation, but the negative side effects of the blood absorption art as well. During her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage from the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm, Lu Mei had almost died back then, when she and Shenlong were both participating in the third test of the holy sect. Naturally, Shenlong was already aware of the dangers of the blood absorption art and wasn't going to leave things to luck this time. Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bat Longshan all moved as well, as they spread around Shenlong and Lu Mei, forming a triangle-shaped formation around them. Although the chances of someone interrupting Lu Mei during her breakthrough were extremely low inside the king's palace, especially considering that Lu Mei didn't have any enemies outside the holy sect. If someone really had any malicious intentions, the three of them weren't going to let that person get close to Lu Mei and ruin her breakthrough. Lu Mei's breakthrough attracted quite a bit of attention from the disciples around them. Due to how uncommon it was for someone to have a breakthrough within just an hour after the opening of the king's palace, however, most of those disciples only stayed to have a brief look at what was going on before they headed deeper inside the palace a few moments later. This was only natural since every person who had entered the king's palace considered themselves to be a genius, even if they were surprised by Lu Mei's breakthrough. It wasn't as if something like this had never happened before and warranted their attention. Besides, those disciples didn't have the luxury to wait either. There was only a single year until the king's palace closed again. They didn't have any time to lose. Or they would have to wait another 5 years until the next opening. Shenlong ignored those disciples around him, as he placed his full attention on the silverbark guqin in front of him. Ting, a melodious sound came from the silver guqin in his hands as Shenlong pulled the first string gently, causing a heavenly note to fill everyone's ears. The last few disciples that were about to leave were suddenly rooted into place, as they stared at the young man in front of the silver guqin with stunned looks. Shenlong's full attention, however, was on the silverbark guqin, as his fingers pulled the second and the third string a moment after. Ting-teng, those surrounding disciples felt their minds entering a trance. As they sat down cross-legged on the ground and closed their eyes without a second thought, more than 10 of those disciples were now gathered around Shenlong's group. And yet absolute silence had filled the area, as not even the sound of their breathing could be heard. The only sounds that filled the air were the sounds of the heavenly notes coming from the silver guqin as Shenlong's fingers plucked its strings, as well as the sound of the bolts of lightning striking down from the sky every now and then, as they pierced through the half-destroyed ceiling of the king's palace. Shenlong didn't open his eyes, but he could feel that the violent death chi around Lu Mei had started to calm down ever so slightly. Her creased eyebrows started to smoothen as the expression of pain that had covered her face a few moments ago had already started to vanish, before a brilliant smile appeared on Lu Mei's face in the next moment. By now, even Jiang Chen, Bai Longshan, and Xingyi who were standing around Shenlong and Lu Mei had failed to notice that they had also fallen into a trance. The effects of the Guqin had involuntarily affected them as well, making them close their eyes and sit on the ground, as they listened to the heavenly music that entered their ears. And yet, the sound of the silverbark Guqin didn't seem to stop. As Shenlong's fingers kept plucking the Guqin's strings again and again, it was only a full hour later that the sound of the Guqin slowly died down, before Shenlong finally opened his eyes. However, Lu Mei and the others were still sitting on the ground with their eyes closed, looking like they were still in a trance. At that moment, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black, who had also been relishing in the sound of the Guqin, suddenly snapped his bright azure eyes open, before he said in a serious voice a moment later, "Master, be careful. That little girl's heavenly tribulation is coming." The look on Shenlong's face turned serious when he heard Little Black's voice, as he turned his attention towards the sky above his head. Among the pitch-black thunderclouds that had filled the sky that surrounded the king's palace, a huge white cloud had also appeared, looking like a swan that was proudly standing inside a sea of crows. The white cloud seemed small and harmless in comparison to the countless black thunderclouds around it. And yet the surrounding black thunderclouds seemed to have consciously avoided it, almost as if they didn't dare to clash with it directly. The white cloud slowly expanded, covering an area of more than 300 meters above the king's palace. 400 meters. 500, 600. In the blink of an eye, the huge white cloud had completely pushed off the surrounding black thunderclouds away, as it covered an area of more than 900 meters. At this moment, Lu Mei, Bai Longshan, and the others, as well as the surrounding disciples that had also fallen into a trance previously, seemed to have all sensed something at the same time. As everyone opened their eyes and turned to look at the sky above the king's palace, seeing the gigantic white thundercloud that had appeared above their heads made the surrounding disciples all turn pale from fear. "Flee! The heavenly tribulation is coming!" It was unknown who had shouted this, but the surrounding disciples all scattered as far away as they could in just a few seconds. Those disciples had been so entranced by the sound of the Guqin that they had almost forgotten that the heavenly tribulation was about to descend. However, they all knew that if they forcefully tried to stay in the radius of someone else's heavenly tribulation, the heavens themselves would punish them without mercy, while there was even a chance that they would affect that person's heavenly tribulation. Shenlong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw everyone else clearing the area around Lu Mei, before he turned around to leave as well, along with Xingyi, Bai Longshan, and Jiang Chenboom Baitli. A moment later, the seemingly peaceful white thundercloud started to rumble violently, as sparks of pure white-colored lightning had also started to appear around its surface. 80000000000. The white thundercloud in the sky above the king's palace kept rumbling with even more intensity than before, as the sparks of white lightning around its surface started to coalesce together, as they slowly took the shape of an enormous bolt of lightning. This lightning bolt, however, was completely different from the purple-colored lightning bolts that had filled the area around the king's palace. It was a lightning bolt made from pure white lightning. The disciples around Lu Mei, who raised their heads to look at the sky, all felt a sense of trepidation and awe as they laid their eyes on the massive white thundercloud above them. This was Lu Mei's heavenly tribulation. Naturally, the more talented a person was, and the more powerful the Tao that that person had comprehended was, the more terrifying their heavenly tribulation would be. A heavenly tribulation that spanned for more than 900 meters had already exceeded the normal radius that a person who had comprehended a supreme Tao would have to face. At this point, Lim Mei could feel better than anyone else how terrifying the pressure that was looming above her head really was. She could feel that this white bolt of lightning was more than enough to exterminate her body and soul all at once. Even though she had already resolved all the negative side effects from the blood absorption art inside her body a few moments ago, Lu Mei wasn't feeling confident in the slightest in taking on this white bolt of lightning a few moments later. The white bolt of lightning seemed to have finished storing its power and had finally reached its peak, as it suddenly shot downwards, heading straight towards Lu Mei. The sky itself shook as the gigantic pure white lightning bolt descended from the sky at a terrifying speed, as it headed straight towards Lu Mei's head. Shenlong and the rest could all feel their hearts clenching. But they could only observe the scene in front of them without interfering. Helping someone else during their heavenly tribulation would not only mean risking your own life, but there was a chance that you could cause that person to die as a result as well. Suppressing the fear in her heart, Lu Mei didn't hesitate for even a single second, as she conjured a ball of death chi between her hands and allowed it to fall on the ground. Before the enormous silhouette of a hideous beast that was more than 30 meters, 100 feet, tall appeared in front of her, the Death Eater didn't even have enough time to roar out in fury. Before the gigantic, white-colored lightning bolt landed on its back, the white bolt of lightning effortlessly pierced through the Death Eater's massive body, splitting it in half. As it continued to descend towards Lu Mei below it without any delay, although the lightning bolt seemed to have shrunk considerably as half of its power had been expended after dealing with the Death Eater, Lu Mei didn't have any time to react before the rest of it landed on her head and entered her spiritual sea. Lu Mei's body shuddered violently, while solemn looks had appeared on Xingyi's and the others' faces when they saw this scene. Is it over already? Did she really die? How useless! What's going on? I heard that those people who have comprehended Supreme Deos have to face at least 3 lightning bolts during their heavenly tribulations. Don't tell me that she actually died from just the first lightning bolt. What a joke. You may not fare much better than that girl when it's your turn to break through either. So you should be a bit more humble. Unless you have comprehended a unique or a supreme Tao, you will have to face just a single lightning bolt. But are you that confident in surviving it? As the disciples around Lu Mei started to chat among themselves, a sudden burst of killing intent erupted from a yellow-robed young man not too far away from them, making all the hair on their bodies stand on end. Those disciples who were animatedly discussing Lu Mei's death all turned their attention towards Shenlong, only to freeze on the spot when they saw the look of unrestrained killing intent in his eyes. As Shenlong barked out coldly, "Shut your mouths." The aura of a peak rank 9 nascent soul cultivator erupted from Shenlong's body at the same time, while Xingyi, Zhang Chen, and Bai Longshan immediately followed suit, as they furiously glared at those people around them. Of course, none of those disciples were actually afraid of Shenlong and his group, since everyone inside the king's palace was at least a peak rank 9 nascent soul cultivator, if not even a Tao King. But after a moment of thinking, those disciples chose to remain silent. Although they weren't afraid, they didn't have a reason to offend Shenlong's group and clash with him either. At the same time, it wasn't surprising that Shenlong would be angry and would curse at those disciples. He already had a bellyful of anxiety in his heart after seeing Lu Mei's body turning rigid after she was struck by the bolt of white lightning. And the insults of those disciples only served to make Shenlong's fury flare up even further if he wasn't afraid that it would disrupt Lu Mei's breakthrough. Shenlong would have already beaten those people to the ground. Surprisingly, even though Lu Mei had yet to move after she had been struck by that bolt of white lightning, the white thunder cloud in the sky didn't disappear. And instead, it started to rumble violently once again. Barely a moment later, sparks of white lightning started to crackle on the cloud's surface once again. But this time, it wasn't a single white-colored lightning bolt that seemed to be taking form, but 2 of them. The 2 white bolts of lightning quickly took form, before they descended from the sky a moment later. As they both headed towards the immobilized Lu Mei, everyone's face instantly changed when they saw this scene. But at that moment, Lu Mei's body finally moved. Her eyes quickly regained their clarity as Lu Mei raised her head to look at the sky. Before an army of 1,000 jade white skeletons and 60 undead knights emerged from the black hole in front of her. The jade white skeletons, whose eyes were glowing with the green wisps of ember, raised their bony swords all at the same time, as they moved to block the second lightning bolt that was descending from the sky. The 60 undead knights followed suit as well, as they drew their great swords and threw themselves towards the same lightning bolt that the skeletons were about to face. At the same time, the Death Eater, whose body had been completely destroyed previously, seemed to have already regenerated itself, as it opened its hideous mouth and let out a terrifying roar before it jumped towards the third bolt of white lightning all by itself. However, Lu Mei still knew that this wasn't going to be enough. Even with the protection of her entire undead army, Lu Mei understood that it was very likely that she would die today. Gritting her teeth, a black aura started to ooze out from her body as she used all of her chi to activate the second form of the Death's chant. The black aura instantly spread out from Lu Me's body. As it moved towards the Death Eater, as well as the undead knights and the army of 1,000 skeletons, increasing their strength even further. This was truly the strongest force that Lu Me could presently muster. The surrounding disciples all took a few steps back. As they stared at Lu Me with looks of shock and disbelief on their faces. Death Eater had reached the peak of rank 91. They could all sense that the jade white skeletons had all reached the middle of rank 9 in the nascent soul. While the undead knights and even an average rank 1 Dao King wouldn't be able to face the combined might of this undead army, and get out unscathed, and yet, the moment that the jade white skeletons met the bolt of white lightning, the sound of the skeletons' bones being crushed resounded in the air. Before the white lightning kept descending towards Lu Me without any signs of stopping. The army of 1,000 skeletons and the 60 undead knights that could shock even some rank 1 Dao Kings were akin to an army of ants in front of the heavenly tribulation. As the white bolt of lightning effortlessly tore through their ranks at the same time, the Death Eater opened its mouth and tried to swallow the bolt of the heavenly tribulation in front of it. But the white lightning bolt pierced through its defenses almost immediately, as it once again tore the Death Eater's body into half before it arrived in front of Lu Me. The second and the third bolts of lightning pierced through Lu Me's head, as they entered her spiritual sea as well. Seeing this scene, none of the surrounding disciples dared to speak or let out any insults this time, as they all stared at the peerlessly beautiful yellow-robed young woman in complete silence. The strength that Lu Me had showed just now had already surpassed the limits of what most peak rank 9 nascent soul stage cultivators could reach, and had already reached the standard of a weak Dao King, if she really ended up succeeding in her breakthrough. Those disciples all understood that she would most likely become an extremely powerful Dao King. At that moment, the massive white thundercloud above the king's palace seemed to have used up all of its energy as it started to slowly disappear. And yet, Lu Me had yet to recover after she had been struck by the two bolts of lightning head-on. Instead, her aura had actually started to weaken at a rapid rate as her life force had begun to slip away from her body. Shenlong knew that he could do nothing other than watch and wait. Although the other outer court disciples of the holy sect may not have any idea about how the heavenly tribulation really worked, Shenlong already knew the secrets behind it. Shenlong knew that in reality, the heavenly tribulation wasn't simply a punishment from the heavens, but it was also a bout of good fortune that was necessary if one wanted to break through to the Dao King realm and above. Every bolt of heavenly tribulation didn't just have a pure destructive force inside it, but it also possessed a nourishing energy that helped to heal and strengthen a cultivator's body and soul. If one could endure the destructive force that came along with it, the nourishing energy from the heavenly tribulation would then enter the cultivator's spiritual sea and assist them in their breakthrough. Of course, whether a person could really endure this or not was an entirely different matter. After all, it was simply impossible for someone to completely expel all the destructive energy inside the heavenly tribulation and only absorb the nourishing part inside it. Even Lu Me's undead creatures had only managed to deal with half of the destructive energy inside the white lightning bolts, before the rest of it entered her spiritual sea. A few moments later, Shenlong and the others could suddenly sense a change in Lu Me's aura. Lu Me's soul that had been extremely weak, and was on the verge of collapse just now, suddenly started to strengthen itself at a terrifying rate, while the aura of death around Lu Me's body became even more powerful at this moment. Lu Me's cultivation that couldn't progress any further previously seemed to have broken past the restraints of the nascent soul stage, finally entering the early tank 1 of the Dao King realm. She succeeded. A young man dressed in red robes whose cultivation was at the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul couldn't help but ask in surprise, as he stared at the peerless beauty who was sitting in the midst of the undead corpses. The bones of the 1,000 skeletons and the undead knights, as well as the Death Eater's corpse, were all sprawled around Lu Me as they covered her surroundings, while Lu Me herself was still sitting in their midst with her eyes closed. No signs of pain could be seen on her face any longer, while her aura was still rising at an alarming rate. With every passing moment, the surrounding disciples could all feel the aura of death around Lu Me's body becoming even stronger. This was the qualitative change that cultivators would go through after reaching the Dao King realm. A few moments later, Lu Me's cultivation and aura had both stabilized at the early rank 1 of the Dao King realm. As she finally opened her eyes looking at the soul-stirring smile that appeared on Lu Me's face, Shenlong heaved out a sigh of relief, before his body vanished on the spot, appearing right next to her. At the same time, smiles appeared on Bai Longshan's and Xingyi's faces as well, after seeing that Lu Mei had truly succeeded in her breakthrough. While Jiang Chen nodded his head calmly. "Mera, how are you feeling?" Shenlong asked in a concerned tone. Although he could see that Lu Mei was all right now, he had clearly sensed her soul weakening earlier, teetering on the verge of collapse. Shaking her head, Lu Mei took a step forward and hugged Shenlong affectionately before she answered Long Ji. "I am fine now. I simply didn't expect the heavenly tribulation to be this terrifying. After the first bolt of lightning entered my spiritual sea, I could feel my spiritual space shaking and it almost collapsed. Thankfully, the energy inside the first lightning bolt healed my spiritual space and allowed me to wake up. But if my soul had been any weaker, I don't think I would have survived." Shenlong nodded his head with a grave expression on his face when he heard Lu Mei's words, while serious looks appeared on Jiang Chen's, Xingyi's, and Bai Longshan's eyes soon after. Lu Mei's spiritual strength had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage before her breakthrough, and she was even superior to most other cultivators at the same level. Only monsters like Shenlong would be stronger than her in terms of the soul. Even the peak rank 9 nascent soul beast tamer that Shenlong had faced during the Martial Roll of Honor tournament, Xu Yun, wouldn't be stronger than Lu Mei in terms of the strength and the purity of his soul either. For Lu Mei to have nearly died during her breakthrough, Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Longshan all understood that they probably wouldn't fare much better than her either during their own breakthroughs, although Lim Mei was the only one among them who had comprehended a supreme Tao, making her heavenly tribulation extremely powerful. It was very likely that Xingyi, who had comprehended a unique Tao and possessed a rare unique physique as well, wouldn't have a much weaker heavenly tribulation either. Naturally, the same went for Bai Longshan, who had comprehended the Tao of Light and the Tao of the Buddha, 2 unique Daos, and was also born with a rare unique physique too. As for Jiang Chen, not only had he comprehended 2 unique Daos as well, the demonic Tao and the Tao of Darkness, but he also possessed a unique physique, and he was even born with an immortal grade bloodline. Most likely, Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation would be even stronger than Lu Mei's. However, everyone understood that the most terrifying heavenly tribulation was probably going to be Shenlong's. Lu Mei, Xingyi, Bai Longshan, and Jiang Chen all turned their gazes towards Shenlong at the same time. If it was purely in terms of talent, Jiang Chen and the rest were all certain that Shenlong would be standing at the peak of the cultivation world, and very few people would be able to compare with him in this regard. Although Shenlong wasn't born with a unique physique, Jiang Chen and the rest all knew that the body refinement cultivation technique that he was training in had made Shenlong's body even more terrifying than other unique physiques. Even Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan didn't want to spar with Shenlong, since they couldn't break past the defenses of his monarch's eternal body and injure him, adding in the fact that Shenlong had comprehended 2 supreme Daos, and even had an immortal grade bloodline as well. It was unknown how many people would be able to be mentioned in the same breath as him even throughout the entire central region. Although Jiang Chen and the others didn't know how talented the strongest geniuses of the central region really were, they guessed that those who would be able to compete with Shenlong would most likely be counted on the fingers of one hand. However, one thing was for certain: Shenlong's heavenly tribulation would really shake the king's palace. A moment later, Shenlong suddenly turned his gaze towards 2 young men who were stealthily leaving the area while Lim Mei was talking to him, before a cold look flashed in his eyes. Under Lu Mei's astounded eyes, his body instantly disappeared, appearing right in front of the long-haired young man and the stout, bald man who were about to leave. The bald man and the long-haired young man were both surprised by Shenlong's sudden action, but they reacted extremely quickly as they took a few steps back, opening up the distance between themselves and Shenlong, before the long-haired young man asked coldly, "What do you want?" Although Lu Mei didn't recognize the 2 men in front of Shenlong, she still noticed the cold looks inside Xingyi's, Jiang Chen's, and Bai Longshan's eyes as they stared at them. How could they not be angry? After all, Those two were the same people who had mocked and insulted Lu Mei earlier when she was on the verge of dying to the heavenly tribulation, although Shenlong didn't dare to fight with them previously since he had been afraid that he would disrupt Lu Mei's breakthrough. He didn't have those concerns any longer, staring at the long-haired young man in front of him who seemed to be putting up a brave front. Shenlong simply snorted without concealing the look of killing intent in his eyes. Even though the Grand Elder had advised the disciples of the holy sect to avoid looking for trouble inside the king's palace, there was no way that Shenlong was going to let those two go like that since they had dared to mock and insult Lu Mei in front of him. They had to pay the price, regardless of which power they came from. The long-haired young man and the bald stout man both shivered when they sensed the unrestrained killing intent coming from Shenlong's body. They both understood that this matter was going to be troublesome. In reality, the two of them weren't afraid of Shenlong in the slightest, since they could sense that he was nothing more than a peak rank 9 nascent soul cultivator. Just like them? Even if Shenlong joined hands with Jiang Chen and the rest. In the long-haired young man's eyes, he and the bald man would still be able to escape quite easily, even if they were surrounded by 4 peak nascent soul stage cultivators. However, LMA's strength was a completely different story. Not only had she broken through to the Dao King realm already, but she had also comprehended a Supreme Dao as well. Although she had broken through just now and could only be categorized among the weakest Dao Kings, the bald man and the long-haired young man didn't have any confidence escaping from a Dao King who had comprehended a Supreme Dao. Cultivators who had comprehended Supreme Daos were simply monsters in human skin. If the two of them really kept trying to escape, it was very likely that neither of them would succeed. Besides, running recklessly inside the king's palace would only lead to a single outcome: death. Even an expert at the sovereign realm wouldn't dare to run around the king's palace recklessly, let alone 2 peak rank 9 nascent soul stage cultivators. Realizing that their situation was turning bad, the bald man gritted his teeth and took a step forward, standing next to the long-haired young man. Before he stared at Shenlong and said coldly, "Brat, you want to kill us over just a few words? Do you know which power I come from? You should let bygones be bygones and forget about today, naturally. I am willing to compensate you, so you better not push things too far." The bald man was about to take some spirit stones out from his spatial ring and hand them over to Shenlong, certain that Shenlong wouldn't push the issue too far after that. But it was at this moment that Shenlong's body suddenly blurred. Appearing right in front of him in a single instant, the bald man didn't even have enough time to react, as he barely managed to see the faint outline of a fist hitting him in the stomach, before his body was sent flying backwards like a meteor, under the long-haired young man's and the surrounding disciples' disbelieving eyes. The fat man's body collapsed on the ground a moment later, as he immediately lost consciousness. Silence instantly filled the area around Shenlong, as the surrounding disciples all stared at the short-haired yellow-robed young man in front of them with incredulous looks. Even the 2 peak Dao Kings who were spectating the fight out of boredom were now staring at Shenlong seriously with solemn looks in their eyes. He had only thrown a single punch to defeat someone else at the same level of cultivation. However, the most shocked out of everyone was the long-haired young man next to Shenlong, who took a few steps back in fear. He knew that the bald man next to him had comprehended 2 common Daos, and was both a body and a Chi refinement cultivator, while the long-haired young man himself was a Chi refinement cultivator who had comprehended a rare Dao instead. In terms of strength, the long-haired young man knew that he was only slightly stronger than the bald man, and could definitely not defeat him so easily. Since Shenlong could defeat the bald man so easily, it was likely that he could do the same to him. Shaking his head, Shenlong didn't seem to have the slightest bit of mercy in his eyes as he looked at the long-haired young man in front of him and said in a cold voice, "Don't worry. I won't kill you. But whether you survive or not will be up to you." Seeing the long-haired young man's movements and realizing that he was about to turn around and flee, Shenlong's body blinked for the second time, appearing right next to him, before he clenched his fist, sending a full-powered punch towards the man's ribs. Now that Shenlong's Monarch's eternal body had reached the peak of the 5th stage, his punch wasn't something that a peak nascent soul stage cultivator who wasn't a body refiner could withstand. Crack. 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 The sound of bones being crushed were heard in the next moment, before the long-haired young man's body was sent flying for more than 100 meters. as it smashed on the walls of the king's palace. Shenlong didn't have the slightest bit of shame on his face as he removed the two men's spatial rings and stored them inside the Stone of Time, since he had decided to beat those guys. He wouldn't hesitate to take their spatial rings. After throwing a look at the surrounding disciples who shot him weird looks, Shenlong simply shook his head and ignored them before he flew back to Lu Mei and the rest, of course. In Shenlong's eyes, today's result was only natural. After reaching the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul, Shenlong was confident in battling even early-stage Dao Kings. As for the long-haired young man and the bald man, if they hadn't decided to court death, he wouldn't have even bothered with them in the first place. Seeing that Shenlong didn't have any plans to stay in this place any longer and was now heading deeper inside the king's palace with Lu Mei and the rest, the surrounding disciples decided to split up as well. An hour later, Shenlong's group eventually came to a halt. As Lu Mei looked at Shenlong and the others and said in a low voice, "Long Ji, I won't go any further than this." Shenlong was slightly surprised when he heard this. But a moment later, he actually nodded his head in agreement, as he said, "All right indeed." Lu Mei had no reason to go deeper inside the king's palace right now. She had just completed her breakthrough and had yet to truly stabilize her cultivation base and familiarize herself with the changes that she had experienced after reaching Dao King Realm. After all, Dao King Realm experts were in an entirely different level compared to nascent soul cultivators. Lightning bolts weren't that frequent. Was actually the best choice for Lin Mei. Thus, staying here, in the outskirts of the outer region of the king's palace where the pressure of the Daos wasn't that strong and the purple, since practically all of the Dao King Realm cultivators had gone deeper inside the king's palace, and had already entered the inner region. There was nothing that could threaten Lu Mei in this place other than the purple lightning bolts that would occasionally descend from the sky. "Mei, you should still be careful," Xingyi said in a slightly worried voice as she looked at Lu Mei. Regardless of how safe the outskirts of the king's palace seemed to be, in reality, the king's palace was still an extremely dangerous place. Lu Mei nodded her head before she conjured a ball of death chi between her hands and allowed it to fall on the ground. Barely a moment later, the tall figures of 8 undead knights dressed in black armor all appeared from the black hole. As they stood in front of Lu Mei and the others, the 8 undead knights looked exactly the same as they were in the past. But the only difference was that their aura had already reached the early rank 1 of the Dao King Realm. The same as Lu Mei. Since Shenlong and the others were most likely going to split as well, Lu Mei had decided to let 2 of her undead knights accompany them and protect them in case they needed it. Naturally, Shenlong had no reason to refuse, since the undead knights would indeed come in handy as they entered deeper inside the palace. Besides, Shenlong suspected that after breaking through to the Dao King Realm, Lu Mei would obtain another trump card aside from the Death Eater. So losing 8 undead knights temporarily wouldn't make much of a difference to her in the blink of an eye. Half a year had already passed since the opening of the king's palace. In the outskirts of the inner region of the palace, Shenlong watched Jiang Chen as he sat cross-legged on the ground, while the sky above him rumbled violently as a white-colored thundercloud that covered an area of more than 1,000 meters had appeared above the king's palace. Xingyi and Bai Longshan had completed their breakthroughs to the Dao King Realm a month ago and 2 months ago respectively, while Jiang Chen and Shenlong were the only ones who had yet to break through. And today, Jiang Chen felt that he could finally reach the Dao King Realm as well. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Jiang Chen had already stimulated the bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness inside his body, and 2 pitch-black wings that resembled the wings of a black crow had sprouted from his back. However, this wasn't the end of it. As Jiang Chen stared at the white thundercloud above his head with a grim look on his face, before he also used the power of his eternal darkness unique physique a moment later, as a dense black aura completely covered his body along with the rest of his surroundings, Jiang Chen could see that the white thundercloud in the sky was slightly bigger than Lu Mei's heavenly tribulation as well, which made him go all out to face it. Shenlong nodded his head when he saw this, but there was still a serious look in his eyes. In the past 2 months, he and Jiang Chen had both witnessed Xingyi's and Bai Longshan's heavenly tribulations as well. Their level of difficulty was roughly on par with Lu Mei's heavenly tribulation, as each of them had to face 3 bolts of white lightning. The only difference was that Xingyi's bolts of lightning descended one after the other, in a relatively orderly manner, while Bai Longshan's heavenly tribulation was almost identical to Lu Mei's. As the second and the third bolts of lightning descended simultaneously. Although Jiang Chen was confident in his ability to survive it, he had to admit that the heavenly tribulation was truly terrifying. The sky rumbled for a few moments. But before Jiang Chen or the surrounding disciples could react, 3 enormous bolts of white lightning simultaneously descended from the sky. As they effortlessly destroyed Jiang Chen's kingdom of darkness and headed for his head, Shen Long watched with a solemn look in his eyes. As the 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation that were as thick as an adult man's waist easily broke past the defenses of Jiang Chen's kingdom of darkness and beaded for his head, Jiang Chen's eyes had turned a bright crimson color as he let out an angry roar. Before his cultivation at the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul exploded outwards in the next moment, Jiang Chen didn't wait for the 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation to hit him. As he decided to make the first move, taking out his golden saber from his spatial ring, he raised it above his head. Before the pitch-black wings on his back flapped once as he shot straight towards the bolts of heavenly tribulation. At the same time, the remaining energy from the kingdom of darkness around him coalesced together, forming an enormous, almost corporeal black hand that shot towards the bolts of heavenly tribulation as well. Even though this took time to describe, it had actually happened in the blink of an eye. As the 3 bolts of pure white lightning appeared in front of Jiang Chen, the enormous black fist that was created from Jiang Chen's kingdom of darkness only managed to last for a single moment in front of the bombardment of the 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation, before it disintegrated into nothingness soon after. Infusing all of his chi inside the golden saber in his hands, Jiang Chen slashed it forward as he roared loudly, "Earth Splitter!" An earth-colored slash emerged from the surface of the golden saber in the next moment. As it collided with the 3 white-colored lightning bolts head-on, this was the complete Saint middle-grade martial skill that Jiang Chen had picked from the 2nd floor of the Golden Treasures Hall. The Earth Splitter. Normally, disciples who entered the top 1000 in the martial roll of honor would be allowed to choose a complete Saint low-grade cultivation technique or martial skill for themselves. But Jiang Chen's master had allowed him to choose a complete Saint middle-grade martial skill instead. The Earth Splitter was one of the strongest Saint middle-grade martial skills on the 2nd floor of the Golden Treasures Hall. And although Jiang Chen's attack was still just the 2nd form of this martial skill, its power was nothing to scoff at. Jiang Chen's present state was truly his strongest state, having activated his bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness inside his body as well as his eternal darkness unique physique, along with the Earth Splitter and his golden saber that was already a 1-star weapon. Even peak rank I Dao Kings would hesitate to take this attack from Jiang Chen head-on. PFFFM. The scene that followed, however, completely stunned Shen Long, who was watching from the side, as well as the surrounding disciples who had gathered in the distance. The earth-colored slash from the Earth Splitter was destroyed in an instant. As the 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation landed on Jiang Chen's golden saber and entered his spiritual sea soon after, Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood as his body shot downwards at a terrifying speed, creating a human-shaped hole on the ground below him. A few moments later, an extremely pale Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings, while the cloud of heavenly tribulation above his head started to vanish, allowing Jiang Chen to heave out a sigh of relief. Who is this guy? He had to face 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation all at the same time, just to break through to the Dao King realm. Even geniuses who have comprehended a supreme Daos don't have such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, right? Even young Lady Nui may not have to face a more difficult heavenly tribulation than this. Hey! Do you even know who young Lady Nui is? How dare you talk about her like that? He could sense that although Jiang Chen had successfully managed to break through to the Dao King realm, his spiritual sea was shaken heavily. Shen Long completely ignored the discussions of the surrounding disciples, as he flew straight towards Jiang Chen, after taking on 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation head-on. Of course, this was only natural. Among nascent soul stage cultivators, Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation was definitely ranked among the most difficult ones. Normally, even geniuses who had comprehended a supreme Tao wouldn't have to face 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation simultaneously. And as for Lu Mei's heavenly tribulation, that was already an exception. Would usually face them one after the other. Although Lu Mei had comprehended a supreme Tao as well, she still had to face the 2nd and the 3rd bolts of heavenly tribulation at the same time. Shen Long guessed that the reason behind that was the blood absorption art that she was training in. As for Xing Yi and Bai Longshan, Their tribulations were most likely increased in difficulty as well because of the cultivation techniques that they were training in. Since those cultivation techniques came from the immortal dimension and increased their potential and their combat strength even further. The heavenly tribulations that they would have to face would naturally be incomparable to other cultivators at the same level. At that moment, Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked at Shenlong, who was flying towards him. Before he waved his hand and took out a bottle of pills from his spatial ring. This was a top-grade rank 5 pill that Shenlong had refined in bulk for everyone a few months before they left for the king's palace. The soul-mending pill. Although soul-mending pills were considered to be relatively common alchemy pills that couldn't be used to increase the spiritual strength or the purity of a person's soul, they were still extremely sought after since they were perfect to heal the injuries in one's soul as well as the spiritual sea. The price of a single top-grade soul-mending pill could easily reach the 100.000 middle-grade spirit stones mark inside the holy city. A few moments after consuming a couple of soul-mending pills, Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked at Shenlong. Before he said in a reassuring tone, "I am fine," nodding his head. Shenlong patted Jiang Chen's shoulder without speaking, as he turned his gaze towards the depths of the king's palace. By now, he was the only one who had yet to break through to the Tao King realm. But he could clearly feel that the pressure in the outskirts of the inner region of the king's palace wasn't enough to stimulate his potential and allow him to break through. It seems that I have to head even deeper inside, as if guessing what Shenlong was thinking. Jiang Chen stood up and looked at him seriously. Before he said in a solemn tone, "Brother, be careful this time." Shenlong nodded his head, and he looked at Jiang Chen, while the look in his eyes had also turned serious. Naturally, Shenlong understood why Jiang Chen was so worried, since he had nearly died from his own heavenly tribulation as well. And Shenlong's heavenly tribulation was bound to be even more terrifying than his. In reality, even Shenlong couldn't guess what his heavenly tribulation was going to be like after witnessing Jiang Chen's and the rest's. Shaking his head, a resolute look appeared in his eyes soon after, as Shenlong took a step forward and walked deeper inside the king's palace. Regardless of how dangerous the heavenly tribulation was going to be, it was still something that he would have to face in the end. And nobody could truly avoid it. Since that was the case, the only thing that Shenlong could do was to really go all out this time. The two undead knights that Lu Mei had sent to follow Shenlong were still walking behind him as they vigilantly stared at their surroundings. The two undead creatures looked even more alert and perceptive than they were in the past, when Lu Mei was still at the nascent soul stage. After breaking through to the Tao King realm, the undead knights gave Shenlong the feeling that they were actual living beings, while the wisps of red ember inside their eye sockets flickered brightly, giving one the sensation that they were real eyes instead. At the same time, the deeper he walked towards the inner region of the him becoming even heavier and more solid than before. King's Palace. Shenlong could sense the pressure of the Daos around at this point. He had yet to see another nascent soul stage cultivator so deep in the inner region. While the only disciples he encountered were actually peak Tao Kings, of course. Shenlong entering so deep in the inner region of the king's palace naturally attracted the attention of those Tao Kings. But after a few moments of observing him, those people soon closed their eyes and focused on gaining their own insights as well. In reality, nascent soul stage cultivators would very rarely step foot into the inner region of the king's palace, and most of them would only walk around the very outskirts and wouldn't go too deep inside. Which was why Shenlong's presence here had attracted so much attention. After all, the pressure of the Daos in this place made it nearly impossible for normal nascent soul stage cultivators to even stand in this place. And yet those Tao King realm cultivators could all see that Shenlong looked barely affected by it as he kept advancing even deeper inside. Half a day later, Shenlong's footsteps suddenly came to a halt, as he noticed a big crowd gathered in the distance ahead of him. The leader of this crowd was a young woman who was dressed in white robes, whose cultivation was surprisingly at the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul, just like Shenlong's. While next to this young woman was a red-robed middle-aged man, as well as a few peak rank 9 Tao Kings who were following after her. The young woman was struggling to keep going. Her body was even trembling slightly as she endured the pressure of the Daos. But what attracted Shenlong's attention was actually the aura of the red-robed middle-aged man by her side. This man's aura was clearly many times stronger than the Grand Elder's own aura. and was actually on par with the purple-robed old man who was guarding by Luxian when she visited the holy sect. Just as Shenlong was about to ignore the group in front of him and keep advancing deeper inside the king's palace, a familiar rumbling sound came from the sky above him, as it immediately attracted his attention. As he gazed past the broken ceiling that had been riddled with holes from the purple bolts of lightning after the passage of countless years, Shenlong could see an enormous white cloud slowly that was pushing the surrounding black thunderclouds away. The cloud of heavenly tribulation that was just as big as Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation, covering a radius of more than 1,000 meters up in the sky, quickly attracted everyone's attention. As the gazes of the surrounding Tao kings quickly fell on the white-robed young woman who had now closed her eyes and was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It's young Lady Nui. Young Lady Nui is breaking through to the Tao King realm. Look at how big her heavenly tribulation is. Is this really the heavenly tribulation of a nascent soul stage cultivator? Can young Lady Nui even survive this? Fool! Close your mouth. If Senior Feng hears you, you are dead meat. The man who had just been berated suddenly felt a shiver in his spine as he hurriedly closed his mouth and turned his attention towards the red-robed, red-haired sovereign realm expert in the distance. Thankfully, the red-robed middle-aged man didn't seem to have heard him, as he kept staring at the cloud of heavenly tribulation in the sky above the white-robed young woman with a solemn look in his eyes. Sparks of white lightning had started to crackle around the white-colored thundercloud, before 3 enormous lightning bolts were slowly formed around its surface. At the same time, a golden bell that was more than 10 meters long and 4 meters wide appeared in the sky above the white-robed young Lady Nui, before it completely covered her body, seemingly intending to protect her from the bolts of heavenly tribulation. The Tao kings around young Lady Nui barely had enough time to get away from her, afraid that they would be affected by her tribulation, before 3 gigantic pure white lightning bolts descended from the sky. As they all landed on the golden bell above her head, the golden bell trembled and barely managed to last for a single second before it disappeared. As the 3 lightning bolts pierced through young Lady Nui's head, the red-robed middle-aged man and the surrounding Tao kings all stared with bated breaths, anxious whether young Lady Nui had managed to survive her tribulation or not. And yet, nobody seemed to have noticed that Shenlong had closed his eyes at that moment, as he suddenly took a step forward and walked deeper inside the king's palace. Ah! A miserable cry that was filled with indescribable horror and pain left young Lady Nui's mouth a moment later, before her body turned limp. Young lady! The red-robed, red-haired middle-aged man shouted in concern, as his body disappeared on the spot, appearing right next to the white-robed young woman almost immediately. At the same time, the cloud of heavenly tribulation above her head seems to have disappeared after firing off the 3 bolts of white lightning, leaving behind an extremely stifling atmosphere finally. After a few moments of silence, one of the surrounding Peak Tao kings couldn't help exclaiming in a low voice, "Don't tell me that young Lady Nui really died, I hope not." Young Lady Nui's master is old Freak Gao, one of the top masters in the central region who is just a step away from ascending and becoming a true immortal. If she really died, I can't even imagine how angry her master will be. I heard that old Freak Gao dotes on young Lady Nui so much that he ordered Senior Feng to follow after her and keep her safe. So you can guess how important he considers young Lady 9-inch Nails to be. I know about this matter as well. It's because young Lady Nui has comprehended a supreme Tao along with a unique Tao, that old Freak Gao looks at her so favorably. There is even a chance that young Lady Nui can surpass her master in the future and possibly become a true immortal. But look at the expression on Senior Feng's face. Things don't look too good right now. Indeed, the look on the red-haired, sovereign realm expert's face was extremely ugly to behold. Senior Feng could feel the life force inside young Lady Nui's body seeping away uncontrollably, while her face had also turned pale, without a single hint of blood inside it. In the midst of this deathly silence, the sound of footsteps could suddenly be heard from the distance behind him, causing the red-haired middle-aged man to frown. As he turned his head around, Senior Feng noticed a yellow-robed, short-haired young man walking towards his direction with his eyes closed. Hey! Who is this kid? A peak rank 9 nascent soul stage cultivator can actually make it here. A surprised look flashed inside Senior Feng's eyes. region of the king's palace. As he stared at Shenlong, who didn't seem to be obstructed by the pressure of the surrounding chaos in the least as he walked inside this inner, it wasn't just Senior Feng who was surprised upon seeing this scene. The surrounding Dao Kings who were waiting to see whether young Lady Nui had survived or not were also stunned when they noticed that another nascent soul stage cultivator had actually made it in this place. Even someone like young Lady Nui, who had comprehended a supreme Dao as her foundational Dao for her Qi cultivation, along with a unique Dao for her body refinement cultivation, had only managed to make it this far inside the king's palace, and was clearly struggling with each step she took. And yet someone else at the same cultivation level could walk around this place completely unhindered. For a moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten about young Lady Nui, who was on the verge of death, as they stared at the black-haired young man in yellow robes who was walking towards the depths of the king's palace with a frown on his face. Shenlong was completely unaware of the attention he had attracted as he walked past Senior Feng and young Lady Nui, as well as the group of Dao Kings that had surrounded them, and headed even deeper inside the king's palace. Everyone was extremely curious about Shenlong's identity, since they hadn't heard of any other disciple who was at the same level as young Lady Nui entering the king's palace this time around. Even if such a person had entered, the Northern Sovereign should have been aware of it. And she would have definitely informed big shots like Senior Feng as well as the representatives of the big sects. Could it be that the Northern Sovereign intentionally hid this information from me? For a moment, Senior Feng wanted to follow after Shenlong and see how far he could go, while he also wanted to find out more about Shenlong's background. But it was at that moment that a series of violent coughings attracted his attention. Young Lady Nui's lips were tainted with a crimson color as she coughed blood without stop, before she finally opened her eyes a few moments later. "Young lady, how do you feel?" Senior Feng asked in a relieved tone when he saw that young Lady Nui had opened her eyes, before he took out a crimson-colored pill from his spatial ring and fed it to the white-robed young woman. Regardless of how injured she was, as long as she wasn't dead and could still regain consciousness, it meant that young Lady Nui had managed to survive the heavenly tribulation and complete her breakthrough. It was unknown what kind of pill the red-haired sovereign realm expert had fed her, but a few moments after consuming the pill, the beautiful white-robed young woman had regained enough strength to move her body by herself, as she struggled to sit cross-legged on the ground. A few moments later, after she managed to stabilize her breathing, young Lady Nui turned to look at the sky above her and said in a relieved yet still fearful tone, "I didn't expect the heavenly tribulation to be this terrifying. Even after using a Saint high-grade martial skill, I still nearly died from it." Senior Feng nodded his head calmly without speaking. Indeed, young Lady Nui had been extremely lucky to survive her heavenly tribulation. In reality, young Lady Nui had come even closer to dying compared to Jiang Chen when he had faced his heavenly tribulation half a day ago. Of course, the reason behind that was the difference in their defensive abilities. Although young Lady Nui's golden bell came from a Saint high-grade defensive martial skill, the bell's defensive abilities were far inferior to Jiang Chen's when he activated his bloodline of the demonic Crow of Darkness. After all, the demonic Crow of Darkness was a mythic rank magic beast from the immortal dimension, and was even considered to be one of the stronger ones. "Ah!" At a miserable cry that was filled with indescribable horror and pain left young Lady Nui's mouth a moment later, before her body turned limp. "Young lady!" The red-robed, red-haired middle-aged man shouted in concern, as his body disappeared on the spot, appearing right next to the white-robed young woman almost immediately. At the same time, the cloud of heavenly tribulation above her head seemed to have disappeared after firing off the 3 bolts of white lightning, leaving behind an extremely stifling atmosphere. Finally, after a few moments of silence, one of the surrounding Peak Dao Kings couldn't help exclaiming in a low voice, "Don't tell me that young Lady Nui really died." "I hope not. Young Lady Nui's master is old Freak Gao, one of the top masters in the central region, who is just a step away from ascending and becoming a true immortal. If she really died, I can't even imagine how angry her master will be. I heard that old Freak Gao dotes on young Lady Nui so much that he even ordered Senior Feng to follow after her and keep her safe. So you can guess how important he considers young Lady Nui to be. I know about this matter as well. It's because young Lady Nui has comprehended a supreme Dao along with a unique Dao that old Freak Gao looks at her so favorably. There is even a chance that young Lady Nui can surpass her master in the future and possibly become a true immortal. But look at the expression on Senior Feng's face. Things don't look too good right now. Indeed. The look on the red-haired, sovereign realm expert's face was extremely ugly to behold. Senior Feng could feel the life force inside young Lady Nu's body seeping away uncontrollably, while her face had also turned pale, without a single hint of blood inside it. In the midst of this deathly silence, the sound of footsteps could suddenly be heard from the distance behind him, causing the red-haired middle-aged man to frown. As he turned his head around, Senior Feng noticed a yellow-robed, short-haired young man walking towards his direction with his eyes closed. Hey! Who is this kid? A peak rank 9 nascent soul stage cultivator can actually make it here. A surprised look flashed inside Senior Feng's eyes as he stared at Shenlong, who didn't seem to be obstructed by the pressure of the surrounding chaos in the least as he walked inside this inner region of the king's palace. It wasn't just Senior Feng who was surprised upon seeing this scene. The surrounding Dao kings who were waiting to see whether young Lady Nui had survived or not were also stunned when they noticed that another nascent soul stage cultivator had actually made it in this place. Even someone like young Lady Nui, who had comprehended a supreme Dao as her foundational Dao for her Qi cultivation, along with a unique Dao for her body refinement cultivation, had only managed to make it this far inside the king's palace, and was clearly struggling with each step she took. And yet someone else at the same cultivation level could walk around this place completely unhindered. For a moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten about young Lady Nui, who was on the verge of death, as they stared at the black-haired young man in yellow robes who was walking towards the depths of the king's palace with a frown on his face. Shenlong, completely unaware of the attention he had attracted as he walked past Senior Feng and young Lady Nui, as well as the group of Dao kings that had surrounded them, and headed even deeper inside the king's palace. Everyone was extremely curious about Shenlong's identity, since they hadn't heard of any other disciple who was at the same level as young Lady Nui entering the king's palace this time around. Even if such a person had entered, the Northern Sovereign should have been aware of it. And she would have definitely informed big shots like Senior Feng as well as the representatives of the big sects for a moment. Senior Feng wanted to follow after Shenlong and see how far he could go, while he also wanted to find out more about Shenlong's background. But it was at that moment that a series of violent coughings attracted his attention. Could it be that the Northern Sovereign intentionally hid this information from me? Young Lady Nu's lips were tainted with a crimson color as she coughed blood without stop, before she finally opened her eyes a few moments later. Young lady, how do you feel? Senior Feng asked in a relieved tone when he saw that young Lady Nui had opened her eyes, before he took out a crimson-colored pill from his spatial ring and fed it to the white-robed young woman, regardless of how injured she was. As long as she wasn't dead and could still regain consciousness, it meant that young Lady Nui had managed to survive the heavenly tribulation and complete her breakthrough. It was unknown what kind of pill the red-haired sovereign realm expert had fed her, but a few moments after consuming the pill, the beautiful white-robed young woman had regained enough strength to move her body by herself, as she struggled to sit cross-legged on the ground. A few moments later, after she managed to stabilize her breathing, young Lady Nui turned to look at the sky above her and said in a relieved yet still fearful tone, "I didn't expect the heavenly tribulation to be this terrifying. Even after using a Saint high-grade martial skill, I still nearly died from it." Senior Feng nodded his head calmly without speaking. Indeed, young Lady Nui had been extremely lucky to survive her heavenly tribulation. In reality, young Lady Nui had come even closer to dying compared to Jiang Chen when he had faced his heavenly tribulation half a day ago. Of course, the reason behind that was the difference in their defensive abilities. Although young Lady Nu's golden bell came from a Saint high-grade defensive martial skill, the bell's defensive abilities were far inferior to Jiang Chen's when he activated his bloodline of the demonic Crow of Darkness. After all, the demonic Crow of Darkness was a mythic rank magic beast from the immortal dimension, and was even considered to be one of the stronger ones. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that after using his immortal grade bloodline, Jiang Chen could probably shatter young Lady Nu's golden bell with just a couple of punches. This was why, even though the two of them had practically faced an almost identical heavenly tribulation, young Lady Nui had ended up in a much worse situation compared to Jiang Chen. Seeing that young Lady Nim seemed to have recovered somewhat, Senior Feng took a deep breath, before he said in a solemn tone, "Young lady, there is something that you need to know. Just now, when you were undergoing your heavenly tribulation, a young man at the peak of the nascent soul stage passed by and headed towards the depths of the king's palace. What did you say? Young Lady Nui looked at the red-robed sovereign realm expert next to her with a look of disbelief plastered on her face as she asked in an incredulous voice. How could someone else other than her still in the nascent soul stage possibly make it this far inside the king's palace? After all, this place was already considered to be almost halfway inside the inner region of the palace. And only Tao kings should be able to reach it. Even a genus gens who had comprehended a supreme Tao would struggle to make it here without being crushed by the natural pressure of the Daos around them. And yet from the red-haired middle-aged man's tone, young Lady Nui understood that that person most likely wasn't having too much trouble heading even deeper inside the king's palace. Uncle Feng. Did you recognize that person? After a moment of hesitation, young Lady Nui couldn't help asking the red-haired middle-aged man next to her. Shaking his head, the red-haired sovereign realm expert answered solemnly without any hesitation in his voice. Unfortunately, I couldn't recognize him. Young lady, I am certain that I have never met that person before. Or there is no way I would simply forget about him. Naturally, I wanted to ask him about his identity earlier. But since that person seemed to be in a trance and was comprehending the Daos as well, I didn't want to risk offending him by interrupting him and breaking his concentration. However, I am planning to go to the core region and ask the Northern Sovereign herself about this matter. Considering the young lady's status, even if the Northern Sovereign is unwilling, she should still be forced to reveal a few things about that person. Young Lady Nui nodded her head as she turned her gaze towards the depths of the king's palace as well. For such a genius to have appeared in the king's palace along with her, it was only natural that it would attract her attention. Although she was slightly surprised that the Northern Sovereign hadn't mentioned that such a person had also entered the king's palace along with them. Young Lady Nui understood that a person with such strength in the nascent soul stage couldn't be a nobody and was most likely already famous in the central part of the central region as well. Young Lady Nui even believed that this person's status in the central region was on par. Or perhaps it even slightly exceeded even her own. Which was why the Northern Sovereign had chosen to remain silent, and not reveal anything even though young Lady Nui was the personal disciple of old Freak Gao, and whether it was in terms of talent or status. She was considered to be extremely talented. In her heart she knew clearly that there were some geniuses in the central part of the central region whose talent and status far surpassed even her own. Those people were mostly the heirs or the personal disciples of the strongest experts of the central region. And even young Lady Nui had to admit that she looked up to them. After a moment of deliberation, young Lady Nui looked at Senior Feng and said seriously, Uncle Feng, there is no reason to try and probe too deeply about this matter. It's enough to find out that person's name. Or at least which power he belongs to. However, if the Northern Sovereign is unwilling to reveal too much, then Uncle Feng shouldn't push it either. I suspect that the reason why the Northern Sovereign didn't say anything in the first place was because that person told her to keep his identity a secret. If that's the case, we don't need to look too deeply into this matter, but of course, if the Northern Sovereign is willing to introduce us to that person, then, naturally, we won't mistreat her. The red-haired Sovereign Realm expert's eyes lit up when he heard this. As he nodded his head in understanding, he understood that young Lady Nui wanted to acquaint herself with that person. And the best person to help her would clearly be the Northern Sovereign. Nodding his head, Senior Feng's figure disappeared, as he headed towards the location where the Northern Sovereign and the others would be. The core region of the king's palace. At the same time, Shunlong was completely oblivious to the attention he had attracted. As he kept walking towards the depths of the king's palace all by himself, his footsteps were calm and steady as the attention of some of the nearby Tao kings kept walking even further inside the inner region of the palace. His presence naturally attracting the however. Those Tao kings only threw a few more glances at Shunlong before they once again closed their eyes, as they continued to comprehend their Daos. Although Shunlong's presence in this place had surprised them, those Tao kings didn't have too much time to think about this since they had to focus on their own breakthroughs instead. After all, there was less than half a year left until the king's palace closed again. At the same time, the deeper inside the palace Shunlong walked, the more frequent the purple lightning bolts around him seemed to become. Inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black had already spread his soul sense around Shunlong's body, completely covering an area of 300 meters around him. If one of the purple lightning bolts truly threatened Shenlong's life, Little Black was ready to jump out from the Stone of Time and save him. Even if it meant attracting the attention of the nearby Dao kings and even the Dao emperors and the sovereign realm experts inside the king's palace. 3 days later, Shenlong's speed had yet to slow down, as he arrived in front of a gigantic, half-broken, silver door. This door that was more than 10 meters 33 feet tall had clearly endured the strikes from the purple bolts of lightning for countless years and was already on the verge of collapse. But somehow a portion of it was still standing. Anyone who laid their eyes on this door would instinctively understand that behind this door was the core region of the king's palace. And yet Shenlong's footsteps didn't pause for a single moment. Almost as if he didn't know that the silver door even existed in the first place. As he walked past it and stepped into the core region of the king's palace, a vast, majestic hall was situated behind the silver door. While the scene inside it would surely shock any Dao king who laid their eyes on it. All gathered together, as they surrounded a large bronze throne that was placed in the depths of this hall inside this core region of the king's palace. The Northern Sovereign, the Grand Elder of the Holy Sect, and a dozen other high-level experts were surprisingly. The figure of a golden skeleton could be seen sitting on this bronze throne, emitting a terrifying pressure that forcibly kept everyone else away. Even the Northern Sovereign and the other high-level experts were unable to step any closer to the golden skeleton. At the same time, bolts of purple lightning continuously descended from the sky, as they bombarded the golden skeleton on top of the bronze throne without stop. It was almost as if if the figure of the golden skeleton was the true target that the purple-colored lightning bolts had been trying to destroy from the very beginning, and yet it didn't matter how many bolts of lightning landed on the bronze throne. The figure of the golden skeleton seemed to be completely unaffected by them. At the same time, as soon as he stepped foot into the core region of the king's palace, Shenlong suddenly felt a powerful, irresistible pressure boring down on his body, almost breaking his concentration and nearly forcing him out of his trance. However, although this pressure was strong, it was still within the limits of what Shenlong's body could endure. Who is there? An old man dressed in purple robes let out a surprised cry the moment he sensed someone else entering the core region. His voice immediately attracting the attention of the nearby experts around him as well. The Northern Sovereign, the red-haired sovereign realm expert that was previously guarding young Lady Nui, Senior Feng, the Grand Elder of the Holy Sect, and the other high-level experts, all turned to look at the person who had suddenly appeared in this place, before looks of disbelief colored their faces shortly after. What? A nascent soul stage brat has made it here. How is this possible? A middle-aged woman dressed in green robes exclaimed out in shock as she stared at Shenlong, who was calmly walking towards their direction with his eyes still closed. How could it be him? The same thought had appeared inside the Northern Sovereigns, Senior Feng's, and the Grand Elder's minds all at the same time as they stared at Shenlong's figure. 3 days ago, Senior Feng had personally come here to ask the Northern Sovereign about Shenlong's identity. But the Northern Sovereign had said that she had no idea what he was talking about, displeasing Senior Feng, who believed that the Northern Sovereign wasn't willing to give him an honest answer. After pressuring the Northern Sovereign for 3 full days only to receive no answer. Despite being angry, Senior Feng had decided to give up and return to the inner region to protect young Lady Nui. As for finding out more about this matter, he couldn't do anything if the Northern Sovereign refused to cooperate. Besides, the Northern Sovereign was indeed much stronger than him. So the red-haired sovereign realm expert couldn't possibly bully her with his strength even if he wanted to. After all, the Northern Sovereign was indeed an expert who stood at the peak of the sovereign realm. How could Senior Feng have guessed that just as he was about to leave, Shenlong would appear in this place, and he would even manage to step foot inside the core region of the king's palace? Even among the geniuses of the central region, as far as Senior Feng knew, such a feat was unprecedented. Even peak Dao kings couldn't enter the core region of the king's palace, let alone nascent stage cultivators. At that moment, Senior Feng turned his head to stare at the Northern Sovereign next to him with a cold look, only to see the same bewildered look appear on her face. That kid is wearing the Holy Sect's robes. Don't tell me that he is really a member of the Holy Sect. Wait. I heard that there was a genius from the holy sect who has comprehended two supreme Deos. Old man Kang Wen. Is it really this kid? Supreme Deos. Even when the other geniuses who had comprehended two supreme Deos entered the king's palace, they still didn't reach this place. How did this kid make it here? The nearby experts either discussed among themselves, or they stared at the Grand Elder curiously as they waited for his answer. What these experts didn't know was that the Grand Elder hadn't even heard them just now, as his attention was fully focused on Shenlong, although he knew that Shenlong was a monster with unprecedented talent. Even in his wildest dreams, the Grand Elder hadn't expected to see him step foot inside the core region of the king's palace before they had entered the king's palace. The Grand Elder had even warned the disciples of the holy sect that no matter what they did, they shouldn't attempt to enter the core region under any circumstances. It wasn't because those disciples weren't allowed to come to this place, but because the pressure inside the core region of the king's palace could kill everyone below the peak Dao Emperor realm. Even the inner court elders of the holy sect were only staying in the inner region of the king's palace and didn't dare to step foot inside the core region. In fact, even the Grand Elder himself felt slightly uncomfortable under this pressure. How could he ever imagine that a nascent soul stage cultivator would be able to make it all the way here? The nearby experts watched as Shenlong's footsteps didn't slow down in the slightest as he continued to walk even deeper inside the core region, coincidentally heading towards the figure of the golden skeleton that was still bombarded by the purple-colored lightning bolts. The Northern Sovereign and the others all fell silent as they watched the scene in front of them. They could all sense that Shenlong was close to his breakthrough. But with every step he took, he was approaching even closer to the dangerous area of the Bronze Throne. At this point, the Grand Elder gritted his teeth and slowly took a step forward in a determined manner. He had decided that as long as Shenlong got too close to the area of the purple lightning, then the Grand Elder would interfere and save him, even if it meant ruining his breakthrough. However, just as Shenlong stepped within 100 meters from the Bronze Throne, his body suddenly trembled and turned rigid, before a bright blue light erupted from the depths of his spiritual sea. This bright blue light was like a cocoon that completely covered Shenlong's body. Shenlong, who was still in a trance, hadn't noticed that from the moment he had begun to gain insights into the Tao King realm 3 days ago, the stone of time inside his spiritual space had started to vibrate and emit a deep blue light that was slowly seeping inside his spiritual sea and had started to transform it inside the core region of the king's palace. Shenlong's mind was fully focused on his breakthrough as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Before the sky above his head soon started to rumble, the Northern Sovereign and the rest of the nearby experts all shivered when they felt the terrifying pressure that was gathering in the sky above them. As they all raised their heads to look at the black thunderclouds above the king's palace, the massive thunderclouds that covered an area of more than 10.000 meters were being pushed aside for the first time, as a massive white-colored thundercloud had started to appear in their midst. What is this thing? A purple-robed old man whose aura was similar to Senior Feng's, at the early stages of the sovereign realm, couldn't help but mutter in disbelief as he stared at the gigantic snow-white thundercloud that had appeared in the sky. It wasn't just this purple-robed old man, as similar expressions of shock had also appeared on the faces of the Northern Sovereign and the other experts. This can't be a heavenly tribulation. Forget about Tao Kings. Even my tribulation to the sovereign realm wasn't this big. A green-robed middle-aged woman said in a horrified voice as she stared at the massive white-colored thundercloud above the king's palace. However, the most shocked out of everyone else was the Northern Sovereign as an expert at the peak of the sovereign realm. The Northern Sovereign was the strongest person out of everyone else present, and she could clearly understand certain things much better than the rest. She could see that the white-colored thundercloud had nearly reached a radius of 30.000 meters by now, and it had already covered the entirety of the king's palace. The Northern Sovereign knew that the green-robed woman was right. Forget about Tao King realm cultivators. Even the heavenly tribulation of sovereign realm experts wouldn't be this big. And yet, the most terrifying thing was that the white thundercloud was still growing and absorbing even more energy. Clearly, this wasn't the full extent of Shenlong's heavenly tribulation. This thought made even the Northern Sovereign herself feel some fear in her heart. In reality, it wasn't just the experts in the core region who could see this massive white thundercloud in the sky, but everyone else who was inside the king's palace as well. regardless of whether it was the inner court elders of the holy sect or the elders from the other sects who were inside the inner region of the palace. Or Jiang Chen, young Lady Nui and the rest. Everyone raised their heads at the same time to look at the apocalyptic scene in the sky above them. As young Lady Nui looked at the massive white-colored thundercloud, she couldn't help but mumble to herself, "Don't tell me that the Northern Sovereign finally managed to take the final step." At the same time, Jiang Chen, Lu Mei, Xingyi, and Bai Longshan all stared at the white cloud in the sky with solemn looks in their eyes. They weren't certain if this was really Shenlong's heavenly tribulation, but a feeling of uneasiness had filled their hearts, telling them that this was most likely the case. This thought made Xingyi and the others feel even more uneasy. They could all sense how horrifying the energy inside this white thundercloud really was. And they could clearly feel that even after breaking through to the Tao King realm, their chances of surviving it were close to zero. A few moments later, the faces of the experts inside the core region of the king's palace all paled when they saw the scene that followed. As they all turned their gazes to look at the Northern Sovereign soon after, before one of them asked, "Senior, what should we do?" Although many among them had reached the sovereign realm, those experts all knew that the Northern Sovereign was the true person who was in charge of the king's palace. So she was the one who had to make the decision. The Northern Sovereign had a serious look in her eyes as she stared at the thundercloud of heavenly tribulation, that was exactly 99.999 meters long. And after a moment of silence she declared in a cold voice, "Leave the palace for now. Unfortunately, that kid is dead already." Senior Feng, the Grand Elder, and the surrounding experts were all surprised by the Northern Sovereign's choice. But after a moment of silence, they understood what was going on. With how massive the thundercloud of heavenly tribulation really was, anyone who stayed within the king's palace would certainly be affected by it. Even sovereign realm experts like the Northern Sovereign didn't have any confidence to survive this. So they had to leave this area, as far as they could, after throwing one last look at Shenlong. The Northern Sovereign shook her head and turned around to leave the king's palace, carrying with her the elders and the disciples of the various powers who were still within the inner and the outer region. It didn't matter whether those people were close to breaking through or not. The Northern Sovereign carried them all with her as she left the palace. If those people really stayed there, they would definitely be caught inside the heavenly tribulation and die for nothing. The other experts followed after the Northern Sovereign, while the last one to leave was the Grand Elder. After throwing a reluctant look at Shenlong, the Grand Elder opened a space tier and left the core region of the king's palace, leaving behind just Shenlong, who was still sitting there with his eyes closed for the first time since the death of the supreme expert who had created it. The sky above the king's palace had turned into a pure white color, as the black thunderclouds had all been forcefully pushed aside by the enormous thundercloud of the heavenly tribulation a few moments later. There was no one else left inside the king's palace other than Shenlong. The Northern Sovereign and the powerful experts who were following behind her had all escorted everyone else outside of the palace, afraid that they would end up getting caught in the heavenly tribulation as well. Boom. V-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-Oom. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? How much longer is it going to store power for? One of the experts who was standing next to the Northern Sovereign couldn't help but comment as he stared at the massive white-colored thundercloud above the king's palace from the distance. Sparks of white lightning had already appeared around the white-colored thundercloud as they crackled with terrifying power. And yet the heavenly tribulation had yet to descend. Instead, it seemed like it was still storing its power, as the natural chi in the air around the king's palace had turned into a giant vortex that was being absorbed into the white thundercloud of the heavenly tribulation. It was almost as if he had finally sensed the disturbance in the chi around him. As Shenlong finally opened his eyes and raised his head to look at the sky, where three enormous white bolts of lightning entered his vision, it was nearly at the same time that Shenlong had opened his eyes that the three gigantic bolts of lightning descended from the sky simultaneously. As they aimed to pierce through his head, the destructive power inside these three bolts of heavenly tribulation seemed to have reached its peak, and was even slightly stronger than the three lightning bolts that Jiang Chen and young Lady Nui had faced during their own heavenly tribulations, causing even space itself to ripple. And yet, Shenlong had a calm look on his face as he looked at those three bolts of white lightning above his head, before he mumbled to himself in an almost inaudible voice, "Monarch's domain." Shenlong's eyes instantly turned golden as the invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from his body, before the flow of time around him forcibly came to a halt. This was the first time that Shenlong was testing his full strength ever since he had reached the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul. The 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation that were even thicker than an adult man's waist immediately slowed down the moment they entered inside his monarch's domain, as they ended up losing more than half of their speed. And yet, the 3 bolts of lightning didn't stop but were only slowed down, as they kept descending towards Shenlong's head. Shenlong could sense that the power behind these 3 bolts of lightning was still enough to destroy the soul of nearly every single peak rank 9 nascent soul stage cultivator. Even he would be severely injured if he took this attack head-on. Waving his hand, Shenlong took out the black sword from the stone of time and held it in front of him, before he slashed it forward a moment later. Thunder God's slash. The runes and patterns on the black sword's surface all lit up at the same time the moment that Shenlong infused his chi inside the sword. Before a black-colored slash that was crackling with sparks of lightning left the sword's edge and collided with the 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation that were now just a few inches away from his head. The bolts of heavenly tribulation trembled momentarily the moment that they collided with the Thunder God's slash, before the Thunder God's slash was almost instantly destroyed, even after losing more than half of their strength after entering Shenlong's monarch's domain. The 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation were still strong enough to easily destroy his saint low-grade martial skill. Shenlong didn't have enough time to launch another attack, as the 3 bolts of lightning appeared in front of him and pierced through his glabella, entering inside his spiritual space. Shenlong could feeling a sharp pain the moment that the 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation pierced through the space between his eyebrows and entered his spiritual space, causing his body to turn rigid. And yet, a surprising thing happened the moment that the 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation entered Shenlong's spiritual space. Shenlong's spiritual sea that had undergone some change and was now shining with a mix of a blue and golden color instantly rumbled the moment that it sensed the existence of the 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation, as a gigantic wave of spiritual strength swallowed the 3 white lightning bolts. Although Shenlong felt a wave of pain momentarily affecting his soul, a soothing feeling followed soon after as the 3 waves of heavenly tribulation disappeared from his spiritual space, turning into a gentle stream of energy that entered his spiritual sea. Shenlong could feel both his soul and his spiritual sea being strengthened extremely quickly as they absorbed the energy of the 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. Shenlong already knew that every bolt of heavenly tribulation carried with it a terrifying destructive energy that could obliterate a person's soul. But it also had a wave of energy that nourished a cultivator's soul and allowed them to become even stronger. However, just as Shenlong was about to relish in this feeling of enjoyment, as he felt his soul and spiritual sea strengthening themselves, a sudden feeling of danger sprouted in his heart, causing him to hurriedly open his eyes and turn to look at the sky above him at the same time. Inside the foggy space in the stone of time, Little Black, who had stayed silent for so long, stared at the sky above Shenlong's head, before the Black Dragon said in a grave voice, "Master, be careful. Are you serious? How is this possible? A full set of 9? A nascent soul stage cultivator has to face a full set of 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation." At the same time that Shenlong had raised his head to look at the sky above him, the experts around the Northern Sovereign, who were standing a good distance away from the king's palace, all stared at the 6 snow-white lightning bolts that were being formed around the cloud of the heavenly tribulation with flabbergasted looks on their faces, unable to believe the situation in front of them. Indeed, along with the previous 3 lightning bolts that Shenlong had to face, these 6 pure white bolts of lightning that were being formed in the sky right now made a full set of 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation. A middle-aged man dressed in purple robes with a cultivation similar to the Grand Elders, at the peak of the Tao Emperor realm, turned to look at the Northern Sovereign, who was standing a few tens of meters away from him, and asked in a tone that couldn't fully hide his shock, "Senior, what is going on? This is the first time that I see 9 bolts of lightning appear in the heavenly tribulation of a nascent soul stage brat." The surrounding experts all turned their gazes towards the Northern Sovereign as well, as they waited to hear her answer. Although all of those experts who were allowed to stand close to the Northern Sovereign were high-level figures of their respective territories within the central region, it was indeed the first time for them to witness such a scene as well. Nodding her head, the Northern Sovereign kept staring at the massive thundercloud in the sky above the king's palace, Before she answered in an extremely solemn tone, that kid's talent is truly terrifying. What a shame. It's true that, normally, a full set of 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation will only descend when Tao kings who have comprehended common or rare Daos face their own heavenly tribulations to reach the Tao Emperor realm. Of heavenly tribulation during their breakthrough to the Tao King realm as well. However, although I haven't witnessed it myself, I have heard that in the past, there have been geniuses who had to face a full set of 9 bolts of course, throughout the entire history of our central region. I have only heard of 8 such geniuses who had to face such a heavenly tribulation, and in the end, only 3 of them managed to survive. The Northern Sovereign's voice had hints of pity and amazement inside it as she looked at the massive white thundercloud that had now covered a distance of 99.999 meters. As an expert who had lived for more than 500,000 years and ruled the northern part of the central region, the Northern Sovereign was naturally privy to some of the secrets of the central region. She had never expected that today she would be seeing one of those heavenly tribulations with her own eyes. Naturally, the Northern Sovereign could sense that this heavenly tribulation that Shenlong was undergoing was very different from the tribulations that most Tao kings had to face when they broke through to the Tao Emperor realm. The Northern Sovereign knew that although these lightning bolts may be weaker than the bolts that those peak Tao kings would have to face, the level of danger far surpassed anything that nascent soul stage cultivators could endure. Even though it was said that the heavens were always fair and would always leave out the slightest bit of chance for someone to survive, in the Northern Sovereign's eyes, facing such a heavenly tribulation as a nascent soul stage cultivator was no different from death. As for the 3 geniuses who had managed to survive, the Northern Sovereign knew that they had only survived thanks to their good luck, and with extremely serious injuries to their souls that they needed more than 1,000 years to heal. If those geniuses hadn't managed to absorb the energy inside the bolts of heavenly tribulation in time, before their spiritual seas were fully destroyed, they would have also joined the other 5, turning into nothing but dust, with their names buried through the annals of history of the central region. The Grand Elder's expression was exceedingly ugly to behold, and the last spark of hope in his heart was forcefully snuck out from the moment that he had seen the size of Shenlong's heavenly tribulation. The Grand Elder had started to despair, feeling that Shenlong had almost no chance of surviving. He knew that Shenlong's heavenly tribulation was bound to be extraordinary, and yet, in his heart, the Grand Elder still hoped that Shenlong could somehow pull a miracle and survive this ordeal. However, after seeing the 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation that had appeared in the sky and hearing the Northern Sovereign's words, the last bit of hope in his heart was slowly crushed into nothingness. At the same time, in the core region of the king's palace, Shenlong was staring at the 6 bolts of white lightning in the sky above him with a serious look. He was already prepared for his heavenly tribulation to be much worse than Jiang Chen's and the rest's. Although a full set of 9 bolts was indeed extremely dangerous, Shenlong knew that it wasn't entirely hopeless to resist this. Shenlong's gaze was like a sharp sword as he stared at the 6 bolts of lightning in the sky that had almost reached their full strength by now. Before he spoke in a serious voice that reverberated throughout the core region of the king's palace time. Siphon. The chi inside his 81 silver-colored balls of chi was being sapped at an alarming rate. Before a bright blue light with hints of gold inside it covered Shenlong's body like a cocoon, just as Shenlong's body was covered by the azure and golden light. The enormous white thundercloud above the king's palace rumbled for the 2nd time, before the 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation simultaneously descended from the sky. Lu Mei, Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan all stared at the apocalyptic scene above the king's palace with bated breaths. They had already undergone their own heavenly tribulations, and they already knew how dangerous facing 3 bolts of lightning really was, let alone 6 of them. Although they couldn't see Shenlong's figure that was still inside the core region of the palace, all they could do was hope that he would come out of this alive. There is no need to worry too much. Even if it's 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation, Brother Shen will definitely survive. At least in the nascent soul stage. I have yet to meet someone who can be a match for Brother Shen. Bai Longshan was the first one to break the silence as he spoke in a confident voice a moment later. Right. Although this will be dangerous, I don't think that 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation will be enough to take his life. Jiang Chen nodded his head in agreement as he stared at the 6 bolts of lightning that were headed towards the core region of the king's palace. Lu Mei and Xing Yi were both extremely worried in their hearts. But they knew that there was nothing they could do. Meanwhile, inside the core region of the palace, Shenlong watched as the 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation entered inside his monarch's domain, losing more than half of their speed. And yet, just like the last time, the monarch's domain wasn't enough to contain the bolts of heavenly tribulation that continued to descend towards Shenlong, heading straight towards his head. At the same time, the blue and golden light around his body that resembled a cocoon finally erupted outwards, as it moved to block the 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation. Shenlong could feel the chi inside his chi balls being depleted extremely quickly as the time siphon met the 6 bolts of white lightning head-on, causing the space within the core region of the king's palace to violently ripple. The time siphon was, without a doubt, the strongest move that Shenlong could use right now, its strength far surpassing even that of the thunder god's slash. Of course, the drawback that the time siphon had was that Shenlong needed some time to gather his chi in order to use it, and that it depleted nearly half of his chi, but its effects were simply too powerful to ignore. Shenlong was certain that after reaching the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul and purifying his chi balls, even early rank 2 Dao Kings would almost instantly die if they were affected by his time siphon. The 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation slowed down even further the moment they collided with the time siphon. But even then, they didn't come to a halt. Instead, they continued descending towards the core region of the king's palace. As they inched closer and closer towards Shenlong's head, Shenlong, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, could feel that his time siphon was forcefully stealing the time inside every one of the 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation for himself. But it was almost as if there was a limitless amount of time inside those bolts of lightning. Of course, if he had enough time, Shenlong was confident that he could succeed. But this heavenly tribulation wasn't that easy to survive. After all, he wasn't just facing just a bolt of white lightning but 6 of them. The 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation forcefully endured the effects of the time siphon. As they pierced through Shenlong's glabella and entered inside his spiritual space for the second time, Shenlong could feel a sharp pain in the center of his brows that caused his entire body to violently tremble and shiver. Although more than half of their strength was depleted, the 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation had more than enough strength to destroy the soul of any peak nascent soul stage cultivator. Just like the last time, Shenlong's spiritual sea that was on the verge of transforming seemed to have sensed the intrusion of the 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation that entered Shenlong's spiritual space. Before waves after waves of spiritual strength were raised, as they intended to swallow the bolts of white lightning, Shenlong could feel a sharp pain in his soul, as large amounts of his spiritual strength were being depleted continuously without stop, while the 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation were being forcefully swallowed by his spiritual sea. Just as he felt that he was finally reaching his limit, Shenlong suddenly sensed a wave of energy inside his spiritual sea, slowly nourishing him, and alleviating some of the pain, allowing him to heave a sigh of relief indeed. The first of the 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation had used up all of its destructive energy, leaving only the nourishing energy inside it that slowly started to strengthen Shenlong's soul along with his spiritual sea. The second and the third bolts of heavenly tribulation soon followed suit. And half an hour later, the last of the 6 bolts had been successfully refined as well. Shenlong could still feel a sharp pain in his soul, as more than half of the spiritual strength inside his spiritual sea had been spent this time. But he could sense his soul being strengthened at an extremely rapid rate. Of course, this was only natural since he had just absorbed the nourishing energy of an entire set of 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation. However, for some reason, Shenlong still felt a wave of uneasiness in his heart. He could feel that he had yet to truly break through to the Dao King realm. Master, how is this possible? It was at that moment that Little Black seemed to have lost his composure, as he stared at the sky above the king's palace with an incredulous look in his deep azure eyes. At the same time that Little Black's surprised voice sounded inside Shenlong's mind, the Northern Sovereign, and the rest of the experts around her who were standing a distance away from the king's palace, all stared at the sky above the palace with clear looks of disbelief in their eyes. Is this real? The Northern Sovereign was actually the one who asked this question while the elders around her all remained silent, as none of them could believe the scene in front of their eyes. The massive white-colored thundercloud that covered a distance of 99.999 meters around the king's palace had actually started to change, as sparks of red lightning started to appear around its surface. Senior. What's going on? Why hasn't the cloud of heavenly tribulation disappeared yet? The Grand Elder looked at the Northern Sovereign and asked in a distressed voice. Although he had been certain that Shenlong's chances of surviving the barrage of the previous 6 bolts of heavenly tribulation were practically non-existent, the Grand Elder still wanted to see Shenlong's body at the very least. However, from the looks of things, it seemed like Shenlong's heavenly tribulation wasn't over yet, making the Grand Elder unsure of how to act. Wait. Since the cloud of heavenly tribulation has yet to disappear, does this mean that that kid had actually managed to survive the first set of 9 bolts of white lightning? One of the old men who was standing the closest to the Northern Sovereign couldn't help voicing out his suspicion as he stared at the massive white thundercloud above the king's palace that seemed like it was actually preparing to strike for the 3rd time. Looks of realization suddenly appeared on the faces of the surrounding experts who had actually forgotten about this detail indeed. Unless the person who was undergoing the heavenly tribulation truly died and had their soul disperse, or they finished undergoing their heavenly tribulation and completed their breakthrough, the cloud of heavenly tribulation wouldn't disappear. Since the heavenly tribulation has yet to disappear, it can only mean that that kid has indeed managed to survive it, and is somehow still alive, nodding her head. The Northern Sovereign answered in a serious voice, throughout the history of the entire central region, at least as far as I know of, he is only the 4th person to do this. The Northern Sovereign's words were like a hammer that struck the hearts of the high-level experts around her. Although many of them had guessed that Shenlong was probably still alive since the cloud of heavenly tribulation had yet to disappear, hearing it directly from the Northern Sovereign was a completely different matter. Even young Lady Nui and the red-haired Sovereign Realm expert who was following after her, Senior Feng, had all turned silent as they waited for the Northern Sovereign to continue. Indeed, a moment later, the silver-robed Northern Sovereign kept staring at the sky above the king's palace before she continued. However, even I have never heard of something like this happening before. Normally, red lightning will only appear when Dao Emperors break through to the Sovereign Realm. Although it's not unheard of for peak Dao kings who have comprehended supreme or unique Daos to create such a scene when they break through to the Dao Emperor realm. In the history of the entire central region, there has never been a nascent soul stage cultivator who had to face red lightning. The Northern Sovereign was unable to hide the shock in her voice as she stared at the sparks of red lightning that seemed to be gathering towards the center of the white cloud of the heavenly tribulation. However, the most astonished out of everyone wasn't the Northern Sovereign or the other high-level experts around her, but little black Shenlong, who was still in the process of absorbing the nourishing energy from the bolts of heavenly tribulation inside his spiritual sea. Seemed to have opened his eyes the moment he heard little black's voice in his mind. Before he turned his attention towards the sky above him the moment his eyes landed on the red sparks of lightning that were quickly taking the form of a huge crimson lightning bolt, Shenlong suddenly felt his heart turning cold, as a sense of lethal danger overcame him. He could sense that even though it had yet to fully form itself, the energy inside this red bolt of lightning far exceeded even the combined energy of the 9 bolts of white lightning that he had just faced. Master, this is bad. Although I knew that it would be different, even I didn't expect that Master's heavenly tribulation to become a Dao King. Little Black, who could sense Shenlong's emotions, said in a grave voice, would be this terrifying. Shenlong could sense from their mental connection that Little Black was truly worried this time. After a moment of hesitation, Little Black then continued, Master, in reality, the heavenly tribulation that mortal cultivators have to face is split into 3 different levels. The first is the white-colored heavenly tribulation. Normally, nascent soul stage cultivators who break through to the Dao King realm will only face a single white bolt of heavenly tribulation during their breakthrough. But of course, it's possible for them to face 2 or even 3 bolts of lightning depending on their talent. Shenlong nodded his head as he already understood this matter. He knew that the reason why Jiang Chen, Lu Mei, Xingyi, and Bai Longshan had all faced 3 white bolts of lightning were due to their talent, and the Daos they had comprehended. However, in the immortal dimension, there are some monstrous geniuses whose talent is so terrifying that during their breakthrough to the Tao King realm they will have to face a full set of 9 bolts of lightning in the past. Long before Master became the Lord of Heaven Trampling City, I heard that Master also had to face a full set of 9 bolts of white lightning to become a Tao King. Shenlong was momentarily stunned when he heard Little Black's words before he fell silent. He had always been curious about his past life. But he didn't want to ask Little Black about it, since he was bound to find everything by himself sooner or later, once his memories returned back to him. After a brief pause, Little Black then continued speaking. Of course, geniuses like Master who have to face 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation are extremely rare, and don't appear once every 1,000 years, even in the immortal dimension. After all, even Tao Kings who break through to the Tao Emperor realm will only face a single set of 9 bolts of white lightning during their breakthrough. Of course, this only applies to those Tao Kings who have comprehended common or rare Daos, and have used them as their foundational Daos. As for those Tao Kings who have comprehended unique, even supreme-level Daos once they attempt to break through to the Tao Emperor realm, their heavenly tribulation will be much worse, and they will have to face Crimson Lightning instead. Master, the Crimson Lightning is the 2nd level of heavenly tribulation, and the destructive power inside a single bolt is simply incomparable to even 9 bolts of white lightning. However, bolts of Crimson Lightning have never appeared during the heavenly tribulation of a nascent soul cultivator. Even in the immortal dimension, it's unheard of for a nascent soul cultivator to face a bolt of Crimson Lightning during their breakthrough to the Tao King realm. This time, Little Black was truly worried. It was one thing for Shenlong to face a set of 9 bolts of white lightning during his breakthrough, but a bolt of Crimson Lightning was an entirely different matter. Even peak Tao Kings who had comprehended unique and supreme-level Daos could perish in such a situation. At the same time that Little Black was mentally speaking to Shenlong, Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, Bai Longshan, and Xing Yi, who were standing a distance away from the king's palace, all stared at this scene in the sky above the palace with grave looks in their eyes. Although they didn't know what the red lightning represented, even from a distance away, they could still feel the terrifying pressure that was gathering in the sky above the core region of the king's palace. They could all sense that this growing pressure had already far surpassed that of the 9 bolts of white lightning that Shenlong had just faced. "Brother Long, you have to be fine," Xing Yi said in a voice full of concern, while Lu Mei and the rest all stared worriedly at the dilapidated black palace ahead of them. Shenlong's heavenly tribulation had already exceeded what a nascent soul cultivator should be normally facing. Meanwhile, Shenlong, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground inside the core region of the king's palace, had completely focused his attention on the cloud of heavenly tribulation above his head. The crimson bolt of lightning still needed some time to be completely formed, as it kept absorbing the chi around the king's palace at a horrifying speed. The sparks of red lightning were gathering towards the center of the massive white thundercloud all at the same time, slowly forming a crimson lightning bolt that seemed to be just as big as the white lightning bolts that Shenlong had just faced a few moments ago. However, the difference in the aura of this crimson lightning bolt and the white bolts of lightning was simply incomparable. Even the surrounding peak Tao Kings who laid their eyes on this crimson bolt of lightning could feel their hearts palpitating after sensing its aura after taking a deep breath. Shenlong's cultivation at the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul exploded outwards once again, as a bright blue and golden light covered his body for the 2nd time. Before Shenlong mumbled in a cold voice, "Crimson lightning hasn't been done before. So what? In the end, it's still nothing more than heavenly tribulation. How can I possibly die from this? Time siphon." The light around Shenlong's body started to tum even brighter as the remaining chi inside his 81 silver-colored balls of chi was sapped in an instant, once again forming a protective cocoon around his body. Staring at the crimson bolt of lightning that was just a few moments away from being fully formed, Shenlong narrowed his eyes and said a single word, "Come." It was almost as if the heavens suddenly responded, as a powerful, deafening sound was heard from the gigantic cloud of heavenly tribulation above the king's palace. Before a crimson lightning bolt that was even thicker than an adult man's waist descended from the skies, heading straight towards Shenlong's head, the Grand Elder, the Northern Sovereign, and the rest of the surrounding experts, along with the disciples of the major powers of the central region, all watched this scene with bated breaths. As the crimson lightning bolt entered the core region of the king's palace a moment later, Shenlong could feel a wave of heavenly pressure approaching him from the skies. Before the crimson lightning bolt entered inside his monarch's domain. However, Shenlong noticed that unlike the white-colored bolts of heavenly tribulation, this crimson lightning bolt was barely affected by his monarch's domain, as it kept descending towards him at a terrifying speed at that moment. The blue and golden light around Shenlong's body that resembled a cocoon finally erupted outwards, as it moved to block the crimson bolt of heavenly tribulation. The red bolt of heavenly tribulation indeed slowed down for a brief second the moment that it collided with the time siphon. But a moment later, the crimson bolt of lightning actually ignored the restraints of the time siphon as it arrived right in front of Shenlong and pierced through his head. Forcefully entering inside his spiritual space, Shenlong's body trembled violently the moment the crimson bolt of heavenly tribulation pierced through his head, before a wave of indescribable pain assaulted him. As soon as the red lightning bolt entered his body, Shenlong's entire spiritual space shook and was almost instantly brought to the verge of collapse. As the crimson lightning bolt plunged directly inside his spiritual sea, Shenlong could feel a soul-tearing pain ripping him apart. As his spiritual sea didn't even have enough time to raise waves of spiritual power to attack the crimson bolt of heavenly tribulation before he was attacked directly, Shenlong could sense his vast spiritual power that had even exceeded that of a peak rank 9 Dao Kings being depleted at a terrifying rate. As the crimson lightning bolt wreaked havoc inside his spiritual sea, forget about the fact that Shenlong only had 50% of his spiritual power left intact since he had already dealt with the previous set of 9 bolts of white lightning previously. Even if he was at his peak state, the chances of surviving the assault of this crimson bolt of heavenly tribulation would have been less than 10%. Inside the Stone of Time, Little Black and Little Silver could both sense Shenlong's predicament. But both the Black Dragon and the Silver-Winged Panther remained completely silent. As they endured with red eyes, the slightest distraction could easily push Shenlong to his own death. However, there was nothing that the two magic beasts could do. As with every passing moment, Shenlong's situation became even grimmer and primmer. His aura was rapidly turning weaker while his spiritual power was being eaten away by the crimson lightning bolt. A few moments later, Shenlong's spiritual sea was only left with less than 20% of his spiritual strength. But the crimson bolt of heavenly tribulation, that had already endured the time siphon and the effects of the monarch's domain previously, had more than 70% of its original power left. Master, if you die today, I swear on my life that I will definitely ascend to the immortal dimension and kill old man G myself before I come to accompany you. Together in life, together in death. A horrifying aura of anger and killing intent erupted from Little Black's body at that moment, making Little Silver, who was watching the Black Dragon from afar, tremble in terror. Shenlong could hear Little Black's indistinct voice in his head, but he couldn't hear what the Black Dragon was saying clearly, since his head felt muddled from the pain. His spiritual power inside his spiritual sea was finally completely depleted, allowing the crimson bolt of heavenly tribulation to directly attack his soul. Forget about the soul of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Even a peak Dao Emperor's soul would instantly crumble the moment they were attacked by a bolt of heavenly tribulation directly. The crimson bolt of lightning was like a hungry magic beast that had finally smelled blood. As it arrived in the center of Shenlong's empty spiritual sea almost instantly, heading straight towards his soul. Without the spiritual power inside Shenlong's spiritual sea to block its way, there was nothing else to stop the red bolt of heavenly tribulation as it collided directly with Shenlong's soul. Shenlong could instantly feel his soul being shaken by a nearly unstoppable power, as a soul-tearing pain that, even worse than before, filled his mind. However, it was at the same time that the crimson bolt of heavenly tribulation had touched his soul, that the Stone of Time inside Shenlong's spiritual space suddenly reacted. The Stone of Time trembled momentarily, before a blinding blue and golden light exploded outwards and covered Shenlong's spiritual space in the blink of an eye. Shenlong could feel the pain in his soul disappear almost instantly, as the terrifying power of the crimson lightning bolt seemed to have suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed in the first place. Instead of pain, Shenlong could feel a wave of nourishing energy appear within his spiritual space, as it started to quickly strengthen his soul even further. Meanwhile, the moment that the crimson lightning bolt disappeared from Shenlong's spiritual space. The enormous white cloud of heavenly tribulation above the king's palace started to rumble once again. Almost as if it had just been provoked. This time the rumbling sound was much worse than before. As countless sparks of purple lightning started to appear on the surface of the white thundercloud. Rapidly converging together as they quickly formed 9 gigantic bolts of purple lightning. Purple lightning. A young man who had just broken through to the Tao King realm a while ago, and was now standing behind the Northern Sovereign and the other experts. Couldn't help mutter in a disbelieving voice as he stared at the scene above the king's palace. Neither the Northern Sovereign nor any of the experts around her dared to speak at that moment. As they all stared at the 9 bolts of purple lightning with looks of incredulousness and even fear in their eyes. It was almost as if the heavens could no longer permit Shenlong to live and had decided to exterminate him today. At that moment, however, the stone of time inside Shenlong's spiritual space seemed to have reacted to this as well. As a horrifying aura that was even more powerful than the 9 bolts of purple lightning exploded outwards from the depths of Shenlong's soul. As it shot to the skies to meet the 9 bolts of purple lightning. Under the Northern Sovereign's and the other experts' disbelieving eyes. The 9 bolts of purple lightning seemed to tremble. Before the massive thundercloud of heavenly tribulation quieted down, as it started to slowly disappear from the sky above the king's palace at the same time that the enormous white cloud of heavenly tribulation started to disappear from the sky above the king's palace. Within the core region of the palace, Shenlong was sitting cross-legged on the ground when he felt his aura rising rapidly without any signs of stop. Shenlong could feel that the nourishing energy from the bolts of heavenly tribulation inside him wasn't just increasing the strength of his soul, but it also increased his cultivation, allowing him to advance towards the final barrier and reach the Tao King realm, of course. To complete his breakthrough and truly become a Tao King realm, Shenlong knew that he first had to condense all of the 81 silver-colored balls of Qi inside the Monarch's hourglass together and form a single ball of Qi at that moment. However, just as he was about to begin his breakthrough, Shenlong sensed that something had changed inside the king's palace. Suppressing the urge to break through right away, Shenlong opened his eyes and looked around him, trying to identify the origin of this change. Before his eyes fell on the figure of the golden skeleton sitting on the bronze throne, although nothing seemed different at first glance. Shenlong had instantly realized what was going on. Before Little Black's voice sounded in his mind almost at the same time, "Master. Quickly! The aura of that golden skeleton is completely suppressed. This is Master's chance to take it." Shenlong's eyes lit up when he heard this. And after a moment of deliberation, his body shot towards the figure that was sitting on the bronze throne at full speed. Indeed, the aura of the golden skeleton had been completely suppressed at this moment, looking like it was no different from an ordinary skeleton. But Shenlong understood that this skeleton was anything but ordinary. He had already seen how the Northern Sovereign and the other experts around her had tried to get close to this skeleton. But the terrifying aura that was coming from the skeleton's body had kept those experts at bay, preventing them from moving even a step closer towards it. Most likely, this golden skeleton is the owner of the king's palace. That expert who was trying to ascend to become a true immortal. At the same time that Shenlong made his move, outside of the king's palace, the Northern Sovereign and the experts around her all stared at the scene above the palace with stunned looks on their faces. They had all seen the 9 bolts of purple lightning that had started to take shape and were about to strike the core region of the palace. But before they actually descended from the sky, the cloud of the heavenly tribulation had suddenly vanished, leaving behind a dumbfounded group of experts. Did the heavenly tribulation just disappear? I really thought that the 9 bolts of purple lightning were about to descend at that moment. Could the heavens have changed their minds? Senior, is that even possible? Let's go. The Northern Sovereign wasn't willing to hear the speculations of the experts around her as she spoke in a cold voice. Before her body disappeared on the spot, heading towards the king's palace in the distance at full speed. The surrounding experts all nodded their heads before they followed after her, heading towards the king's palace as well. The Northern Sovereign and the other experts were just 200.000 meters, 120 miles, away from the palace. But such a distance was a matter of a few seconds for the Northern Sovereign to cross. The black thunder clouds that had been pushed away from Shenlong's heavenly tribulation had yet to gather together again and needed some more time to do so. making the king's palace a place without any danger for experts at the Northern Sovereign's level. After all, the only thing that the Northern Sovereign was afraid of was the bolts of purple lightning around the palace. As for the pressure that was coming from the golden skeleton, although the Northern Sovereign couldn't get past it, it didn't pose the slightest bit of danger to an expert at her level. Lu Mei, Xingyi, Zhang Chen, and Bai Longshan all saw the Grand Elder and the other experts hurrying towards the king's palace and followed after them without any hesitation a few seconds later. The Northern Sovereign was the first one to arrive in the coat region of the king's palace. But the scene in front of her left the silver-robed woman stunned in disbelief. Senior. The experts who were following after her soon arrived one after the other. But soon as their eyes landed on the empty bronze throne, these experts instantly went silent. This where is the golden skeleton? Surprisingly, young Lady Nui, who was carried by the red-haired sovereign realm expert, Senior Feng, was the first one to break the silence. As she looked at the Northern Sovereign with a curious, and even somewhat excited look in her eyes. Since the golden skeleton was no longer on the bronze throne, then that could only mean that someone had managed to get their hands on it. And the most likely person to do so was the person who had arrived first. The Northern Sovereign. Although the Northern Sovereign was indeed the strongest among the experts inside the king's palace right now, the golden skeleton wasn't something that she could keep for herself, regardless of how much she coveted it. Even the strongest experts of the central region had their eyes set on the figure of the golden skeleton. But they had tried to obtain it for countless years to no avail. Naturally, those experts wouldn't come to the king's palace every time it opened for such a fruitless endeavor. However, if someone really managed to get the golden skeleton, even if the person who got it was the Northern Sovereign, those experts would naturally chase her down to obtain it. As for Shenlong, the thought of him trying to steal the golden skeleton didn't even cross young Lady Nu's mind, putting aside whether he could even get close to the bronze throne in the first place. If Shenlong really dared to try and steal the skeleton, then there would only be one outcome for him: death. Senior Feng and the surrounding experts all stared at the Northern Sovereign with curious looks in their eyes. But they could also feel that something was wrong. If the Northern Sovereign had been the one to get her hands on the golden skeleton, why would she be staring at the bronze throne with a dumbfounded look like that? Could it be that she is trying to feign ignorance? Humph! Is she taking us for fools? Senior Feng snorted inwardly as he took a step forward and arrived in front of the Northern Sovereign almost instantly. Before he said with a calm look on his face, Northern Sovereign, congratulations on obtaining the golden skeleton. Unfortunately, I have to say that even though you are the sovereign responsible for the northern part of the central region, you should understand that the golden skeleton isn't something you can keep for yourself. The Northern Sovereign seemed to have returned back to her senses the moment she heard Senior Feng's voice. As she stared at him, and immediately understood what was going on, before a cold smile was formed on her lips. Senior Feng nodded his head once he saw that he had the Northern Sovereign's attention. Before he continued with a slightly gentler tone, Northern Sovereign, if you choose to hand over the golden skeleton to my lord, I can promise you that my lord will not mistreat you. I can tell you that the rewards you will receive will even exceed what the Tianwan dynasty will be willing to give you by many times. The surrounding experts all stared at the red-haired Senior Feng silently, while looks of envy had appeared in their eyes. Those experts knew that even the Northern Sovereign wouldn't be able to keep the golden skeleton for herself. But a reward from old Freak Yao in exchange for the skeleton's figure wasn't going to be something small and was most likely worth it. And yet, contrary to the expectations of Senior Feng, the rest of the surrounding experts around her, the Northern Sovereign shook her head. And with her gaze focused on Shenlong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, she said calmly, unfortunately, I am not the one who managed to get the golden skeleton. Most likely it's in the hands of that kid over there. Senior Feng, young Lady Nui, the Grand Elder, and the surrounding experts all stared at the Northern Sovereign with surprised looks, before they quickly turned their attention towards Shenlong as well. Seeing how peacefully Shenlong was sitting cross-legged and had already begun his breakthrough, the surrounding experts all felt the urge to step forward and kill him to take the golden skeleton for themselves. But considering that the Northern Sovereign had yet to make her move, none of those experts dared to move either. Senior, please, Wait until that brat finishes his breakthrough and allow me to talk to him. I will definitely make him hand over the golden skeleton to Senior. Please give some face to my holy sect and don't kill him. The Grand Elder took a step forward and appeared right next to the Northern Sovereign before he cupped his hands and said in a pleading voice, although the Northern Sovereign and the surrounding experts all wanted the golden skeleton. The Grand Elder's attention was fully focused on Shenlong, who had actually survived his heavenly tribulation. The Grand Elder had never expected that Shenlong would actually be alive right now. In the Grand Elder's eyes, Shenlong was the biggest treasure he could hope for, and he was going to do everything he could to keep him alive. As for the golden skeleton, the Grand Elder knew that his holy sect had no chance to keep it and was more than content in giving it up. Even an expert like the Northern Sovereign wouldn't have a chance to keep it for herself, let alone his holy sect. The Grand Elder didn't know why Shenlong had done something so foolish as to try and steal the golden skeleton. But it didn't matter either as long as they handed it over to the Northern Sovereign. Everything would be fine. The Northern Sovereign's eyes lit up when she heard the Grand Elder's words, as she threw another look at Shenlong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, before she nodded her head seriously. No matter what, Shenlong had just created that terrifying heavenly tribulation and had even survived from it. This was tantamount to his talent. Unless there was no other way. The Northern Sovereign wasn't willing to kill him either. Nodding her head, the Northern Sovereign answered seriously indeed. As long as that kid isn't stubborn and is willing to hand over the golden skeleton, I can even take him under my wing and allow him to train in the Northern Sovereign city. But of course, if he declines, you can't blame me for what's about to happen. The Grand Elder's eyes lit up as he nodded his head and cupped his hands in gratitude before he said respectfully, many thanks to Senior. To the Grand Elder, Shenlong was no different from a personal disciple. Training under the Northern Sovereign would not only be beneficial for him, but it could even elevate the status of the holy sect as a whole. After all, the Grand Elder clearly knew about the power behind the Northern Sovereign. Even with just the status of an outer-court disciple in the holy sect, with the talent that he had displayed today through his heavenly tribulation, the Grand Elder knew that it was only a matter of time until the powerful forces of the central region sent people to approach Shenlong. Some of them may even try to take him away from the holy sect. But the power behind the Northern Sovereign was an entirely different matter. Meanwhile, Senior Feng wasn't surprised by this sudden turn of events, although Shenlong seemed to have gotten his hands on the golden skeleton's figure. Such an action was completely meaningless. It didn't matter if the golden skeleton was in Shenlong's hands or in anyone else's for that matter. There was no way that the Northern Sovereign would allow that person to leave the king's palace with it. As the strongest person inside the king's palace right now, the golden skeleton could be considered to already be in the Northern Sovereign's hands. The only thing Senior Feng could do right now was try to win the Northern Sovereign over. Northern Sovereign, have you made your choice yet? Young Lady Nui asked calmly as she looked at the beautiful, silver-robed woman in front of her. Although the Northern Sovereign was a peak sovereign realm expert, in reality, as the personal disciple of old freak Gao, young Lady Nu's status was considered to be even slightly above the Northern Sovereign's. Shaking her head, the Northern Sovereign had a calm, uncaring look on her face as she looked at the young woman in front of her. Before she answered seriously, young Lady Nui, as the Lord of the Northern Sovereign City, how could I possibly hand over the golden skeleton to Senior Gao? Senior Feng and young Lady Nui both narrowed their eyes when they heard this, before they turned to look at each other. If the Northern Sovereign was really unwilling to hand over the golden skeleton, then there was really nothing they could do. Even if Senior Feng decided to go all out to steal the skeleton, his chances of success were less than 10%. However, knowing old freak Gao's nature, how much he needed the golden skeleton, young Lady Nui and Senior Feng were naturally unwilling to give up so easily. Humph. In that case, I can only ask that guy for the golden skeleton myself. As long as we get our hands on the skeleton first. Then even if Lu Qigong wants to obtain it, there is nothing she can do. If she truly dares to steal something that belongs to Master, even the Tianwan dynasty won't be able to protect her. The Northern Sovereign's expression changed when she heard this. Before a look of killing intent momentarily flashed through her eyes as she stared at young Lady Nui. Naturally, Young Lady Nui hadn't concealed her words as she intended to scare away the Northern Sovereign. After all, although the Northern Sovereign's strength was the strongest among the experts present, even she wouldn't dare to offend a figure like old freak Gao. However, a moment later, the Northern Sovereign's expression quickly returned back to normal while the look on her face became calm. Indeed, if young Lady Nui managed to convince Shenlong to give them the golden skeleton, things would truly become tricky. But the Northern Sovereign was confident that she would be the one to obtain the golden skeleton in the end, even without using force. While the surrounding experts were all staring at Shenlong, waiting for him to complete his breakthrough, Shenlong himself wasn't paying attention to any of them, as he had placed his entire focus on the 81 silver-colored balls of chi inside the monarch's hourglass. Using the energy from the heavenly tribulation inside his body, Shenlong had already condensed the 81 balls of chi together, until 41 of them were left. The 41 silver-colored balls of chi soon turned into 20 and then into 10. While the energy of the heavenly tribulation inside Shenlong's body was being used up at an extremely rapid rate. In the blink of an eye, an hour had already passed before only 3 balls of chi were left inside the monarch's hourglass. Shenlong could sense that he was on the cusp of reaching the Tao King realm. But the remaining energy from the heavenly tribulation inside his body was almost completely depleted by now. He had already used the energy of the 9 bolts of white lightning long ago, while even the crimson bolt of lightning had less than 10% of its energy left. Finally, a few minutes later, just as the last bit of energy from the crimson lightning bolt was used up, the last 3 silver-colored balls of chi had also disappeared from the monarch's hourglass. And in their place, a single, golden-colored ball of chi could be seen lying there. The moment that the last 3 silver-colored balls of chi fused together to produce the golden-colored chi ball, Shenlong could feel his mind shaking, while the final shackles that were keeping him into the nascent soul stage were instantly broken apart, allowing him to take the final step. The moment his cultivation broke past the peak of rank 9 of the nascent soul and reached the early rank 1 of the Tao King realm, Shenlong could feel the stone of time inside his spiritual space shake violently, while his spiritual sea started to rumble in response. At that moment, Shenlong could also feel all of his senses being elevated to another level. Before his mind suddenly tuned blank, Shenlong had the indistinct feeling that something was changing inside his spiritual sea. While different scenes flashed through his mind at the same time, information about many different types of ores and minerals under the heavens along with countless mysterious runes and patterns all entered Shenlong's mind, as the endless barrage of information seemed to forcefully integrate itself directly into his soul. And yet, although this process was extremely painful, compared to the pain he had felt when he was absorbing the information inside the Golden Book, Shenlong could feel that this was truly nothing in comparison. He could sense that the information that was entering his mind was actually less than 10% of the knowledge that he had regarding medicinal herbs alone. Of course, although this pain wasn't as bad as when his soul was being forcibly torn apart, the pain was still enough to bring Shenlong to his limits. The Northern Sovereign and the surrounding experts all saw the contorted expression of pain on Shenlong's face, leaving them completely baffled as they were unable to understand what was going on. Gritting his teeth, Shenlong kept enduring the pain as countless different scenes flashed through his mind one after the other. A couple of hours later Shenlong finally collapsed on the ground, his body fully drenched in sweat, as the scenes in his mind finally came to an end after reaching the early rank 1 of the Tao King realm. Shenlong's aura finally stopped rising and slowly started to stabilize. And yet, Shenlong still didn't open his eyes, as he kept lying on the floor of the king's palace with his entire body drenched in sweat. How is this possible? That kid's soul doesn't seem to be injured even after he went through that heavenly tribulation. The Northern Sovereign spoke to herself in a surprised voice as her soul sense completely enveloped Shenlong's body no matter how she probed him. The Northern Sovereign was unable to find any injuries in Shenlong's soul or his spiritual sea, which surprised her even further. Of course, the Northern Sovereign was the only one who dared to inspect Shenlong with her soul sense, while the surrounding experts simply waited for him to open his eyes. Shenlong could feel that a powerful expert was curiously inspecting his body, but his entire attention was now placed on his Tao of Time. After breaking through to become a true Tao King, Shenlong could feel the changes in his Tao of time and could sense how much stronger he had become. He could feel that his comprehension and his control over the Tao of time had reached a completely new level. So that's why most Pete rank 9 nascent soul cultivators can rarely fight against Tao kings. The difference between a Tao king and a nascent soul cultivator is truly incomparable. Although Shenlong wasn't certain exactly how strong he was right now, he was certain that fighting against the top 10 in the martial roll of honor wasn't an issue. Even if he couldn't defeat them, the chances of him losing were extremely low. And he could definitely fight them to a standstill. At the very least, if Dong Ai's elder brother, Dong Cheng, attacked him once again, it would be uncertain if the genius who was ranked 6th among the outer court disciples of the holy sect would be able to come out unscathed. Of course, Shenlong wasn't aware of what treasures Dong Cheng had in his possession. But he knew that the chances of him having another protective artifact that could block the attack of a Tao Emperor were practically zero. Most likely, after condensing 2 more golden balls of Qi. Aside from that, Zhang Jing, who is ranked 3rd in the martial roll of honor and has yet to show his full strength, nobody else aside from Yang Hui and Chao Min should be able to fight me head-on. Shenlong could also sense that his biggest gain after breaking through to the Tao King realm wasn't the increase in his strength, but the surge of information that had engraved itself in his soul. As well as the new ability that he had come to comprehend, Shenlong knew that the memories he had unlocked regarding formations, although they couldn't be compared to the knowledge he had absorbed from the Golden Book, neither in quantity nor quality were still enough to place him among the strongest formation masters throughout the entire central region. Shenlong was certain that even the weakest of the formations in his mind was at least at the level of a 1-star formation, and yet, even those memories regarding those formations paled slightly in front of the ability that Shenlong had comprehended after he broke through to the Tao King realm. Shenlong's spiritual sea trembled momentarily as the thought of activating this skill appeared in his mind, before a feeling of intense pain filled his head, forcing him to stop. However, not only was he not disappointed, but a bright smile covered his face soon after. Master! How can such a skill even exist in this world? At the same time, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black, whose soul was directly connected to Shenlong's, seemed to have realized what had just happened, as a shocked look flashed through the Black Dragon's eyes. Shenlong wasn't surprised by Little Black's reaction, since even he was having a hard time accepting what was going on, but since he knew that he was still in a dangerous situation, he knew that he could only put those matters to the back of his mind for now. A few moments later, after sorting out his thoughts, Shenlong finally opened his eyes and took a look around him. Inside the core region of the king's palace, the Northern Sovereign, the Grand Elder, Senior Feng, and the other high-level experts were all staring at him with serious looks in their eyes, while Shenlong could also feel that a powerful soul sense had completely enveloped his body naturally. This soul sense belonged to the Northern Sovereign, who smiled brightly when she saw Shenlong opening his eyes. Before her warm voice entered Shenlong's ears, "Kid, how are you feeling?" The Northern Sovereign's voice lacked her usual coldness, and instead, it was gentle and warm as a breeze, completely stunning the high-level experts around her. Those experts had never seen the cold and aloof Northern Sovereign speak to a junior in such a warm tone. Even when she faced the personal disciple of old Freak Gao, young Lady Nui, the Northern Sovereign had been just as cold as ever. But of course, after a moment of thinking, those experts realized that it made sense. Since the Northern Sovereign valued Shenlong's talent, and had even expressed her desire to take him to the Northern Sovereign's city, it was only natural that she would treat him differently than most others. However, just as he was about to respond to the Northern Sovereign, Shenlong suddenly felt a piercing stare on his back. Before the cold voice of a young woman entered his ears, "Your name is Shenlong, right? Let's not waste any time." Hand over the golden skeleton, Shenlong turned his attention towards young Lady Nui, who was giving him an unfriendly look. The cold look in her eyes and the commanding tone in her voice made it obvious that she was not willing to compromise on this matter. The Northern Sovereign snorted and looked at young Lady Nui and Senior Feng with a displeased look, before she turned her gaze back at Shenlong and said in that same warm voice as before, "Shenlong, we know that you have gotten your hands on the golden skeleton that was here previously. The truth is that this golden skeleton is a treasure much more important than you think. Keeping it on you will only make things more dangerous for you, so it's indeed best to hand it over." Of course. If you hand it over to me, I will make sure to protect you. Not just you, but your holy sect will also be under the protection of my northern sovereign's city from now on. What do you think? The Grand Elder and the experts around him were all stunned when they heard the northern sovereign's words. It was one thing for the holy sect to forge a good relationship with the northern sovereign thanks to Shenlong, and another thing to be under the protection of the northern sovereign's city. If the northern sovereign truly decided to protect the holy sect, then the powers that would be able to offend them even throughout the entire central region as a whole wouldn't be more than 20. If the holy sect had the protection of the northern sovereign previously, the young lady of the ancient Bai clan, Bai Luxian, naturally wouldn't have dared to be so brazen as to go to the holy sect and grab any disciples that she wanted. Seeing that the northern sovereign had already made her move, young lady Nui sneered and shook her head. Before she looked at Shenlong and said calmly, Shenlong, since you are the one who got the golden skeleton, then naturally I wouldn't ask you to hand it over for free. How about this? As long as you hand over the skeleton to me, I will give you 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones in return. Additionally, your holy sect will also be under the protection of my master from now on. I am sure you understand what this means. The Grand Elder and the surrounding experts all sucked in breaths of cold air when they heard young lady Nu's offer, while a burst of cold-killing intent erupted from the northern sovereign's body. Young lady Nu's offer was an insult to the northern sovereign. But young lady Nui didn't seem to mind in the slightest. As long as Shenlong chose to give the golden skeleton to her, young lady Nui was certain that the northern sovereign wouldn't be able to do anything naturally. Young lady Nu's confidence didn't stem from her own strength or the strength of Senior Feng next to her, but from her master's own strength and reputation. As long as Shenlong agreed to give the golden skeleton to her, then the northern sovereign wouldn't dare to do anything, or it would be no different from offending old freak Gao himself. Additionally, young lady Nu's offer was much more appealing than the northern sovereign's. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones wasn't a lot to someone like the northern sovereign or young lady Nui, who had an extremely powerful background. But to most early-stage sovereign realm experts, it was an amount that they would need a very long time to gather and wouldn't be able to toss it out so easily. Even the Grand Elder of the Holy Sect, who was a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor, only had a little more than 200,000 high-grade spirit stones in his possession previously. So one could guess how difficult it was for a single person to gather 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Of course, none of those experts present here today doubted young lady Nu's words. In fact, compared to the promise of her master protecting the holy sect, 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones were truly nothing in comparison. An expert like old freak Gao truly stood at the peak of this world. And the number of experts who would dare to offend could be counted on the number of fingers in a person's hands. Even the northern sovereign and her northern sovereign city were nothing in the eyes of someone like old freak Gao. Nodding his head, the red-haired sovereign realm expert, Senior Feng, looked at Shenlong and said seriously, "Kid, you should think carefully before you make your choice." The experts around the northern sovereign, including the Grand Elder of the Holy Sect himself, all remained silent as they watched this scene in front of them. None of them knew what they would choose if they were in Shenlong's shoes. In hindsight, choosing to hand over the golden skeleton to old freak Gao was probably the better choice. But offending someone like the northern sovereign wasn't wise either. No matter what he chose, Shenlong was bound to offend one of those two behemoths either way, and yet Shenlong didn't seem too flustered in the face of all of this. Instead, he looked at Senior Feng, who was staring at him seriously, and without the slightest bit of shame on his face he said calmly, "Golden skeleton. Senior, I have no idea what you are talking about." It wasn't just Senior Feng, but the northern sovereign and the other experts who stared at Shenlong in disbelief. Was he really trying to deny that the golden skeleton was in his possession? "Kid, don't play with me. Do you take me for a fool? There is no way for the skeleton to disappear from the palace all by itself. Since it's not in the northern sovereign's possession, it can only be in your hands. Hand it over or don't blame this old man for what's about to happen." A burst of killing intent erupted from Senior Feng's body as he finished speaking. While his eyes stared at Shenlong dangerously like a viper that was about to strike, it was one thing for Shenlong to be a talented junior that the Northern Sovereign looked at favorably. But if he was really intending to feign ignorance and tried to keep the golden skeleton for himself, there was no way that Senior Feng would accept this. Surprisingly, the Northern Sovereign didn't berate Senior Feng for his aggressive approach. In her heart, the Northern Sovereign had started to feel slightly angry as well. She had already approached Shenlong sincerely when she made her offer to him. But Shenlong himself didn't seem to be willing to hand over the golden skeleton. Although the Northern Sovereign looked at Shenlong favorably due to the unprecedented heavenly tribulation that he had just caused, the golden skeleton wasn't something that she was willing to give up. No matter what. If Shenlong really kept on denying that he had it in his possession, the Northern Sovereign would have to take it by force then. If that happened, there was no way that she was going to let Shenlong live either. After all, the talent that Shenlong had just showed had made even the Northern Sovereign somewhat wary in reality. The only reason why neither the Northern Sovereign or Senior Feng had made their moves against him yet was because the two experts wanted to rope Shenlong in and have him join them. Kid, don't make things difficult for this old man, or I won't be able to protect you either. The golden skeleton is useless to you and will only bring you more danger. But to experts like Senior Northern Sovereign, it's a priceless treasure that they won't give up. Isn't it better to just give it up without conflict? The Grand Elder had now started to sweat as he looked at Shenlong. He was truly worried that Shenlong would get greedy and would keep trying to refuse to hand the golden skeleton over, thus angering the Northern Sovereign and Senior Feng. By then, forget about the Grand Elder. Even if the sect master of the Holy Sect was here, even he wouldn't be able to protect Shenlong from these two experts. The Northern Sovereign nodded her head calmly as she waited for Shenlong to make his choice. But inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black sneered mockingly as he stared at the group of experts around Shenlong. In Little Black's eyes, even cultivators who were just a step away from ascending and becoming true immortals couldn't make better use of the skeleton than Shenlong. After a moment of silence, Shenlong looked at the Grand Elder and shook his head before he said in an honest manner, Senior, it's not that I am unwilling to help. But how can I hand over something that I don't have? Senior Feng's face darkened even further when he heard Shenlong's answer, while a displeased look had also appeared on the Northern Sovereign's face. It seemed that Shenlong was really bent on denying that he possessed the golden skeleton. Brat. It looks like you won't give up until you see your coffin. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you today? Sensing the killing intent that was coming from Senior Feng's body, the Grand Elder shivered as he immediately took a step forward and appeared between Shenlong and Senior Feng, waving his hands. The Grand Elder looked at Senior Feng and said hurriedly, Senior, please wait. This is probably a misunderstanding. Just as the Grand Elder was about to try and persuade Shenlong one more time to hand over the golden skeleton, an old man in violet robes who was standing behind the Northern Sovereign looked at Shenlong and said in a calm voice that attracted everyone's attention, what's the point of wasting time like this? Whether that kid really has the golden skeleton or not, won't we know after searching his spatial ring? Senior Feng nodded his head coldly when he heard the old man's suggestion, while the Northern Sovereign didn't seem to object to this either. Since Shenlong wasn't willing to cooperate, no one was willing to waste their time like this. Shenlong's eyes narrowed as he looked at the experts surrounding him, as he then said in an unhappy tone, fine. Since the seniors here don't believe this, Junior, feel free to search my spatial ring. I hope that these seniors won't really covet the treasures of a junior who has just broken through to the Tao King realm. As he finished speaking, Shenlong removed the spatial ring from his hand and tossed it to Senior Feng, who extended his hand and caught it with a smile on his face. At least Shenlong knew how to be sensible and choose the correct side. The Grand Elder sighed when he saw this scene, but he still exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly, although their holy sect had a certain relationship with the Northern Sovereign. At this point, this didn't matter too much. Whether they chose to give the golden skeleton to young Lady Nui or the Northern Sovereign was of secondary importance. The most important thing was for Shenlong to cooperate so these experts would at least spare his life. Seeing that Shenlong had tossed his spatial ring to the red-robed Senior Feng, a sharp look flashed inside the Northern Sovereign's eyes. But she still chose to remain silent in the end. Although things would become complicated if young Lady Nui was the one who got the golden skeleton, the Northern Sovereign knew that as long as she was willing to go all out, she would be the final winner today. Senior Feng closed his eyes before he sent his soul sense inside the black spatial ring in his hands in an expectant manner. However, in the next moment, young Lady Nui, who was standing next to Senior Feng, noticed that an ugly expression appeared on his face soon after. Before his aura that was at the peak of rank 3 in the sovereign realm exploded outwards, startling not just the Grand Elder, but the Northern Sovereign herself, as well as the rest of the surrounding experts inside the core region of the King's Palace. In the next moment, Senior Feng's soul sense covered not just the core region, but the entire King's Palace itself. Before his cold eyes stared at Shenlong with a look of unconcealed killing intent. As he then said in a cold voice, "Brat, where is the golden skeleton?" Senior Feng's angry shout had naturally surprised the experts around Shenlong, who all seemed to have realized what was going on. Although Shenlong's spatial ring did indeed contain some valuable treasures that could attract the attention of most Dao Emperor Realm experts, including a peak 1-star weapon as well as 200.000 high-grade spirit stones, none of those were enough to pique the interest of a Sovereign Realm expert like Senior Feng. "It really isn't there." The Grand Elder stared at the black spatial ring in Senior Feng's hands with a look of surprise on his face. Nodding his head, Senior Feng tossed the spatial ring to the Grand Elder with a cold look, while his eyes stared murderously at Shenlong, who was standing in front of him. The Grand Elder sent his soul sense inside it, only to see that the golden skeleton indeed wasn't there. "Kid, where is the golden skeleton?" Seeing that Shenlong didn't respond the first time, Senior Feng asked him once again. It didn't matter if he denied it or not. Senior Feng was certain that the golden skeleton was in Shenlong's hands. After all, Shenlong was the only one present inside the King's Palace during his heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, the heavens would have definitely struck anyone who dared to step foot inside the core region of the palace during that time. Nobody, not even those experts who had surpassed the Sovereign Realm, would dare to casually go against the will of the heavens and forcefully step foot inside the King's Palace during someone's heavenly tribulation. Shaking his head, Shenlong looked at the red-haired Sovereign Realm expert in front of him and answered seriously, "I told you that I don't have the golden skeleton and yet you didn't believe me. Senior, I already gave you my spatial ring. What else do you want? Cut the crap. Who else could have obtained the skeleton during your heavenly tribulation other than you?" The Northern Sovereign and the surrounding experts all stayed silent when they heard this. Indeed, according to logic, Shenlong should be the one to have obtained the golden skeleton. But since there was no sign of it in his spatial ring, things didn't make any sense. The Northern Sovereign's soul sense had covered the entirety of the King's Palace by now, searching every nook and cranny within the King's Palace. Even if Shenlong wanted to hide the skeleton inside another spatial ring and hid it somewhere else within the core region of the palace, it still wouldn't be able to escape from the Northern Sovereign's soul sense. Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed inside the Northern Sovereign's mind, as she suddenly remembered the 9 bolts of purple lightning that had appeared in the sky during Shenlong's heavenly tribulation. At the same time, Senior Feng looked at Shenlong and said in a cold voice, "Fine then. Since you refuse to answer honestly, I will obtain the answer from you myself." Senior Feng's body instantly disappeared from the spot he was standing on, bypassing the Grand Elder and arriving right in front of Shenlong with his right hand stretched forward. The Grand Elder seemed to have realized what was going on, but he was simply too slow to react in time, causing his face to turn completely pale when he saw the scene in front of him. It was obvious that Senior Feng was going to use his own soul sense and scan Shenlong's soul and read his memories. However, searching another cultivator's soul was extremely dangerous, and it would often leave behind negative side effects that could harm a cultivator. In some cases, cultivators even ended up crippled after the process was finished. "Senior, please stop," the Grand Elder shouted in a desperate voice. But Senior Feng didn't seem to care about his shout in the slightest, as his hand kept inching closer and closer towards Shenlong's head. It didn't matter where the golden skeleton was, or even if it was in Shenlong's possession in the first place. Senior Feng was confident that he would get his answer after soul-searching Shenlong inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. Little Black's bright blue eyes flashed with a look of unrestrained killing intent as he stared at the red-haired Sovereign Realm expert in front of Shenlong. Although Little Black knew that he wasn't strong enough to fight against a peak rank 3 sovereign realm expert right now, and that revealing himself would most likely end with him dead, there was no way that he would simply stay and watch as Shenlong's soul was forcefully being searched by the red-haired middle-aged man. At that moment, Shenlong felt a dangerous feeling permeating his heart. As his spiritual sea started to surge wildly, he hadn't thought that he would be forced to use this move right after breaking through to the Tao King realm. But it seemed that Senior Feng was hell-bent on searching his soul to obtain the answers he wanted. At that moment, however, just as the red-robed middle-aged man's hand was about to touch Shenlong's head, a jade-like hand seemed to have appeared out of thin air as it forcefully grabbed Senior Feng's wrist, locking his hand into place. It didn't matter how much strength Senior Feng put in his attack. His hand wouldn't move an inch. Senior Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the owner of this jade-like hand. Before he asked in a cold voice, "Northern Sovereign, what is the meaning of this?" The owner of this hand was no one else but the silver-robed Northern Sovereign. The only person present who could take care of Senior Feng's attack so easily. The Northern Sovereign shook her head as she looked at Senior Feng. Before she answered calmly, "Feng Qin, you should stay your hand." Seeing the stunned expression on Senior Feng's face, the Northern Sovereign took a deep breath before she continued, "I am sure that you have already searched Shenlong's body with your soul sense, as well as the rest of the king's palace by now. There is no spatial ring hidden on anywhere that could hold the golden skeleton. You should just give up." Feng Qin sneered mockingly when he heard the Northern Sovereign's words. Before he answered in a confident manner, "Give up? Why would I do that? Even if that kid really doesn't have the golden skeleton, he is still the only clue we have. Searching his soul is the only thing that's left to do. Lu Qigong, if you don't want to do this, you can simply move aside. I don't need your help to do this." The Northern Sovereign's eyes narrowed when she heard Feng Qin's way of addressing her. The only people who were qualified to call the Northern Sovereign by her own name were only experts at the same level as her, or those whose status were even higher than her own. As for Feng Qin, whether it was in terms of personal power or status, he was far inferior to the Northern Sovereign. At that moment, the Northern Sovereign's silky black hair started to flow wildly in the air as her aura suddenly burst out from her body, completely stunning Feng Qin, young Lady Nui, as well as the surrounding experts, who were watching this scene. The Northern Sovereign stared at Feng Qin with her cold brown eyes as her hand was still holding his wrist tightly, making Feng Qin's face grimace from the pain. Before she spoke in a commanding tone, "Since you don't seem to understand my words, then let me explain this in another way. Since Shenlong isn't the one who has the golden skeleton, he is now under my protection and you are not allowed to touch him." The Northern Sovereign then turned her gaze towards young Lady Nui before she continued coldly, "I suggest you go back and report everything that happened today to your master." The Northern Sovereign's overbearing tone had startled both young Lady Nui and Feng Qin, who stared at the Northern Sovereign with eyes filled with disbelief. None of them understood why she would really choose to protect Shenlong instead of soul-searching him to obtain more information about the golden skeleton. But everyone present today understood that if the Northern Sovereign was really hell-bent on protecting someone, nobody present could possibly harm that person. Feng Qin stared at the Northern Sovereign silently for a few moments, before he nodded his head and turned to look at young Lady Nui next to him and said, "Let's go." Since young Lady Nui had already finished her breakthrough and Feng Qin couldn't search Shenlong's soul, there was nothing else left for him to do within the king's palace. It was better for him and young Lady Nui to go back and report everything to her master. Young Lady Nui stared at Shenlong silently for a few moments before she nodded her head in response, as hers and Feng Qin's bodies turned into two blurs that disappeared from the core region of the king's palace with the golden skeleton already gone. The black thunderclouds around the king's palace had also started to disappear, as they slowly faded into nothingness, allowing Feng Qin to effortlessly fly out of the core region of the palace. Shenlong was actually surprised that the Northern Sovereign would go against young Lady Nui and the red-robed Sovereign Realm expert just to save him. He had already prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. But it seemed that the Northern Sovereign had something else in mind. Indeed, after Feng Qin and young Lady Nui left, the Northern Sovereign turned her gaze towards Shenlong and said with a smile on her face, "Come with me." Shenlong didn't have any chance to resist as the Northern Sovereign waved her hand, causing a gust of wind to envelop Shenlong's body and carry him towards her without any hesitation. The Northern Sovereign shot out of the core region of the palace with Shenlong and the Grand Elder following right behind her, leaving behind a stunned look of experts. A few moments later, the Northern Sovereign slowed down after crossing a distance of more than 1,000 miles. Before she finally stopped, allowing Shenlong and the Grand Elder to regain their freedom to move. The Grand Elder then looked at the Northern Sovereign before he asked curiously, "Senior, what is going on?" The Northern Sovereign shook her head as she looked at the Grand Elder, before she turned her attention towards Shenlong and asked a question of her own kid. "Do you know why I saved you?" Shenlong was surprised by the Northern Sovereign's sudden question. Indeed, he had no idea why she had chosen to help him. Shaking her head, the Northern Sovereign then answered, "Actually, after checking your spatial ring, Feng Qin already knew that you didn't have the golden skeleton. After all, how could a newly advanced Tao King hide anything from a sovereign realm expert like him? Even if you had stored the golden skeleton inside a spatial ring and had chosen to hide it somewhere else inside the king's palace, mine and Feng Qin's sense would have discovered it long ago. The reason why he was still insistent on searching your soul was actually just an excuse. Since you don't have the golden skeleton in your possession, in Feng Qin's eyes, there is only one other person who can have it. And that person is naturally me. After all, I was the first person to reach the core region of the king's palace after your heavenly tribulation ended. After searching your soul and verifying that you didn't have anything to do with the golden skeleton, Feng Qin would then try to blame me. Hee. By then, it's very likely that old freak Gao would learn about this and would try to hunt me down. Senior, isn't this dangerous? I heard that old freak Gao is actually a peak expert who is just a step away from ascending and becoming a true immortal. Won't you be in danger if he really comes after you?" The Grand Elder voiced out his concern as he stared at the beautiful silver-robed woman in front of him worriedly. While Shenlong was still processing the information he had just received from the Northern Sovereign, no matter what, it was still unnatural that the Northern Sovereign would give up her search for the golden skeleton so easily. Even though she knew that Shenlong didn't have the skeleton in his possession, she should have known that if she let Feng Qin search his soul, it was very likely that they would be able to obtain some clues at the very least. After all, the golden skeleton couldn't have possibly vanished into thin air. Shaking her head, the Northern Sovereign sneered as she looked at the Grand Elder, before she answered in a confident manner, "Kang Wen, do you think that old freak Gao is as inexperienced as you are? Even if I really had the golden skeleton in my possession, he still wouldn't dare to make trouble for me unless he is actually willing to fight with the Tiangshuan dynasty. After all, every single one of the 4 peak sovereigns of the provincial cities are subordinates of the Lord of the Tiangshuan dynasty. That old freak clearly knows the strength of the Tiangshuan dynasty's old ancestor. So unless it's absolutely necessary, he wouldn't dare to go all out and attack my Northern Sovereign's city or try to create any trouble for me. After all, old freak Gao knows that if I really had the golden skeleton, even I wouldn't dare to keep it for myself and that I would have to hand it over to the dynasty. Or I would be chased down by all of those old monsters in the first place." The Northern Sovereign had a calm look on her face, looking like she wasn't the slightest bit worried even when she was dealing with a peak expert who was just half a step away from becoming a true immortal like old freak Gao. As for soul-searching Shenlong, Feng Qin will soon understand that it was a mistake to even mention this in the first place. The Grand Elder was surprised when he heard this, but the Northern Sovereign simply smiled before she continued a moment later, "That's because Feng Qin didn't use his brain at all. Even an expert like old freak Gao would value Shenlong greatly after such a heavenly tribulation. After all, the talent that Shenlong has displayed just now is enough to alert even an old monster like him. In reality, I am that even if I don't say anything about it. Even the Lord of the Tiangshuan dynasty will find out everything regarding today's matters very soon." With Feng Qin trying to forcefully search Shenlong's soul, it was no different than completely burning the bridge between Shenlong himself and old freak Gao's side, which will undoubtedly make old freak Gao very angry. After all, why would an expert like old freak Gao would want to offend someone with Shenlong's talent? I suspect that it's more likely that he would try to rope him in instead, and perhaps even take him on as a personal disciple. The Grand Elder was startled momentarily before a cold shiver coursed through his body. Naturally, The Grand Elder knew that the holy sect would obtain many benefits if one of their disciples really entered the tutelage of an expert like old Freak Gao. However, would any of the benefits they obtained be enough to make up for the losses? Naturally. The Grand Elder knew the answer. Which was why he was so unwilling to let Shenlong be taken away by another power. Most of the talented disciples in the holy sect belonged to the powerful families and clans within the holy sect's territory in the first place. Naturally. Those disciples had the interest of their clans first and not the holy sects. However, Shenlong didn't belong to any of those families or clans. This was part of why the Grand Elder valued him so much. A talented disciple who could rival or even surpass Yang Hui in terms of talent had appeared. And he wasn't a member of those powerful families. How could the Grand Elder not value him greatly? However, if Shenlong was taken away by someone like old Freak Gao and stayed with him for a few thousand years, would the 2 years that Shenlong has spent inside the holy sect even amount to anything in the future? Would Shenlong even care about the holy sect by then? Perhaps he would care slightly about it, but he wouldn't necessarily extend a hand to help if something serious happened. Senior. Then what about the golden skeleton? After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder asked in a curious tone. The look inside the Northern Sovereign's eyes instantly turned serious. As she looked at the Grand Elder and answered solemnly, the golden skeleton has most likely been snatched by someone else already. I also suspect that this person is an expert who is at least on par with old Freak Gao, and the old ancestor of the Tiangshuan dynasty. And is probably on the cusp of becoming a true immortal. I suspect that he sneaked inside the core region of the king's palace just as the heavenly tribulation was about to end and snatched the golden skeleton away before he disappeared. He was probably what caused those 9 bolts of purple lightning to appear in the sky as well. After all, purple lightning is the strongest lightning that can appear during the heavenly tribulation. And no matter how freakish Shenlong's talent is, it's impossible for him to summon 9 bolts of purple lightning during his breakthrough to the Tao King realm. However, if an extremely high-level expert sneaked inside the king's palace during that time, then it's extremely likely that he would summon the wrath of the heavens. I believe that after Feng Qin mentions today's matter to old Freak Gao, that old monster will come to the same conclusion as well. A person who can sneak into the core region of the king's palace during that heavenly tribulation and can even snatch the golden skeleton under everyone's noses. Such a person is definitely a peak expert. Ha ha ha. This little girl is so interesting. A burst of loud laughter resounded within the foggy space in the Stone of Time. As Little Black stared at the solemn Northern Sovereign with an amused look inside his bright blue eyes. Even though the Northern Sovereign's conclusion was extremely logical, in the Black Dragon's eyes it was nothing but a joke. After all, the golden skeleton's figure was still lying on the ground just a few meters away from Little Black, where Little Silver was staring at it with a look of curiosity and fear in his deep yellow eyes. Unlike Little Black, the Black Panther felt an innate, deep sense of fear every time it turned to look at this golden skeleton. It was as if its instincts were screaming for it to get as far away as possible. Of course, this was only natural. The golden skeleton, even though it didn't have any signs of life inside it, was still the corpse of a peak expert who had dominated the central region countless years ago. How could it be anything normal? Additionally, the golden skeleton had been struck by the bolts of purple lightning for countless years as it remained in the core region of the king's palace, making its aura even deadlier. Naturally, a magic beast like Little Silver that had just reached the peak of rank 6 would feel an innate sense of fear towards it. At the same time, a look of realization appeared on the Grand Elder's face when he heard the Northern Sovereign's words. While Shenlong chose to remain silent, while a slightly puzzled look had also appeared on his face. Although he hadn't seen them by himself, Shenlong had already heard from Little Black about the 9 bolts of purple lightning that appeared in the sky during his heavenly tribulation. But of course, he wasn't going to let the Northern Sovereign know, and had already decided to feign ignorance. The Northern Sovereign didn't find anything abnormal with Shenlong's reaction. And after a brief moment of silence, she looked at him and asked smilingly, "Shenlong, since you have already finished your breakthrough, do you want to come to my Northern Sovereign's city?" The Northern Sovereign's voice was warm and gentle like a spring breeze, instantly making anyone who heard it feel at ease. Shenlong looked at the Northern Sovereign with a surprised look, as he hadn't expected such a sudden invitation. Since he had already finished his breakthrough and there was almost half a year left until the estimated time when the City of Immortals would open, Shenlong was actually planning to use this time to increase his cultivation, as well as practice the skills of a formation master. Since she had just stood up for him and helped him with Feng Qin, there was no reason for him to refuse either. However, from the Northern Sovereign's warm tone, Shenlong understood that she was trying to strengthen her relationship with him. After thinking for a moment, Shenlong nodded his head and answered, "Since Senior is inviting this junior, I will naturally not decline. I simply hope that Senior doesn't mind if I bring my friends along as well." The Northern Sovereign's face bloomed like a flower, as she nodded her head and said magnanimously, "Of course. Even if you want to bring the entire group of the Holy Sect with you, I will still not mind." The Northern Sovereign then waved her hand, summoning a gust of wind that surrounded Shenlong's and the Grand Elder's bodies, before she flew back towards the King's palace. With the Northern Sovereign's help, Shenlong located Lu Mei and the others extremely easily and saw that they were all making their way towards the core region of the King's palace. The moment the Northern Sovereign appeared in front of them, Lu Mei and the others were all stunned momentarily as they instantly recognized the beautiful silver-robed woman in front of them, before their eyes all fell on Shenlong soon after. "Long Ji? Brother Long." Both Lu Mei and Xingyi called out with looks of relief on their faces as they flew towards Shenlong, while Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan smiled before they moved towards him as well. After witnessing Shenlong's heavenly tribulation, their group of four had all been worried restlessly about the results. After all, the destructive force behind that crimson bolt of heavenly tribulation had been enough to stun even some powerful peak rank 9 Dao kings who had yet to break through to the Dao Emperor realm. Even though Shenlong was a monster himself and was unmatched by other nascent soul cultivators, it didn't mean that he would be able to survive from that heavenly tribulation. In face, even Lu Mei's, Xingyi's, Jiang Chen's, and Bai Longshan's heavenly tribulations all combined couldn't match up to Shenlong's in terms of how dangerous they were. The Northern Sovereign smiled at the show of affection in front of her, as she saw Shenlong interacting with the group of four in front of him. Lu Mei and Xingyi both walked up and hugged him tightly, while Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan had clear smiles of relief on their faces. "Ha ha! Brother Shen? I knew that you would make it. Even the heavenly tribulation wasn't enough to harm you." Bai Longshan's voice was full of excitement as he joyfully patted Shenlong's shoulder. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and simply nodded his head, but the sight of his lips curving upwards was enough to betray his good mood. "Is this everyone? If you are ready, then let's go." A moment later, the Northern Sovereign asked as she looked at Shenlong and the others. There was no reason for them to waste any more time in the King's palace. Besides, the Northern Sovereign still had to make a report to the Tiangshuan dynasty. Seeing that she was in a hurry, Shenlong didn't keep the Northern Sovereign waiting any longer. Gusts of wind covered Lu Mei and the others a moment later, as they all started to fly towards the Northern Sovereign as well. However, just as the Northern Sovereign was about to depart, the Grand Elder looked at her and said in a regretful tone, "Senior, I have to lead the inner court elders and the rest of the disciples back to the sect, so I can't come with you just yet. But I will come find Shenlong and the others in the Northern Sovereign's city. Half a year from now." The Northern Sovereign seemed to have forgotten about this matter since she was preoccupied with the changes in the core region of the King's palace, with the golden skeleton having disappeared from the core region of the palace. The black thunderclouds around the King's palace had also started to vanish. Although the aura of the Daos inside the King's palace was much weaker than before now that the golden skeleton had disappeared, it was still a treasure ground for cultivators who wanted to comprehend their Daos. Since the Grand Elder was responsible for the Holy Sect's group, he had to be the one to take them back to the sect as well. Otherwise, if the inner court elders met with another accident like the snare attack of a powerful magic beast like the wind worm, it was very likely that their entire group would perish without the Grand Elder's help. "All right, Kang Wen? I will see you in half a year." The Northern Sovereign didn't have any misgivings about leaving the Grand Elder behind as her body shot to the skies a moment later, carrying Shenlong and the others along with her as she flew out of the King's palace. The Northern Sovereign was flying at a leisure pace, but her speed had already exceeded the Grand Elder's Darkness Eagle by many times, covering a large amount of distance with every passing second. And in less than a day, the outline of an enormous city finally appeared on the horizon. The Northern Sovereign slowed down her speed even further as she approached closer to the huge city that seemed to span for countless miles. Before she turned to look at Shenlong and asked with a warm smile, "Shenlong, do you know the history behind the 4 provincial cities of the central region?" 4 provincial cities. Shenlong shook his head, since he was indeed unfamiliar with most of the powers of the central region, although the Grand Elder had mentioned the Northern Sovereign City and the other 3 cities in passing half a year ago. He hadn't mentioned any special details about those cities. He had only said that the Northern Sovereign City was the strongest power within the northern part of the central region, and that no other power could contend with it. Even though there were rumored to be a couple more experts who weren't much weaker than the Northern Sovereign herself. None of those experts could even think of shaking the Northern Sovereign's city. Shenlong was indeed slightly curious why that was the case. The Northern Sovereign smiled even wider as she pointed at the city in front of her before she continued, "Indeed. In each of the 4 parts of the central region, there are 4 provincial cities. Namely the Northern Sovereign's city, the Southern Sovereign's city, the Eastern Sovereign's city, and the Western Sovereign's city. As you can guess, those 4 cities are indeed all connected, and each of the 4 cities is protected by a single city lord. Each one of the 4 city lords is a peak sovereign realm expert whose strength is nearly unmatched at the same level of cultivation, able to easily trump others with their strength and stand at the peak of the sovereign realm. Additionally, aside from the city lords, in every city, there are a dozen other sovereign realm experts hidden as well, along with more than 1,000 protective formations, all set by 2-star formation masters. Even if a peak sovereign realm expert attacked my Northern Sovereign City while I am away, that person won't have a chance to forcefully break through the protective formations and enter inside." Lu Mei and the others were all stunned when they heard the Northern Sovereign's words. Aside from the city lord, there were a dozen other sovereign realm experts inside every city. The Holy Sect itself was rumored to have just a single sovereign realm expert. And that person was the mysterious sect master who had yet to show his face even once. And yet each of the 4 cities had a dozen sovereign realm experts. If one counted in the city lords as well, didn't that mean that the 4 cities combined had more than 50 sovereign realm experts? 4 of whom were even at the peak of the sovereign realm. Additionally, what kind of concept were 1,000 protective formations set by 2-star formation masters? No wonder others don't dare to challenge the Northern Sovereign's city. With 1,000 protective formations alone, even without a single sovereign realm expert guarding it, it's unlikely that anyone can forcefully break past the city's defenses and enter inside. As this thought appeared in his mind, Shenlong stared at the city in the distance with renewed interest. Although his strength was nowhere near enough to let him carve a 2-star protective formation just yet, his knowledge was enough to let him at least analyze it. The Northern Sovereign had a deep look in her eyes as she stared at the massive city in the distance. Before she continued a few moments later, although the 4 provincial cities are strong and are able to stand independently in the central region, there is actually an even stronger power behind them. One of the 3 strongest powers in the entire central region, the Tiangshuan dynasty. Each of the 4 city lords, including myself, is in reality a subordinate of the Lord of the Tiangshuan dynasty. Shenlong, are you interested in joining my Northern Sovereign's city and the Tiangshuan dynasty? The Northern Sovereign's sudden question took Lu Mei and the rest all by surprise. The Northern Sovereign wanted to recruit Shenlong into the Tiangshuan dynasty. The silver-robed Northern Sovereign stared at Shenlong seriously, and without waiting for him to accept or reject her offer, she then continued, "I will be blunt, so listen carefully, because I will only explain this once after your heavenly tribulation. You are bound to attract the attention of countless people. Once news start to spread, even those old monsters like old Freak Gao will start paying attention to you. It would be one thing if you had actually died during your heavenly tribulation, but after surviving it, many of the strong powers in the central region will set their eyes on you, including those who stand at the very peak of the central region, like the 7 ancient clans, the Tiangshuan dynasty, and the others. Those powers will look at you favorably and will try to get you to join them since they will value your talent. But many of them will look at you hostilely as well. After all, to some of those powers, You will most likely become a threat in the future if you keep on growing. As far as I know, in the countless years of the Central Region's existence, there has never been a nascent soul stage cultivator who had to face crimson lightning during their heavenly tribulation. Even those who faced a set of 9 bolts of white lightning, including you, they actually number less than 10. If you don't obtain a backer, it's likely that you will be killed by those powers before you get a chance to grow. Unfortunately, the Holy Sect doesn't have the ability to protect you. Which is why I am offering you to join my Northern Sovereign's city. Of the City of Immortals? Of course. You don't have to answer right away. You can think about it for a few days. After all, there is at least half a year left until the opening. Shenlong simply nodded his head without saying anything, while solemn looks appeared on Bailongxian's and the others' faces. Indeed, after today, there was no way that Shenlong would be able to remain unnoticed. Even if he wanted to. The Northern Sovereign didn't bring the matter up again, as she kept flying towards the Northern Sovereign's city in the distance. A few moments later, she had already crossed the distance, as Shenlong and the others had all arrived above the massive city gates. More than 100,000 cultivators along with many luxurious carriages were gathered in front of the city gates waiting to enter the city. But the moment the Northern Sovereign appeared and everyone sensed her aura, the city guards instantly stopped what they were doing and dropped on one knee as they all shouted respectfully, "City Lord." The Northern Sovereign nodded her head coolly, as she took Shenlong and the rest and continued forward. Entering inside the Northern Sovereign's city, seeing the Northern Sovereign fly past the city gates, the guards stationed at the city walls started to discuss among themselves in hushed voices. "The City Lord is back already. I thought that the King's Palace still had half a year left until it closed. Why is the City Lord back already? Could it be because of those 5 people? The City Lord personally led them inside the city. Which power do they belong to?" At the same time, the moment she flew past the city gates, the Northern Sovereign slowed down her speed considerably, allowing Shenlong and the others to take a good view of the city. Thousands of carriages were coming and going from the city gates at all times, while rich-looking merchants or groups of sturdily built cultivators seemed to be gathered around the city gates as well. Shenlong's group attracted quite a bit of attention as they flew inside the city, causing many powerful cultivators to turn their gazes towards them. However, once those cultivators sensed the Northern Sovereign's terrifying aura, they immediately turned the other way, no longer bothering with them. Although people weren't allowed to fly inside the city, such a rule naturally didn't apply to the City Lord. "What do you think?" the Northern Sovereign asked with a smile on her face. "This city is indeed much bigger than the holy city of the Holy Sect." "No. The two can't even be compared," Bailongxian said as he took a look at his surroundings. Shenlong nodded his head in agreement. It wasn't just the size of the city either, as they flew around the city heading even deeper inside. Shenlong and the rest all noticed that nascent soul cultivators and Dao Kings seemed to be present everywhere, while Dao Emperors weren't too rare either. As Shenlong and the rest looked at their surroundings, the Northern Sovereign spoke in a confident voice. "This is the biggest and most prosperous city throughout the entire northern part of the Central Region. My Northern Sovereign's city. As long as one has enough spirit stones, they are able to buy almost anything here, including peak rank 7 magic beasts and even some rank 8 ones. You can take a look at the rest of the city by yourselves later. For now, let's go to my estate." As soon as she finished speaking, the Northern Sovereign suddenly increased her speed, as she flew straight towards the heart of the city. A minute later, an enormous building that was more than 900 meters 2,950 feet tall appeared in Shenlong's and the rest's vision. Hundreds of silver-armored guards could be seen patrolling around it, while the words "Sovereign's Estate" were carved at the top of the building in a meticulous manner, making it seem like a work of art. As soon as Shenlong's group approached within 100 meters from the building, an old man in golden armor shot out from the building like a bolt of lightning, stopping right in front of the Northern Sovereign. "City Lord, you are back already?" the golden-armored old man asked in a surprised tone as he looked at the Northern Sovereign, before his eyes darted towards the group of 5 young people who were floating in the air behind her. There was approximately half a year left until the King's Palace closed, So the golden-armored old man was naturally stunned to see Lu Qigong return to the city so quickly. This old man had followed her for many years. But he had never seen the northern sovereign return from the king's palace ahead of time. Nodding her head, Lu Qigong looked at the golden-armored old man and said calmly, "Things have changed in the core region of the palace. Old Lin. You will learn about this soon enough as well. Hee. Even if I wanted to keep this matter under wraps, I wouldn't be able to do so in the first place." Lu Qigong then turned around to look at Shenlong and the others before she continued, "I have some things to take care of. So old Lin will be the one to show you to your courtyard. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask him other than me. He is the person with the most power inside my sovereign's estate." Old Lin was stunned when he heard the casual tone that the northern sovereign used when she spoke to Shenlong and the rest. Her voice lacked the usual authority and coldness that she usually had when she spoke to others. And instead, it seemed like she was actually speaking to someone whom she considered her equal. However, with his cultivation that was clearly in the sovereign realm, how could old Lin not realize that the 5 people in front of him were just a bunch of newly advanced Dao kings? Even sovereign realm experts like himself had to bow their heads in front of the northern sovereign, let alone a small group of Dao kings. City Lord. Are these guests really going to stay within the sovereign's estate? After a moment of hesitation, old Lin couldn't help but ask the northern sovereign, intending to make sure that he had understood her intentions. Nodding her head, Lu Qigong said seriously, "Naturally. Shenlong and his friends are my guests. Let them stay in the Southern Dragon's courtyard and have Commander Quan personally protect them when they leave the sovereign's estate." Although old Lin was surprised inwardly, on the outside he didn't show any hesitation as he looked at the northern sovereign and bowed before he said respectfully, "Understood. City Lord." Old Lin knew that Commander Quan was one of the northern sovereign's personal guards. An extremely powerful expert at the peak of the Dao Emperor realm, who was just a step away from breaking through to the sovereign realm. To have such an expert personally guard Shenlong and his group, it only served to show how much importance the northern sovereign placed on this matter. As for the southern dragon's courtyard, it was actually the second best courtyard in the entire city, second only to the northern sovereign's own courtyard. To have Shenlong's group stay there, old Lin naturally wouldn't take this lightheartedly. Nodding her head, the northern sovereign looked at Shenlong and the others and said with a smile, "Feel free to tour around my northern sovereign's city and have a look. I am sure that you will find plenty of interesting things that you have never seen before while you were in the holy sect. For the next few days, I will be busy with the matters of the golden skeleton. But I will come and find with you for a chat once I am done. Thank you, Senior." Shenlong and the others cupped their hands in thanks at the northern sovereign, who nodded her head before she disappeared on the spot. "Young lords. Young ladies. Please follow me." The golden-armored old man then turned around, as he led Shenlong and his group deeper inside the northern sovereign's estate. As they walked deeper inside the northern sovereign's estate, Shenlong and the others could see countless guards patrolling the interior of the estate. The guards inside the estate were actually even more numerous than those who were guarding the outside. And even the weakest of them was at the peak rank 1 of the Dao King realm, while most of them were at the late stages of the Dao King realm instead. There were actually plenty of those guards who had reached the Dao Emperor realm as well, surprising Shenlong and the others quite a bit. In the holy sect, the number of Dao Emperor realm experts didn't even exceed 20, and every single Dao Emperor was an inner court elder. However, in the northern sovereign's estate, Dao Emperors were only qualified to be just above most guards in terms of status. A few minutes later, the golden-robed old man stopped in front of a massive open silver gate, while the passionate shouts of guards could be heard from the inside. Old Lin led Shenlong and the others past the silver gate before he said calmly, "Young lords. Young ladies. This is the training ground where the guards of our sovereign estate spar with each other. Naturally, as the guests of our sovereign, if the young lords and the young ladies are willing, you are welcome to spar with any of the guards here at any time." Seeing the provocative gazes that the guards were sending them, Jiang Chen and the others all stared at them with looks that were filled with fighting intent. Unlike old Lin, who knew that they were the northern sovereign's guests, these guards thought that Shenlong and the others were new guards who were about to join them. Even if Shenlong's group was brought there personally by old Lin, those guards would only respect strength and nothing else. A group of newly advanced early rank 1 Dao kings would naturally be at the very bottom of the ranks among the Northern Sovereign's guards at the same time. Shenlong also nodded his head calmly as he stared at the group of thousands of guards whose eyes seemed to be filled with fighting intent. Indeed, sparring with the Northern Sovereign's guards was probably going to be a good thing for him. As well as Lu Mei and the others, who had all just stepped foot into the Dao King realm a few days ago. Although in terms of talent most of the guards should be probably inferior to the strongest disciples of the holy sect. As the Northern Sovereign's guards, their actual strength was definitely nothing to scoff at. Normal Dao Kings wouldn't be able to take more than a few punches from them before they collapsed on the ground. Besides, with so many guards in this place, Shenlong believed that there were going to be plenty of geniuses among them as well, some of whom would probably be even more talented than the strongest disciples of the holy sect. Northern Sovereign's city was the most powerful city in the entire northern part of the central region. After all, how could the Northern Sovereign herself possibly lack talented people? Even the holy sect that gathered only the strongest geniuses from around its territory was nothing in front of a behemoth like the Northern Sovereign city. A few moments later, the golden-robed old Lin led Shenlong and his group away from the training grounds. As they headed deeper inside the Northern Sovereign's estate, after walking for a while, a massive red building that was more than 300 meters, 984 feet, tall and was covered in hundreds of protective formations appeared in Shenlong's and the rest's eyes. While the scent of medicinal herbs seemed to be continuously wafting out from the wide-open wooden gates of the building. As it entered Shenlong's and the rest's noses, the golden-robed old man, Old Lin, looked at Shenlong and the others and smiled. Before he said in a proud tone, "Young masters, young ladies, this is one of the most important buildings in our entire sovereign's estate. The Earth Flame Tower. This tower was personally built by the Lord of the Tiangshuan dynasty countless years ago. And the protective formations around it are said to be on par even with the formations on top of the city walls. There are 5 Earth Flames sealed inside the Earth Flame Tower, which the alchemists and the formation masters inside our sovereign's estate can use when they need to refine difficult pills, inscribe powerful formations, or refine star-rank weapons naturally. If the young masters and young ladies wish to, you are also free to visit the Earth Flame Tower at any time. Normally, if someone wants to use the Earth Flames inside the tower, they will have to pay 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones. But since the young masters and the young ladies are guests of the city lord, you will be able to enter the tower free of charge." Shenlong nodded his head as he kept staring at the gigantic red building in front of him. Of course, he wasn't surprised by how heavily the Earth Flame Tower was guarded. After all, with 5 Earth Flames sealed inside, the Northern Sovereign would have to be a fool to not protect the tower seriously. At the same time, after breaking through to the Dao King realm, Shenlong could now identify with just a glance that most of the formations around the tower seemed to be peak 1-star protective formations, while plenty among them had even reached the 2-star rank. Additionally, a group of crimson-armored guards were also guarding the wooden gates of the tower, not allowing anyone to step any closer to the entrance without permission. Every single one of those guards had an aura that was even stronger than the aura of peak Dao Kings, and had clearly reached the Dao Emperor realm already. And yet, Shenlong was certain that this wasn't everything that the Earth Flame Tower had to offer in terms of defense. Even in the Holy Sect, the Refinement Hall was personally protected by Xingyi's master, a peak rank 6 Dao Emperor, Elder Mao Jing. It was very likely that the defenses inside this tower would be even more terrifying than what was shown on the surface. There should be at least a single peak Dao Emperor who is guarding this tower in secret. Perhaps there could even be a sovereign realm expert hidden inside, to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Of course, it's unlikely that anyone will dare to cause trouble inside the Northern Sovereign's estate in the first place. But it wouldn't harm the Northern Sovereign to be careful. Shenlong thought inwardly as he stared at the 6 crimson-armored Dao Emperors who were standing guard in front of the gates. The golden-robed old man, Old Lin, smiled as he looked at Shenlong, who seemed to be intrigued by the Earth Flame Tower, before he waved his hand, taking out a pitch-black token from his spatial ring and handed it to him. As he continued a moment later, "Young master, this is my personal token. As long as you show it to the guards here, You will be able to freely enter inside the tower whenever you want to. It may also prove to be useful to you when you tour through the city. Shenlong thought seriously for a bit before he cupped his hands at the old man and accepted his token. No matter what. Since he was going to spend the next 6 months inside the Northern Sovereign's estate. Aside from researching formations, he would also have to refine quite a few pills. So he would have to visit this Earth Flame Tower quite a few times. Naturally, old Lin's token would end up coming in handy in such cases. With a smile on his face, old Lin looked at Shenlong and the others and continued, young masters. I will take you to meet Commander Quan Lin. After that, you can go and have a look around the city if you want. If this is your first time in the Northern Sovereign's city, I am sure that you will find plenty of interesting things here. Hee. Whether you want to have some fun with the ladies inside the 100 Flowers Pavilion, visit the Dao Tower, or just tour through the shops and look for some things to buy, the city will definitely not disappoint you. Old Lin had a knowing smile on his face as he looked at Shenlong, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan, and said the words 100 Flowers Pavilion in his eyes. Every single young master who visited the Northern Sovereign's city, as long as they had enough spirit stones with them, would definitely visit the 100 Flowers Pavilion at least once. Aside from the company of the beautiful women that those young masters could enjoy there, the 100 Flowers Pavilion was said to be the best restaurant in the entire city as well. Additionally, the wine sold in that place, the 100 Flowers wine, was also the best wine in the entire city. While its recipe was only something that the owner of the pavilion had in her hands, sensing Lu Mei's and Xingyi's gazes landing on his back, old Lin smiled and coughed dryly before he led their group deeper inside the estate. An hour later, old Lin finally stopped walking. As he brought Shenlong and the others in front of the gates of a massive courtyard, old Lin then turned around to look at Shenlong and the others and said in a confident manner, young lords, young ladies, other than the city lord's own courtyard, this is the best courtyard in our sovereign's estate. The Southern Dragon's courtyard. To enter the courtyard you can just use my personal token. All you have to do is simply inject some of your chi inside it, and the barriers around the courtyard will be lifted, allowing you to enter inside. Of course, other than the young masters, no one else will be able to step foot inside the courtyard without your permission, including Peak Dao emperors and even sovereign realm experts. Shenlong nodded his head after hearing old Lin's words. Before he sent some of his chi inside the pitch-black token that he had received from him earlier. The token in his hands didn't seem to have any particular reaction after Shenlong injected his chi inside it. But the restrictions around the courtyard started to retreat a moment later. Even without old Lin saying anything, Shenlong could clearly see that the protective formations around the courtyard were either peak 1-star or even 2-star protective formations. Although they couldn't compare to the protective formations around the city walls or the Earth Flame Tower, they were enough to easily keep even a Peak Dao Emperor like the Grand Elder of the Holy Sect at bay. Unless a 2-star formations master or an expert at the Northern Sovereign's level attacked it, it would be almost impossible for the protective formations around the courtyard to break in a short amount of time. Turning around, Shenlong looked at Lu Mei and the others and said calmly, since the Northern Sovereign has prepared this courtyard for us, let's have a look inside. Taking a step forward, Shenlong then pushed the courtyard's iron gates open, as he led Lu Mei and the rest inside. As soon as their group stepped past the gates and entered the courtyard, a wave of extremely pure chi assaulted Shenlong and his group, momentarily stunning them all for a few seconds. The chi inside the Southern Dragon's courtyard was so pure and dense that even the courtyards of the inner court elders back in the Holy Sect couldn't compare to it in the slightest. How can the chi in this place be so pure? Xingyi mumbled in a voice filled with disbelief as she stared at her surroundings with a stunned look. Indeed, it wasn't just the chi in the air itself, but even the trees around Shenlong and the others, and even the blades of grass on the ground, that had clearly been imbued with the pure chi inside this courtyard. Jiang Chen, Bai Longshan, Xingyi, and even Lu Mei all took a deep breath as they absorbed the chi around them, a peak 2-star chi gathering formation that was most likely set up by a 3-star formation master and is constantly using high-grade spirit stones. No wonder that old man said that this courtyard is the best after the Northern Sovereign's own courtyard. Shenlong said to himself as he stared at the nearly transparent runes that were engraved on the ground below him. As an alchemist, Shenlong had a general idea of how rare 3-star alchemists and formation masters really were. A 3-star formation master, even if such a person was slightly inferior to the Northern Sovereign in terms of direct strength, their status would most likely not be inferior to the Northern Sovereign's in the slightest. The cost of inviting that person to create this chi-gathering formation and even use so many high-grade spirit stones, the Northern Sovereign really didn't hold back. Of course, although the chi inside the Southern Dragon's courtyard was ideal for Jiang Chen, Bai Longshan, and Xingyi, who all needed pure chi to advance faster now that they were cultivating in immortal-grade cultivation techniques, Shenlong didn't hold it in high regard. Even though the chi-gathering formation in this place was created by a 3-star formation master according to what Shenlong could see, the chi in this place was still much inferior compared to the chi produced by the heaven-swallowing vine when it absorbed high-grade spirit stones. After taking a look around the courtyard for a while and seeing that there were more than 10 large rooms, Shenlong was about to turn around and head back to the entrance of the courtyard, when he suddenly sensed the black token in his hands tremble before an image appeared in his mind outside the courtyard's gates. A silver-armored middle-aged man with short spiky hair seemed to be waiting next to old Lin. As he stared at the courtyard in front of him with a curious gaze, the silver-armored middle-aged man looked at old Lin next to him a moment later and asked in a bewildered tone, "General, is there a reason why you summoned me here?" Old Lin nodded his head, as he stared at the middle-aged man in silver armor in front of him and answered seriously, "Naturally, I wouldn't call you here for no reason. Commander Quan, there are some guests that the City Lord has personally invited here. And as per the City Lord's instructions, you will be the one to protect them while they stay in our city." "Protect?" the silver-armored middle-aged man, Quan Lin mumbled, as he stared at old Lin with a look of surprise on his face. Although there had been cases in the past where certain powerful people were invited in the Sovereign's estate by the Northern Sovereign herself, there had never been a case where an exalted Peak Dao Emperor like Quan Lin would be assigned to personally protect those people. Besides, most people who were invited to the Sovereign's estate as guests would usually be extremely powerful individuals who had no need for protection in the first place. At most, a group of Peak Dao kings would be instructed to follow them around, in case someone was blind enough to offend them. Since the City Lord has personally said this, I will naturally follow her orders. General Lin, can you tell me if there is something special about those guests? Shaking his head, the golden-armored old man, old Lin looked at the entrance of the Southern Dragon's courtyard in front of him and said calmly, "I don't know much about this matter either. The City Lord just returned from the King's Palace today and told me to take care of this issue. If you want to know more about this, you can only ask the City Lord herself." Nodding his head, the silver-armored Quan Lin didn't say anything else and simply stared at the entrance of the Southern Dragon's courtyard as well, curious to see what kind of guests could warrant so much attention from the Northern Sovereign that she would send a Peak Dao Emperor like him to protect them in reality. Even if Quan Lin was compared to someone like the Grand Elder of the Holy Sect, he would still be slightly stronger in terms of strength, and he was half a step away from breaking through to the Sovereign realm. It was no wonder that he was surprised after he was asked to personally guard a group of guests. At the same time, inside the Southern Dragon's courtyard, Shenlong stared at the black token in his hands for a few more moments with a smile on his face, before he turned his attention back towards Jiang Chen and the rest and said calmly, "I'm going to have a look around the city for a bit and see if there is anything to buy. After that, I'm planning to leave for a few months." Leave the city? Bai Longshan and the rest were all surprised when they heard this. "Brother, where are you going?" Jiang Chen looked at Shenlong and asked, curiously a moment later. As far as Jiang Chen and the others were aware, ever since Shenlong had entered the Holy Sect, aside from cultivating or when they were completing missions, Shenlong had spent his entire time within the sect. Shenlong's lips curved up into a big smile as he looked at Jiang Chen and the others before he answered calmly, "I am going to a city called Murong City for a few days. There are some treasures hidden outside the city, and it's finally time to go get them. It shouldn't take too long for me to come back. I should be back in less than 2 months." Lu Mei's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard the words Murong City. She knew that before she and Shenlong entered the Holy Sect, They had obtained Wo Wui's treasures from the Dragon Lord's villa back in the Night Star continent. And she also knew that Wo Wui had buried the rest of it outside Murong City in the past. Shenlong didn't have a chance to go to Murong City, and he also didn't have any idea how strong the Murong family really was, but now things were different. Not only had he broken through to the Dao King realm by now, but Little Silver had also reached the peak of rank 6. While Little Black had reached the middle rank 7 and was strong enough to fight most peak Dao Emperors. Only peak Dao Emperors like the Grand Elder could possibly threaten him. But even then? At least in terms of speed, even a peak Dao Emperor like the Grand Elder was vastly inferior to him. Besides, after breaking through to the Dao King realm, Shenlong was also extremely confident in his ability to survive. Bai Longshan, Zhang Chen, and Xingyi didn't ask anything else as they simply nodded their heads. Since Shenlong was planning to leave, the best thing they could do was try to increase their cultivation as much as possible during this time. After all, there was less than half a year left until the estimated opening of the legendary City of Immortals. A few moments later, Shenlong's group of 5 appeared back in the entrance of the Southern Dragon's courtyard, where Old Lin and Commander Quan were both waiting for them. Commander Quan Lin's eyes instantly started to inspect the group of 5 young people in front of him curiously, without speaking for the Northern Sovereign to take an interest in 5 newly advanced Dao Kings. There had to be something extremely special about them. At the same time, the golden-armored old man. Old Lin looked at Shenlong and the others and gestured towards the silver-armored man next to him and said, "Young lords. Young ladies. This is Commander Quan, the most powerful of the 12 commanders of our city. He will personally protect you while you stay here." Commander Quan stared at Shenlong and the others for a few moments, before he nodded his head and said, "Young lords. My name is Quan Lin. If you wish to leave the Sovereign's estate and tour through the Northern Sovereign's city, you should first talk to me about it." Shenlong didn't object since he knew that these were the Northern Sovereign's arrangements. And after a moment of thinking he said, "Commander Quan, we are planning to take a look around the city. Is there a place where we can get a detailed map of the central region? A detailed map of the entire central region?" Both Old Lin and Commander Quan looked at Shenlong with surprised looks. Before Commander Quan shook his head and answered seriously, "Young master, if you want a detailed map of the entire central region, I'm afraid that would be impossible. Unless you can visit one of the largest cities in the center of the central region like the Tiangshuan city. Although our Northern Sovereign's city is the largest city in the northern part of the central region, in reality, the central region, as a whole, is simply too big, making it nearly impossible to map it all. Only the strongest powers who stand at the peak of the central region like the Tiangshuan dynasty can possibly have a detailed map like that. But of course, if young master simply wants a detailed map of the northern part of the central region, then that requirement would be easy to fulfill." As he finished speaking, Quan Lin took out a large map from his spatial ring and handed it to Shenlong before he continued, "This map is many times more detailed than the ones that you can normally buy at the large shops around the city. Since the young masters are guests of our city lord, you can consider this a gift from me." Shenlong didn't decline Quan Lin's offer, as he nodded his head and accepted the map. At that moment, Shenlong suddenly realized that he hadn't placed enough importance on getting a map of the central region. Since he had spent the past 2 years within the Holy Sect's territory, there was no reason for him to look for a detailed map earlier either. Which was why he didn't know how rare such a map really was. Unfurling the map in his hands, Shenlong started to inspect it seriously a moment later, while his eyes took in the countless names that were written down on the map in great detail. White Ice City, first-rate power. 6 Sovereign Realm Experts. Lord Zu's Garden, first-rate power. 4 Sovereign Realm Experts. Black Mist Valley, first-rate power. 5 Sovereign Realm Experts. Holy Sect, first-rate power. 1 Sovereign Realm Expert. Zhong City? Zhong Clan, first-rate power. 1 Sovereign Realm Expert. Indeed. Not only had Quan Lin's map recorded down the name of every single power in the northern part of the central region and their location, but it even contained the number of Sovereign Realm Experts who were standing behind every power. As Shenlong's gaze landed on the name Zhong Clan, he quickly remembered the time when his faction was returning back to the Holy Sect from the Blue Star continent. Back then, While they were flying past the Zhong city, Jiang Chen's father, Jiang Tinfeng, had said that the old ancestor of the Zhong clan was close to breaking through to the sovereign realm. But whether he had succeeded in his breakthrough or not was actually uncertain. However, based on the information on Quanlin's map, the Zhong clan indeed had a sovereign realm expert behind them, which meant that their old ancestor must have most likely succeeded. Quanlin seemed to have noticed that Shenlong was staring at the Zhong clan and said calmly, "Young master, please keep in mind that those powers who only have a single sovereign realm expert behind them are only considered to have barely reached the rank of first-rate powers in our northern part of the central region. In reality, if they were compared to the strongest powers like the White Ice City or the Black Mist Valley, then those powers would only be considered to be second-rate powers at best. However, under the City Lord's commands, every power that has a sovereign realm expert behind them, even if they are a newly advanced sovereign realm cultivator, will then be considered to be a first-rate power." Lu Mei and the others were all stunned momentarily after hearing Quanlin's words. But they soon realized that it made sense. Indeed, the only reason why the holy sect could stand tall in the first place and suppress the countless powers in its territory like the Yang clan, to the point that they would not dare to rebel, was all thanks to the sect master of the sect who was a sovereign realm expert. But of course, to an expert like Quanlin, who was a commander in the Northern Sovereign's army and his own cultivation was just a step away from reaching the sovereign realm, powers like the Zhong clan were nothing important in his eyes. Only the strongest powers like the White Ice City and the Black Mist Valley were powerful enough to warrant his attention. Shenlong didn't pay much attention to Quanlin's subtle bragging, as his gaze was still focused on the map in front of him. It wasn't abnormal for someone like Quanlin to look down on those first-rate powers. But Shenlong understood that Quanlin didn't really look down on the sovereign realm experts behind those powers. After all, those sovereign realm experts had all been recognized to be strong enough by the Northern Sovereign herself. A few moments later, Shenlong's eyes suddenly narrowed as his gaze landed on a city that was located a good distance away from the Northern Sovereign city and was close to the edge of the northern part of the central region itself. As the information about that power entered his ears, Murong city. Murong family, first-rate power. 2 sovereign realm experts. Shenlong's eyes didn't linger on Murong city for too long, certain that old Lin or Commander Quan would notice this anomaly. And after taking a quick look at the rest of the powers on the map, Shenlong turned his attention towards Quanlin and said, "Commander Quan, I want to buy and sell a few medicinal herbs. What is the best place in the city to do so?" Quanlin wasn't surprised by Shenlong's question as he nodded his head and answered without any hesitation, "If the young master is interested in buying rare medicinal herbs, you should visit the Myriad Pills Pavilion or the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. The Myriad Pills Pavilion isn't far from our sovereign's estate either, young lords. If you don't have anything else to do right now, let me lead the way to the Myriad Pills Pavilion. Coincidentally, I also have something to talk about with the Myriad Pills Pavilion Vice Pavilion Master." Quanlin continued a moment later as he stared at Shenlong and the others. With his experience, how could Quanlin not notice that the one who was leading the group in front of him was the spiky-haired young man with short black hair? After a moment of thinking, Shenlong nodded his head towards Quanlin and said, "We will have to trouble Commander Quan to lead the way then." Quanlin had a friendly smile on his face as he waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. As he led Shenlong and the others outside of the Northern Sovereign's estate, the truth was that Quanlin himself was also curious about the group of newly advanced Dao Kings that could attract the Northern Sovereign's attention as the strongest of the 12 commanders in the Northern Sovereign's army. Quanlin was someone who answered directly to the Northern Sovereign herself, even the golden-armored old man. Old Lin wasn't qualified to order him to do anything, let alone ask him to guard a group of Dao Kings. This by itself was enough to indicate how high Quanlin's status within the Northern Sovereign's estate for an expert like him to play the role of a bodyguard. It was indeed out of the ordinary, making Quanlin extremely curious about the people that the Northern Sovereign had told him to protect. "Hey! Look! Is that Commander Quan? Who are those people behind him? Could it be new soldiers? Wait! I saw those people earlier following General Lin. Don't tell me that they are joining Commander Quan's squad." Quanlin leading the way for Shenlong and his group ended up attracting the attention of many of the surrounding soldiers, who soon started to whisper among themselves. Since Shenlong's group didn't have any powerful expert guarding them, none of the soldiers within the Northern Sovereign's estate even entertained the thought that a group of early-stage Dao kings could possibly be guests of the Northern Sovereign herself. Even the thought that Shenlong and the others were going to join Quan Lin's squad, one of the most powerful squads in the Northern Sovereign's army, was already far-fetched in the soldiers' minds. Unfortunately, neither Shenlong and the others, nor Quan Lin himself seemed interested in explaining anything to these soldiers. As Quan Lin led Shenlong's group through the busy streets of the Northern Sovereign's city, Shenlong and the others noticed quite a number of powerful peak Dao kings and even Dao emperors who all seemed to be heading in the same direction as them. While most of the Dao kings were walking on foot like Shenlong, Bai Longshan and the rest, most Dao emperors were sitting inside luxurious carriages that were led by powerful magic beasts. Even the weakest of those magic beasts was a peak rank 6 beast, while there was no lack of even middle rank 7 magic beasts among them. Quan Lin was the only Dao emperor who seemed to be walking on foot, making him the odd one out. But as the surrounding cultivators noticed the silver armor he was wearing and the insignia on his chest, everyone subconsciously made way for him to pass. Naturally, even if one put aside the fact that Quan Lin was a peak rank 9 Dao emperor, an expert who was considered rare even in the Northern Sovereign's city, the fact that Quan Lin was a commander of the Northern Sovereign's army was enough to inspire awe and fear into the eyes of most cultivators. After all, within the Northern Sovereign's city, nobody dared to offend a commander of the Northern Sovereign's army. A little more than an hour later, Quan Lin's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. As he arrived in front of the entrance of a massive building that was shaped like a cauldron, this building was more than 100 meters, 330 feet, tall and 150 meters, 492 feet, wide, with thousands of cultivators coming and going from its entrance at all times. Young lords, young ladies, this is the biggest pill shop in the entire city, the Myriad Pills Pavilion. I have to admit that even our Sovereign's estate and the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce are slightly inferior to the Myriad Pills Pavilion when it comes to concocting pills. However, the items on the first and second floors are still common ones. If you want to buy rare pills or medicinal herbs, it's best for us to head straight for the third floor instead. As Shenlong's group stepped past the entrance of the pavilion and entered inside, Quan Lin explained calmly, as he headed directly for the next floor, not paying even the slightest bit of attention to the items on the first floor. With just a brief glance, Shenlong noticed that the pills on the first floor were all middle-grade or high-grade rank 4 pills, with a few top-grade rank 4 pills mixed in as well. At the same time, the medicinal herbs sold here were all rank 4 herbs. Seemed as if the first floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion was made purely for Spirit Realm cultivators to do business. It was no wonder that Quan Lin would choose to skip this floor without even paying attention to the pills and medicinal herbs here. Rank 4 medicinal herbs would be useless even for Dao kings, let alone a peak Dao emperor like Quan Lin. As soon as they stepped foot on the second floor, Lu Mei and the others realized that this place was filled with countless rank 5 pills and medicinal herbs. The pills and medicinal herbs on this floor were actually even more numerous than those on the first floor. Even pills that were extremely hard to find in the holy sect like the barrier-piercing pill were sold in bulk here. However, Quan Lin didn't pay any attention to the pills and medicinal herbs on the second floor either, as he headed straight for the third floor instead. And yet, the moment that they stepped foot on the third floor, Shenlong, Lu Mei, and the others were all stunned when they noticed that something was different compared to the previous 2 floors of the Myriad Pills Pavilion the moment that Shenlong's eyes landed on this stunning scene in front of him. A creepy smile that oozed of greed subconsciously formed itself on his lips a moment later. Shenlong quickly suppressed the smile on his face and kept staring at the scene in front of him. Not only did the third floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion have plenty of rank 6 pills and medicinal herbs for sale, but it even had some empty counters where certain white-robed old men and women were sitting behind them. Surprisingly, those counters were the most popular ones on the third floor, as people had queued up in front of them, forming extremely long lines. However, Shenlong's eyes were focused on the words above each of those counters, which made his eyes lit up once again. Rank 2 Gold Grade Alchemist. Yen Feng. Able to refine low and middle rank 6 pills. Price per refinement, 40.000 middle grade spirit stones. Rank 3 Gold Grade Alchemist. Shitai. Able to refine middle and high grade rank 6 pills. Price, 100.000 middle grade spirit stones. Peak rank 3 Gold Grade Alchemist. Huang Ming. Able to refine high grade pills with 80% certainty. Price, 180.000 middle grade spirit stones. Commander Quan. Are these alchemists all from the Myriad Pills Pavilion? Bai Longshan asked in surprise. As he, Lu Mei, and the others all stared at the scene on the third floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion in front of them. There were more than 100 rank 2 and rank 3 gold grade alchemists on this floor. And almost all of them had long lines in front of their counters, with many cultivators lined up to reach them. The vast majority of those cultivators were Dao Kings, while a few nascent soul stage cultivators were also mixed in among them. Shaking his head, Commander Quan looked at Bai Longshan and answered seriously, of course not. Although the Myriad Pills Pavilion has many gold-grade alchemists, how could they have more than 100 of them who are so free that they have nothing else to do? If that was the case, our Northern Sovereign's estate and the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce wouldn't even have a chance to compete with the Myriad Pills Pavilion in this regard. The alchemists here are all alchemists who are working by themselves. And most of them are rogue. Or they belong to some of the smaller powers in our Northern Sovereign's city. However, since refining pills is so profitable, many of them choose to set up stalls within the Myriad Pills Pavilion. Commander Quan's voice was laced with hints of envy as he stared at the numerous stalls around him. It didn't matter if one was a Spirit Realm cultivator or a Dao Emperor Realm expert. Everyone would need the help of an alchemist at some point in their lives. This was why alchemists could charge exorbitant prices to refine pills and no one would bat an eye after all. One could earn back spirit stones, but they couldn't get back those years in their lives that they spent on training when they could have advanced even faster by consuming pills. Interesting? So the Myriad Pills Pavilion doesn't care that these alchemists are stealing its business? Zhang Chen asked a moment later as he looked at the hundreds of counters around him. Without question, the counters of the rogue alchemists were the most popular ones, attracting more than half of the cultivators on the third floor. Commander Quan smiled and shook his head when he heard Zhang Chen's question. Before he answered in a slightly derisive manner, he, young master, do you think that the Myriad Pills Pavilion would do something that would hurt their business? How could those old fools possibly let anyone steal their business under their noses? This is actually even more beneficial to the Myriad Pills Pavilion as a whole. Firstly, the pavilion doesn't let those rogue alchemists put their stalls there for free, as it will always take a 20% commission from them with every purchase. Additionally, the Myriad Pills Pavilion has its own gold-grade alchemists who are refining rank 6 pills. Why would any of the cultivators here pay those rogue alchemists tens of thousands of spirit stones while also providing them with the medicinal herbs they need for the pills they want to refine and even risk the chance for the pill concoction to fail, when they can just buy the pills from the Myriad Pills Pavilion directly? Looks of realization appeared on Zhang Chen's and the others' faces when they heard this, as Commander Quan then continued naturally. They won't. They will only employ the services of those alchemists only if they can't purchase the pills they need from the Myriad Pills Pavilion directly. As for those pills that have an extremely low success rate, why would the Myriad Pills Pavilion possibly risk refining them themselves while losing those expensive medicinal herbs in the process? They will instead be extremely happy to let those cultivators purchase these medicinal herbs from them and let those alchemists try their hands on them. Even if the pill concoction is a failure, the pavilion doesn't lose anything from it, since they will have already sold the medicinal herbs to those cultivators. And they will even take a 20% cut from the alchemists. The ones who take on all the risks are the cultivators who need those pills. Shanlong's lips curved up as he stared at the counters around him before he said smilingly this way. Not only does the Myriad Pills Pavilion boost its business since they attract more cultivators, but the more successful alchemists make a killing after building their reputation, since more people will choose to buy their pills. Commander Quan nodded his head calmly. And after taking a brief look at the third floor, he looked at Shanlong and the others and said, young masters, I need to meet the Vice Pavilion Master. If you finish your business here, Please come find me on the 5th floor. As he finished speaking, Commander Quan cupped his hands at Shenlong and the rest, before his figure disappeared on the spot even though Commander Quan tried to hide it. It was clear to everyone that he was overly anxious about meeting the Vice Pavilion Master on the 5th floor. Brother, what do you want to do? Jiang Chen looked at Shenlong and asked curiously a moment later after taking a look at his surroundings. Although they had all chosen to accompany Shenlong in this place, neither Jiang Chen nor Lu Mei and the others were interested in buying any pills from the Myriad Pills Pavilion, whether it was antitoxin pills, chi refinement pills, or any other kind of pills. Their spatial rings had all been filled to the brim before they had even left the holy sect. Let's take a look around here first. This is the largest pill shop in the entire city. I don't believe that there won't be any rare medicinal herbs in this place, Shenlong said as he turned his gaze towards the stairs that led to the 4th floor for a single moment, before he led Lu Mei and the others around the 3rd floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion. Indeed, Shenlong noticed that whether it was in terms of quality or quantity, the pills and the medicinal herbs available on the 3rd floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion were many times better than those in the medicinal shops inside the Holy City. Even the items on the 2nd floor of the Golden Treasures Hall back in the Holy Sect couldn't compare to the items here. Rank 6 medicinal herb. 200-year-old. Thunder Lotus Petal. Price, 90.000 middle grade spirit stones. Rank 6 medicinal herb. Heart Sealing Grass. Price, 120.000 middle grade spirit stones. Rank 6 medicinal herb. Ghost Crying Flower. Price, 300.000 middle grade spirit stones. As he walked around the floor, Shenlong only threw a glance at the rank 6 pills that were available for sale, as his eyes focused on the medicinal herbs instead. The cheapest rank 6 medicinal herb was actually priced at 80.000 middle grade spirit stones, while the more expensive ones even exceeded the 500.000 middle grade spirit stones mark. Still, Shenlong didn't hesitate as he spent more than 30 million middle grade spirit stones in one go, buying every single rank 6 medicinal herb that wasn't in his herb garden before. This attracted the attention of many of the surrounding cultivators, who happened to notice this scene as well. After all, 30 million middle grade spirit stones wasn't an amount that early stage Dao Kings would have in their possession, let alone spend it like that. Hee. Boss, should we make a move on them? They are just a bunch of early stage Dao Kings without any protection. Forget about a peak Dao King like you. Even I can easily take care of those brats. A man in black robes asked greedily while his eyes stared at Shenlong's group of 5. No protection. Humph. I refuse to believe that a bunch of early stage Dao Kings who can walk around the city and spend millions of middle grade stones like that don't have a protection. I'm certain that they either belong to an extremely powerful force or that there is a powerful expert protecting them in secret. Otherwise they wouldn't dare be so brazen unless they are idiots. The black-robed man next to him answered coldly as his eyes focused on Shenlong's back like a viper that was staring at its prey. Although this black-robed man a peak rank 9 Dao King, and he was indeed tempted to rob Shenlong and the others on the spot, even he didn't dare make a move on someone while they were still inside the Myriad Pills Pavilion, or the experts hidden inside the pavilion would surely take his life. Additionally, the black-robed man didn't believe that there was no one protecting Shenlong's group. The number of early-stage Dao Kings within the northern sovereign city who could spend 30 million middle-grade spirit stones in one go was definitely less than a handful, even if one included the scions of the strongest families and clans. However, the man next to the black-robed man didn't seem satisfied with his boss's answer and continued. Boss, what if they were just lucky and just chanced upon an expert's legacy? Are we really going to let them go? Those brats definitely have more spirit stones on them. After a moment of hesitation, the black-robed man gritted his teeth and continued in a determined tone. Fine. We will simply follow them for now and wait until they leave the Myriad Pills Pavilion. If there really is no expert protecting them, we will attack them the moment there is a chance. The black-robed man's body seemed to slowly turn transparent until it disappeared, while his voice entered the ears of his subordinate soon after. At the same time, a pretty young woman behind one of the counters stared at Shenlong with her sparkling black eyes and said, "Young master, do you need anything else?" After taking a look around him and realizing that he had nearly emptied the entire third floor of medicinal herbs, Shenlong looked at the young woman in front of him and nodded his head before he asked, "I heard that your Myriad Pills Pavilion buys medicinal herbs as well. Right? I have a few that I want to sell." The young woman was taken aback momentarily, but she still nodded her head soon after and answered with a bright smile, "Of course. The supervisor of the third floor, Lord Wei, will personally inspect the medicinal herbs before our pavilion purchases them. Please follow me." The young woman then led Shenlong and the others towards a large private room at the depths of the third floor. As soon as they arrived in front of the private room, the young woman who was leading Shenlong and the others halted her steps and knocked on the door twice, before she called out in a respectful voice, "Lord Wei. This is Xiaoan. I brought a group of young masters who wish to sell some medicinal herbs." "Very well. They can come in." The calm voice of an old man was heard from behind the door a moment later, as the door of the private room started to open by itself soon after. In reality, before someone wanted to sell some medicinal herbs, the employees of the Myriad Pills Pavilion, like the young woman who was named Xiaoan, would first have a look at those herbs to make sure that it was worth their time after all. If one wanted to sell rank 4 medicinal herbs, they would have to go to the supervisor of the first floor, while rank 5 medicinal herbs would be dealt with by the supervisor of the second floor. Only rank 6 medicinal herbs or above would be handled by the supervisor of the third floor, Lord Wei himself. But of course, considering that Shenlong and his group had just spent an astronomical amount of spirit stones on the third floor, nearly emptying half the floor in the process, the young woman named Xiaoan believed that if Shenlong and the others wished to sell some medicinal herbs, those herbs would be at least rank 6 medicinal herbs. "Xiao, young masters. Lord Wei is waiting inside," and looked at Shenlong and the others and bowed as she said, nodding his head. Shenlong thanked her, before he led Xingyi and the others inside the private room. The interior of the room was actually extremely spacious, but aside from a large alchemy cauldron that was covered in many mysterious runes and patterns and was placed in the center of the room and the old man who was sitting behind it, there was nothing else inside. As soon as he entered the room, Shenlong's eyes only glanced at the black alchemy cauldron for a brief moment, before his gaze landed on the white-robed old man who was sitting behind it with an amiable smile on his face. This old man had long white hair and a clean-shaven face, while his deep brown eyes were curiously examining Shenlong and the others without speaking. Shenlong, Zhang Chen, and the others could all sense that the aura coming from this person's body had clearly exceeded the Tao King realm long ago, and was definitely that of a powerful Tao Emperor. Naturally, as the supervisor of the third floor, how could Lord Wei not notice Shenlong and his group when they had just purchased a large number of the medicinal herbs available on his third floor? Lord Wei could also see that Shenlong and the others were only a group early rank 1 Tao Kings, which made this even more surprising. After all, as the supervisor of the third floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion, Lord Wei was already familiar with all the powerful or influential Tao Kings within the Northern Sovereign's city, and he was certain that none of the 5 people in front of him belonged to the powerful factions of the Northern Sovereign's city. There doesn't seem to be an expert who is protecting them in secret either. How interesting. Lord Wei mused to himself with a smile, as he stood up from his seat and waved his hand, causing 5 meditative cushions to appear on the floor around him, staring at Shenlong and the others. He then said with that same amiable smile on his face, "Please have a seat. My surname is Wei. How should I address you?" At the same time that Lord Wei spoke, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black's bright azure eyes narrowed for a moment, before the Black Dragon's playful voice resounded in Shenlong's mind. "Master, this old man is actually a peak rank 6 Tao Emperor, but his strength is actually even lower than that old hag's from the refinement hall of the Holy Sect. Even though he is trying to suppress it, I can clearly feel that the chi inside his dantian is extremely chaotic." Shenlong nodded his head without speaking after hearing Little Black's voice, while his eyes kept inspecting the old man in front of him seriously. Naturally, Shenlong understood that the old hag that Little Black was referring to was no one else other than Xingyi's master, Elder Mao Jing. Shenlong's gaze briefly stopped on Lord Wei's hands that were placed on the surface of the black alchemy cauldron in front of him. Before Shenlong cupped his hands and said calmly, "Senior can call me Shenlong. I wish to sell some medicinal herbs. So I wonder if your Myriad Pills Pavilion is interested in them." Lord Wei narrowed his eyes momentarily. Before he answered in a calm tone soon after, "Of course. As long as the quality of your herbs is good enough, my pavilion won't be stingy with you either. Let me have a look at them first." Nodding his head, Shenlong threw one last look at Lord Wei, before he smiled and waved his hand, causing a small mountain of medicinal herbs to appear around him. The eyes of the peak rank 6 Dao Emperor Lord was widened in incredulity as he stared at the mountain of medicinal herbs that had appeared in front of him. Hundreds of rank 5 and rank 6 medicinal herbs were piled up together on top of each other, filling the entire private room in the blink of an eye. After a moment of silence, the white-robed old man stared at Shenlong and narrowed his eyes dangerously before he asked in a serious tone, "Kid, are you sure that you wish to sell everything?" It was no wonder that Lord Wei would suddenly turn so serious. The number of rank 5 and rank 6 medicinal herbs that Shenlong had taken out just now had already exceeded what even the Myriad Pills Pavilion had in reserve. Although many of them were the same type of herbs, Lord Wei was certain that if Shenlong wanted to open his own shop in the Northern Sovereign's city, just these medicinal herbs alone would be enough to make his shop a peak second-rate power in the city. If a few star-rank alchemists decided to join, they would definitely make that shop a first-rate power. And perhaps in a few hundred years, that shop could even rival the Myriad Pills Pavilion as well. Naturally, the Myriad Pills Pavilion wouldn't ignore the existence of an emerging shop that could threaten their own business. Dealing with the alchemists from the Northern Sovereign's estate and the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce was more than enough. Nodding his head, Shenlong looked at the white-robed old man in front of him and continued, "Senior should understand that every single one of my medicinal herbs is more than 10,000 years old. As an alchemist, I am sure that you understand their value as well." Lord Wei nodded his head calmly without saying anything else. As he sent out his soul sense and started to seriously inspect the piled-up medicinal herbs around him, Lord Wei understood that Shenlong was indeed intending to sell these medicinal herbs to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken them out in the first place. At the same time, Lord Wei also understood that Shenlong wasn't lying about the maturity of these medicinal herbs. But he still decided to seriously check every single one of them. After all, experienced alchemists could easily identify how old a medicinal herb was, simply by checking the amount of medicinal essence inside it. The purer and more concentrated the medicinal essence inside a herb was, the more valuable the medicinal herb would then be. After staying silent for a couple of minutes, Lord Wei opened his eyes and looked at Shenlong. Before he said seriously, 412 rank 5 along with 536 rank 6 medicinal herbs, all of which are more than 10,000 years old. Although most of them aren't rare herbs, their maturity age is old enough to concoct high-grade rank 5 and rank 6 pills. Our Myriad Pills Pavilion is thus willing to buy them for 150 million middle-grade spirit stones. As he finished speaking, Lord Wei took out a white-colored spatial ring and tossed it to Shenlong, who caught it a moment later. Inside this spatial ring were indeed 150 million middle-grade spirit stones. This was a sizable amount of spirit stones even for a large sect in the northern part of the central region like the Holy Sect. But for a first-rate power like the Myriad Pills Pavilion, it wasn't actually that much. After a moment of thinking, Shenlong accepted the spatial ring, causing a smile to break out on Lord Wei's face. Shenlong knew that if the Myriad Pills Pavilion sold all of his medicinal herbs, they could easily sell them for 250 million middle-grade spirit stones, making a profit of more than 100 million middle-grade spirit stones in the process. But it would definitely take a couple of months for them to sell everything, although a couple of months was nothing to a large superpower like the Myriad Pills Pavilion. Shenlong knew that he didn't have the luxury to open a shop and wait until he sold all of his medicinal herbs, since, in less than half a year, the City of Immortals would most likely open. By then, he had to increase his strength as much as possible, since an early rank 1 Dao King would be nothing but cannon fodder within the City of Immortals, where the most powerful Dao Kings of the entire central region would gather. Besides, Shenlong knew that it was very likely that other powers would try to create trouble for him if he truly chose to open a shop within the Northern Sovereign's city. Thus, selling everything to the Myriad Pills Pavilion and letting them handle things themselves was definitely a much better choice. Seeing the 150.000 high-grade spirit stones inside the spatial ring, Shenlong's lips curved up into a smile. Before he placed everything inside the Stone of Time, this was an astonishing amount of wealth that would make even Dao Emperors salivate. After all, even a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor like the Grand Elder only had 200.000 high-grade spirit stones in his possession kit. Since you have already done business with my Myriad Pills Pavilion, I will tell you one piece of information for free. Your actions earlier attracted the attention of a few peak Dao Kings on my 3rd floor. And it's certain that they will go after you once you leave the pavilion. However, as long as you are willing to pay this old man 10 million middle-grade spirit stones, I can naturally take care of them for you. Hee. What do you think? Lord Wei's eyes lit up as he looked at Shenlong with a smile in his eyes. Since Shenlong and the others didn't have an expert backing them, they would face quite a bit of trouble if they wanted to leave the Myriad Pills Pavilion under the noses of those greedy Dao Kings, but to a peak rank 6 Dao Emperor like Lord Wet, it would be a piece of cake to deal with those people. Dealing with a bunch of ants for 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. How could Lord Wei pass this chance? Contrary to Lord Wei's expectations, Shenlong simply smiled and waved his hand, as he said, "Thank you, Senior. But there is no need for that." Without saying anything else, Shenlong turned around and led Lu Mei and the others out of the private room. Under Lord Wei's stunned eyes, Lord Wei simply shook his head and smiled, but he didn't stop Shenlong and the others from leaving. In his eyes, Shenlong was simply unwilling to part with 10 million middle-grade spirit stones that he had just obtained. However, once he realized that the threat was real, it was very likely that he would return back to Lord Wei's room and would ask him for help. What Lord Wei didn't know was that Shenlong already knew about those Dao Kings who were eyeing them, before even Lord Wei himself had noticed them. After all, how could a bunch of Dao Kings possibly escape Little Black's senses, who was on constant alert from the moment they had entered the Myriad Pills Pavilion? Besides, Shenlong didn't believe that Quan Lin had simply gone to the 5th floor to meet the Vice Pavilion Master while completely ignoring Shenlong and his group. For a peak Dao Emperor like him, covering the Myriad Pills Pavilion with his soul sense was an extremely easy task. After they left Lord Wei's room, Shenlong walked directly towards the stairs of the 4th floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion, unlike the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce back in the Holy City, or the 2nd floor of the Golden Treasures Hall back in the Holy Sect. There were no restrictions for anyone who wanted to enter the 4th and even the 5th floors of the Myriad Pills Pavilion. Even Spirit Realm and Nascent Soul Stage cultivators could enter if they wanted to. The only requirement to do business was the pavilion. Was to have enough spirit stones to purchase the things you wanted. The moment they stepped foot on the 4th floor, Shenlong and the others quickly noticed that this floor was actually much smaller compared to the 3rd floor. But the number of peak Dao Kings were much higher compared to those on the 3rd floor. Almost everyone on this floor was a rank 9 Dao King or even a Dao Emperor Realm expert. With just a handful early-stage Dao Kings like Shenlong's group who looked like they had come to take a look at the items on this floor purely out of curiosity. Shenlong's eyes lit up the moment he stepped foot on the 4th floor. Taking a good look at the rank 7 medicinal herbs that were for sale around him, the prices of the rank 7 medicinal herbs were many times higher than the rank 6 ones. Since even the cheapest rank 7 medicinal herb was sold for 5 million middle-grade spirit stones, while more expensive ones easily exceeded the 50 million spirit stones mark. But of course, this was only natural, since rank 7 medicinal herbs could be used by star-rank alchemists to make star-rank pills. However, Shenlong didn't choose to buy any of these herbs right away. And instead, he carefully looked around the 4th floor, almost as if he was searching for something specific. Half an hour later, after taking a look at every single herb available on the 4th floor, Shenlong shook his head and said in a somewhat regretful tone, "Even the Myriad Pills Pavilion doesn't have a rank 7 golden light flower by Longshan." And the others shook their heads when they heard this. But they had already expected this. They knew that Shenlong was searching for the golden light flower. After coming to the Myriad Pills Pavilion, the golden light flower was the main ingredient that Shenlong needed to refine a heavenly purity pill for Jiang Chen's father. But they had all heard from Shun Long how rare it was to find this flower. Although spirit stones were no longer an issue for Shun Long right now since his wealth could easily rival that of a peak Dao emperor, finding the flower was an entirely different matter altogether. Of course. Aside from medicinal herbs, the fourth floor had plenty of extremely rare rank 7 pills that the surrounding peak Dao kings and the Dao emperors were staring at greedily. But their exorbitant prices could easily drive a person to the brink of insanity. Shun Long noticed that the most expensive pill on the fourth floor seemed to be a high-grade rank 7 pill that could unconditionally allow a Dao emperor to increase their cultivation level by a single minor realm. But the price of that pill was 900,000 high-grade spirit stones. Many Dao emperors were staring at it like they were staring at a treasure. But nobody dared to try and forcefully steal from the Myriad Pills Pavilion additionally. Just like the third floor, the most popular counters on the fourth floor weren't the counters of the Myriad Pills Pavilion, but the counters of the independent alchemists. Every single alchemist who dared to set up a counter on the fourth floor was without a doubt a star-rank alchemist. But compared to the hundreds of gold-grade alchemists on the third floor, the star-rank alchemists on the fourth floor were less than 10. After all, star-rank alchemists would be sought after by practically every single power within the Northern Sovereign's city, including even the Myriad Pills Pavilion and the Northern Sovereign's estate. Very few of them would choose to set up a counter on the fourth floor and refine pills for others. After taking a good look at the fourth floor, Shun Long decided to purchase a handful of rank 7 medicinal herbs, spending 100,000 high-grade spirit stones in the process, before he finally turned his attention towards the stairs that led to the fifth floor, turning around to look at Xingyi and the others behind him. Shun Long smiled and said somewhat curiously, "Let's have a look at the items on the fifth floor." Without any hesitation, Shun Long walked up the stairs that led to the fifth floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion, with Jiang Chen and the others following behind him. As soon as Shun Long and his group stepped foot on the fifth floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion, they could all sense the stifling atmosphere on this floor that took them all aback surprisingly. It seemed that there were less than 100 people present on this floor, but every single one of them was clearly an expert who was exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. And yet, all of those experts were now staring at a silver-armored middle-aged man at the depths of the floor, who was coldly staring at 3 men in purple robes in front of him, with a murderous look in his eyes. Shun Long only needed a glance to realize that this silver-armored middle-aged man who was emitting a large amount of killing intent towards the 3 purple-robed men was no one else other than Commander Quan of the Northern Sovereign's army. Quan Lin. Ha ha ha. Quan Lin. It seems that even Vice Pavilion Master Wu wasn't able to help you save your little snake. How pitiful. At the same time, one of the 3 purple-robed men said in a mocking tone as he stared at the silver-armored Quan Lin, without even bothering to conceal the hint of schadenfreude in his voice. It was obvious that he was clearly rejoicing in Quan Lin's misery, without even caring about Quan Lin's anger that had clearly reached its peak. Another one of the 3 purple-robed men took a step forward and continued, "What a shame. Quan Lin. I heard that you spent more than 300 years trying to tame your green-scaled emperor python, but it will simply die like that. This is the heaven's justice for our second brother. If you had stayed your hand, none of this would have happened." Quan Lin could no longer hold back after being provoked repeatedly, as a terrifying aura at the peak of rank 9 in the Dao Emperor realm exploded out from his body, heading towards the 3 purple-robed men in front of him like a torrential wave that was looking to drown them. The surrounding experts around Quan Lin and the 3 purple-robed men were all stunned when they saw this, but they immediately stepped back as they hurriedly opened up the distance between them, afraid that they would get affected by the aftershocks of Quan Lin's attack. And yet, the 3 purple-robed men didn't seem flustered in the slightest by this, as the purple-robed man in the middle extended out both of his hands, creating a large earth shield that protected him and the other 2 from Quan Lin's attack. The earth shield trembled momentarily after being struck by Quan Lin's attack, but it still remained standing with just a couple of cracks being formed on its surface. A moment later, the earth shield disappeared before the purple-robed man in the middle looked at Quan Lin and continued with a mocking tone, "Quan Lin. You really want to fight within the Myriad Pills Pavilion? Do you not have the slightest hint of respect for the Pavilion Master in your heart? Or is it that the Northern Sovereign's estate simply doesn't care about the other powers in the Northern Sovereign's city? Hee hee. Don't think that the three of us brothers are afraid of you. Even with your green-scaled Emperor Python, you only managed to wound our second brother while you yourself barely managed to escape, and your magic beast is now about to die. Would you be able to act so arrogantly if we weren't within the Northern Sovereign's city? The surrounding experts all looked at this scene silently without interfering. They knew that Quan Lin himself was the strongest of the 12 commanders in the Northern Sovereign's army. But the 3 purple-robed men belonged to one of the peak powers in the Northern Sovereign's city as well. None of them were willing to interfere in this fight for no reason. At that moment, however, Quan Lin did his best to rein in his uncontrollable killing intent. As he shouted coldly a moment later, "Chen Hai. The 4 of you worms tried to gang up on me and you still dare to say you aren't afraid of me. If it wasn't for your second brother being greedy in the first place, why would I even fight with your Chen clan? But even though I didn't manage to kill him back then, the next time I see him I will definitely take his life." The moment the 3 purple-robed men heard Quan Lin's words, their expressions all changed. As their auras at the peak of rank 9 in the Dao Emperor realm exploded outwards as well, looking like they were ready to go all out against Quan Lin. It seemed that Quan Lin's words had truly angered the 3 purple-robed men. At that moment, however, a set of calm, orderly footsteps resounded from the depths of the hall, before an old man in white robes appeared between Quan Lin and the 3 purple-robed men. The moment that this old man appeared, the entire 5th floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion instantly fell silent. As every single person on this floor turned to look at him, it was clear that this old man's aura had already exceeded the aura of Quan Lin and the 3 purple-robed men who were still at the peak of the Dao Emperor realm staring at Quan Lin. The white-robed old man smiled and cupped his hands, before he said with an apologetic smile on his face, "Commander Quan, I apologize that I was unable to help you this time. But you should know that refining a rank 8 pill can be difficult even for me. However, please remember that you and the Chen clan's young masters are still within the premises of my Myriad Pills Pavilion. I hope that you will give me face and stay your hand while you are still here." At the same time that this white-robed old man appeared, Shanlong's eyes suddenly narrowed as a single thought immediately appeared in his mind: this person has absorbed an earth flame. Staring at the 3 purple-robed men in front of Quan Lin, the white-robed old man then continued, "I hope that the 3 of you will give this old man some face as well and stop fighting with Commander Quan while you are inside my Myriad Pills Pavilion. You should remember that although our pavilion is a peaceful establishment, we won't allow anyone to break our rules." Although the old man's voice was calm and friendly, the terrifying aura that was coming from his body had made the powerful experts around him unable to breathe properly, as everyone stared at him with horrified eyes. This was the aura of an expert who had stepped into the sovereign realm countless years ago. And it clearly wasn't something that Quan Lin and the 3 purple-robed men from the Chen family could withstand. The cultivators on the 5th floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion was now staring at Quan Lin and the 3 purple-robed men in front of him as they waited for their response. Now that this white-robed old man had appeared and had told them to stop fighting, even those 4 Peak Dao Emperors couldn't refuse to give him face, although Peak Dao Emperors were elite warriors even in the Northern Sovereign's city. In front of a sovereign realm expert, even Dao Emperors could only bow their heads and obey. Indeed, the first person to speak was one of the 3 purple-robed men from the Chen family, who cupped his hands at the white-robed old man and said seriously, "Since Vice Pavilion Master Wu has spoken, how can juniors like us keep embarrassing ourselves in front of you? We hope that Senior can forgive us." The white-robed old man nodded his head and didn't pursue this matter any further, as he turned to look at Quan Lin next to him, offending the white-robed old man since the purple-robed man from the Chen family had already taken a step back. If Quan Lin didn't take a step back too, he would only end up taking a deep breath. Quan Lin cupped his hands at the old man from the Myriad Pills Pavilion and said calmly, "I hope that Senior can forgive me." Waving his hand, the white-robed old man smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. Let's forget about today's matter then. My Myriad Pills Pavilion still has a good relationship with your sovereign's estate as well as the Chen family. So I would rather we keep it that way." After taking a look at the rest of the experts who were gathered around him, the white-robed old man smiled before he walked towards a private room at the depths of the 5th floor. Humph. The three purple-robed men from the Chen family looked at Quan Lin with murderous looks in their eyes for a few more moments. But in the end, they simply tuned around and left the 5th floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion. Although their Chen family was a first-rate force in the Northern Sovereign's city, even a family like theirs didn't want to offend a superpower like the Myriad Pills Pavilion for no reason. Since the Vice Pavilion Master of the Pavilion had already showed himself, the three of them could only bow their heads. Quan Lin had a look of unconcealed killing intent in his eyes as he stared at the backs of the three purple-robed Dao Emperors of the Chen family. Before his gaze suddenly landed on Shenlong and his group, who were calmly standing near the entrance of the 5th floor. After calming down his agitated emotions, Commander Quan reined in his killing intent and appeared next to Shenlong and the others a moment later. As he then asked, Shenlong took one last look at the items on the counters of the 5th floor around him, before he looked at Commander Quan and nodded his young lords. "Young ladies, have you finished your business?" Head, as he answered, "I was hoping to find some rare rank 7 or some rank 8 medicinal herbs on this floor. But it seems that the Myriad Pills Pavilion won't sell any of them." Indeed. After taking a look at the 5th floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion, Shenlong immediately realized that there wasn't a single medicinal herb for sale on this floor. The only thing that one could purchase here was the rank 8 pills that were for sale naturally. Rank 8 pills were only consumed by Sovereign Realm experts or some extremely powerful peak Dao Emperors. And the difficulty of concocting even a single rank 8 pill was simply terrifying. Only exalted 2-star alchemists could possibly concoct rank 8 pills. And the chances of failing during the pill concoction were relatively high as well. Commander Quan looked at Shenlong and answered calmly, "Young master, even in our Northern Sovereign's city, it is nearly impossible to find any rank 8 medicinal herbs for sale. Rank 8 medicinal herbs are extremely rare in the first place. So powers like the Myriad Pills Pavilion and even the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce won't sell any of them to outsiders. Forget about rank 8 medicinal herbs. Those powers won't even sell rare rank 7 medicinal herbs, and they will rather keep them for themselves. If the young master really wants to find rank 8 medicinal herbs within the city, your only chance would be to take a look at the yearly auctions of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Although these auctions are hosted by the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, the items in these auctions don't actually belong to them. Sometimes there will even be some rank 8 medicinal herbs among those items. And even Sovereign Realm experts will end up bidding for them." Looks of realization flashed through Xingyi's and the others' eyes. Indeed. Even if the Myriad Pills Pavilion sold some rare rank 7 medicinal herbs, it was only natural that they would want to keep the best things for their own alchemists. Besides, even if they sold rank 8 medicinal herbs, how many 2-star alchemists existed in the Northern Sovereign city in the first place? Since there was nothing else to do in the Myriad Pills Pavilion, Shenlong and the others decided to return back to the Northern Sovereign's estate. On the way back, Quan Lin effortlessly took care of the two groups of Dao Kings that were previously eyeing Shenlong and his group and were waiting in ambush outside the Myriad Pills Pavilion. Those Dao Kings didn't even have a chance to cry out and beg for mercy before their souls were mercilessly crushed by Commander Quan's attacks. Naturally, just like Little Black, Quan Lin himself had also noticed those Dao Kings while Shenlong was still emptying the 3rd floor of the Myriad Pills Pavilion of its medicinal herbs. Since he had business on the 5th floor, Quan Lin had simply decided to take care of those Dao Kings together once he left the Myriad Pills Pavilion as soon as they arrived back in the Northern Sovereign's estate. Commander Quan told Shenlong and the others that they should look for him if they wanted to go anywhere else, before he bade Shenlong's group farewell. The moment that Commander Quan left, within the Southern Dragon's courtyard, Shenlong's easygoing smile disappeared from his face as he turned to look at Jiang Chen and the others and said in a solemn manner, "Don't let anyone enter the courtyard for the next 2 months. If the Northern Sovereign comes looking for me, tell her that I have entered seclusion and that I won't be able to see her until I come out. Brother Shen? Don't worry. I'm sure that the Northern Sovereign won't make things difficult for us if we tell her that you have entered seclusion." Bai Longshan said smilingly as he looked at Shenlong. Indeed. Waiting for a few months was nothing to an expert like the Northern Sovereign who had most likely lived for hundreds of thousands of years already. Long Ge. Be careful. Lu Mei said seriously as she took a step forward and hugged Shenlong gently. Unlike Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Longshan, Lu Mei was the only one who had an idea of what Shenlong was planning to do in Marong City. And how dangerous it was going to be. From the memory jade that they had taken from the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa back in the Night Star continent, Shenlong and Lu Met had already learned that the Marong family was, at the very least, an existence at the same level as the Holy Sect, if not even stronger. After obtaining a map from Quanel.in, Shenlong found out that there were actually two Sovereign Realm experts behind the Marong family. Even if the person that Wo Wui wanted to kill wasn't a Sovereign Realm expert, he was definitely a Dao Emperor and an important member of the Marong family. Thus, if Shenlong really chose to kill Marong Tian to fulfill Wo Wui's wish, even if he somehow managed to succeed in killing him, he would still have to face the wrath of the entire Marong family soon after. By then, even escaping from Marong City would become a nearly impossible task. Nodding his head, Shenlong pulled Lu Mei into a hug and said confidently, "Maya, don't worry. If I hadn't broken through to the Dao King realm, this would have indeed been somewhat dangerous. But now, things are completely different. As long as I am prepared, even the Sovereign Realm experts from the Marong family shouldn't be able to kill me so easily." Lu Mei and the others were all stunned when they heard Shenlong's words. They all knew that after breaking through to the Dao King realm, a cultivator would truly become stronger by many times. But they couldn't understand how Shenlong could be confident enough to claim that even Sovereign Realm experts would be unable to kill him as long as he was prepared for it. However, Xingdi and the others didn't ask anything else about this matter either. As long as Shenlong was confident in staying alive, that was more than enough. After bidding Xingyi and the others farewell, Shenlong raised his right hand and slashed the air in front of him, opening a large space tier. Before he entered inside it and disappeared from the Southern Dragon's courtyard, the distance between the Southern Dragon's courtyard and the entrance of the Northern Sovereign's estate was barely 40.000 meters. But after opening a space tier, Shenlong could easily traverse 100.000 meters in the blink of an eye. A few moments later, Shenlong appeared in the middle of the busy streets in the Northern Sovereign's city, attracting the attention of some of the nearby cultivators who saw him jump out of a space tier after walking around the city for a while. Shenlong then headed straight towards the city gates. Although Shenlong believed that the Northern Sovereign wouldn't possibly care about the treasures that a Dao Emperor like Wo Wui had hidden outside of Marong City, he still decided to leave the city without telling her, to avoid complicating the relationship between them. After all, even though the Northern Sovereign may not have cared about the treasures of a random Dao Emperor, and she would have probably chosen to send a Dao Emperor like Commander Quan to protect Shenlong and make sure that he was safe while he was outside of the city, Shenlong knew that the Northern Sovereign wouldn't possibly help him kill Marong Tian and offend the Marong family. At most, she would simply help him get his hands on the treasures that Wo Wui had hidden outside Marong City. Although the Marong family was just a first-rate force within the northern part of the central region, and was nothing in front of the Northern Sovereign, it was unlikely that the Northern Sovereign would order one of her commanders to kill Marong Tian, just to help Shenlong fulfill Wo Wui's revenge. And even if the Northern Sovereign didn't care for the Marong family and decided to kill Marong Tian, Shenlong knew that he would then owe her a huge favor that he would have to repay in the future. Thus, it was better to move around by himself. Besides, although the risk would be greater that way, Shenlong wouldn't feel restricted and would be able to move freely after he stepped past the city gates. Shenlong walked towards a small forest a few miles away from the Northern Sovereign's city before he summoned Little Silver, who was still lying around inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. The silver-winged black panther that hadn't left the Stone of Time for so long finally let out a roar of excitement, before its aura at the peak of rank 6 exploded outwards. Sensing Little Silver's excitement, Shenlong patted the Black Panther's head gently and said with a smile, "After we enter the City of Immortals, you can finally let loose." Naturally, Shenlong wasn't planning to keep Little Silver hidden after entering the City of Immortals. With a mutated peak rank 6 magic beast that could easily rival most peak Dao Kings, Shenlong understood that by then only those extremely powerful peak Dao Kings who had comprehended a unique Dao or other peak rank 6 magic beasts would be able to pose a threat to Little Silver. As for most average peak rank 9 Dao Kings, if they hadn't formed a group, their only choice would be to flee when they faced a peak rank 6 magic beast. After taking out the map that Quan Lin had given to him and taking one last look at it, Shenlong's gaze landed on Murong City once again. Before he sat comfortably on Little Silver's back ruwa. Little Silver let out another as it spread its bright silver wings without any hesitation. Before its body turned into a bolt of silver lightning as it flew out of the forest, heading straight towards the direction of Murong City. Although Little Silver's speed was at the peak among rank 6 magic beasts, even after flying for more than a day without stop, Shenlong knew that according to the map in his hands, he had only covered less than 1/100th of the distance that he needed to cross to teach Murong City. If things continued like this, it would take at least 3 months for Little Silver to reach the outskirts of Murong City itself. Even though both cities were situated within the northern part of the central region, the massive distance that separated Murong City from the northern sovereign city only served to show the vastness of the central region compared to tiny continents like the Night Star continent. This was why the Grand Elder would choose to pay the enormous cost of activating the teleportation formation, and teleport everyone right outside the northern sovereign city. Then travel all the way from the Holy Sect to the King's Palace on the back of an early rank 7 magic beast. We should be far enough from the city by now, Shenlong said calmly before he placed his hand on Little Silver's back and patted it gently. After spreading his soul sense to the limit and making sure that there were no other cultivators around him, Shenlong then had Little Silver return back inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time before he removed his outer court disciple robes and replaced them with a set of plain black robes. After putting on the black robes and making sure that they had completely covered his facial features, Shenlong took a deep breath before he said, "Little Black, let's go." As soon as Shenlong's words left his mouth, Little Black's enormous figure emerged from the foggy space in the Stone of Time, appearing right in front of him. "Ha ha! Master, it has been a long time since the last time that I came out," Little Black said excitedly, as he stretched out his pitch-black wings that seemed like they could blot out the sky. Although a couple of years were nothing to a dragon, who could easily sleep for more than 1,000 years in one go. After absorbing the Dragonstone and breaking through to the middle of rank 7, Little Black hadn't really had a chance to truly test how much of his strength had recovered. Nodding his head, Shenlong smiled as he sat on Little Black's back and patted the black dragon's head gently. Little Black's bright blue eyes glowed brightly as he stretched out his enormous black wings and flapped them once, before his massive body disappeared on the spot. Little Black's speed was simply incomparable to Little Silver's, as the black dragon's massive body tore through the skies, heading towards the direction of Murong City at a terrifying speed. Under normal circumstances, Shenlong wouldn't have summoned Little Black while traveling through the central region since it was simply too dangerous. After all, the central region wasn't the Night Star continent, and there even existences hidden in this place that were even stronger than the Northern Sovereign, and were just a step away from ascending and becoming true immortals. Naturally, if those figures happened to see a living black dragon, Little Black's chances of escape would be virtually zero. It was likely that the entire central region would go on a frenzy if a living dragon really appeared. However, things were now different. After obtaining the map from Quan Lin, Shenlong understood that the total number of Sovereign Realm experts in the northern part of the central region didn't exceed 2001 as long as he was careful and avoided the territory of the Sovereign Realm experts. The chances of encountering a Sovereign Realm expert while traveling were practically non-existent. Of course, there existed certain Sovereign Realm experts like the Sect Master of the Holy Sect, who didn't stay within their respective territories and instead chose to roam around the central region. But the chances of meeting such an expert while traveling were simply too low. Besides, even if Shenlong really met a Sovereign Realm expert, he was confident in his ability to at least keep his life. 10 days quickly passed as Shenlong traveled through the northern part of the central region on Little Black's back. In these last 10 days, Shenlong had decided to avoid every single city that was marked on the map that he had gotten from Commander Quan. This didn't just involve the largest cities on the map that were ruled by powerful forces that were equal to, or even stronger than the Holy Sect, but even the small cities as well. During these last 10 days, since they had avoided every single city marked on the map, Shenlong and Little Black hadn't met a single Dao Emperor Realm expert either, aside from a few late-stage Dao Kings who were traveling by themselves and a few groups of cultivators that were led by early and middle-stage Dao Kings. No one else could even notice Little Black due to his terrifying speed even if he flew right next to them. At most, Even peak nascent soul stage cultivators would only be able to see a blur passing by before it disappeared on the horizon. The only ones who would be able to vaguely make out a silhouette would be those who had stepped into the Tao King realm. And they would only be able to do so if they managed to spread out their soul sense in time. But how could those Tao Kings possibly escape from Little Black's soul sense in the first place? Forget about late-stage Tao Kings. Even a late-stage Tao Emperor realm expert wouldn't be able to avoid Little Black's soul sense in such a scenario. Unless it was an expert even stronger than the Grand Elder of the Holy Sect. It would be practically impossible for anyone to do so. As for those groups of Tao Kings, they didn't even have a chance to notice the Black Dragon's existence, as Little Black easily avoided them. Half a day later, Little Black's figure finally came to a halt. As the outline of an enormous city finally appeared in the distance, Shenlong was certain that this city in front of him was none other than Murong City. After taking another look at the enormous city in the distance, Shenlong turned his attention towards the massive mountain that was just a few miles away from it. From the map that he had gotten from Quan Lin, Shenlong knew that the mountain outside Murong City was named Elderwood Mountain, and that it had actually existed for an even longer time than Murong City itself. Master, that mountain must be the place where Wo Wui has hidden his treasures, Little Black said a moment later, as his bright azure eyes stared intently at the massive mountain in the distance. Nodding his head, Shenlong patted Little Black's head and sent him back inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time before he summoned Little Silver. Since he was so close to Murong City, Shenlong knew that having Little Black out in the open was simply too dangerous. With two Sovereign Realm experts hiding inside the city, the moment that Little Black got close to the city, the experts of the Murong family would immediately go crazy. As for Little Silver, although mutated magic beasts were rare in the cultivation world, a peak rank 6 magic beast didn't have much worth in the eyes of Sovereign Realm experts. Spreading its bright silver wings, Little Silver carried Shenlong on its back as it flew towards the massive mountain at full speed. Since Wo Wui had mentioned that he had buried his treasures on the mountain right outside Murong City, Shenlong was certain that he must have meant this Elderwood Mountain in front of him. After flying for a little more than 2 hours, Shenlong finally arrived at the outskirts of the Elderwood Mountain. The moment that he arrived in this place, Shenlong noticed that there were tens of groups of cultivators gathered in the empty area close to the mountain's entrance. With just a glance, Shenlong could immediately tell that even the weakest among those people had reached the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm, while most of them were actually middle or late-stage nascent soul cultivators. And there were plenty even of Tao Kings as well. The moment that Shenlong appeared, silence immediately filled his surroundings, as the cultivators around him all stared at the silver-winged Black Panther with surprised and solemn looks, before they turned their gazes towards the black-robed person on its back. A person who owned a peak rank 6 magic beast had to be, at the very least, someone with an extremely powerful background in the central region, or a renowned Tao Emperor, who had the strength to forcibly subdue such a magic beast. Of course, the possibility of Shenlong person being a high-level beast tamer also existed. But the surrounding cultivators all knew that to subdue a peak rank 6 magic beast would mean that this black-robed person in front of them would have to be at least a peak rank 3 gold grade beast tamer. Whether it was peak rank 3 gold grade alchemists, formation masters, or beast tamers, they were all valued quite highly by every single power within the central region. Thus, the surrounding cultivators all understood that the black-robed person in front of them wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Damn. Another expert came. At this rate, they are going to sweep the mountain clean without leaving anything for the rest of us. One of the nearby cultivators mumbled in an anxious voice as he stared at Shenlong on the Black Panther's back, before he turned his gaze towards the entrance of the Elderwood Mountain in the distance. Some of the surrounding cultivators nodded their heads while others remained silent. But all of them were now staring at the entrance of the mountain with heated looks in their eyes. Little Silver only threw a single at the groups of cultivators around it as it kept flying towards the foot of the Elderwood Mountain in front of it without any signs of stopping. But just as it arrived within 100 meters from the mountain's entrance, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky, forcing Little Silver to stop in its tracks. Halt! A loud voice that shook the earth came from the distance a moment later. before two white-haired old men dressed in crimson robes both flew out from the depths of the Elderwood Mountain. As they stared calmly at the Black Panther in front of them, Shenlong's eyes behind his black robes instantly narrowed as he looked at the two old men who had appeared in front of him seemingly out of thin air. He could clearly sense that both of these old men were emitting auras that had already surpassed that of Little Silver's, making it clear that they were both Tao Emperors. At the same time, the tall white-haired old man on the right stared at the Black Panther in front of him for a few seconds before he turned his attention towards Shenlong. As for the bald old man who was standing next to him, his eyes curiously examined Little Silver as he mumbled to himself, "Isn't this a silver-winged panther king? Even the strongest among them should only reach the early rank 6. How can this one reach the peak of rank 6? The bald old man was about to stretch out his hand and touch Little Silver, while completely ignoring the threatening growls that Little Silver was letting out, when suddenly, Shenlong, who was still sitting on the Black Panther's back, snorted and said in a cold voice, "Baldy, don't you know that you shouldn't touch another person's magic beast without permission?" At that moment, before the bald old man could respond, the tall, white-haired old man next to him placed his hand on the bald old man's shoulder and pulled him back, before he turned his attention towards Shenlong and said smilingly, "Fellow Dassist, my name is Murong Feng and this is my brother, Murong Chang. It seems that we have caused you some inconvenience, so I hope you can forgive my brother's actions. Naturally, we aren't here to fight you, so let me get straight to the point. I am sure that fellow Taoist has also come to search for the treasures in this place. However, if you want to enter the mountain you will have to pay 100 high-grade spirit stones first." Treasures? 100 high-grade spirit stones. Shenlong was taken aback when he heard this, as he stared at the two red-robed old men from the Murong family in front of him without speaking. Indeed, the reason why he came to the Elderwood Mountain was to find the treasures that Wo Wei had hidden in this place. But how could people from the Murong family possibly know about it? No. This Murong Feng is definitely not talking about Wo Wei's treasures. No matter what, Wo Wei was simply a Tao Emperor, and he was definitely far inferior to a peak rank 9 Tao Emperor like the Grand Elder of the Holy Sect. Even if he has hidden his treasures here, and even if the Murong family somehow found out about this, it still shouldn't be enough to warrant so much attention from them. Besides, why would other Tao Emperors come to search for Wo Wei's treasures in the first place? There is definitely something else going on. At the same time that Shenlong came to this conclusion, the tall, white-haired old man from the Murong family, Murong Feng, nodded his head and said seriously, "Indeed. A little more than a month ago, a rogue cultivator who was wandering around the Elderwood Mountain happened to chance upon a treasure near the peak of the mountain. However, since this treasure wasn't of much use to him, that person decided to sell it to the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce instead of keeping it for himself. This is why after the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce announced that they were going to auction the treasure, many fellow Taoists who to our Murong city to participate in the auction decided to try their luck at the Elderwood Mountain as well. However, since the Elderwood Mountain is part of the territory that belongs to our Murong family, every person who wants to come here will naturally have to pay 100 high-grade spirit stones. These are the rules of our Murong family." A look of realization flashed past Shenlong's eyes as he stared at Murong Feng, and immediately understood what was going on. No wonder why those groups of cultivators didn't dare to step foot on the Elderwood Mountain even though they were so close to it. The Murong family had already claimed ownership of this place and everyone who wanted to step foot on the mountain had to pay them 100 high-grade spirit stones. Even though 100 high-grade spirit stones were nothing to Tao kings who belonged to the first-rate forces of the northern part of the central region like the Holy Sect or the Murong family. But to an average peak rank 9 nascent soul stage cultivator or a newly advanced Tao king who didn't have the support of a large power, it was a large amount of spirit stones that many of them couldn't even take out in the first place. At the same time, although Shenlong was somewhat curious to find out what type of treasure could entice even Tao Emperors to the point where they would personally come all the way here, he didn't ask Murong Feng for more information. And after handing him 100 high-grade spirit stones, Shenlong patted Little Silver's back as he flew towards the Elderwood Mountain. No matter what, the most pressing matter right now was to find Wo Wei's treasures. At that moment, the bald, crimson-robed old man from the Murong family, Morong stared at Little Silver's disappearing figure that was flying even deeper inside the Elderwood Mountain. Before he turned his attention towards Morong Feng, who was standing next to him, and asked curiously, "Brother, it's rare to see you talk that much to a stranger. Were you interested in that mutated silver-winged panther king as well? Although it was just a peak rank 6 magic beast. Mutated magic beasts are extremely rare in the first place. Hee. As long as the two of us worked together, we could have easily taken care of that guy and take the panther away." Morong Feng's eyes had a deep look inside them, as he stared at Shenlong's disappearing figure for a few more moments, before he turned his attention to Morong and said in a calm tone, "Easily taken care of him. Why would I take such a risk for a measly peak rank 6 magic beast? Perhaps a mutated rank 7 magic beast would be worth the trouble. But a peak rank 6 silver-winged panther king?" Morong was surprised when he heard his elder brother's answer, as he immediately fell silent. The red-robed, bald old man knew that for Morong Feng to be so cautious, it must have meant that the black-robed person who was sitting on the panther's back had to be strong enough to make him feel wary in his heart. After staying silent for a few more moments, Morong looked at Morong Feng and asked in a solemn tone, "Brother, was that person really that strong? You are already an early rank 6 Dao Emperor. Don't tell me that that person was strong enough to pose a threat to you." Shaking his head, Morong Feng answered coldly, "At the very least, he should be at the cusp of becoming a late-stage Dao Emperor if he isn't one already. Only late-stage Dao Emperors should be able to completely conceal their auras in front of me, to the point that I can't sense any of it. Although you may not be able to necessarily defeat me, I don't have any confidence to kill someone that we know nothing about either. Additionally, we don't know that person's background or which power he belongs to. If he doesn't come from any first-rate force within the central region, then it's true that our Morong family could easily kill him. But if he belongs to another powerful force, then things would become tricky." Nodding his head, Morong didn't ask anything else and stopped thinking about Little Silver. Although mutated magic beasts held some allure to a peak rank 3 gold grade beast tamer like him, risking his life for a peak rank 6 magic beast simply wasn't worth it. Of course, if it was a mutated rank 7 magic beast, then that would be an entirely different matter. At the same time, at the foot of the Elderwood Mountain, Shenlong sat on Little Silver's back and closed his eyes, before a small wooden chest appeared in his hands. Naturally, this wooden chest was the same chest that Shenlong had obtained from the core region of the Dragon Lord's villa back in the Night Star continent along with Lu Mei. According to the information that Wo Wui had left in his memory jade, only if someone brought this chest to the mountain outside Morong City would they then be able to obtain his treasures. During these past few years, Shenlong had been unable to understand the runes on the chest's surface. But now, he only needed to take a single look at them to understand what was going on. Closing his eyes, Shenlong circulated his monarch's hourglass as he injected his chi directly into the wooden chest in his hands. The runes on the chest's surface all lit up one after the other as they started to rapidly absorb Shenlong's chi. Before Shenlong could feel an indistinct connection slowly appearing in his mind. The connection was quite weak in the beginning, but as time passed, it started to become stronger and stronger, before Shenlong realized what was going on. "So that's how it is." After a brief moment of silence, Shenlong muttered to himself as he stared at the wooden chest in his hands, before he turned his gaze towards a certain direction in the Elderwood Mountain. In the next moment, a black panther could be seen flying through the Elderwood Mountain at full speed, with a black-robed young man sitting on its back. Although there were quite a number of magic beasts living on this Elderwood Mountain, most of them were rank 4 or rank 5 beasts. And after sensing Little Silver's aura that was clearly at the peak of rank 6, those magic beasts immediately retreated without a second thought. At the same time, as Little Silver flew around the Elderwood Mountain, Shenlong noticed the hundreds of elderwood trees that were present everywhere around him. This was where the Elderwood Mountain had taken its name from, as elderwood trees were truly abundant in this place. However, even though elderwood trees were also considered as rank 6 medicinal ingredients that alchemists could use to refine pills, in reality, there were very few alchemists who would truly use them to concoct their pills. The reason behind that was because elderwood trees were extremely sturdy and were very hard to refine into pills. while the medicinal essence inside them was almost non-existent. Even peak rank 3 gold grade alchemists who used the power of an earth flame would have to expend large amounts of their spiritual strength just to refine a single elderwood tree. This was why, unless absolutely necessary, most alchemists would avoid using an elderwood tree during a pill concoction. However, although elderwood trees didn't contain much medicinal essence inside them, elderwood king trees were a completely different story. Elderwood king trees could be used to refine high-grade and even top-grade rank 6 medicinal pills. And they could also be used as supplementary ingredients by star-rank alchemists who refined rank 7 pills. And yet, even after searching for more than an hour, Shenlong didn't find even a single elderwood king tree, of course. Shenlong wasn't too surprised by this either, since he had already guessed that, even if there were any elderwood king trees in this place, the Morong family would have already taken them all away. As for those normal elderwood trees, as long as someone didn't try to take away dozens of them at once, the Morong family wouldn't care. Finally, after flying around the elderwood mountain for more than an hour, Little Silver finally stopped as it arrived in front of the entrance of an inconspicuous forest. No matter how someone looked at it, there was nothing special about this forest. And yet Shenlong could sense that the runes on the wooden chest in his hands were pointing directly at a certain tree inside this forest. A few moments later, Shenlong arrived in front of a normal-looking elderwood tree that was slightly smaller than the others around it. This elderwood tree didn't seem to be any different from the others around it, except that its bark seemed to be much older. And yet, the moment that Shenlong got close to it, the entire tree started to tremble. A moment later, a finger-sized hole appeared close to the heart of the tree, before a small black object suddenly flew out from it and shot towards the wooden chest in Shenlong's hands. Staring at the oval-shaped spatial ring that seemed to have embedded itself on the wooden chest in his hands, Shenlong smiled as he mumbled to himself, "No wonder people didn't find this thing for so long." A spatial ring made from the same elderwood king tree as the wooden chest hidden inside an ordinary elderwood tree. Without the wooden chest, someone would have to uproot every single elderwood tree in this place before they found it. With a satisfied smile, Shenlong tossed Wo Wui's spatial ring inside the Stone of Time, before he jumped on Little Silver's back and flew out of the small forest. As he looked for a place to stay and check the ring's contents. 2 hours later, inside a small, isolated cave near the foot of the mountain, Shenlong sat cross-legged on the ground with Little Silver by his side. As he took out the oval-shaped spatial ring from the Stone of Time and placed it in front of him, just like the wooden chest, Shenlong understood that this oval-shaped spatial ring was most likely created by Wo Wui himself. Without any hesitation, Shenlong closed his eyes as he sent his soul sense inside the oval-shaped spatial ring, curious to see what type of treasures Wo Wui had left behind. No matter what, Shenlong was certain that the contents of this spatial ring would be many times better than the treasures in the core region of the Dragon Lord's villa. The moment his soul sense entered Wo Wui's spatial ring, Shenlong immediately noticed that the space inside this oval-shaped ring was much bigger than most other spatial rings. However, what surprised him the most was actually the contents inside the ring itself. Forget about high-grade spirit stones. There weren't even any low or even middle-grade spirit stones inside it. Instead, what Shenlong found was a large iron halberd that was more than 2 meters (6.6 feet) long with a slightly rusty surface. A thin but long white sword with a crimson hilt, as well as 3 golden-colored scrolls and a piece of light blue armor. Shenlong only needed to take a single look at the various complicated runes and patterns on the surface of the iron halberd and the long white sword to realize that both of them were peak 1-star weapons. As for the light blue armor, it was clearly a peak 1-star armor as well, whose quality wasn't any lower than Lu Mei's translucent armor. Shenlong took out the iron halberd, the white sword, and the light blue armor from the oval-shaped spatial ring and placed them on the ground in front of him, as he inspected them seriously for a good while, before he turned his gaze towards the 3 golden scrolls. The first golden scroll contained information about a saint high-grade cultivation technique called the Flame Sovereign's Hammer, while the other 2 scrolls included 2 saint middle-grade martial skills of the fire element. Although the Flame Sovereign's Hammer and the 2 fire-based martial skills weren't of much use to Shenlong, since neither he nor Xingyi and the others trained in the Tao of Fire. Shenlong's lips still curved up into a smile as he looked at them. He knew that as long as he was willing to sell them, a complete Saint high-grade martial skill and 2 Saint middle-grade ones would definitely go for a good amount of spirit stones. As for the large iron halberd, the long white sword, and the light blue armor, Shenlong pondered over it seriously for a few moments before he decided to keep the armor and the white sword, and simply sell the iron halberd. A peak 1-star weapon could easily go for 50.000 high-grade spirit stones, while the rarer ones could even sell for more than 100.000 high-grade spirit stones. As for pieces of armor like Lu Mei's translucent armor or this light blue armor, they were much rarer than peak 1-star weapons and their price could easily reach the 200.000 high-grade spirit stones mark, while the more expensive ones could even go for 500.000 high-grade spirit stones. After inspecting the iron halberd, Shenlong understood that the halberd itself allowed the person who wielded it to borrow the strength of the Tao of Earth and incorporate it in his attacks, just like Shenlong's own black sword let him use the Tao of Lightning whenever he wielded it. However, since it wasn't suitable for himself or Jiang Chen and the others, Shenlong decided to sell it along with the Saint-grade cultivation technique and the 2 martial skills. After all, Lu Mei herself didn't use any weapons while Jiang Chen already had a 1-star saber. As for Bai Longshan and Xingyi, Bai Longshan wielded a sword while Xingyi used a pair of daggers. As for the long white sword and the light blue armor, Shenlong had already decided to give the sword to Bai Longshan and have him replace his rank 3 gold grade sword with it. While giving the armor to Xingyi, Shenlong knew that a piece of armor wouldn't be of much use to him, especially now that he was just a step away from breaking through to the early 6th stage with his Monarch's eternal body by then. Shenlong knew that his body would be much tougher than that of any early rank 6 magic beasts, and he would even be able to take on the attacks of early stage Dao Kings without even bothering to defend. Even peak rank 3 Dao Kings would be hard-pressed to break past his defenses by then. And that was only if Shenlong decided to stand still and let them attack freely. However, things were different for Xingyi. Although her Vanishing Shadow's unique physique let her body merge into the shadows and allowed her to move freely and avoid any attacks that came her way, Xingyi's own defenses were much lower than Jiang Chen's and Bai Longshan's, who were both cultivating their bodies and had already reached the peak of the 5th stage in body refinement, as well as Lu Mei, who had the peak 1-star armor from the Dragon Lord's villa if someone managed to sneak attack her while she wasn't using her unique physique. Xingyi would truly be in a dangerous spot. This was why Shenlong had decided to let her have the light blue armor, paired with the effects of her Vanishing Shadow's unique physique. Shenlong understood that it would be almost impossible for someone to kill Xingyi by then unless they managed to completely exhaust all of her chi or thoroughly overpower her. After taking a look at the long white sword and the light blue armor, Shenlong understood that the armor itself was infused with the Tao of Water, and as long as Xingyi was attacked it would immediately protect her. As for the long white sword, it actually allowed its user to utilize the Tao of Fire every time they wielded the sword, staring at the 2 peak 1-star weapons and the light blue armor in front of Shenlong. Little Black said seriously a moment later, "Master, even among 1-star formation masters, this Wo Wui was definitely talented." Nodding his head, Shenlong agreed with Little Black, before he turned his attention towards the oval-shaped spatial ring in his hands. No matter what, Shenlong had benefited greatly from Wo Wui in the last few years. Just the black sword that he had gotten from the core region of the Dragon Lord's villa had been with him for a long time now. Waving his hand, Shenlong stored everything inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, before he patted Little Silver's head and said with a smile, "Let's have a look around this Elderwood Mountain before we head to Marong City. I am curious to see what type of treasure could attract even Dao Emperors in this place." Sitting on Little Silver's back, Shenlong flew out of the cave as he headed deeper inside the Elderwood Mountain, flying towards the mountain's peak. Now that he had obtained Wo Wui's treasures, he was first planning to take a look around this place before he went to Marong City to sell the iron halberd and the 3 golden scrolls. At the same time, after obtaining Wo Wui's treasures, Shenlong was now certain that Wo Wui himself had been a star rank formation master, and most likely a pretty talented one at that. Since he had managed to leave behind a total of 3 peak 1-star weapons and 2 pieces of armor for a normal 1-star formation master to produce 5 peak 1-star creations was already hard enough. But after thinking about it for a moment, Shenlong realized that these weren't the only things that Wo Wui had left behind. Back in the Dragon Lord's villa, there had also been hundreds of rank 3 gold grade weapons and even a few dozens of peak rank 3 gold grade ones that the people from the Shenshen dynasty and the Alchemists Guild had fought over. Additionally, after creating the Dragon Lord's villa, Wo Wui had gone to Murong City to fight Murong Tian to the death. Shenlong didn't believe that Wo Wui wouldn't have kept a piece of peak 1-star armor along with a peak 1-star weapon with him and would have chosen to fight his enemy bare-handed. No wonder he had no spirit stones left in his spatial ring. Wo Wui probably exchanged them all for materials to forge these weapons. If he wanted to convert everything into high-grade spirit stones in the future, just those 2 pieces of armor could easily bring him 500,000 high-grade spirit stones if not even more. Shenlong mumbled to himself as he realized why there were no spirit stones left inside Wo Wui's spatial ring after all. Every creation of a formation master required rare materials that were extremely expensive. It was the same with how alchemists had to purchase rare medicinal herbs to concoct pills. Even as a talented formation master, Wo Wui could only make so many peak 1-star weapons in a short amount of time. Before he went to fight Murong Tian as he traversed through the Elderwood Mountain and slowly flew towards the peak of the mountain, Shenlong met quite a few early and middle rank 6 magic beasts on the way. Although some of those magic beasts were slightly wary of the Black Panther's aura, they weren't really afraid of another peak rank 6 magic beast even if that enemy was slightly stronger than them. And since Little Silver had intruded their territory, those beasts would naturally go all out to kill it thus. With neither Little Silver nor those magic beasts cowering back, the base of the Elderwood Mountain was soon filled with cries and roars of countless magic beasts. Half an hour later, just as Shenlong had reached the halfway point, the entire Elderwood Mountain suddenly started to tremble and rumble violently. Before a furious roar came from the mountain's peak, Little Silver's figure immediately halted when it heard this roar, while its large silver wings started to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black's bright azure eyes snapped open. Before Little Black spread out his soul sense and completely enveloped Shenlong's body without holding back. As the Black Dragon said, "Master, be careful. There is a middle rank 8 magic beast in this place." At the same time that Little Black's voice sounded inside Shenlong's mind, Shenlong suddenly caught a glimpse of a yellow-robed figure that descended from the peak of the mountain at a terrifying speed, heading straight towards the foot of the mountain like a meteor. The Elderwood Mountain trembled for the second time the moment that yellow-robed figure landed, as a huge crater opened on the ground. Shenlong barely had enough time to take a look at the huge crater at the foot of the mountain, when a moment later, he spotted more than a dozen figures flying towards his direction. As they all descended the mountain in a hurry, those figures all had terrified looks on their faces, looking like they were fleeing for their lives. But the most surprising thing was that the aura of each and every one of those figures had already exceeded the Tao King realm. Seeing more than a dozen Tao Emperors fleeing with looks of terror on their faces, Shenlong didn't hesitate as he told Little Silver to escape as well. Although there were plenty of peak rank 6 beasts that were more than a match for Little Silver in a fight. In terms of pure speed, Little Silver stood at the peak among other peak rank 6 magic beasts. In fact, even early-stage Tao Emperors who didn't specialize in Daos like the Tao of Wind or the Tao of Lightning wouldn't necessarily be faster than Little Silver. In just a few moments, Shenlong had already retuned to the foot of the mountain before the figures of the Tao Emperors from behind him started to catch up. Damn it! That idiot from the Kai clan really deserves to die. Doesn't he know that it's forbidden to invade the territory of that monster? Shut up and keep flying, or you will end up like him soon enough. As long as we leave the territory of the mountain we will be safe. The fleeing Tao Emperors finally caught up with Shenlong as they left the area of the Elderwood Mountain, returning back to the entrance of the mountain where the groups of nascent soul cultivators and those Tao Kings were still waiting. Clearly, everyone had heard the roar that came from the mountain's peak, as even Murong Feng and Murong Chang had showed up and were now waiting at the foot of the mountain with grave looks on their faces. Seeing that the group of Tao Emperors had finally stopped, Murong Feng took a step forward and stared at them seriously. before he asked in a solemn voice. "It's that idiot from the Kai clan." He knew that he didn't have a chance to win the auction for the Earth Flame, but he didn't want to give up. So he went too deep and ended up waking that monster. The look in Morong Feng's eyes was extremely solemn when they heard this, although the Morong family claimed themselves to be the rulers of this Elderwood Mountain. In reality, they knew that even the old ancestor of their family wasn't a match for the monster that lived at the peak of the Elderwood Mountain. There is nothing else to do here. Even if there are more treasures hidden in this place. Now that that monster is awake, there is no point in us staying here any longer. The moment we step foot on the mountain again, all of us will die. Sigh. Let's return back to Morong City. Nodding their heads, the surrounding Dao emperors didn't say anything else as they cupped their hands at Morong Feng before they flew towards the direction of Morong City. Morong Feng stayed silent for a few moments before he looked at Morong Chang by his side and said, "Let us go as well. We have to report this to the Patriarch." Nodding his head, Morong Chang nodded his head with a grave look on his face. And without even taking a look at the surrounding Dao kings and the nascent soul stage cultivators around the Elderwood Mountain, the two red-robed Dao emperors of the Morong family flew towards Morong City at full speed. At the same time, sitting on Little Silver's back, a deep look flashed inside Shenlong's eyes as he stared at the group of Dao emperors that flew towards Morong City. Before he turned his attention towards the Elderwood Mountain behind him and mumbled to himself, "So that's why there were so many Dao emperors gathered in this place." After hearing what the purple-robed Dao emperor had said to Morong Feng before he left, Shenlong finally understood why those Dao emperors had all come to the Elderwood Mountain this time. Indeed, only an earth flame or a treasure at a similar level could possibly attract so many high-level experts in this place, to the point that they would even risk entering the territory of a rank 8 magic beast. "Let's go as well." After throwing one last look at the massive mountain behind him, Shenlong patted Little Silver's head, before Little Silver spread its bright silver wings and flew towards Morong City in the distance. Half an hour later, Little Silver's figure descended from the sky, as it flew straight towards the city gates of Morong City. Taking a look at the hundreds of luxurious carriages that were pulled by numerous powerful magic beasts and were lined up to enter the city, a smile was formed on Shenlong's lips as he queued up to enter the city as well. A little more than an hour later, after paying the fee of 10 high-grade spirit stones, Shenlong entered the city along with Little Silver. The moment that he stepped foot inside the city, Shenlong quickly noticed that although this Morong City couldn't compare to a behemoth like the Northern Sovereign City in terms of size, it was actually much larger than the Holy City itself. Of course, the moment that he stepped foot into the city, Shenlong attracted quite a bit of attention too, as the cultivators around him all turned their attention towards Little Silver after sensing its aura. No matter what, within Morong City, peak rank 6 magic beasts were still extremely rare and belonged only to a few Dao emperors. At the same time, since Shenlong had completely concealed his aura using his Monarch's hourglass, it was impossible even for Dao kings around him to see through his real cultivation base, which made them all come to the conclusion that this black-robed person in front of them was a powerful Dao emperor. To most people, Dao emperors were exalted figures that could summon the wind and rain wherever they went in the central region. And even powerful forces like the Morong family would look to rope those experts in if they could. After walking around the busy streets of Morong City for a while, Shenlong soon arrived in front of a massive building that looked like it was made from pure white jade, while the words White Tiger Chamber of Commerce were carved above its entrance. Seeing the hundreds of cultivators that were coming and going from the building's entrance at all times, Shenlong took a step forward, as he entered the building with Little Silver following by his side a moment later. Naturally, magic beasts weren't prohibited from entering as long as they didn't go wild and harm others. Just like the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce back in the Holy City. The moment that he entered inside, Shenlong noticed that the items on the first floor were meant for Qi condensation and earth-grade cultivators. Shenlong barely threw a look at the items on the first and the second floor, before he headed directly for the third floor. Seeing that most of the rank 6 medicinal herbs on the third floor were ones that he had already purchased from the Myriad Pills Pavilion in the Northern Sovereign City a few days ago, Shenlong shook his head and turned his gaze towards the stairs that led to the fourth floor. Two guards that were clad in golden armor were blocking the entrance of the fourth floor, preventing anyone who wasn't strong enough from entering the fourth floor. With just a glance, Shenlong could sense that those guards were both rank 9 Dao Kings. And it was obvious that they could easily defeat other experts at the same level as them. As soon as someone would try to get close to the staircase that led to the fourth floor, the guards' auras would explode outwards, preventing anyone from getting any closer. And yet, Shenlong's lips simply curved up as he walked towards the stairs of the fourth floor a moment later. The two guards narrowed their eyes simultaneously when they sensed someone approaching them, before their cultivation burst outwards without any hesitation. At the same time, however, Shenlong didn't even move as Little Silver's aura at the peak of rank 6 exploded as well, suppressing the two guards' auras in practically an instant. The guards' powerful auras were powerless in front of Little Silver, who let out a powerful roar that shook the entire third floor soon after. This sudden change ended up stunning every single person on the third floor, including the two guards themselves. Although the two guards were strong, they hadn't expected that they would have to face a peak rank 6 magic beast today. Despite their cultivation bases, the two guards knew that their chances of winning against a peak rank 6 beast by themselves were practically non-existent. Additionally, the person who owned a peak rank 6 magic beast had to be a Dao Emperor. After a brief moment of hesitation, the guards retracted their auras and cupped their hands at Shenlong, as they allowed him to enter the fourth floor after all. Their job wasn't to fight to the death, but simply to prevent anyone who wasn't strong enough from entering the fourth floor. These were the rules of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Shenlong nodded his head at the two guards as he walked towards the fourth floor with Little Silver next to him. However, the moment that he stepped foot on the fourth floor, Shenlong was stunned when he noticed how different this floor was compared to the previous three. The fourth floor didn't have even a single counter in sight. Instead, it was filled with a number of private rooms that were all guarded by golden armored guards, similar to the guards in front of the staircase of the fourth floor. As he stared at the doors of the private rooms on the fourth floor, Shenlong also noticed that in front of each door, there was also a small sign that indicated what each room was used for. After throwing a quick glance at the rooms where the star rank pills and the star rank weapons were sold, Shenlong eventually walked towards the room that sold medicinal herbs. Even though he had spent more than 130,000 high-grade spirit stones in the Myriad Pills Pavilion in the Northern Sovereign's city, Shenlong knew that he only had a handful of rank 7 medicinal herbs inside his herb garden right now, while the chances of obtaining rank 7 medicinal herbs were already limited in the first place. Of course, Shenlong knew that right now, his spiritual strength wasn't enough to refine any rank 7 pill in the first place, and that he would first have to become a peak rank 3 Dao King before he could do so. As the two golden armored guards in front of the room sensed someone approaching them, one of them took a step forward, and extended his right hand as he blocked the black-robed person in front of him, and the silver-winged panther by his side. Before he said in a calm voice, "Guest, please halt. You have to wait for the person inside to leave before you can enter the room." Shenlong stared at the guard in front of him and nodded his head without saying anything else. As he waited in front of the room with Little Silver, it was obvious that the rules on the fourth floor were different from the previous 3 floors. After all, he could also see a handful of Dao Emperors on the fourth floor, waiting in front of the other rooms for their turns as well. Thankfully, the room that sold medicinal herbs was among the least popular ones and didn't have a long line. A few minutes later, a green-robed middle-aged woman stepped out of the room before Shenlong's turn came to enter inside. As soon as he entered the room, Shenlong saw a yellow-robed old man sitting behind the counter where the medicinal herbs were displayed. This old man had a calm look in his eyes as he stared at Shenlong, not surprised in the least that Shenlong had chosen to hide his identity. The old man knew that there were plenty of people who would choose to hide their faces when they visited the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, for whatever reason that may be. After taking a look at the rank 7 medicinal herbs on display, Shenlong eventually spent 60,000 high-grade spirit stones to buy a couple of rank 7 herbs, before he took a look around the rest of the fourth floor. A few moments later, Shenlong realized that the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce wasn't just a place that sold pills, medicinal herbs, or weapons. As long as a Dao Emperor had enough money, they could even head to the assassination room and request the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce to kill someone for them. Of course, only the Dao Emperors who stepped foot on the 4th floor knew about this. After he walked around the 4th floor for a while, Shenlong finally stopped as he arrived in front of a room with the words "Intelligence Room" in front of the door, since there was no one else inside the room. The 2 guards didn't stop Shenlong and allowed him to enter inside right away the moment that he entered the room. Shenlong saw a silver-robed old man sitting comfortably on a luxurious couch, while occasionally sipping some tea that was placed on the jade-white table in front of him. As soon as Shenlong entered the room, the old man raised his head and looked at the person in front of him with a curious look. Before he gestured for Shenlong to sit on the couch opposite to him. Soon after, Shenlong nodded and sat on the couch without any hesitation, while Little Silver stood by his side, staring vigilantly at the old man in front of Shenlong, just like Little Silver. Shenlong could also sense that this old man in front of him was a Dao Emperor, and from the aura that was coming from his body, this old man had most likely exceeded the early stages of the Dao Emperor realm long ago. A profound look flashed past the old man's eyes as he stared at Shenlong, and after he threw one brief look at Little Silver next to him, the old man suddenly smiled and cupped his hands at Shenlong, as he then said, "Welcome to Monarch City, dear guest. This old man is Liao Wo of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, and I am the person responsible for the intelligence room. How may I help you?" Shenlong's eyes flashed with a deep look the moment that he heard Liao Wo's words, and after he stared at him seriously for a few moments, Shenlong asked in a hoarse voice, "Interesting. How do you know that I am not from Monarch City?" The old man's eyes turned into slits as he looked at Shenlong, before he smiled and said laughingly barely a moment later, "Ha ha. You underestimate me quite a bit, dear guest. I am the head of the intelligence department of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, and I'm already familiar with every single Dao Emperor in Monarch City. I know every single person inside the city who has the ability to completely conceal their aura in front of me. And even without seeing your face, I can tell with certainty that I have never met you before. This can only mean that you are not from Monarch City. Otherwise, there is no way that I wouldn't have known about it." As he finished speaking, Liao Wo stood up and waved his hand, taking out a small empty cup from his spatial ring that he placed on the jade-white table in front of him. After he filled the cup with tea, he placed it in front of Shenlong, before he continued speaking with that same smile on his face. "Of course, whether our guests are from Monarch City or not doesn't matter. Our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce operates throughout the entire central region, and the only thing that's important is whether you have enough spirit stones or not. As long as there is something you need to know and you can pay the corresponding price, our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce will definitely leave you satisfied." An extremely deep look flashed inside Shenlong's eyes as he looked at the silver-robed old man in front of him, and after staying silent for a few moments, Shenlong's lips curved upwards as he looked at the old man in front of him and spoke in the same hoarse voice as before. "Then, Liao Wo, what can you tell me about the Monarch family?" "The Monarch family?" The silver-robed Liao Wo raised his eyebrows as he looked at the black-robed person who was sitting opposite to him, since he clearly hadn't expected Shenlong to ask about the Monarch family. After all, the Monarch family was still the ruler of Monarch City, so even if someone wanted to learn information about them, they would usually go to some other city and ask the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce there. After staring at Shenlong silently for a few moments, Liao Wo's lips curved upwards before he answered calmly, "Of course. If dear guest wants to learn information about the Monarch family, our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce can naturally help you. However, dear guest, I must inform you in advance that depending on the information that you want to learn, the price that you will have to pay may not be cheap. After all, the Monarch family is still the strongest force in Monarch City, and even our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce don't want to clash with them unless absolutely necessary." Although Liao Wo had just said that the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce didn't want to clash with the Monarch family unless absolutely necessary, Shenlong could see from the confident look in the silver-robed Dao Emperor's eyes that there wasn't even a single hint of fear inside them when he mentioned the Monarch family. But of course, Shunlong knew that this was only natural. The White Tiger Chamber of Commerce was rumored to have branches throughout the entire northern part of the central region, including major cities like the Northern Sovereign City and the Holy City. Although the place where Shunlong was in right now was just a branch in Murong City, one could guess how terrifying the power behind the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce really was. To allow them to operate a branch in every single major city in the northern part of the central region, this was why even powerful families like the Murong family didn't want to clash with them. Unless it was an irreconcilable situation where one of the two forces had to truly disappear. Staring at Liao Wo, Shunlong nodded his head calmly before he said, I want information about every single Dao Emperor of the Murong family, including how many Dao Emperors they have within the city as well as their cultivation levels. Liao Wo's eyes instantly lit up as a friendly smile quickly covered his face. Soon after, before the silver-robed old waved his hand and said no problem. A moment later, a piece of pure white jade appeared on the table in front of him. As Liao Wo pushed the jade towards Shunlong and continued, this memory jade contains exactly what you asked for. Dear guest, information about every single Dao Emperor of the Murong family, including how many of them there are inside and outside the city right now, their cultivation levels, and even the details of some of the cultivation techniques and martial skills that most of them use. But of course, this is only the information that our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce currently has, and some of it may be slightly inaccurate. So I hope that dear guest can understand. After all, some of them are Dao Emperors who have entered seclusion for thousands of years, while others may have found some rare treasures to consume in secret. So it's possible that their strength has also advanced. Shunlong took the memory jade from the table, but he didn't send his soul sense inside it right away. And instead, he turned to look at Liao Wo in front of him before he asked in a calm tone how much. Liao Wo didn't beat around the bush as he answered straight away, 60.000 high-grade spirit stones. The price is non-negotiable as well. I hope that dear guest understands the reason. Nodding his head, Shunlong didn't try to haggle and simply waved his right hand, taking out 60.000 high-grade spirit stones from the Stone of Time and letting them fill the private room in the blink of an eye. Although 60.000 high-grade spirit stones was indeed a sky-high price that one could even use to buy a peak 1-star weapon, Shunlong knew that it was absolutely worth it. Even if the price was higher, he was still going to pay. What Shunlong lacked the most at this point was any information about the Murong family itself, as well as information about Murong Tian. Although he knew that he could simply ask about information for Murong Tian instead of asking for details about every single Dao Emperor of the Murong family, Shunlong knew that doing so would be no different than telling Liao Wo that he had come here for Murong Tian, without knowing what relationship Liao Wo may have with the Murong family. Doing so would be no different than throwing himself in the mouth of the lion. Liao Wo accepted the spirit stones with a bright smile on his face, before he turned to look at Shunlong and asked a moment later, dear guest, is there something else that I can help you with? Hee. I am sure that you have also heard about the auction that our Chamber of Commerce is hosting a month from now, and that many Dao Emperors from all over the central region have come to participate in it. If you want to know the details about any of those Dao Emperors, our Chamber of Commerce can provide that as well. For the right price, of course. Immediately, Shunlong's eye twitched behind the black robes, but he didn't answer. Instead, he fell silent for a brief moment, before he turned his attention towards Liao Wo and waved his right hand. A thud resounded throughout the private room in the next moment, as a rusty-looking iron halberd and 3 golden scrolls all appeared on the surface of the jade-white table in front of Shunlong. Liao Wo was momentarily stunned as he stared at the iron halberd and the 3 golden scrolls that had appeared in front of him, before he turned to look at Shunlong and asked in a confused manner, dear guest. Shunlong nodded his head and answered calmly, there is indeed something that I will need your help with. Since your White Tiger Chamber of Commerce is hosting an auction, I want to auction these things as well. I hope you can help me take care of it. A look of understanding flashed inside Liao Wo's eyes before he stretched out his hand and began to inspect the iron halberd first. A few seconds later, Liao Wo mumbled to himself, a peak 1-star weapon with the Tao of Earth engraved inside it. The quality is not bad, and the runes themselves seem to be in perfect condition as well. Almost as if this thing was just forged. It should bring at least 70.000 to 80.000 high-grade spirit stones if it's sold in the auction. Without any hesitation, Liao Wu placed the iron halberd to the side before he turned his attention towards the 3 golden scrolls on the table in front of him. A few moments later, after he finished inspecting the first scroll, the silver-robed Tao Emperor raised his head and stared at Shenlong with a somewhat surprised look on his face before he asked, "Seriously, dear guest? This is a Saint high-grade cultivation technique. Are you sure that you want to auction this?" Liao Wu's tone turned slightly solemn when he said this. Of course. It wasn't surprising that Liao Wu would ask this question. As a powerful Tao Emperor and the supervisor of the intelligence room in the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, Liao Wu knew how rare Saint high-grade cultivation techniques really were. Even first-rate powers like the Holy Sect and even the Morong family didn't have any immortal-grade cultivation techniques. And they only had Saint high-grade cultivation techniques in their treasury. Even if one of their disciples had somehow managed to obtain an immortal-grade cultivation technique, they wouldn't share it with anyone else and would do anything to keep it for themselves. At the same time, although it wasn't unprecedented for someone to sell a Saint high-grade cultivation technique during an auction, Liao Wu knew that instances like these were extremely rare, and that those cultivation techniques usually came from extremely powerful individuals who were already renowned throughout the central region, and didn't have much use for these cultivation techniques. Naturally, those individuals would choose to sell them for high-grade spirit stones instead. However, aside from those powerful individuals, Liao Wu also knew that there was one other group of cultivators who would occasionally try to sell these cultivation techniques, people who had deserted their family or sect and had stolen their core techniques before they left, of course. Liao Wu didn't know whether Shenlong was an expert who belonged to the first group or the second, but he still decided to ask regardless, judging from Shenlong's reaction. Liao Wu would then know which group the person in front of him really belonged. If Shenlong hesitated, Liao Wu would then be certain that the black-robed person in front of him belonged to the second group. Using the resources and the information channels of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, it then wouldn't be difficult for him to locate which power Shenlong came from simply by taking a look at the name of the cultivation technique, and then inform them that their cultivation technique would be auctioned at their branch. No matter what, a cultivation technique was every power's utmost priority, and they would do anything they could to get it back if it was stolen. At the same time, Liao Wu could sell them the information about Shenlong's whereabouts and let that power come and take revenge clearly. These were the skills of a shrewd businessman. Anything and everything that could be converted to money would be used by Liao Wu. Unfortunately for him, Shenlong didn't hesitate for a moment, as he calmly nodded his head and said, "I have no use for these things, so it's better to sell them." At the same time, inside the Stone of Time, Little Black had a mocking look in his deep azure eyes as he stared at the silver-robed Tao Emperor in front of Shenlong. Although Liao Wu was shrewd, how could his intentions possibly escape the Black Dragon's eyes? Shenlong could also guess what Liao Wu's intentions were, but he didn't care about it one bit. After all, this cultivation technique clearly belonged to Wu Wei, who had disappeared thousands of years ago. Even if Wu Wei had stolen it from some power, it would be uncertain if that power would still be as strong as it had been in the past, and if they would still be looking for it. Even strong powers could end up disappearing after the passage of many years from the cultivation world. Besides, as a powerful Tao Emperor who was also a talented formation master, Shenlong knew that Wu Wei was at least a rank 6 Tao Emperor and would definitely look for a cultivation technique that suited him perfectly instead of stealing the first Saint high-grade cultivation technique that he could get his hands on. Liao Wu also understood that Shenlong had most likely found out his intentions, but he wasn't flustered in the slightest as he smiled brightly and nodded his head before he answered, "Of course. Dear guest, you can leave this to me. I will make sure to put your items in our auction a month from now." A moment later, Liao Wu took a look at the other 2 golden scrolls that included 2 Saint middle-grade martial skills as well. Before he swept everything inside his spatial ring, Liao Wu then waved his hand, as he took out a silver token from his spatial ring and tossed it to Shenlong before he continued, "Dear guest, this is the VIP invitation from our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. You should come and take a look at the auction even if you don't intend to buy anything. I can assure you that the items will be worth your time." Hee hee. Even Sovereign Realm experts will come to participate in this auction after all. Shenlong nodded his head and accepted the silver token from Liao Wo. Before he placed it inside his spatial ring along with the memory jade with the information about the Tao Emperors of the Monarch family, even if Liao Wo hadn't mentioned it. Shenlong was still planning to take a look at the auction and see if there were any treasures that could help him, as well as Lu Mei and the rest. All increase their strength before the opening of the City of Immortals. As for the Earth Flame, although Shenlong wanted to get his hands on it, he knew that his chances of winning the auction were practically non-existent, just like Liao Wo had said. There were bound to be even some sovereign realm experts who would be fighting over the Earth Flame. Although Shenlong knew that he would be considered wealthy even if he was compared to most peak rank 9 Tao Emperors like the Grand Elder, he also understood that if he wanted to fight sovereign realm experts for the Earth Flame, even 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones wouldn't be enough to let him secure it. Sometime later, under Liao Wo's attentive gaze, Shenlong left the intelligence room and walked towards the staircase that led him back to the 3rd floor, since he had already obtained everything he needed from this place. Shenlong was planning to enter seclusion for the next month, until the auction of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce began. Meanwhile, inside the intelligence room, a moment after Shenlong had left, the amiable smile quickly vanished from Liao Wo's face. As the silver-robed Tao Emperor stared at the door of the intelligence room and mumbled to himself in a calm manner, more and more experts have been gathering in the city lately. If the Monarch family wants to obtain the Earth Flame, it seems that they will have to bleed quite a bit. Liao Wo's serious expression disappeared soon after, as the silver-robed Tao Emperor continued to enjoy his tea with a calm smile on his face no matter what happened. Liao Wo was certain that the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce would be the one who would end up profiting the most from this. At the same time, sitting on Little Silver's back, Shenlong left the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce and walked around Monarch City as he looked for a place to stay. Around an hour later, he arrived at a large inn near the heart of the city and spent 4,000 middle-grade spirit stones to rent a courtyard for the next 1 month. After he entered the room, Shenlong sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes, before he imagined himself entering the foggy space inside the Stone of Time a moment later. Sitting on his usual spot, Shenlong held the memory jade that he had purchased from Liao Wo in his hands and used his qi to activate it, before he sent his soul sense inside it soon after. The moment that his soul sense entered the memory jade, Shenlong could feel a stream of information entering his mind, as different faces and information about those faces quickly filled his mind. Morong Chang, early rank 1 Tao Emperor, broke through to the Tao Emperor realm 30 years ago while cultivating a saint middle grade cultivation technique of the Morong family. He doesn't belong to the main branch of the Morong family, and thus, he wasn't given access to the core cultivation technique of the Monarch family, the soul-encompassing lotus, until he broke through to the Tao Emperor realm. He wields a saber and has mastered a powerful saint middle-grade martial skill for it, making him stronger than most other early rank 1 Tao Emperors. Morong Hu, middle rank 2 Tao Emperor. He belongs to the main branch of the Monarch family. He broke through to the Tao Emperor realm 600 years ago, while cultivating the core cultivation technique of the Monarch family, the soul-encompassing lotus. He wields a great sword, and although he has powerful physical strength that surpasses average early rank 3 Tao Emperors, his speed is his greatest weakness. As he kept taking in the information from the memory jade, Shenlong was surprised to see how detailed the information of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce about the Tao Emperors of the Monarch family really was. Not only was there information about the cultivation techniques and the martial skills of most of those Tao Emperors, but it even included the weapons that they used, as well as their strengths and weaknesses. Of course, although Shenlong wasn't interested in most of these Tao Emperors, he didn't mind learning more about them either. After all, some of them may end up blocking his path once he tried to kill Morong Tian. Shenlong also noticed that the Morong family had several more Tao Emperors than the Holy Sect, at least as far as he knew. The Holy Sect only had around 20 Tao Emperors, including the Grand Elder and all the inner court elders. But the Morong family seemed to have well more than 30 of them. Finally, after reading information for more than 30 Tao Emperors of the Morong family, a familiar name finally appeared in Shenlong's mind. Morong Tian, the current patriarch of the Morong family. He is the strongest Tao Emperor of the Morong family, and one of the strongest experts in the entire city. breaking through to become a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor 3,000 years ago. The old ancestor of the Monarch family personally appointed him to become the patriarch after Monarch Tian broke through to the peak of the Dao Emperor realm. Shenlong was momentarily stunned when he took in the information in his mind about Monarch, and the person that Wu Wei wanted him to deal with was actually the current patriarch of the Monarch family. Despite his initial surprise, Shenlong didn't stop reading the information about Monarch Tian. However, the more he read, the more surprised Shenlong felt in his heart as time went on. After reaching the peak of the Dao Emperor realm and becoming the patriarch of the Monarch family, Monarch Tian had only appeared twice in Monarch City in the last 3,000 years. And he was now presumed to have entered seclusion in preparation for his breakthrough to the sovereign realm. According to the information of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, Monarch Tian was considered to be one of the 10 strongest Dao Emperors throughout the entire northern part of the central region. His greatest strength was his spiritual strength that vastly exceeded other peak rank 9 Dao Emperors. While his soul attacks could threaten anyone who had yet to step into the sovereign realm, Shenlong guessed that even experts like Commander Quan from the Northern Sovereign's army would have to take someone like Monarch Tian seriously. Monarch Tian's only weakness seemed to be fighting in close combat. However, according to the information of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, Monarch Tian also wore a piece of peak 2-star armor that protected him from most physical attacks. With a peak 2-star armor to protect him, it didn't matter how weak his physical strength was. Monarch Tian essentially didn't have any weaknesses whatsoever. As soon as the information about Monarch Tian entered his mind, Shenlong felt the memory jade in his hands finally crumble, before it turned into dust soon after. Naturally, this was done from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce to prevent its information from being passed down freely, although Shenlong could also try to create a similar memory jade if he wanted to. The information he would be able to record down clearly wouldn't be as detailed as that of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, since he hadn't met the Dao Emperors of the Monarch family personally. Sometime later, Shenlong finally opened his eyes, and after a brief moment of silence, he mumbled to himself in a calm voice, "It seems that dealing with Monarch Tian is nearly impossible right now." Little Black immediately opened his bright blue eyes the moment he heard Shenlong's voice. Before the Black Dragon asked curiously, "Master, what's wrong?" Naturally, Shenlong didn't hide anything from Little Black, as he shared with him all the information that he had obtained from the memory jade. Without any hesitation, Little Black nodded his head and said calmly, "Master, it's better to forget about this matter for now. If that Monarch Tian hasn't showed his face for 3,000 years, he is most likely cultivating in seclusion inside the Monarch family to prepare and break through to the sovereign realm. Since there are 2 sovereign realm experts behind the Monarch family as well, it's too dangerous for Master to try and do anything to him." Little Black knew that the current Shenlong could afford to take this risk if he wanted to, since even sovereign realm experts would be hard-pressed to take his life after Shenlong broke through to the Dao King realm. But whether he could succeed in killing Monarch Tian was a different matter altogether. Shenlong fell silent for a few moments before he nodded his head and agreed with Little Black. Indeed, infiltrating the Monarch family to deal with Monarch Tian wasn't an option. Putting aside how difficult it would be to even find and kill Monarch Tian in the first place, Shenlong knew that there was no way that the 2 sovereign realm experts of the Monarch family would just sit there and allow him to kill a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor realm expert under their noses. A few moments later, Shenlong mumbled to himself, "I will try to increase my cultivation as much as possible in the next few days. As for Monarch Tian's matter, it will have to wait for now." Shenlong then took a deep breath, before he summoned the heaven-swallowing vine from the herb garden and started to feed it with high-grade spirit stones. The enormous vine started to hungrily absorb the high-grade spirit stones around it, before it filled the air around Shenlong with extremely pure Qi. Shenlong closed his eyes and started to absorb the Qi around him, as the outline of a golden ball of Qi began to appear in his hands a while later. At the same time, back in the Northern Sovereign's city, Lu Mei and the others had gathered at the entrance of the Southern Dragon's courtyard and faced the silver-robed Northern Sovereign who was standing in front of them. Before Bai Longshan cupped his hands at the Northern Sovereign and said in an apologetic manner, "Apologies, Senior. But Brother Shun has entered seclusion and cannot be contacted right now. We hope that Senior understands." The Northern Sovereign stared at Bai Longshan silently for a few moments, before she then asked, "Did he say how long he was planning to stay in seclusion?" Nodding her head, Xingyi answered the Northern Sovereign's question. Brother Long said it shouldn't take more than two months if things go well. The Northern Sovereign didn't speak right away. And after a few more moments of silence, she shook her head and said, I was planning to introduce him to the geniuses of the Tianwan dynasty that would enter the City of Immortals this time. But it seems that that's impossible for now. So be it then. You can tell Shenlong to come and see me in my courtyard after he is finished with his seclusion. Nodding their heads, Bai Longshan and the others all cupped their hands at the Northern Sovereign, who disappeared from the entrance of the courtyard shortly after. A moment later, after Xingyi and the others returned back to the courtyard, Lu Mei turned to look at Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan, and said in a calm voice, I'm going to leave the city for a few days. Sister Lu, are you going to cultivate? Bai Longshan asked a moment later as he looked at Lu Mei. Naturally. Bai Longshan, Jiang Chen, and Xingyi weren't surprised to hear that Lu Mei was planning to leave the city, since they had actually expected this long ago. After all, the three of them knew that Lu Mei's Dao and cultivation technique were both different from theirs. If Lu Mei wanted to advance and comprehend her Dao of death even further, she had to kill other cultivators and absorb the essence of death around them. Clearly, she couldn't just stay inside the city to do that. Nodding her head, Lu Mei looked at Bai Longshan and the others and answered seriously, staying inside the courtyard to cultivate is meaningless to me. Even if I could absorb the qi in here, I would still have to leave the city to comprehend my Dao of death further. Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Longshan all nodded. Before Jiang Chen said in a calm voice, since that's the case, it's better to ask Commander Quan for a few experts to protect you while you leave the city. Xingyi and Bai Longshan both agreed with Jiang Chen's suggestion. And a few moments later, the four of them made their way towards Commander Quan's quarters. In reality, Xingyi and the others weren't too worried about Lu Mei's survival, since they knew that she still had the pendant that she had received from Elder Xuan as a gift when Elder Xuan accepted her as her disciple. According to Elder Xuan, that pendant could save her life twice if she was in a life-threatening situation, blocking the attacks of even some late-stage Dao emperors. But of course, Jiang Chen and the others weren't going to take any risks, since they all understood that right now, they were in the heart of the northern part of the central region. The Northern Sovereign's city was the biggest city in the northern part of the central region, and there were bound to be plenty of high-level experts in this place. For an early-stage Dao King to wander alone was simply too dangerous. This was even more so when one considered that Lu Mei was a heavenly beauty who would attract the attention of everyone around her. A few moments later, inside Commander Quan's private quarters, Commander Quan agreed right away to send a squad of experts to protect Lu Mei when he heard that she was planning to leave the city. Barely 10 minutes passed before a group of experts appeared outside Commander Quan's quarters, all of them staring reverently at Commander Quan in front of them. Surprisingly, there were even two early-stage Dao emperors who were leading this squad. One tall, burly man, and a beautiful middle-aged woman. Behind the two Dao emperors were 10 peak rank 9 Dao kings who were all trying hard to conceal the looks of excitement in their eyes as they stood in front of Commander Quan and received his orders. Although these people were all soldiers who belonged to the Northern Sovereign's army, they rarely had chances to leave the city, since they would spend most of their time cultivating inside the Northern Sovereign's estate. Of course, if someone within the city dared to create trouble, the Northern Sovereign's army would immediately be dispatched. But instances like these were extremely rare. After all, who would dare to make trouble within the Northern Sovereign's city? Thus, the soldiers in the Northern Sovereign's army would end up spending most of their time inside the Sovereign's estate, training for hundreds, and sometimes even thousands of years without a chance to go out. Of course, this didn't mean that they were prisoners, but their only chance to freely move around would be to either reach the middle stages of the Dao Emperor realm and be inferior only to the 12 commanders in status, or leave the Northern Sovereign's army and become independent. But of course, the first option was simply too hard, while the second one was extremely foolish. Experts throughout the Northern Sovereign's city were dying to enter the Northern Sovereign's army, since they would have the chance to obtain better resources and cultivation techniques the more its strength advanced. Who would choose to leave willingly and become a rogue cultivator for no reason? This was why the soldiers in front of Commander Quan were so excited, even though it was such a simple mission of protecting a small early-stage Dao King. in the eyes of the two Tao emperors who were leading the squad. This was no different from vacation for them. A while later, the squad led by the two Tao emperors followed behind Lu Mei and left the northern sovereign's estate, as they headed straight towards the city gates. At the same time, Xingyi, Bai Longshan, and Jiang Chen all returned to the southern dragon's courtyard, looking like they were in a hurry to continue cultivating. Of course, the three of them all knew that now that Lma was going to leave the city, they couldn't slack for even a moment or they would be left behind by her. Even if they cultivated inside this southern dragon's courtyard in the northern sovereign's estate. After all, Lu Mei's blood absorption art was perfectly suited for her Tao of Death, since it allowed her to increase her cultivation at the same time that she increased her Tao comprehension additionally. The cultivation speed of Lu Mei's blood absorption art outstripped even Xingyi's and the others' speed. Even after they obtained immortal-grade cultivation techniques from Shenlong, Jiang Chen and the others knew that their cultivation speed was still inferior to Lu Mei's. It was almost as if her blood absorption art was tailor-made for Lao Mei. At the same time, back in Murong City, Shenlong continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. As he continued to absorb the pure qi around him, that had completely filled the foggy space inside the Stone of Time a second a third. And a fourth golden ball of qi appeared inside the monarch's hourglass as the days went by. And in the blink of an eye, a month passed before the day of the auction of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce finally arrived inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. Shenlong opened his eyes and exhaled once, before he turned his attention to the 12 golden balls of qi that were hovering above his head. After breaking through to the Tao King realm, Shenlong truly realized how much more qi his monarch's hourglass required compared to other cultivation techniques. During this past month that he had spent in seclusion, Shenlong had spent nearly 10,000 high-grade spirit stones before he finally reached the early rank 2 of the Tao King realm. If it was any other early-stage Tao King who had absorbed all of this qi, they would have certainly reached the middle stages of the Tao King realm. However, Shenlong still knew that the benefits of the monarch's hourglass far outweighed the disadvantage of needing to absorb enormous amounts of pure qi. After all, the higher the grade of a cultivation technique meant that a person had higher chances of reaching the immortal realm in the future. At the same time, it was only after he broke through to the Tao King realm that Shenlong realized another benefit of his monarch's hourglass. If he had been training in any other cultivation technique, even if he had comprehended the Tao of Time as well, Shenlong was certain that he wouldn't have been able to use his monarch's domain or any other of the skills that he had comprehended, simply because the requirements to use them were extremely high. "Master, are you going to take a look at the auction?" Little Black asked as he coiled his large head around Shenlong, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground according to what Liao Wu had said. There wasn't much time left until the auction started. Shenlong nodded and patted Little Black's head once before he answered, "I am curious to see what type of earth flame the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce is planning to auction. Besides that, old man, Liao Wu said that there will be other treasures as well that will be worth to take a look at naturally." In Liao Wu's eyes, Shenlong, who could completely hide his aura in front of him, was at least a late-stage Tao Emperor, which meant that the treasures that the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce was planning to auction would most likely be enough to attract the attention of even some extremely powerful Tao Emperors. Otherwise Liao Wu wouldn't be so confident to make such a claim. A few moments later, Shenlong closed his eyes and imagined himself leaving the foggy space in the Stone of Time, before he returned back to his room inside the inn. This time, however, Shenlong didn't keep Little Silver by his side and had the Black Panther return to the foggy space inside the Stone of Time, before he walked towards the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce all by himself. Sometime later, Shenlong arrived in front of the entrance of an extremely crowded White Tiger Chamber of Commerce that had a sea of cultivators in front of its entrance. It seemed that the auction today had attracted a huge number of people. Of course, this was only natural since everyone inside Murong City had learned, during the past 2 months, that an earth flame was going auction to have to be a treasure that needed hundreds of thousands or perhaps even 1,000,000 years to form itself naturally. How could it not attract the attention of every single powerful cultivator within the city? But even though every person present coveted the earth flame, everyone understood that it would most likely end up in the hands of the few sovereign realm experts who were present today, or the representatives of the large powers throughout the northern part of the central region who had come to get their hands on it. Sometime later, Shanlong managed to enter the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce before heading straight for the 4th floor, of course. The White Tiger Chamber of Commerce wasn't going to let just anyone participate in the auction since there were simply too many people present today. While the seats in the auction couldn't hold all the cultivators present. This was why the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce was holding the auction on the 5th floor. And every person who wanted to participate would have to pay a fee of 100 high-grade spirit stones. Although this price was nothing to the powerful Dao Emperors who were going to bid for the Earth Flame or the other treasures. To most ordinary cultivators who only wanted to take a look at the auction out of curiosity. It was an exorbitant price that few of them were willing to pay, of course. Powerful experts who had an invitation token like the one that Shanlong had received from Liao Wo didn't have to pay any fee whatsoever. As soon as he reached the staircase that led to the 5th floor, Shanlong saw more than a dozen of golden armored guards standing there silently. As well as a number of beautiful young women dressed in white robes who were receiving the guests with smiles on their faces. Every single one of those guards was at the peak of rank 9 of the Dao King realm. But Shanlong was certain that there were even some Dao Emperors hidden in the surroundings as well. Perhaps the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce has even asked for the help of a sovereign realm expert. To make sure that things go smoothly today, Shanlong thought to himself as he showed his silver token that he had gotten from Liao Wo to one of the white-robed women in front of him. The moment that the guards and those young women noticed Shanlong's silver token, they all bowed respectfully, before the young woman in front of Shanlong offered to lead him to the private room that was reserved for him. Shanlong didn't decline and allowed the young woman in front of him to lead him to the 5th floor. A few moments later, Shanlong noticed that the 5th floor of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce only comprised of the auction venue. Itself, more than half of the normal seats below were already occupied. While experts were still arriving in droves, esteemed guest. This way please. The young woman smiled and gestured for Shanlong to follow her. As she walked past a certain corridor that 2 golden armored guards were guarding and headed towards one of the private rooms there. The white-robed young woman stopped in front of the entrance of a certain room a few moments later. And bowed towards Shanlong before she continued, esteemed guest. You can go ahead. I will be right here if you need anything. So don't hesitate to call me. Shanlong nodded and thanked the young woman for leading the way. Before he took a few steps forward and entered the room. As expected, the quality of the private room itself wasn't any inferior to the intelligence room where Shanlong had met Liao Wo. A luxurious couch and a jade white table were placed at the center of the room, facing the main stage of the auction venue, as well as the people who were seated in the normal seats down below. With just a glance, Shanlong could also see the rest of the private rooms around him. But he couldn't make out the appearance of any of the people present in those rooms and could only see their silhouettes instead. Clearly, there was some sort of formation set up by the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce within every private room. It obscured the appearance of the people inside. Naturally, this was done by the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce to let everyone bid freely, without the need to feel afraid that their identity would be exposed and that they would end up offending someone during the auction. However, just as Shanlong was about to sit on the couch and wait for the auction to begin, a dozen different soul senses suddenly entered his room and swept past his body, before they moved towards the rest of the private rooms a few moments later. Shanlong narrowed his eyes when he sensed this, but his body didn't seem to have the slightest bit of reaction to it. As he calmly seated himself on the couch a few moments later and took out a wooden barrel of wine from his herb garden, placing it on the jade white table in front of him. At the same time, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, a dangerous glint flashed inside Little Black's deep azure eyes when he sensed this sudden intrusion in Shanlong's room. Before the Black Dragon's serious voice resounded in Shanlong's mind a moment later, Master, it seems that this White Tiger Chamber of Commerce has managed to attract quite a few people. There are at least a dozen late-stage Dao Emperors, as well as 4 Sovereign Realm cultivators present in this place. 4 Sovereign Realm experts. If the people inside Murong City knew that there were 4 Sovereign Realm experts who had come to the auction of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce today, they would be sitting on pins and needles. Even the Murong family, the overlord of Murong City, only had 2 Sovereign Realm experts backing them, and they could do whatever they wanted in the city. It was almost certain that if those 4 Sovereign Realm experts started fighting, the entire Murong City would be razed to the ground. And yet, Shenlong wasn't too surprised when he heard this. After all, even sovereign realm experts would want to get their hands on any earth flames that appeared. And this was even more so for the rarer earth flames with special attributes. Although most people didn't know about this matter, Shenlong was perfectly aware that each earth flame was unique and had its own properties. Some earth flames purely had the element of fire inside them. But there were earth flames with the element of wind, the element of lightning, and even the element of ice, along with many other elements. There were even some earth flames who focused on the special attributes of a person's soul when an expert absorbed an earth flame. They would then have the chance to gain insights on the element inside the earth flame, increasing their strength even further. This was why, more often than not, even experts who weren't alchemists or formation masters would do everything they could to get their hands on an earth flame. At the same time that Shenlong sat down on the couch and started to drink some of his wine while completely ignoring what was going on in the rooms around him. In one of the private rooms that was just a few meters away from his own, a silver-haired middle-aged woman in white robes narrowed her eyes as she mumbled to herself in a curious voice, "Who is this person? Someone that even I can't see through their cultivation base. Don't tell me that it's a middle-stage sovereign. But the people from the Northern Sovereign's city, the Black Mist Valley, and Lord Zu's garden are already here, and none of their middle-stage sovereigns have come to Marong City. It's not the old ancestor of the Marong family either. Perhaps this person belongs to another power that's not from the northern part of the central region." The three white-robed women who were standing next to the silver-haired middle-aged woman all had looks of shock on their faces when they heard this. Before one of them asked, "Master, didn't the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce tell us that there were only 4 sovereign realm experts who had come to Marong City, including Master herself? How come there is another one now?" After a moment of silence, the silver-haired middle-aged woman shook her head and answered in a calm manner, "Perhaps this person hid himself too well, or he has a special relationship with the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, which is why they kept this a secret. Regardless, it doesn't matter who he is. The only thing that matters is who will get their hands on the earth flame in the end." The 3 white-robed women nodded without saying anything else, as they all turned their attention to the main stage of the auction venue as they waited for the auction to start. Finally, a little more than an hour later, the seats in the audience below, as well as the private rooms up above, were all filled to the brim with people, before a beautiful young woman in yellow robes finally appeared on the main stage of the auction venue, causing the entire crowd to immediately fall silent. Shenlong saw that the beautiful, yellow-robed young woman who was standing on the main stage had an enchanting smile on her face as she faced the crowd in front of her. Before she bowed slightly and introduced herself in a warm voice that was akin to a gentle breeze that warmed up the entire venue, "Dear guests of our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, my name is Jia Guiyong and I will be your auctioneer for today's auction. I want to thank you all, esteemed guests, for coming. Since many of our esteemed guests today have even come from various parts of our central region, our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce has prepared many exceptional treasures for today." Quite a few people in the crowd stared at the beautiful young woman, who had appeared on the stage with love-struck eyes, before someone said soon after, "Indeed, Miss Jia is worthy of being called the most stunning jewel of Marong City. Since she is the auctioneer today, I am sure the rumors about the earth flame must be true." Of course they are true. Do you think that so many experts would be present today if they weren't? I heard that today's auction will even have some other treasures other than the earth flame that can entice sovereign realm experts to go all out. People in the crowd immediately began chatting with each other shortly after Jia Guiyong's appearance. And Jia Guiyong herself merely smiled and didn't speak when she saw this scene, allowing the excitement of the crowd to reach its peak before they began the auction. After all, as a talented auctioneer, she knew that only when the crowd couldn't contain their excitement any longer would the prices of the auction reach a new high. A minute later, Jia Guiyong bowed to the crowd for a second time, before her gentle voice entered the ears of every single person present in the venue. "Then, esteemed guests, without further ado, let us begin with the first item of today's auction." As Jia Guiyong clapped her hands, 2 beautiful young women dressed in red robes walked out from the back of the auction venue, carrying with them 2 bottles that were filled with alchemy pills. Some of the people in the crowd stared at the pills curiously, while the eyes of the most experienced ones quickly lit up. At the same time, Shenlong's eyes flashed momentarily inside his private room, before he mumbled in a calm voice, high-grade rank 7 pills. Indeed. Jia Guiyong verified Shenlong's and the others' guesses barely a moment later, as she took one of the pill bottles in her hands and gently removed one of the pills inside, showing it to the crowd in front of her before she said, "Dear guests, as many of you have already guessed, the first item for today's auction is a set of high-grade rank 7 limb-restoring pills made by Grandmaster Hu Dai himself. Grandmaster Du Hai is the greatest alchemist in our Murong city, and this set of high-grade limb-restoring pills made personally by him can even allow a person who isn't a body refinement cultivator to restore a missing limb without any issue, as long as you are not a sovereign realm expert. Just one of these pills will allow you to restore a missing limb within a day after consuming it. I am sure that everyone here understands how rare these high-grade rank 7 limb-restoring pills are, and that you normally won't be able to see them even if you tour through half of our northern part of the central region. The starting price for these 18 pills will be 70.000 high-grade spirit stones, and every subsequent increase must be a minimum of 500 high-grade spirit stones." The crowd didn't hesitate to start bidding, as a person in the lower seats instantly called out his bid: 70.500, 71.000, 173.000. In the blink of an eye, the price climbed all the way to 80.000 high-grade spirit stones, and it was still going strong, although these rank 7 limb-restoring pills didn't require any exceptionally rare rank 7 medicinal herbs to concoct. Due to how difficult the actual pill refinement of the pills was, they were considered to be quite rare rank 7 pills that many cultivators coveted. A few minutes later, the price finally stopped as a person in the lower seats obtained the limb-restoring pills for 93.000 high-grade spirit stones. Of course, the person who had obtained them was a late-stage Dao Emperor who happened to be sitting in the lower seats, since only some extremely powerful middle or late-stage Dao Emperors, as well as people from extremely strong powers, could afford to pay such a high price for 2 bottles of pills. But of course, to those experts, even 100,000 high-grade spirit stones were nothing if they could restore a missing limb. These pills were no different from offering a second life to those who weren't training in body refinement. Jia Guiyong clapped her hands and congratulated the old man who had just won the pills, before the second item of the auction soon came out, staring at the rusty iron halberd that appeared in Jia Guiyong's hands. Shenlong's lips curved up slightly as he watched the auction. His iron halberd eventually sold for 80.000 high-grade spint stones, and someone came to Shenlong's private room a few moments later to deliver him 76.000 high-grade spirit stones. Clearly, those 4,000 high-grade spirit stones were the 5% fee that the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce would get from every transaction. The third, the fourth, and the fifth item of the auction soon followed, and nearly every single one of them sold for more than 30.000 high-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, none of those items were of any use to Shenlong, who kept enjoying his wine calmly, while the wine's scent had already started to spread to some of the nearby private rooms by now, attracting the attention of the experts inside those rooms, who sent their soul sense to check Shenlong's room soon after. Of course, since none of those experts could see through Shenlong's cultivation base and they were all enemies during the auction, none of them dared to approach him during this time. A little more than an hour later, after more than 10 items had already been auctioned, a bright smile suddenly blossomed on Jia Guiyong's face, as the beautiful yellow-robed young woman faced the crowd and said in a warm voice, "Dear guests, our next item is an exceptionally rare rank 7 medicinal herb that is very rarely seen even in most auctions, and it can even compare to some rank 8 medicinal herbs in terms of rarity. Our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce happened to obtain it by pure luck a few days ago, and we decided to auction it today." As she finished speaking, Jia Guiyong personally went over to carry a small jade box on the main stage, revealing a 7-petal flower inside the box that was emitting a bright light, staring at the flower in Jia Guiyong's hands. Shenlong's eyes instantly lit up as he said with a smile, "A golden light flower." It wasn't just Shenlong who was startled upon seeing the 7-petal flower in Jia Guiyong's hands. As the people in the audience seats and even some of the experts inside the private rooms seemed to have suddenly turned serious. As they turned their gazes towards Jia Guiyong soon after. With a smile on her face, Jia Guiyong nodded her head and continued a moment later. As her warm voice reverberated throughout the 5th floor, as many of you, dear guests, have already guessed. Our next item is indeed a rank 7 golden light flower. I am sure that the esteemed star rank alchemists present here today all recognize the value of this priceless flower better than me. So I will avoid embarrassing myself. It is said that as long as a golden light flower is refined into a pill, it can heal almost any kind of injury, including injuries in a person's soul. High-grade and top-grade rank 7 pills refined by a golden light flower can even be consumed by sovereign realm experts, making their value comparable to some extremely rare rank 8 pills. The starting price for this golden light flower is set by our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce at 80,000 high-grade spirit stones, while each subsequent increase must be at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones higher than the last bid. Silence filled the auction venue for a brief moment after everyone heard Jia Guiyong's voice, before people began shouting out their bids soon after. 85,000 high-grade spirit stones, $6,000. 87,000, 90,000. Less than a minute had passed since the auctioning of the golden light flower had begun, and the price had already exceeded the 100,000 high-grade spirit stones mark. And it was only then that it started to actually slow down. Even Shenlong was inwardly surprised when he saw that the price of a rank 7 medicinal herb had already exceeded that of a peak 1-star weapon. Shenlong's surprise was only natural, since the value of raw medicinal herbs would always be far lower than the actual pill concocted in the end. And this was even more so for a medicinal herb like the golden light flower that even star rank alchemists found it had to fully extract its essence. And yet, once he remembered the prices of the rank 7 medicinal pills that he had seen back in the Myriad Pills Pavilion within the Northern Sovereign's city, Shenlong realized that the price of the golden light flower was still within reason. After all, some extremely rare rank 7 pills were sold for hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, while the more expensive ones reached close to 1 million high-grade spirit stones instead. With a serious look in his eyes, Shenlong continued to watch as the price of the golden light flower kept climbing upwards without any signs of stopping anytime soon. However, Shenlong was still prepared to go all out to obtain the flower, regardless of the final price. Even if it was just for Jiang Tinfeng's sake, Shenlong wouldn't let anyone else get their hands on this golden light flower. Otherwise, who knew how many years Jiang Tinfeng would have to wait until he healed himself. A few minutes later, the price had already reached the 130,000 high-grade spirit stones mark. Before Little Black's voice sounded inside Shenlong's mind a few moments later, "Master, if things keep going like this, the final price will certainly go past 200,000 high-grade spirit stones." Nodding his head, Shenlong agreed with Little Black and said after a moment of thinking, "I guess it's time." Shenlong then took a deep breath, before he called out from his private room in a hoarse voice, 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. The auction venue of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce descended into silence in the next moment, as the people sitting in the normal seats below, and even some people from the private rooms, turned their attention towards Shenlong's room. The sudden increase of 20,000 high-grade spirit stones for a single rank 7 medicinal herb naturally surprised quite a lot of people, who only realized at that moment how high the price had risen by now. At the same time, in the private room that was right next to Shenlong's, the silver-haired middle-aged woman in white robes, who was emitting an aura that was clearly at the sovereign realm, mumbled to herself with a frown on her face, "I was planning to bid for the flower as well. But it seems that both this person and the people from the Black Mist Valley want to fight for it. Fine then. I will let you have it. What I am interested in the most isn't this flower, but the earth flame itself." The 3 white-robed women next to the beautiful silver-haired woman were startled when they heard this. Before one of them asked curiously, "Is Master really going to give up? Even if it's the Black Mist Valley? In front of our White Ice City they won't dare to be too arrogant. As long as Master declares that she is interested in this flower, perhaps they won't even dare to fight you for it." The silver-haired middle-aged woman looked at the white-robed young woman next to her and shook her head. Before she answered in a calm manner, "They won't dare to fight. You underestimate the Black Mist Valley quite a bit. Although it's true that our White Ice City is stronger than them. The Valley Lord of the Black Mist Valley is a late-stage sovereign realm expert just like our City Lord. Why would they be afraid to compete with us? Besides, the person who has come to Murong City this time is that demon from the Black Mist Valley. Xuan Jie. Forget about me. Even if he had to fight a middle-stage sovereign realm cultivator, he still wouldn't be afraid." As she finished speaking, the silver-haired middle-aged woman turned to look at Shenlong's private room for a brief moment. Before she smiled and fell silent, the fifth floor of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce was silent for a few more moments after Shenlong's bid, before Shenlong heard a cold snort coming from one of the private rooms near him. As the person inside that private room said in an overbearing voice, 160.000 high-grade spirit stones. Today, 1. Xuan Jie of the Black Mist Valley will be the one who is going to win this golden light flower. At the same time, Xuan Jie deactivated the formation around his private room, allowing everyone below him and even the other experts who were sitting inside the private rooms to see his facial features. Seeing the tall dark-haired man with sunken cheeks and that pair of cold eyes that were staring at Shenlong's room directly, many people in the crowd couldn't hold themselves back from whispering among themselves, "It's really Xuan Jie, the right hand of the demon lord of the Black Mist Valley. I've heard that he is at the peak of the early stages in the sovereign realm. I didn't expect that the Black Mist Valley would send him here today. Things are going to be tricky. Now that Xuan Jie has already declared his presence and that he wants to obtain the golden light flower, I doubt that anyone else will dare to bid against him other than the experts of the three strongest powers in the northern part of the central region. I am sure the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce won't be happy with this either. They have already said that nobody is allowed to try and bully others through their status or background in their auctions. I wonder how Miss Jia will handle this indeed." A cold light flashed through Jia Guiyong's eyes in the next moment, as the beautiful young woman looked at Xuan Jie, and said in a displeased manner, "Senior Xuan Jie, I am sure that you are aware of the rules of our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, and that trying to scare other guests from bidding is forbidden. Are you trying to challenge my authority today?" A stifling atmosphere filled the entire fifth floor of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce at that moment, as everyone stared at Jia Guiyong with wide-open eyes. Nobody had expected that a middle-stage Dao King like her would be so arrogant in front of a renowned sovereign realm expert like Xuan Jie. Even if she was the auctioneer of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, Xuan Jie himself was known as a merciless demon who could kill others with a snap of his fingers. However, Jia Guiyong didn't seem to be afraid of him in the slightest. As she stared at him with a questioning gaze, surprisingly, Xuan Jie merely laughed a moment later, as he shook his head and said, "Bullying others? Little girl, I think you are mistaken. I simply declared that I am going to win the auction today. If there is some trash present here today who are too afraid to bid against me, then that simply means that they didn't deserve their spot in the first PL 180.000 high-grade spirit stones." Before Xuan Jie could even finish his sentence, Shenlong's hoarse voice came from his private room, attracting the attention of every single person present. Silence filled the auction venue for a few more moments, before someone asked in a disbelieving tone, "Another increase of 20.000 high-grade spirit stones. This person dares to bid against Xuan Jie." The people in the normal seats down below were stunned when they heard Shenlong calling out another bid against Xuan Jie so casually. But the experts inside the other private rooms, like the beautiful silver-haired woman from White Ice City and the others, were unperturbed. After all, they had already sent their soul sense to scan every single person sitting inside the private rooms as well as those in the normal seats down below. And Shenlong was the only mystery in these experts' eyes. Someone who could hide his cultivation in front of so many experts present clearly wouldn't be afraid of someone like Xuan Jie at the same time. The cold look in Xuan Jie's eyes deepened as he stared at the blurry silhouette inside Shenlong's room. Before he spoke a second later, 200.000 high-grade spirit stones. 220.000 T. Shenlong's voice echoed right after Xuan Jie's, as Shenlong called out his next bid. It was clear that Shenlong had already decided to get his hands on this golden light flower. The Flame Sovereign's hammer and the 2 Saint middle-grade martial skills should sell for at least 200,000 more high-grade spirit stones. I doubt that this Xuan Jie will be willing to spend close to 500,000 high-grade spirit stones for a single rank 7 medicinal herb, Shenlong thought to himself calmly as he waited to see if Xuan Jie wanted to keep bidding. Everyone on the 5th floor of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce stared at Xuan Jie curiously, including the experts inside the other private rooms. Indeed. As long as it wasn't a matter of life and death, Xuan Jie shouldn't keep fighting for the Golden Light Flower. After all, the Golden Light Flower was nothing more than a rank 7 medicinal herb. And it was one of the most difficult medicinal herbs to extract its essence. If Xuan Jie spent hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones to bid for it and ended up gaining nothing, he would truly regret that. And yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Xuan Jie simply snorted and said, "You think that a few 100,000 spirit stones mean anything to me? Today, I will make you bleed as well. 250,000 high-grade spirit stones. 270,000. Shenlong called out in a calm voice before Xuan Jie's own voice could even disperse. At that moment, however, just when everyone thought that Shenlong and Xuan Jie would keep bidding against each other until one of them didn't have any more spirit stones, a solemn voice came from the normal seats down below, attracting everyone's attention. 400,000 high-grade spirit stones. 400,007 inches. Someone in the audience seats asked in a stuttering voice as he turned to look at the person who had just called out this bid. However, just like Shenlong, this person was clad in black robes that completely concealed his appearance. The only thing that people could discern was his extremely powerful cultivation base. Xuan Jie narrowed his eyes as he looked at this black-robed person in the normal seats down below before he said calmly, "An early rank 9 Dao Emperor can actually take out 400,000 high-grade spirit stones like that. How interesting. It's too bad that I still need to bid for the Earth Flame and I can't waste too many spirit stones on a measly rank 7 medicinal herb like this. You can have it this time." As he finished speaking, Xuan Jie threw a provocative look at Shenlong before he activated the formation around his own private room, hiding his appearance once again. Although Xuan Jie could keep bidding if he wanted to go all out against Shenlong, in reality, he hadn't come to Morong City to bid for the Golden Light Flower. But he was here for the Earth Flame just like the rest of the experts. If Shenlong really wanted to fight for the Golden Light Flower and spend more than 500,000 high-grade spirit stones for it, it would be unlikely that he would have enough to compete with them for the Earth Flame later on. What Xuan Jie didn't know was that Shenlong wasn't planning on bidding for the Earth Flame in the first place. Of course, it wasn't because he didn't want to, but that he was certain that the final price would easily exceed 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. And that this was nothing more than a conservative estimate. The final price could very well be 2,000,000 high-grade spirit stones or perhaps even higher. Jia Guiyong and the others all stared at Shenlong's private room curiously, waiting to see if he wanted to keep bidding. Everyone understood that 400,000 high-grade spirit stones had already gone past the actual market value of the Golden Light Flower. But if an expert really wanted it, it wouldn't be unlikely for its price to go even higher. And yet, Shenlong simply remained silent, as he stared at the black-robed person in the audience seats down below who had just called out the bid of 400,000 high-grade spirit stones. Without calling out another bid, a deep look flashed inside Shenlong's eyes at that moment, as he then used his soul sense to ask Little Black, "Little Black, is that Jiang Tinfeng?" Little Black nodded his head and answered calmly, as his bright blue eyes stared at the black-robed person in the audience seats. "Master is right. Although he is using a special technique to mask his aura, it's impossible for him to hide his real identity from me. He is definitely Jiang Tinfeng." Since his cultivation had only broken through to the early rank 2 of the Dao King realm and Jiang Tinfeng had altered his aura using a special technique, Shenlong wasn't completely certain of his guess, which was why he had to ask Little Black. However, although Jiang Tinfeng could hide his aura from others, how could he hide it from someone like Little Black? Even the strongest experts of the cultivation world couldn't hide their true aura in front of the Black Dragon, as long as Little Black had met them once before. A smile formed itself on Shenlong's lips after he heard Little Black's confirmation. And after a moment of silence, Shunlong said in a hoarse voice that reverberated throughout the 5th floor, "I was planning to refine a heavenly purity pill, but perhaps it's not meant to be. So be it then. Heavenly purity pill." Whether it was Xuan Jie, the silver-haired woman from the White Ice City, or the other experts inside the private rooms, they all looked puzzled, as none of them had ever heard of the name Heavenly Purity Pill. And yet, the moment that Jiang Tinfeng heard this, his body suddenly trembled. As his piercing gaze stared at Shunlong's private room with hints of elation and disbelief in his eyes, the only other person who knew about the Heavenly Purity Pill was Shunlong, who had told him about it. As well as Jiang Chen and the others, how could Jiang Tinfeng not get this hint and realize what was going on? At the same time, seeing that no one else wanted to bid for the Golden Light Flower after Jiang Tinfeng's bid, Jia Guiyong smiled and said in a crisp and clear voice that reverberated throughout the 5th floor, "Congratulations to this esteemed guest for winning the bid for the Golden Light Flower." Jiang Tinfeng nodded and stood up. As he walked towards the back of the auction venue where he went to pay for the Golden Light Flower, of course, neither Xuan Jie nor the silver-haired middle-aged woman from the White Ice City and the others were surprised that Shunlong didn't keep bidding. 400.000 high-grade spirit stones were indeed too much for a rank 7 medicinal herb. And although the Golden Light Flower was a rare rank 7 medicinal herb, it wasn't worth this price in the eyes of these Sovereign Realm experts. Especially if they were planning to bid for the Earth Flame later on and they wanted to conserve their spirit stones. A few moments later, Shunlong heard a knock on the door of his private room. As the young woman who had escorted him to his room said from the outside, "Esteemed guest, there is another guest that wants to meet you, and he says that you are already acquainted with each other. Should I let him enter?" Shunlong didn't even need to take a look at it, as he sensed the familiar aura of an early rank 9 Dao Emperor outside of his room and realized that it was Jiang Tinfeng nodding his head. Shunlong then said with a smile, "Let him in." The door of the private room opened in the next moment, as Shunlong saw a black-robed person appear inside like a blur. The young woman of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce bowed and closed the door soon after. Before Shunlong stared at the person in black robes in front of him and said with a smile, "Uncle Jiang. It's good to see that you are all right." Jiang Tinfeng removed his black robes, revealing his face to Shunlong before he said in an elated voice, "Nephew Shun. Ha ha ha. It's good to see you." Jiang Tinfeng gave an excited bear hug to Shunlong before he continued, "I didn't expect to see you here in Marong City, especially in this auction of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. I thought that you would still be cultivating inside the holy sect. Did China and the others come with you as well?" Shunlong shook his head and said, "Jiang Chen and the others are all in the Northern Sovereign's estate in the Northern Sovereign's city. I came here to deal with some personal matters, so I hope that Uncle Jiang can keep this a secret." The Northern Sovereign's estate. Jiang Tinfeng was stunned when he heard that Jiang Chen and the others were actually cultivating in the Northern Sovereign's estate. But he still nodded his head and answered, "Don't worry. Since these are your personal matters, you don't have to say anything. However, I am slightly curious. How did you end up meeting the Northern Sovereign?" Shunlong smiled and proceeded to explain to Jiang Tinfeng what had happened after they returned back to the holy sect. "What? You are a Dao King already?" Jiang Tinfeng stared at Shunlong with disbelieving eyes, almost as if he was looking at a monster. Even an expert like him couldn't believe that Shunlong was already a Dao King after just 3 brief years. After all, the last time that they had met, Shunlong's cultivation was merely at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage. To reach the Dao King realm from the early stages of the nascent soul stage in less than 3 years. This was definitely an unprecedented feat even in the history of the central region. As far as Jiang Tinfeng knew, even those geniuses who were born with unique physiques that aided them in their cultivation speed, like Zhao Min, who was ranked 2nd in the martial roll of honor and was born with the Blackwater unique physique, wouldn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed like Shunlong. At the same time, Jiang Tinfeng was extremely excited when he heard that Jiang Chen had managed to break through to the Dao King realm successfully as well. In his heart, Jiang Tinfeng had always been slightly worried that Jiang Chen would fail in his breakthrough, since he knew that his son was born with an immortal grade bloodline from a mythic rank magic beast, the demonic Crow of Darkness. And he even had a powerful unique physique as well. Hearing from Shunlong that Jiang Chen had indeed succeeded in becoming a Dao King, helped remove the biggest burden from Jiang Tinfeng's heart. Shanlong only hid the details about his stone of time and the golden skeleton that he had obtained from the depths of the king's palace. Before he explained to Jiang Tinfeng how they met the northern sovereign, and were invited to her estate, and that they were planning to enter the city of immortals, Jiang Tinfeng nodded his head and proceeded to explain to Shanlong how he had searched through most of the northern part of the central region for the golden light flower during the past 3 years, and that he had only chanced upon this auction of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce today by pure luck thankfully. Jiang Tinfeng belonged to a powerful family in the past. And he was also someone who was renowned throughout the central region as a whole and had killed quite a number of late-stage Dao emperors by himself, amassing quite a bit of wealth before his dantian was half crippled. Which was why he could afford to spend 400,000 high-grade spirit stones to get his hands on the golden light flower. At the same time, the auction continued. And after a few more items showed up, Shanlong's Flame Sovereign's hammer and the 2 Saint middle-grade martial skills finally appeared on the stage. Before they sold for a total of 550,000 high-grade spirit stones. A little more than an hour later, after more than a dozen items had been auctioned, Jia Guiyong stood on the main stage and stared at the people in front of her and those sitting in the private rooms. Before she said in a warm and pleasant voice, "Honorable guests, there are 2 final items left in our auction today. And I am sure that even the esteemed Sovereign Realm experts present today will be satisfied with them. Our next item is a 3-star soul-locking talisman. As you all know, talismans are really hard to make. And they can only be made by extremely powerful formation masters with extraordinary combat strength. Even more powerful experts will be unwilling to offend a talisman master due to this. This soul-locking talisman was made by a renowned peak 3-star formation master of our central region. Grandmaster Wang, our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce has already verified that this soul-locking talisman can even affect peak rank 9 Sovereign Realm experts. And only those Sovereign Realm experts with extraordinary spiritual strength or those who have a soul-protecting peak 3-star artifact will be able to resist its effects. The starting price for this soul-locking talisman will be 300,000 high-grade spirit stones, while each subsequent increase must be a minimum of 5,000 high-grade spirit stones higher than the last bid. 300.000.305.000 exclamation mark 310.000 exclamation mark this time. The people bidding for the soul-locking talisman were only the experts inside the private rooms, while none of the experts sitting in the normal seats down below looked to join in. Naturally, a treasure that could even harm a peak rank 9 Sovereign Realm powerhouse was enough to attract everyone's attention. But the terrifying starting price of 300,000 high-grade spirit stones was enough to daunt most people from even thinking of participating after all. The number of experts present in the auction today, who were similar to Jiang Tinfeng and could afford to spend that many high-grade spirit stones in one go, could be counted on one hand. And even though they all coveted this soul-locking talisman, they knew that it was already bound to end up in the hands of one of the experts in the private rooms. Even Jiang Tinfeng, who was renowned throughout the northern part of the central region, couldn't compete with a Sovereign Realm expert in terms of wealth if it wasn't because Xuan Jie needed to conserve most of his spirit stones to bid for the Earth Flame later on. It was practically certain that the price of the Golden Light Flower would have exceeded the 500,000 high-grade spirit stones mark. And even Jiang Tinfeng would find himself in a tough spot in that case. In the end, the price of the soul-locking talisman reached an exorbitant amount of 1,120,000 high-grade spirit stones, and was purchased by one of the experts sitting in the private rooms, just like everyone else had expected. With a smile on his face, Jiang Tinfeng looked at Shanlong and asked who his nephew Shun. "Do you know the person sitting inside the private room that just won this bid?" Shanlong looked at Jiang Tinfeng and shook his head before he asked, "Familiar?" "Ha. No. Although I have met him once before, I can't really say that we are familiar with each other. However, nephew Shun might be interested in his identity instead. That person is the 7th General in the Northern Sovereign's army." "Who?" Jiang Tinfeng said calmly as he stared at the blurry figure inside the private room that had just won the bid for the soul-locking talisman. "I don't know. Could it be that Uncle Jiang is familiar with that person? The 7th General. Shenlong asked in a somewhat curious tone as he stared at the blurry figure inside the private room opposite of his. The only general that he had met so far was the golden-armored old man back in the Northern Sovereign's estate. Old Lin. Although Shenlong had heard from the Northern Sovereign herself that there were 12 Sovereign Realm experts in the Northern Sovereign's city, he had yet to meet another one of those experts. At that moment, Jiang Tinfeng realized that Shenlong didn't know too much about the top powers in the northern part of the central region, including the inner structure of the Northern Sovereign's army. So he nodded his head and began to explain to him. Right. It's only natural that Nephew Shun doesn't know too much about the big powers of the central region. So let me explain. The Northern Sovereign's city is, unquestionably, the largest power in the northern part of the central region, other than the Northern Sovereign herself. You probably know already that there are 12 other Sovereign Realm experts guarding the city. And those 12 sovereigns are all subordinates of the Northern Sovereign herself. Every single one of those 12 sovereigns is an extremely powerful expert of their own. And they all rumored to train in the immortal grade cultivation techniques and even immortal grade martial skills from the Tianwan dynasty. Since Nephew Shun has come to Morong City to deal with private matters, you should already have a certain degree of confidence in succeeding, so I am not going to say anything. However, if you find yourself in trouble, I am sure that Zihu will help you with whatever it is that you may need as long as you reveal your identity to him. Naturally. If Nephew Shun needs my help as well, all you have to do is ask. I may not be able to do too much right now, but I can at least assure you that no middle stage Dao Emperor will be able to so much as touch you while you are with me. Shenlong nodded his head and cupped his hands at Jiang Tinfeng, before he bowed slightly towards him and said in a grateful manner, "Thank you, Uncle Jiang. But there is no need to worry. Even if I can't deal with my matters this time, I can always try to do so in the future. As for the Northern Sovereign, I would rather not ask her for help, unless it's absolutely necessary." Jiang Tinfeng nodded his head, and didn't say anything else, as he turned his attention towards the main stage of the auction venue where 2 late-stage Dao Emperors received the soul-locking talisman, and took it to Zihu's private room, under the other experts' eyes. Naturally. Since Shenlong had already decided on his course of action, Jiang Tranfang wouldn't try to persuade him against it after all. As a powerful expert himself, Jiang Tinfeng understood clearly that one of the things that was really hard to repay in the cultivation world was a favor from another powerful expert. If Shenlong owed the Northern Sovereign, it was very likely that the Northern Sovereign would wait until Shenlong became much stronger, perhaps even stronger than herself, before she called in this favor. Of course, what Jiang Tinfeng didn't know was that Shenlong's target this time an extremely powerful peak rank 9 Dao Emperor and the patriarch of the Morong family, Morong Tian. Even if the Northern Sovereign knew about this, it was uncertain whether she would agree to help Shenlong kill him. After all, Morong Tian wasn't any random Dao Emperor, and his death would greatly anger the Morong family. At the same time, in Xuanjie's private room, the Sovereign Realm expert from the Black Mist Valley, who had remained silent after the auctioning of the Golden Light Flower, suddenly exploded with laughter, as he looked at Zihu's private room in front of him and said in a mocking voice that resounded throughout the entire 5th floor, "Ha ha ha. Zihu, you would rather spend 1 million high-grade spirit stones on the soul-locking talisman, instead of keeping them to bid for the Earth Flame. It seems that even the generals of the Northern Sovereign's army are just as stupid as the normal soldiers." Inside his own private room, the golden-armored Zihu, who was sitting on his couch with a grumpy expression on his face, narrowed his eyes as he turned his attention towards Xuanjie, before he snorted and said in a cold voice, "Xuanjie, even a coward like you dares to call me stupid? Fine then. Why don't you try bidding for the Earth Flame now? I can promise you that as long as you manage to get your hands on it, I will immediately use this soul-locking talisman on you and seal your soul. I am sure that the talisman's effects will be even more powerful on a peak rank 3 Sovereign Realm cultivator like you." The silver-haired woman from the White Ice City, and the rest of the experts inside the private rooms were all startled when they heard this exchange between Zihu and Xuanjie. Before loud discussions filled their rooms soon after, everyone knows that Zihu has a short temper, and Xuanjie decided to mock him right after he was forced to pay 1 million high-grade spirit stones for that talisman. No wonder he is angry. Xuanjie dug his own hole. With one less person to compete for the Earth Flame, the chances for the rest of us will be even higher. Xuanjie's expression instantly changed when he heard the mocking voices of the experts inside the private rooms around him. Before he turned his attention towards Zihu's silhouette, and shouted angrily, "Zihu! You dare! You know that I am the right-hand man of the Valley Lord of the Black Mist Valley. Even if you are a general of the Northern Sovereign, you should know your limits. Are you saying that you are willing to waste your soul-locking talisman on me over such a trivial matter? You should know that even if you manage to kill me, the Valley Lord will definitely take revenge for me in the future." Xuanjie gritted his teeth as he said the last sentence. It was truly humiliating for a sovereign realm expert like him to resort to threats. But he knew that with the soul-locking talisman in his hands, Zihu was the one who had the upper hand. Forget about Xuanjie himself. Even middle-stage sovereign realm experts would think twice before offending Zihu right now. Narrowing his eyes, Zihu waved his right hand, dispelling the obscuring formation from his private room and allowing Shenlong and the others to have a good look at him. Before he turned his gaze towards Zihu and said mockingly, "You are right. You are not worthy of me wasting this soul-locking talisman on you. And I indeed had another reason why I purchased it today. However, the value of the earth flame itself is definitely no lower than this talisman. So, I don't mind exchanging it if I get to take your life and the earth flame in return. As for the Valley Lord of your Black Mist Valley, ha ha ha. Others may be afraid of him. But do you really think that I would be scared of an empty threat like that? Did you forget who in the person standing behind me?" Zihu's uproarious laughter sent chills to Xuanjie's spine, who regretted offending this madman. While solemn looks appeared on the faces of the surrounding experts present in the auction venue. Although Zihu was extremely overbearing, everyone understood that he was right. Behind him was the Northern Sovereign, the strongest expert in the northern part of the central region. Why would Zihu be afraid of the Black Mist Valley? In fact, would the Valley Lord of the Black Mist Valley even dare to try and kill one of the generals under the Northern Sovereign? Sensing the stifling atmosphere that had covered the entire fifth floor, the yellow-robed auctioneer, Jia Guiyong, took a deep breath to calm herself down. Before she turned to look at the experts in the private rooms and clapped her hands once, attracting everyone's attention. Before she said with a smile on her face, "Honorable guests, let us continue with the last item of our auction. It is indeed what everyone here today has been waiting for. Our final item of today's auction is an extremely rare item. A true earth flame." The moment that Jia Guiyong finished speaking, Shenlong could sense the atmosphere inside the fifth floor of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce abruptly heating up. Before an old man in white robes whose body was completely drenched in sweat walked towards the main stage of the auction venue with slow steps. The old man, whose cultivation was at the early stages of the Tao Emperor realm, had both of his hands stretched in front of him as he walked towards the main stage. While in between his hands, a purple-colored flame could be seen flickering there. The eyes of every single expert inside the fifth floor instantly lit up the moment that they saw this purple-colored flame, while many of them even forgot about Zihu's and Xuanjie's fight. As Jia Guiyong's voice entered everyone's ears soon after, "Esteemed guests, as you have all guessed, our final item is this purple-colored earth flame. This earth flame was found by a nascent soul stage cultivator in the depths of the Elderwood Mountain right outside our Marong city. As many of you already know, each earth flame is unique and has its own properties, as well as an element of its own. The moment that a cultivator absorbs an earth flame, they will not only be able to use the earth flame itself during alchemy or when they inscribe formations, or even during a fight, but they will also be able to gain insights into the element of the earth flame. As for this earth flame in front of me, our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce has already verified that the moment that an expert absorbs it, that person will be able to gain insights into the Tao of Fire. The starting price for this earth flame will be 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, while each subsequent increase must be a minimum of 5,000 high-grade spirit stones higher than the last bid. Sigh. I was hoping that it would be an earth flame with the element of ice. That way, I could increase the level of my Tao of Ice even further after I absorb it. Although it's slightly unfortunate, it doesn't matter that much in the end, since any earth flame will increase my strength by quite a bit. Even if the Tao of Fire is useless to me, Having an earth flame is no different from having an extra trump card when I'm in trouble. The beautiful silver-haired woman from the White Ice City, who was in the room right next to Shunlong's, mumbled to herself as she stared at the purple-colored ball of flame on the main stage. And after taking a deep breath, she then called out in a loud voice, 600.000 high-grade spirit stones. The silver-haired woman then turned her attention towards Shunlong's private room before she turned to look at the two other rooms in front of her. The beautiful silver-haired woman knew that her main opponents for today's auction would most likely be the mysterious black-robed person in the room next to hers, whose cultivation she had failed to discern previously, as well as those who were inside the other two private rooms. As for Xuan Jie from the Black Mist Valley, she didn't even bother throwing a single glance at him, since Li Hu had already claimed that he would use his soul-locking talisman the moment that Xuan Jie managed to get his hands on the earth flame. It was virtually certain that Xuan Jie would have to give up on bidding this time, whether he liked it or not. Indeed, Xuan Jie had a fervent look in his eyes as he stared at the earth flame. But under Zi Hu's cold gaze, he didn't dare to call out his bid. Although Xuan Jie knew that Zi1 who needed the soul-locking talisman for his own matters and would most likely not dare to waste it on him, Xuan Jie didn't dare to truly take this risk in the end. In his heart, Xuan Jie was now feeling boundless anger, but he didn't have any way to vent it out. Meanwhile, from one of the two private rooms that the silver-haired woman was staring at, a deep voice came from the depths of the room, resounding throughout the auction venue a moment later. As the person inside the room said calmly, 700.000 high-grade spirit stones. Ha ha. It seems that experts from all the top powers have come for the earth flame today. It's too bad that none of you will be able to obtain it if I'm not mistaken. You must be Senior Xiao from Lord Zu's garden. I suppose it's time for me to join in as well. 800.000 high-grade spirit stones. A composed voice came from another private room after a few moments of silence. As the person inside the room stared at the expert who had just called out the bid of 701.000 high-grade spirit stones and spoke in a relaxed tone. Senior Xiao narrowed his eyes as he stared at this person sitting in the room right next to his own before he said in a pondering manner, a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor. It doesn't look like I have met you before, but you seem to recognize me quite easily. Brat. Which power did you come from? Hearing Senior Xiao's words, that person suddenly smiled and waved his hand, dispelling the obscuring formation around his private room and revealing his face to everyone present. Before he cupped his hands and said naturally, I recognize you. Lord Zu's garden isn't that far away from my Morong city in the first place. So how could I, as the patriarch of Morong family, not be familiar with the experts from Lord Zu's garden? Senior Xiao's eyes widened when he heard this. Before he asked in a somewhat intrigued voice a moment later, Brat. You are the new patriarch of Morong family. Morong Tian. At this moment, it wasn't just Senior Xiao or the silver-haired woman from the White Ice City who had turned their attention towards Morong Tian, but every single person present on the 5th floor, including the 7th General from the Northern Sovereign's army, Zi Hu, as well as Xuan Jie from the Black Mist Valley. Although most people didn't know what Morong Tian looked like since he had only appeared in Morong City twice in the last 3,000 years. His name was known by every single person inside the city. After all, Morong Tian was an extremely influential figure in Morong City, and he was even rumored to be just a step away from the Sovereign Realm. Even some Sovereign Realm experts were paying attention to someone who could potentially threaten them in the future, even though the current Morong Tian wasn't as strong as Sovereign Realm experts since he had yet to break through to that level. Inside Morong City at least, the patriarch of the Morong family was just as influential as most Sovereign Realm experts, if not even more. In fact, if Morong Tian managed to break through to the Sovereign Realm, the Morong family would have 3 Sovereign Realm experts, and they would then be ranked right below the strongest powers of the northern part of the central region. At that moment, inside his own private room, Shunlong had been staring at the purple-colored earth flame with a profound look in his eyes, before he suddenly turned his attention towards the private room next to Xuan Jie's and looked at the figure of the handsome middle-aged man with long black hair who had just showed his face. Zhang Tinfeng didn't seem to have noticed Shunlong's sudden change in expression as he too stared at Morong Tian at the same time. And after a moment of silence he said, "Nephew Shun. You probably don't know this. But the patriarch of the Morong family is extremely powerful. Other than the Grand Elder of your holy sect and a few other peak Dao emperors at the same level as him, there is practically no one else at the Dao Emperor realm who can be his match." Ha ha. Master. This situation has become quite interesting. Little Black said with a look of amusement in his deep blue eyes as he also stared at the silhouette of Morong Tian from the foggy space inside the Stone of Time, nodding his head. Shun Long observed Morong Tian seriously without saying a word. Indeed. This was something extremely unexpected at the same time. Although the experts inside the other private rooms were slightly surprised when they found out that the patriarch of the Morong family had come to bid for the Earth Flame as well. They merely threw a few more glances at him before they continued to Takalo call out their bidder after all. Even though Morong Tian may have been famous within Morong City, in the eyes of those experts who came from the strongest powers of the northern part of the central region, he was only a slightly strongest Dao Emperor. Only experts at the Sovereign Realm or higher were enough to warrant Zihu's and the others' attention. $50,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. 900,001.000.000 high-grade Spirit Stones. In less than a minute, the price of the Earth Flame had already gone past the I-million high-grade Spirit Stones mark. And yet there were still no signs of it slowing down. 1,200,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. An old man in luxurious yellow robes suddenly called out from the ordinary seats down below, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Even experts like Xuan Jie and the silver-haired woman from White Ice City had turned their attention towards this person, staring at him with some surprise in their eyes. After all, the people who could afford to call a bid of 1,000,000 high-grade Spirit Stones were almost all renowned Sovereign Realm experts. As for this old man, they could clearly sense that he was just an early rank 9 Dao Emperor, the same level as Jiang Tinfeng. Who is this person? He actually dares to bid for the Earth Flame against the Sovereign Realm seniors. Aren't he afraid that he won't be able to keep the Earth Flame even if he wins the bid? Wait. I have seen this person before. He is the current clan head of the Zai clan. A person in the audience seats quickly recognized the yellow-robed old man, as he exclaimed in a loud voice a moment later. The Zai clan. What kind of clan is that? They are a powerful clan that is no weaker than the Morong family. I have heard that the previous clan leader of the Zai clan and the old ancestor of the Morong family have been rivals for many years. No wonder the current clan head of the Zai clan would come here to fight for the Earth Flame. Another person answered seriously a moment later, as his eyes stared at the clan leader of the Zai clan who was sitting just a few meters away from him. 1,400,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. The Sovereign Realm expert from Lord Zu's garden. Senior Zaizo unorted before he said in a cold voice, increasing the price of the Earth Flame even further at the same time. However, the beautiful silver-haired woman from the White Ice City didn't choose to remain silent either, as she called out a moment later, 1,500,000. In just a few moments, the price of the Earth Flame had reached a staggering 2,000,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. And it was only then that it finally started to slow down. At that moment, Jia Guiyong took a deep breath and smiled brightly as she looked at the silhouettes of the Sovereign Realm experts inside the private rooms. Before she said in a clear voice, "Esteemed guests, I suggest that you don't miss the chance to obtain this Earth Flame. Even our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce doesn't get the chance to auction an Earth Flame very often. Who knows when you will get another chance if you miss this one." It was unknown if it was intentional or not, but Jia Guiyong's gaze ended up landing on the Sovereign Realm expert from the Black Myth Valley as she said the last sentence. And yet, Xuan Jie merely snorted, but he didn't choose to bid for the Earth Flame even after Jia Guiyong's attempt to entice him. After all, the moment that he managed to get his hands on the Earth Flame, Xuan Jie knew that Ziho would use his soul-locking talisman to deal with him. Although an Earth Flame was valuable, he wasn't going to risk his life for it. Of course, if there were a chance to get revenge on Zihu in the future, there was no way that Xuan Jie would let it go. 10 minutes later, the bids finally stopped, as the experts present all stared at a certain private room with mixed emotions. Inside his own private room, Morong Tian laughed without restraint as he looked at the purple-colored Earth Flame on the main stage with a fervent look in his eyes. After spending 3.4 million high-grade spint stones, he had finally forced everyone else to concede. Tisk. I didn't think that even with more than 3 million high-grade spirit stones I wouldn't be able to secure a single earth flame. Senior Xiao clicked his tongue and said in a dissatisfied tone as he stared at Marong Tian. Clearly, it wasn't that Marong Tian was richer than Senior Xiao, but that Senior Xiao himself wasn't prepared for Marong Tian's involvement naturally. As the patriarch of the Marong family, Marong Tian could take out a much larger amount of spirit stones than Senior Xiao could. Which was why even though Senior Xiao had prepared more than 3 million high-grade spirit stones for the earth flame, it still wasn't enough. At the same time, inside the private room right next to Shenlong's, one of the three white-robed women asked the silver-haired woman who was sitting on the couch, "Master, you really don't want to continue bidding? Even the Marong family wouldn't be able to compete with you in terms of wealth, unless their old ancestor personally comes out of his seclusion." The beautiful silver-haired woman from the White Ice City looked at the purple-colored earth flame on the main stage and shook her head. Before she answered in a calm tone, "If it was an earth flame with the element of ice I would definitely go all out to obtain it. But an earth flame with the element of fire isn't worth me spending more than 3 million high-grade spirit stones for it. Since the patriarch of the Marong family wants it, I will let him have it. Instead, there is something else that I don't understand." As she finished speaking, the beautiful silver-haired woman turned her gaze towards the room that was right next to hers with a perplexed look on her face. She had been certain that the person in the room next to hers had come here for the earth flame as well. But from the moment that the auction of the earth flame began until it ended, that person didn't even call out a single bid for it. Meanwhile, inside his private room, after he stared at Marong Tian with a deep look in his eyes, Shenlong turned his attention towards Jiang Tinfeng, who was sitting right next to him, and said calmly, "Uncle Jiang, let's part ways for now. If you have time, you should go visit Jiang Chen and the others in the Northern Sovereign's estate." Jiang Tinfeng was momentarily surprised when he heard Shenlong's words, before he followed his line of sight soon after, as his gaze landed on the patriarch of the Marong family barely a moment later. After a moment of silence, Jiang Tinfeng nodded his head and said solemnly, "Nephew Shen, you should be careful then. I will be waiting for you in the Northern Sovereign's city." Of course, Jiang Tinfeng didn't know what Shenlong wanted to do with Marong Tian in the first place. Even in his wildest dreams, the idea of Shenlong dealing with a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor didn't even pass through his mind. At most, Jiang Tinfeng thought that Shenlong may have needed Marong Tian's help, or that his target was someone from the Marong family. At the same time that Jiang Tinfeng left Shenlong's private room, Marong Tian handed over the 3.4 million high-grade spirit stones to the experts of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce before he received the purple-colored earth flame and placed it inside his spatial ring. Although earth flames were rare and unique treasures, they were still inanimate objects and could be stored inside spatial rings just like any regular treasure. The only reason why the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce had a powerful Dao Emperor openly suppress the earth flame instead of putting it inside a spatial ring, simply to let the experts present take a look at the earth flame itself. The experts inside the private rooms were all about to leave now that the auction had finally ended, when suddenly, a deep, hoarse voice resounded from one of the private rooms, immediately attracting their attention. "Patriarch Marong, can we have a talk?" Senior Xiao from Lord, whether it was the white-robed, silver-haired woman from the White Ice City, Xuan Jie from the Black Mist Valley, Senior Zhu's Garden, or even the 7th General from the Northern Sovereign's army, Zihu, the 4 Sovereign Realm experts all halted their steps as they turned their attention towards Shenlong's private room soon after. In the eyes of these 4 experts, the black-robed person inside that private room was a complete mystery. He was someone that none of them could see through, as he had completely concealed his own cultivation base. And yet such a person had come to participate in the auction without even trying to bid for the earth flame once. This was why after they heard Shenlong suddenly addressing Marong Tian, the 4 Sovereign Realm experts were all surprised. Of course, it wasn't just these 4 Sovereign Realm experts who were surprised, as Marong Tian himself was also stunned as he stared at the silhouette of the mysterious black-robed person inside that private room. Naturally, as the patriarch of the Marong family, Morong Tien wouldn't just meet with everyone who asked to meet him. However, sovereign realm experts were a different matter. And Morong Tien understood this as well. Morong Tien knew that this was even more so for the black-robed person who had just spoken to him. After all, Morong Tien himself was a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor, who was only a step away from breaking through to the sovereign realm. In fact, if he wanted to, he could even attempt to break through to the sovereign realm at any time. The only reason he had yet to begin his breakthrough was because he was still waiting until he was fully confident that he would succeed. With his current level of strength, Morong Tien was confident that even most early-stage sovereign realm experts like Z who couldn't fully hide their cultivation bases from him, unless they were training in an immortal grade cultivation technique that allowed them to perfectly hide their strength from others. Thus, in Morong Tien's eyes, Shenlong was either someone who was training in such an immortal grade cultivation technique, or he was a middle-stage sovereign. Regardless of whether this black-robed person was a middle-stage sovereign realm expert or not, Morong Tien knew that his Morong family couldn't afford to ignore him. After a moment of silence, Morong Tien cupped his hands at Shenlong and said in a calm manner, "Fellow Taoist, since you wish to talk with me, how can I possibly refuse? Why don't you follow me back to the Morong estate? I will gladly hold a banquet for you so we can become better acquainted with each other." Contrary to Morong Tien's expectations, however, Shenlong merely shook his head and rejected this suggestion before he answered, "There is no need. I won't stay for too long in the city, so there is no need for a banquet. Let's just go to a random restaurant instead. You can choose the place." Shenlong's hoarse voice was filled with calmness as he stared at Morong Tien. Indeed, the moment that Shenlong rejected his offer to go to the Morong estate to hold a banquet, Morong Tien's eyes narrowed without saying anything. After all, the main reason why Morong Tien had suggested for them to go to the Morong estate was because of how safe that place was. Even if Shenlong was a middle-stage sovereign, he wouldn't be able to leave the Morong estate completely unharmed if anything happened. After all, the Morong estate was the place where the old ancestor of the Morong family, and the other experts of the family cultivated. The moment that Shenlong rejected his offer, Morong Tien was about to shake his head and return back to the Morong estate. But after he heard the second part of Shenlong's sentence, the patriarch of the Morong family fell silent before he responded a few moments later. "In that case, let's go to the Burning Noble restaurant." Shenlong nodded his head, and under the eyes of all the surrounding experts present, he followed Morong Tien out of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. As they headed for the Burning Noble restaurant, "What does that guy want with the Morong family? Don't tell me that he intends to join them." The sovereign realm expert from Lord Zu's garden, Senior Xiao, mumbled in a low voice as he watched Shenlong and Morong Tien leisurely commerce walk out of the White Tiger Chamber. Of course, it was no wonder that Senior Xiao would be worried about this. After all, the Morong family already had 2 sovereign realm experts, and Morong Tien himself was already on the cusp of breaking through to the sovereign realm. If another sovereign realm expert really joined them, especially if that person was a middle-stage sovereign, then the Morong family could truly start becoming a threat to the other peak powers in the northern part of the central region. The beautiful silver-haired woman from the White Ice City shook her head while her eyes were staring intensely at Shenlong's back, almost as if she was trying to discern his identity behind his black robes. Before she answered calmly a few moments later, "That's unlikely. Even if that person really is a rogue cultivator, there is no reason for him to choose to join the Morong family when he could join any of us. He probably has something to take care of in Morong City that requires Morong Tien's help." The 7th General Eye of the Northern Sovereign's army, Zihu, nodded his head as he agreed with her. And after he threw one last look at Xuanjie, he snorted before he left the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Xuanjie had a murderous look in his eyes as he stared at Zihu's back. Before he too left the building a few moments later, the Burning Noble restaurant was located in the heart of Morong City. And it was the biggest and most luxurious restaurant inside the city. In fact, this restaurant was owned by the Morong family, and only cultivators at the nascent soul stage or above were allowed to step foot into its premises. However, the reason why Morong Tien chose this restaurant to meet with Shenlong wasn't because it was owned by the Morong family. Instead, it was because of how close this place was to the Morong estate. If Shenlong really had any bad intentions, Monarch could simply retreat back to the Monarch estate where the two sovereign realm experts of the Monarch family were cultivating by then. Even a sovereign realm expert wouldn't have a chance to kill him. The moment that Monarch appeared in front of the burning noble restaurant, the waiters at the entrance all stared at him in disbelief. Before one of them bowed and called out in a trembling voice, "Patriarch." Monarch didn't even throw a single glance at the waiter as he turned around to look at Shenlong behind him and said, "Let's go inside." The moment that the manager of the burning noble restaurant heard that the patriarch of the Monarch family had come to visit, the manager hurriedly came out to welcome him. Before he personally led Monarch and Shenlong to the best private room of the restaurant. "Patriarch, if there is anything you need, you can simply call for me. I will be waiting right outside," the manager said respectfully as he bowed deeply at Monarch. In reality, the manager of the burning noble restaurant was also a member of the Monarch family, which was why he was even more respectful to Monarch than the waiters. Monarch waved his hand in a dismissive manner without even looking at the manager, as his eyes stared calmly at Shenlong. The manager then bowed and closed the doors of the private room without daring to say another word, leaving just Monarch and the black-robed Shenlong inside the private room. Seeing that it was just the two of them left, Monarch stared at Shenlong and said calmly, "Fellow Taoist, now that it's just the two of us left, I hope that you can be sincere enough to reveal your identity to me." Although Monarch's voice calm and unhurried, Shenlong could sense that his aura was the exact opposite, as it was about to explode at any time the moment that Shenlong tried to attack him. Monarch would either choose to retaliate if he could, or if the gap between them was really as big as he thought, he would then do everything he could to leave the burning noble restaurant and retreat back to the Monarch estate. Of course, Shenlong wasn't surprised that Monarch didn't seem to trust him one bit. After all, it wouldn't make sense for him to trust him when Shenlong hadn't even shown his face to him. At the same time, Shenlong knew that the main reason why Monarch had agreed to meet with him was because Monarch couldn't sense his strength and didn't want to offend him just yet. And because as the patriarch of the Monarch family, he naturally wouldn't show weakness in public for no reason. As the patriarch of the Monarch family, if he avoided meeting someone simply because of that person's strength, Monarch wouldn't only end up offending a sovereign realm expert, but he would even end up becoming a laughingstock in Monarch City besides, since they were still within the premises of Monarch City. Even if the person who wanted to meet with him was a middle-stage sovereign realm expert, Monarch was certain that Shenlong couldn't insta-kill him unless he was someone at the same level as the old ancestor of the Monarch family. But of course, the number of experts who were at the same level as the old ancestor of the Monarch family in the northern part of the central region were less than 20. And Monarch knew that it was unlikely for Shenlong to be one of them. Nodding his head, Shenlong smiled before he removed his black robes. Monarch was stunned when he saw Shenlong's appearance as he remained silent for a few seconds, while a look of unconcealed shock and surprise had covered his face. Finally, a few moments later, a serious look appeared in Monarch's eyes as he said solemnly, "Who are you?" No matter how he thought about it, Monarch was certain that he had never seen Shenlong before. Even if this young man in front of him really was a middle-stage sovereign realm expert, Monarch was confident that Shenlong wasn't someone from the northern part of the central region. After all, as the patriarch of the Monarch family, he was already familiar with most of the sovereign realm experts of the northern part of the central region. And Shenlong definitely wasn't one of them. With a smile on his face, Shenlong put on his black robes again and waved his hand, as he took out a plain-looking scroll from his spatial ring and placed it on the table in front of Monarch before he said calmly, "Who am I isn't what's important. Monarch, the reason I have come to find you today is to resolve an old grudge." Resolve an old grudge. Monarch was perplexed when he heard this, as he looked at Shenlong with a confused look in his eyes, before he turned his attention towards the plain-looking scroll on the table in front of him. At the same time, however, his vigilance was raised to the max, and after a moment of hesitation, he didn't stretch out his hand to take a look at the scroll and simply waited for Shenlong to continue explaining. Although he didn't remember meeting Shenlong in the past, let alone having a grudge with him. Morong Tian understood that since Shenlong had just said so, things could be tricky between them. Shenlong nodded his head and answered calmly, indeed. There is an old grudge between us. But it is nothing that cannot be resolved through normal means. As he finished speaking, Shenlong finally circulated his monarch's hourglass, causing his eyes to immediately turn golden before his cultivation at the early rank 2 of the Tao King realm exploded outwards the moment that Morong Tian sensed Shenlong's cultivation. A look of disbelief colored his face as he mumbled in shock, "You are a Tao King at this moment." Morong Tian even started to doubt his own senses. He couldn't understand how the person in front of him, who could even conceal his cultivation base from sovereign realm experts, could possibly be a Tao King. But Morong Tian was forced to believe that it was true. After all, even late-stage sovereign realm experts couldn't possibly fool a peak rank 9 Tao Emperor like him by emitting an aura at the Tao King realm when they were at the sovereign realm. Shenlong didn't deny it as he then said, "Indeed, I am a Tao King. In fact, I only recently broke through to the Tao King realm. As for the reason why I have come to find you today, it is to get revenge for Wo Wui." Wo Wui? Morong Tian was momentarily stunned when he heard this familiar yet also unfamiliar name, before a dangerous glint flashed through his eves soon after. Scenes of him meeting Wo Wui for the first time started to resurface in Morong Tian's mind, causing a wave of killing intent to burst out from his body and completely envelop the black-robed Shenlong in a single moment. And yet, Morong Tian didn't make a move against him right away and simply stared at Shenlong silently as he waited for him to continue. Although this person in front of him was definitely nothing more than a Tao King, and was akin to an ant in front of him, Morong Tian was still quite vigilant, and wasn't in a hurry to make a move against him. After all, to dare face a peak rank 9 Tao Emperor like him and even sit there calmly, Morong Tian was certain that Shenlong must have had something to back him up. After a moment of silence, Morong Tian finally said, "It doesn't look like there are any sovereign realm experts watching after you. Even if there were any, they wouldn't be able to completely conceal their auras in front of me unless they were using a special technique like you. Could it be that you have a defensive artifact that you rely on to protect you? Or is it be that you have an offensive artifact that can even harm a peak Tao Emperor?" Morong Tran asked calmly. But the look of killing intent in his eyes hadn't lessened as he stared at Shenlong, of course. Morong Tian didn't really expect Shenlong to answer and was only trying to probe for information. If Shenlong had any abnormal reaction, Morong Tian could then guess what he was dealing with. And yet, Shenlong, who had covered himself with his black robes again, didn't seem to react to his probing. As he shook his head and said, "It's useless to try and probe me. Since I came here to see you, I am confident that you can't do anything to me. Otherwise I could simply bide my time and come deal with you in the future after I am strong enough." Indeed, if Shenlong really wanted to deal with him, he could simply wait until he is stronger before he came to take revenge. Since he had, Morong Tian's eyes narrowed dangerously, but he didn't deny this since he knew that it was true. Already shown his cards to Morong Tian, it meant that he was probably willing to compromise. Of course, this didn't mean that Morong Tian was afraid of Shenlong returning to deal with him in the future. After all, Morong Tian was extremely talented and wasn't inferior to anyone else in the northern part of the central region. Even throughout the entire central region as a whole, he was still considered a genius. Putting aside whether Shenlong could really become strong enough to surpass him in the future, he had to catch up to him first. With a cold and yet scornful look in his eyes, Morong Tian then asked, "What is your relationship with Wo Wui? Since you came to take revenge for him, I believe that you have a general idea of the relationship between me and him." Nodding his head, Shenlong then said in a calm manner, "Since everything started with Yi Qianyu, let it end with her too. Hand her over." "What did you say?" Morong Tian no longer restrained his killing intent, as his aura at the peak of the Tao Emperor realm exploded out of his body, immediately submerging the entire burning noble restaurant. It wasn't just the manager, who was standing outside of the private room, who was stunned when he sensed Morong Tian's aura, but every single person who was dining inside the restaurant, as they all started trembling uncontrollably. The aura of a peak Tao Emperor was enough to stun every single expert inside the restaurant. In fact, even a couple of early-stage Tao Emperors who were present were completely terrified. as they all turned their attention towards Murong Tian's location. And yet, the target of this outburst, Shenlong, who was just standing a few meters away from Murong Tian, seemed completely unaffected. Almost as if the aura of a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor had no effect on him. Pointing at the plain-looking scroll on the table, Shenlong then continued, "Since I received Wo Wui's legacy, I know everything about you and him, as well as Yi Qianyu. Everything started with her. So I am willing to trade an immortal-grade cultivation technique for her." Murong Tian was momentarily stunned, to the point where even his killing intent subsided for a brief moment, as he turned his attention towards the plain-looking scroll on the table. The moment that his eyes landed on the scroll in front of him, Murong Tian was taken aback, as he hurriedly stretched out his hand and grabbed it, while his eyes focused on the words at the very top of the scroll. Immortal-grade cultivation technique. Ice Kingdom naturally. This was the same immortal-grade cultivation technique that Shenlong had given to the Grand Elder. The Ice Kingdom, however. The difference between this scroll in Murong Tian's hands and the scroll that Shenlong had given to the Grand Elder was the amount of information recorded in each of them. After reading through the scroll, Murong Tian soon realized that more than half of the information needed was missing. Of course, he understood that Shenlong would only give him the rest of it if he agreed to his terms. Silence filled the private room soon after, as Murong Tian stared at the scroll in front of him with a deep look in his eyes before he turned his attention towards Shenlong as the patriarch of the Murong family. Murong Tian knew very clearly how rare an immortal-grade cultivation technique really was. Even the entire Murong family didn't have an immortal-grade cultivation technique for themselves. The only one who owned an immortal-grade cultivation technique was the old ancestor of the Murong family. But even his own cultivation technique was one that the old ancestor had obtained through an expert's legacy, and he couldn't transmit it to others. At the same time, although it was possible to find some immortal low-grade cultivation techniques in the high-level auctions in the central part of the central region, Murong Tian knew that even the cheapest of those cultivation techniques would go for at least 1 million high-grade spirit stones. And most of the time, their actual price would easily exceed what he had just paid for the Earth Flame by a substantial amount. The Murong family had tried to obtain a cultivation technique through one of those auctions in the past. But each time, the price ended up going past 10 million high-grade spirit stones, and they had to give up. Although some of the peak powers in the northern part of the central region, like the White Ice City and the Northern Sovereign City, could afford that price, the Murong family wasn't capable of taking out 10 million high-grade spirit stones at once, even now that Murong Tian had managed to win the bid for the Earth Flame. He had ended up spending almost half of the total amount of spirit stones accumulated by the Murong family inside their treasury. After a moment of silence, Murong Tian stared at Shenlong with a profound look in his eyes before he asked, "You want to trade an immortal-grade cultivation technique for Qianyu? Interesting? Even if you obtained Wo Wui's legacy, I am sure that the treasures that Wo Wui left behind aren't close to the value of a complete immortal-grade cultivation technique. Fine then. Since you want Qianyu, you can have her." The moment that he finished speaking, Murong Tian suddenly lunged forward with his right arm stretched out in the shape of a claw, heading straight for Shenlong's neck. It was obvious that Murong Tian was aiming to take Shenlong by surprise and kill him before he could activate any of his treasures in the first place. The private room wasn't big while Shenlong and Murong Tian were sitting opposite each other, making the distance between the two of them practically non-existent. Forget about an early-stage Dao King like Shenlong. Even a late-stage Dao Emperor wouldn't be able to react to a sneak attack from Murong Tian from such a close distance. And yet, what Murong Tian didn't know was that right before he made his move, Shenlong's golden eyes flashed with a bright blue light. Before a scene of Murong Tian lunging forward had already appeared in his mind, Shenlong could feel a large amount of his chi being sapped at that moment. But he didn't pay any attention to it, as he merely stared at the incoming hand that was filled with killing intent and was heading for his head. At that moment, an enormous black claw covered in black scales seemed to have torn space apart, appearing in front of Shenlong seemingly out of thin air. As it blocked Murong Tian's hand, Murong Tian could sense an overwhelming force coming from the massive black claw in front of him, before his body was sent flying backwards like a meteor, crashing on the wooden wall behind him. Even though the walls of the private room were enhanced by a peak 1-star formation master and could even take on the attack of a middle-stage Dao Emperor without much trouble. Little Black's all-out attack was an entirely different matter. Morong Tien ignored the pain he was feeling in his right arm. As he stared at the creature that had appeared in front of him and had easily blocked his attack with a look of utter disbelief on his face. A dragon? Although he had never seen a living dragon before, Morong Tien had naturally heard of this legendary rank magic beast and could clearly recognize it with just a glance. At the same time, a serious look had appeared in Little Black's eyes as she looked at the patriarch of the Morong family. Before he sent a mental message to Shenlong through their spiritual connection and said calmly, "Master, it seems that the information about this guy wasn't complete." Indeed, Shenlong didn't need Little Black to mention this, since he had also realized that the information he had gotten from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce about Morong Tien was incomplete. Even after taking Little Black's attack head-on, Morong Tien was practically unharmed, without the slightest bit of injury on his body. Even for a peak Dao Emperor like him, this shouldn't be possible. Since, even though Little Black was a middle rank 7 magic beast, his actual strength exceeded that of most peak rank 7 magic beasts even with a peak 2-star armor. There was no way for Morong Tien to be completely unharmed like this, unless he was using a martial skill when he attacked Shenlong, or if he was a body refinement cultivator. From the aura that was coming from his body, Shenlong was now certain that Morong Tien was also a body refinement cultivator. Although the strength of his body wasn't at the same level as his chi cultivation, Shenlong could sense that Morong Tien was also a middle 7th stage body refiner. And he was even close to the peak of the 7th stage as well, paired with the peak 2-star armor that he was wearing. Even a magic beast at the peak of rank 7 would find it hard to injure him, let alone kill him. Morong Tien seemed to have guessed what Shenlong was thinking at this moment, as he looked at him and laughed loudly before he said in a mocking manner, "Ha ha ha. Kid, you seem surprised to find out that I am a body refiner. Don't tell me that you were counting on this little attack to kill me. If that's the case, things will really be easier than I thought." As he said this, Morong Tien stared greedily at the black dragon in front of him, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Putting aside how valuable the body of a dragon really was, just the thought that he would be able to tame a dragon today made Morong Tien's heart beat with uncontrollable excitement. Of course, Morong Tien knew that the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce would sell information about him as long as someone had enough spirit stones. This was why he had always kept his body refinement cultivation a secret and had intended to use it as a trump card. At this point, the entire private room had also been destroyed, allowing the guests in the restaurant to take a look at the 30-meter, 100 feet, long black dragon that was hovering in the air and was facing Morong Tien. What is this? Don't tell me that it's a real dragon. How did a dragon appear in Morong City? No. How did it appear in the central region? Look at the person standing in front of the dragon. Isn't that the patriarch of the Morong family? It wasn't just the cultivators inside the burning noble restaurant, as even some people who were close by seemed to have noticed this commotion, as they all turned to look at Little Black and the patriarch of the Morong family. However, neither Shenlong nor Morong Tien seemed to have paid any attention to the people around them, as they stared at each other for a few moments, before Shenlong finally shook his head and said, "I am indeed surprised to see that you are also a body refiner. But it seems that you are mistaken about one thing. I wasn't expecting that this attack would really kill you, but that it would simply injure you instead. Even if you are a body refiner, since you haven't reached the peak of the 7th stage yet, you are still going to die." Hearing the calm tone that Shenlong used to speak to him despite being in this unfavorable situation, made Morong Tien turn serious. Although he didn't know what Shenlong was planning to rely on, Morong Tien wasn't going to take it lightly either. Shenlong noticed that Morong Tien had raised his vigilance even further, before he took a deep breath and pointed his finger towards him, as he then said in a cold voice that brought chills to every single cultivator watching this scene, "Let's see who is going to die then. Brat. Hand over your life." Morong Tien no longer held back as he shouted in a cold voice, before his chi started to gather around his body as it formed an illusionary black spike. Morong Tien had decided to go all out from the start as he used his strongest martial skill, A peak Saint-grade skill called the Soul Spike. The Soul Spike was formed in barely a second. As it tore through the air and flew straight towards Shenlong, most Tao emperors would be completely terrified in the face of Morong Tian's most powerful attack. But Little Black's mouth seemed to have formed a mocking smile. As the black dragon stood in front of the black-robed Shenlong, directly blocking this spike, Morong Tian's eyes narrowed for a moment, but he didn't choose to take back his attack. And instead, he used even more of his chi to power the Soul Spike. However, the moment that the black spike touched Little Black and entered his spiritual sea, a look of terror appeared on Morong Tian's face in the next moment. As the patriarch of the Morong family stared at the black dragon with eyes filled with disbelief, the black dragon didn't even tremble after taking on his strongest attack. Nor did his eyes turn dull. Instead, Morong Tian could sense that his soul spike was no different from a small pebble falling into an endless ocean, not raising even the smallest ripple in the process. At the same time, a look that was filled with cruelty and killing intent appeared in Little Black's deep azure eyes as he faced Morong Tian. Before Little Black then took a deep breath and opened his mouth, staring at the gigantic ball of black flames that had formed itself in the black dragon's mouth. For the first time in countless years, the patriarch of the Morong family finally felt the scent of death as his entire body shivered. The calm look inside Morong Tian's eyes seemed to have instantly disappeared the moment his eyes landed on the ball of black flames in the black dragon's mouth, although he had never seen flames like these before. Morong Tian is a person who always trusted his own feeling. And he could instantly sense that this ball of black flames in front of him was extremely dangerous. It was something that even a peak Tao emperor like Lum had never felt before. A type of flame that could eradicate his very existence. Without any hesitation, Morong Tian immediately turned around and flew towards the Morong estate like a bolt of lightning, not caring about his own appearance in the least. The only thing that mattered right now was getting away from this burning noble restaurant and returning to the Morong estate to ask for help from the two sovereign realm experts of the Morong family. At that moment, however, the look inside Little Black's eyes seemed to have turned even colder than before. As the black dragon opened his mouth and spat the ball of black flames towards Morong Tian without the slightest hint of mercy in his eyes, Morong Tian could clearly sense the danger approaching him from behind, and he immediately realized that it was impossible for him to escape, gritting his teeth. He then turned around and punched out with his right hand. As his cultivation at the peak of rank 9 in the Tao Emperor realm exploded out at full force, paired with his body refinement cultivation that was at the middle of the 7th stage, Morong Tian's all-out attack could seriously injure even a rank 9 Tao Emperor who took it head-on. And yet, the moment that his hand touched the black flames, a look of puzzlement that was followed by terror appeared on his face. As he hurriedly turned to look at this own fist indeed, Morong Tian then noticed that his entire right hand had been completely engulfed by the black flames. While the peak 2-star armor on his body had been unable to protect him, Morong Tian didn't even have enough time to scream before the black flames started to expand, completely covering his entire body in just a few moments. N0000000000000000000000000. A single, miserable scream filled with pain and terror resounded through the air, bringing chills to everyone who heard it. Before it fell silent a few moments later, along with Morong Tian's scream, the entire burning noble restaurant had also descended into silence. As the cultivators present all stared at the patriarch of the Morong family, who seemed to have disappeared in front of their eyes. The patriarch family that ruled Morong City and a Tao Emperor who was ranked in the 10 strongest Tao Emperors in the northern part of the central region seemed to have instantly died right in front of them, without the slightest ability to resist. Instead, only a piece of bronze armor and a half-charred spatial ring were left in the place where he was standing just now. Without any hesitation, Little Black retrieved the Morong Tian's piece of armor and his spatial ring and handed them to Shenlong. Before he then said, "Master, we should leave now or all of this work of ours will end up being for nothing." Nodding his head, Shenlong placed Morong Tian's armor and his spatial ring inside the Stone of Time. Before he sat on Little Black's back and said to him mentally, "Let's go." Little Black spread his massive black wings and flapped them once, soaring in the sky, as his figure quickly disappeared from Morong City. At the same time, in the depths of the Morong estate, inside a secluded private room that was filled with extremely dense chi, An emaciated old man who was sitting cross-legged on the ground seemed to have snapped his eyes open at that moment. As he turned his attention towards the 2 jade tablets in front of him. Tiana died. The old man mumbled to himself as he stared at the broken jade tablet with a look of disbelief. Before his cultivation base suddenly burst outwards like a torrential wave. A terrifying aura instantly covered the entire Murong city in the next moment, startling every single expert present within it. All of the experts within the Murong estate were similarly startled when they sensed this aura. Before all of them turned their attention towards the same place in the depths of the Murong estate. Is this the old ancestor? What's going on? What happened? I thought that the old ancestor was in seclusion as he tried to break through to the late stages of the sovereign realm. Why is he suddenly furious? The experts of the Murong family couldn't understand what was going on. How could their old ancestor have suddenly become so angry? Indeed, the emaciated old man who was now filled with endless killing intent was no one else but the old ancestor of the Murong family. As for the 2 jade tablets in front of him, one of them naturally belonged to Murong Tian, while the other belonged to the other sovereign realm expert of their Murong family. The old ancestor of the Murong family instantly spread his soul sense to the absolute limit, before he disappeared from his private room in the next moment, appearing in the sky above the Burning Noble restaurant a few moments later. The moment that the old man arrived in the Burning Noble restaurant, the manager who had already witnessed Murong Tian's death a few moments ago started to tremble. As he spoke in a terrified voice, "Ancestor, tell me, who killed Tiana?" The old ancestor of the Murong family said furiously as he looked at the manager of the Burning Noble restaurant, "Ancestor the patriarch." The old ancestor of the Murong family merely snorted when he noticed the terrified look on the manager's face and immediately understood that the manager was so scared in his presence that he couldn't even speak, waving his hand. The old ancestor then pulled the manager in front of him, before he started to search through his memories under the surrounding cultivator's terrified eyes. A few moments later, the old ancestor's expression was momentarily filled with shock before the killing intent in his eyes deepened even further, as he turned his gaze towards the direction that Little Black had flew off just now. "You think you can escape?" the old man said in a cold voice before his figure disappeared from Murong City, heading towards the same direction as Little Black at the same time that the figure of the old ancestor of the Murong family disappeared. A few tens of thousands of miles away from Murong City, Little Black, who was flying at full speed, suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the distance behind him, before he said seriously, "Master, I can sense the aura of a middle-stage sovereign coming from that direction. Most likely, it's one of the 2 sovereigns of the Murong family. Although that person hasn't located us yet, we will definitely enter the range of his soul sense in a few moments." Shenlong wasn't too surprised when he heard this, before he too turned his gaze towards the horizon where the outline of Murong City had already disappeared by now. Barely a few moments had passed since they had left the city, but Little Black had already covered such a large distance that Murong City couldn't even be seen from Shenlong's current location. And yet, despite Little Black's current speed and his strength that could seriously injure and even kill most peak-stage Dao Emperors, Shenlong knew that it was practically impossible for him to escape the pursuit of a middle-stage sovereign realm expert like the old ancestor of the Murong family that easily. Even if Little Black's speed exceeded that of a peak Dao Emperors and was even comparable to an early-stage sovereign realm expert's, it still couldn't compare to the speed of a middle-stage sovereign like the old ancestor. After all, the old ancestor of the Murong family was an entire major realm above Little Black in terms of his cultivation. Even a dragon's innate talents couldn't make up for such a disparity of strength. Nodding his head, Shenlong patted Little Black's head gently and had him return back in the foggy space inside the Stone of Time, before he threw one last glance at the direction where Murong City was located. He then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes, before he imagined himself entering the foggy space in the Stone of Time as well. A moment later, Shenlong's body suddenly vanished from the spot he was standing on, as if he had never appeared here. A few moments had barely passed before the figure of an emaciated old man appeared in the area where Shenlong and Little Black were standing just now. The old ancestor of the Murong family stared at his surroundings with a look of confusion and surprise before he mumbled to himself in a disbelieving tone, "How is this possible? I am certain that I just sensed the aura of a middle rank 7 magic beast from this place. How can it disappear?" The emaciated old man's eyes were filled with an extremely profound look as he stared at his surroundings in silence. Before his aura at the peak of rank 6 in the sovereign realm along with his powerful soul sense both exploded outwards at the same time. And yet, no matter how he searched, the old man seemed to have completely lost track of Little Black, as he couldn't sense the slightest bit of his aura any longer. Almost as if the black dragon had disappeared into thin air. Naturally, when a cultivator or a powerful magic beast were going all out to fight or run away, it wasn't possible for them to hide the fluctuation of their aura around their bodies. Even if Little Black was faster than the old ancestor, it was impossible for him to suddenly disappear like that. A dense aura of killing intent exploded from the old ancestor's body as he suddenly flew towards another direction a few moments later. No matter what. After reading through the memories of the manager of the burning noble restaurant and seeing the scene of a living dragon appearing in his Morong city, the old ancestor was now determined to find Little Black naturally. He wasn't going to let a living dragon go so easily. Even if he had to turn the entire northern part of the central region upside down, the old ancestor was still going to find him. At the same time, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Shenlong opened his eyes and turned to look at the piece of bronze armor and the half-charred spatial ring that were lying on the ground in front of him. Before a smile finally formed itself on his lips even though he was forced to reveal Little Black's existence. He had truly managed to get his hands on Morong Tian's spatial ring and the piece of peak 2-star armor that he was previously wearing. Even if this piece of 2-star armor was inferior to the Earth Flame in terms of value, Shenlong only needed a glance to tell that it was a rare treasure of its own. Of course, how could the armor that the patriarch of the Morong family was wearing be anything ordinary? Verge of collapse. After he examined the armor for a few moments, Shenlong then turned his attention to the half-charred spatial ring that seemed to be on the thankfully. Morong Tian's spatial ring was made by rare and extremely durable materials, which was why it had managed to barely avoid being destroyed, even after it was struck by Little Black's flames of destruction. Of course, Shenlong had never expected that Morong Tian would participate in the auction of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce for the Morong family, and that he would even win the auction for the Earth Flame. Naturally, if it was simply for Wo Wui's revenge, there was no way that Shenlong would be willing to put himself in danger and allow people to find out that there was a living dragon somewhere in Morong City. However, the moment that Morong Tian won the bid for the Earth Flame, Shenlong had decided to put his plan into motion and kill the patriarch of the Morong family. Morong Tian was really unlucky this time, Shenlong said in a calm tone as he stared at the pitch-black spatial ring in his hands, while Little Black nodded his head in agreement. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for anyone to kill Morong Tian while he was still inside Morong City. After all, Morong Tian would always stay within the Morong estate that was protected by the 2 sovereign realm experts of the Morong family. Even if he left the estate, Morong Tian was also a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor who could easily protect himself under practically every situation. Even if he met an early-stage sovereign, Morong Tian could either retreat to the Morong estate the moment he sensed any hostility, or the aura of that sovereign realm expert would end up alerting the old ancestor of the Morong family, who would come to save him. As for other peak rank 9 Dao Emperors, there were very few who could truly kill Morong Tian, and most of them would be unable to kill him before he could return back to the Morong estate unless they possessed a treasure similar to the soul-locking talisman within Morong City. It could be said that Morong Tian was virtually invincible. And yet, a series of events had ended up getting him killed. The first thing that led to his death was Wo Wui's legacy. Since Shenlong had obtained Wo Wui's treasures and already knew of the story between Wo Wui and Morong Tian, he had already accepted to help with Wo Wui's revenge if it wasn't too dangerous. However, putting aside the fact that Morong Tian was the patriarch of the Morong family, simply the fact that he was a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor made it impossible for others to kill him. Even most peak rank 9 Dao Emperors wouldn't be willing to offend an expert at his level for no reason naturally. Shenlong wouldn't risk his own life or Little Black's, simply to fulfill Wo Wui's revenge. However, the second thing that ended up leading to Morong Tian's death was the auction of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Since he wanted to obtain the Earth Flame, Morong Tian was naturally going to participate in the auction himself. How could he have known that after winning the bid for the Earth Flame, A person whose cultivation even he couldn't sense would suddenly approach him and ask him to talk in private. Of course. Even if Shenlong was a middle-stage sovereign realm expert. As long as he wasn't at the same level as the old ancestor. Morong Tian was still confident in his ability to escape. The moment he sensed any hostility. And yet, once Shenlong revealed his cultivation at the early stages of the Dao King realm, everything changed. After all, Morong Tian wouldn't believe for a moment that an early-stage Dao King could pose any threat to a peak-stage Dao Emperor like him. This wasn't arrogance but simply his belief in his own strength. This was also why Shenlong had decided to reveal his cultivation to Morong Tian, since he intended to make him lower his guard. After Morong Tian realized that the person he was dealing with was only an early rank 2 Dao King, the pressure he was feeling from the thought that Shenlong was a sovereign realm expert immediately disappeared. The third thing that led to his death was Shenlong revealing to him that he had obtained Wo Wui's legacy, and that he was willing to trade an immortal-grade cultivation technique in exchange for Yi Qianyu's life. Of course, Shenlong knew that Morong Tian wasn't going to agree to this offer of his in the first place. No matter what, Morong Tian was still the patriarch of the Morong family if word got out that he sold his own woman for an immortal-grade cultivation technique. The entire Morong family wouldn't have the face to step foot outside of Morong City. The reason why Shenlong offered the immortal-grade cultivation technique was simply to incite Morong Tian's greed. Indeed. Why would Morong Tian agree to the terms of an early-stage Dao King when he could take everything by force? At the same time, when dealing with an early-stage Dao King, there was no way that Morong Tian would use his full strength. What Morong Tian didn't know was that Shenlong was already prepared for his attack. Up to this point, everything had gone exactly as Shenlong had planned. What Shenlong hadn't expected was for Morong Tian to be a middle 7th stage body refiner on top of being a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor. Originally, Shenlong had expected that Little Black's attack would seriously injure Morong Tian, and that he would barely manage to stay alive thanks to the help of his peak 2 star armor by then. Even a casual attack would be enough to finish him off, however. The fact that he was a body refiner allowed Morong Tian to survive with just a few light injuries instead. Even after taking Little Black's massive black claw head-on. At that moment, Morong Tian certain to have guessed that he was being set up by Shenlong. And that as long as he willed it, he could simply turn around and escape back to the Morong estate. However, seeing a living dragon in front of his eyes, and especially a dragon who was even weaker than him, made Morong Tian unwilling to give up. After all, he was still within the premises of Morong City and Little Black's sneak attack had already failed to even injure him seriously, let alone kill him as long as he managed to tame the legendary magic beast in front of him. Morong would then become one of the top experts in the entire central region, and yet, the most important detail that led to Morong Tian's death was Morong Tian's own strength instead. After all, Shenlong already knew from the information that he had obtained from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce that Morong Tian was someone who specialized in soul attacks. Which was why he dared to orchestrate this plan in the first place. Even if the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce didn't know that Morong Tian was a body refiner, since he had kept it a secret for many years. There was no way that they would be mistaken about him specializing in soul attacks, however. Soul attacks were the last thing that could possibly harm Little Black. Forget about a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor like Morong Tian. Shenlong knew that even a peak rank 9 sovereign realm expert like the Northern Sovereign didn't have any chance of harming Little Black using soul attacks after all. The quality of Little Black's soul was no different than it had been in his past life. Although Little Black's soul sense was only equal to that of a middle rank 7 magic beast. If someone wanted to harm his soul, their spiritual strength would have to surpass the defense of Little Black's soul instead, or the result would be no different from Morong Tian's soul spike. As for why the ball of black flames had managed to kill Morong Tian despite his peak 2 star armor, Shenlong knew that it was all thanks to the special properties of the flames of destruction. It didn't matter if Morong Tian was wearing a peak 2 star armor or even a peak 3 star armor. As long as Little Black's flames of destruction managed to touch even a single part of his body, Morong Tian was doomed to die. The flames of destruction were one of the most terrifying skills that was exclusive to black dragons. With the current Little Black's strength, only some peak 7th stage body refinement cultivators or some extraordinary peak rank 9 Dao Emperors would have a chance to survive if they were hit directly by his black flames. As for Morong Tian, Since he was only a middle 7th stage body refiner, he was doomed to perish the moment he was hit, whether it was Morong Tian's strongest offensive ability or his peak 2-star armor. They were both rendered useless in the face of a black dragon. Closing his eyes, Shenlong then sent his soul sense inside Morong Tian's spatial ring. Before a smile slowly formed itself on his lips a few moments later. Staring at the purple-colored earth flame that was floating above the mountain of high-grade spirit stones, Shenlong knew that the risk he had taken was worth it. Even though it's true that earth flames of the fire element are the most common ones among all the earth flames, they are also the best when it comes to refining medicinal herbs and pills. Shenlong mumbled to himself with a bright smile on his face, as he remembered what the auctioneer of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, Jia Guiyong, had said when she auctioned the earth flame to everyone. Indeed, although there were rare earth flames that could allow the cultivators who absorbed them to gain insights into some very rare elements, Shenlong wasn't interested in any of those earth flames in the slightest. Instead, what he wanted was the most common one. An earth flame of the fire element, although such an earth flame would only allow him to get a rudimentary understanding of the Tao of Fire. Shenlong didn't care about it at all whether he could gain insights into the Tao of Fire, the Tao of Earth, the Tao of Ice, or even the Tao of Death through an earth flame. He still wouldn't pay any attention to it. After all, his fundamental Daos were the Tao of Time, and the Tao of Space, of course. If he could find an earth flame with either of those Daos, it would be an entirely different story. However, Shenlong also understood that the chances of finding such an earth flame were practically non-existent. After staring at the purple-colored earth flame for a while, Shenlong turned his attention towards the small mountain of high-grade spirit stones below it. Approximately 600,000 high-grade spirit stones were piled up together, forming a small mountain inside Morong Tian's spatial ring. Shenlong didn't find it surprising that there were no other treasures inside Morong Tian's spatial ring other than the earth flame and the high-grade spirit stones, as he quickly understood what was going on. Remaining 600,000 was what was left after he won the bid. From the looks of things, Morong Tian had taken 4 million high-grade spirit stones from the Morong family to bid for the earth flame. And as for defensive treasures, it was only natural that Morong Tian wouldn't be carrying any of them inside his spatial ring. After all, he was already wearing his peak 2-star armor on him and he was still within the premises of Morong City. Why would an expert at his level need defensive treasures in that case? Master, do you want to absorb the earth flame now? There is still plenty of time, until the 6-month period is over. Little Black asked, as he stared at Shenlong in front of him. The moment that Shenlong absorbed the purple-colored earth flame, he would no longer have to rely on other earth flames to refine high-grade and top-grade rank 6 pills. However, Shenlong briefly turned his attention towards Little Silver, who was lying on the ground behind him, before he shook his head and said seriously, absorbing the earth flame will probably take a while. Let's go to the Wind Dragon's forest first to take the beast core of that wind worm, before we return back to the Northern Sovereign's city. After he changed the black robes he was wearing into a set of ordinary blue robes, Shenlong left the foggy space inside the Stone of Time along with Little Silver, sitting on the Black Panther's back. Shenlong then headed towards the Northern Sovereign's city. After all, the Wind Dragon's forest was less than a day's distance away from the Northern Sovereign's city. 2 weeks passed by in the blink of an eye as Shenlong traveled around the northern part of the central region, before a young man and a black panther had finally arrived at the entrance of a massive, familiar-looking forest. Of course, the vast majority of the distance had been covered on Little Black's back, or Shenlong would need to travel for more than 3 months staring at the gigantic trees that towered in the skies and the roars of magic beasts that could be heard from the forest in front of him. Until he returned back to the Northern Sovereign's city from Morong City. Long knew that he had arrived in the Wind Dragon's forest where the peak rank 7 windworm was living. In a few moments later, Shenlong had Little Silver return back into the foggy space inside the Stone of Time, before he walked towards the depths of the forest by himself. Although Little Silver was already a peak rank 6 magic beast and it could hold its own against other powerful magic beasts at the same rank, inside this Wind Dragon's forest, its presence would end up doing more harm than good after all. There were plenty of rank 6 and even some rank 7 magic beasts in the depths of the forest. Even if one didn't include the windworm itself. Although Shenlong could completely conceal his own aura and walk towards the depths of the forest unnoticed. The same couldn't be said for Little Silver, who would definitely end up attracting the attention of many of those magic beasts the moment it got too close. Little Black. Are there any powerful Tao Emperors in this place? Shenlong asked Little Black while he kept walking towards the depths of the forest by himself. Inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. Little Black's bright blue eyes lit up for a moment, before a terrifying soul sense expanded from his body and immediately covered the entire Wind Dragon's forest in the blink of an eye. A few moments later, Little Black shook his head and said seriously, Master. Aside from a few groups of early-stage Tao Kings, there are only magic beasts inside this forest. However, aside from that windworm, I can also sense 3 early rank 7 magic beasts in the depths of this forest. Shenlong nodded his head when he heard this, as he continued to head towards the depths of the forest. Although he knew that worms were territorial magic beasts by nature, and that the windworm wouldn't allow a Tao Emperor to step foot into its forest, in case that a Tao Emperor had somehow managed to evade its sense, things could become troublesome. However, it also made sense that most powerful Tao Emperors would avoid this place. After all, even a group of peak Tao Emperors may not necessarily be able to kill a windworm that had a dragon's bloodline inside it. It didn't matter how thin the dragon's bloodline was, as most likely, only an expert at the Sovereign Realm would be able to deal with it. Ruah. A few moments after Little Black's soul sense had covered the forest, a deafening roar sounded from the depths of the forest before a powerful sense came along with it. As it focused on Shenlong's direction naturally, this was the soul sense of the windworm that had just sensed Little Black's soul sense. However, since Shenlong had completely retracted his aura and Little Black had only let out his soul sense for a single moment, the windworm couldn't sense anything no matter how hard it looked. 3 hours later, Shenlong had already walked through the territories of more than 100 peak rank 6 magic beasts, some of whom were even stronger than Little Silver and were only a step away from becoming rank 7 magic beasts, before he arrived in front of the entrance of a massive cave that was surrounded by hundreds of gigantic trees. The entrance of this cave was more than 100 meters tall and 50 meters wide, while intimidating claw marks could be seen everywhere around it. Even some of the massive trees that were thousands of meters tall had claw marks on their surface, giving off an eerie sensation. At the same time, the moment he arrived at the entrance of the cave, Shenlong could feel the familiar aura of a peak rank 7 magic beast coming from the depths of this cave. It was the same aura he had sensed when he was traveling with the Grand Elder on the back of the Darkness Eagle. The look in Shenlong's eyes instantly turned serious as he took a step forward and entered the cave. The windworm's cave was extremely long, and even after walking for more than 10 minutes, Shenlong still couldn't see its end. And yet, the deeper he walked inside this cave, the clearer he could sense the aura of the windworm that seems to be fluctuating for some reason. Finally, after walking for almost half an hour, Shenlong arrived at the cave's depths, before a stunning scene appeared in his eyes. A huge, green, snake-like creature that had the head of a dragon but was lacking legs and wings, seemed to be lying inside a small green pond at the depths of the cave with its eyes closed, while the aura of a peak rank 7 magic beast was coming from its body. The moment that Shenlong's eyes landed on the windworm, tens of unanswered questions seemed to have suddenly solved themselves in his mind. As Shenlong mumbled to himself, no wonder there were no Sovereign Realm experts who came to capture this windworm. To think that they were trying to nurture a dragon through a bloodline awakening pond. How foolish. Inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black said in a cold voice as he stared at the green pond that the windworm was soaking in. Indeed, the moment that their gazes landed on the windworm and the green pond below it, Little Black and Shenlong both understood what was going on, and why nobody had tried to tame this windworm and make it their mount. After all, as a peak rank 7 magic beast that was, at the very least, comparable to the Hellfire Crow that Luxian had been riding on when she visited the Holy Sect, the windworm should have been something that even some early-stage Sovereign Realm experts should be fighting over. single, and yet. Although even peaked out emperors like the Grand Elder seemed to know about the worm's location, there hadn't been a sovereign realm expert who had come to tame it during this time. Shenlong had thought about this matter from the very beginning, but he couldn't figure out the reason behind this. However, the moment his eyes landed on this green pond in front of Hun, he immediately understood what was going on. Shaking his head, Shenlong then stared at the green pond beneath the windworm, before he said calmly, "It's not surprising that someone would be trying to nurture a dragon through this bloodline awakening pond. As long as the percentage of the dragon's bloodline inside the windworm isn't too low, it's not impossible to succeed and let the worm evolve into a real dragon. Rather, what I am more curious about is who the person behind all of this is for someone to do this so close to the Northern Sovereign's city. There is no way that the Northern Sovereign herself wouldn't be aware of this. Perhaps she is even the one who is behind this." The more he thought about this, the more Shenlong realized that this guess of his was the most likely scenario. Even if the Northern Sovereign wasn't the person behind this matter, she was definitely aware of what was going on in this wind dragon's forest. After all, Shenlong knew that this bloodline awakening pond that the windworm was soaking in was a rare treasure that was used to stimulate the bloodline inside a magic beast, giving the magic beast a chance to evolve. As for the person who had placed it here in the depths of Wind Dragon's forest, they were clearly hoping for the windworm to unlock its dragon bloodline and become a real dragon. Although the windworm wouldn't be a purebred dragon, it would still be a dragon nonetheless. A magic beast that everyone in the central region would be fighting over. At that moment, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black stared at the massive body of the windworm for a few more moments before he said calmly, "It's too bad that the bloodline inside this worm is too thin. It doesn't matter how many years it spends inside the bloodline awakening pond. There is no chance for it to truly evolve. At most, it will only allow its strength to be raised a little further." Although normal cultivators couldn't sense how dense the dragon's bloodline inside the windworm really was. As a black dragon, how could Little Black possibly fail to sense this? Shenlong remained silent for a few moments as he stared at the windworm in front of him, before he said seriously, "Little Black, I'll leave it to you." A moment later, the space in front of Shenlong was torn open, as the figure of a massive black dragon appeared in front of him. The moment that the windworm sensed the presence of another magic beast appearing in its cave out of nowhere, it immediately snapped its eyes open and turned around, before an aura of violent cruelty and killing intent burst from its body. And yet, the instant that its eyes landed on Little Black's body, the worm's figure suddenly froze, before a look of terror covered its face soon after. Although Little Black was only a middle rank 7 magic beast while the windworm was a peak rank 7 beast, Little Black's bloodline innately suppressed the worm, who could only shiver in terror in front of a real dragon. The worm couldn't muster the courage to even fight Little Black, as it immediately turned its head to the entrance of the cave and tried to flee. Unfortunately for it, Little Black was already standing in front of Shenlong and blocking the cave's entrance, raising his massive black claw. Little Black then swung it towards the worm's neck. The worm tried to suppress the feeling of terror inside it, as it opened its mouth and spat out a small wind blade towards Little Black's claw, hoping that the terrifying being in front of it would back down after seeing this. However, how could a weak wind blade possibly affect Little Black, who could already deal with more peak rank 7 magic beasts? Although the windworm's peak strength could probably rival Little Black's, it was simply impossible for the worm to use its full strength when its own bloodline was being suppressed. This was a feeling of reverence that all worms felt in front of real dragons. Little Black's claw effortlessly destroyed the wind blade, before it continued towards the worm's long neck. Roar! A painful cry that was filled with terror left the worm's mouth before a spurt of crimson blood spouted from its neck. A few moments had barely passed since Little Black had appeared in the cave, before the body of half-dead windworm was now lying on the ground in front of him and Shenlong staring at the body of the windworm in front of him. Little Black swung his black claw with a merciless look in his eyes, before he finally took the worm's life. Although Little Black was usually warm and cheerful, that was only when he was in front of Shenlong. Whether it was in front of other humans or magic beasts, the ferocious nature of a dragon would always show itself. It was the same for the windworm. After all, It was unknown how many humans and magic beasts it had slaughtered inside this wind dragon's forest. But the number was definitely in the tens of thousands. Even the Grand Elder and the disciples of the holy sect had barely managed to escape with their lives the last time they were in this place. Although it wasn't a real dragon, the worm had always considered itself an apex predator in this central region. That very few magic beasts could even hope to rival other than magic beasts at the rank 8 or above. No other beasts possibly could pose a threat to it. Even if it faced other peak rank 7 magic beasts like the Hellfire Crow, the worm was still confident in its ability to kill them. Unfortunately, the bloodline of a pure dragon wasn't something that it could possibly resist. Which was why it had lost its life today. Little Black had a cold look in his eyes as he stared at the massive, lifeless body of the windworm in front of him, before he turned his attention towards the bloodline awakening pond a few meters away from him. Other than some ripples on the pond's surface, the green water seemed incredibly tranquil, giving off a relaxing sensation. After a moment of silence, Little Black shook his head, and said, "Master, although this bloodline awakening pond is useless to me and Master, since my bloodline is already in its purest state, it is still a rare treasure nevertheless. It would be a waste to leave it here." Shenlong nodded his head while his gaze was also focused on the bloodline awakening pond in front of him. Indeed, Little Black was right. Although both his bloodline and Little Black's own couldn't be enhanced any further since they were in their purest states, this didn't mean that Shenlong was going to leave this bloodline awakening pond behind. Instead, he already had a way to use it in his mind. That would not only help him increase his own strength, but it would also help make Little Silver's and Jiang Chen's bloodlines even purer after all. Jiang Chen's bloodline of the demonic Crow of Darkness was still far off from the true demonic Crow of Darkness. A few moments later, Shenlong stored both the windworm's body and the bloodline awakening pond inside his herb garden, before he let Little Black return back in the foggy space inside the Stone of Time as well. Raising his right hand, Shenlong then slashed the air in front of him, opening a large space tier. As he entered inside it and disappeared from the windworm's cave sometime later, the figure of a blue-robed young man appeared in front of the entrance of the Wind Dragon's forest. The moment he left the Wind Dragon's forest, Shenlong immediately circulated his Monarch's hourglass, as his cultivation of an early rank 2 Dao King exploded outwards, before he shot straight towards the direction of the Northern Sovereign City. A day passed by in the blink of an eye, before Shenlong arrived in front of the city gates of the Northern Sovereign City. After he paid the fee of 300 high-grade spirit stones, Shenlong entered the city and headed straight for the Northern Sovereign's estate. The streets of the Northern Sovereign City weren't any less crowded from the first time that he had come with the Northern Sovereign. But since he was walking through them by himself this time, he could now take an even better look around this massive city. The number of powerful Dao Kings and Dao Emperors that he could sense in the streets were hundreds of times more numerous than those in Murong City. A little more than an hour later, Shenlong arrived in front of the Northern Sovereign's estate, taking a look at the Dao Kings who were guarding the estate, not allowing anyone to get too close. Shenlong simply waved his hand as he opened another space tier, before he stepped inside it and appeared directly inside the estate. A few minutes later, Shenlong arrived in front of the entrance of a huge, familiar-looking courtyard that was covered in restrictive formations. Staring at the restrictive formations around the Southern Dragon's courtyard, Shenlong merely smiled as he took a step forward and placed his hand on top of them. Moments later, the formations in front of him immediately receded and the gates of the courtyard opened by themselves, before 4 figures flew out from the courtyard, appearing in front of Shenlong. Long Ji, Brother Long. Lu Mei's and Xingyi's excited voices entered his ears, before the 2 kingdom-toppling beautiful girls shot out from the courtyard soon after, appearing in front of Shenlong as they hugged him affectionately. "Ha ha, Brother Shen. Welcome back," Bai Longshan said with a smile on his face, while Jiang Chen nodded his head and said, "Brother, did you deal with everything that you needed?" Nodding his head, Shenlong said smilingly, "Yeah. Let's talk inside." Shenlong, Lu Mei, and the others then entered the courtyard, before the protective formations around the Southern Dragon's courtyard were activated once again, preventing anyone from entering without permission. Once the 5 of them were inside the biggest room in the courtyard. Bai Longshan looked at Shun Long and said seriously, Brother Shun. 2 weeks after you left, the Northern Sovereign came to look for you. She said that she was planning to introduce you to the geniuses of the Tianwan dynasty that would enter the City of Immortals this time. We told her that you were in seclusion. But the Northern Sovereign insisted that you should visit her once you come out.